Chapter 1. The Truth is a Sharp Blade. Harry Potter perched on the edge of the towering sun gate. Beneath him sprawled the increasingly prosperous cities of Piltover and Zaun. The extraordinary metropolis crafted by Hextech remained aglow with lights, even in the dead of night. With his legs dangling in the void, he cradled his chin in his hands, gazing down at the denizens of both cities, his golden eyes dimmed with a hint of melancholy. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps disrupted the silence, prompting Harry to turn his head. Professor Renata, his eyes brightened slightly. What brings you here? Today is July 31, happy birthday, my dear. Renata settled beside Harry, casually resting her hand atop his head. May the god of wealth bless you, my beloved student. May the deity of ancient and modern riches protect the Galleons dynasty. Oh, thank you, my cherished pupil. May the god of wealth forever watch over you as well. Renata sighed lightly. Speaking of the Galleons dynasty, I wish you could stay and help me sort through this mess. But alas, you have far more pressing matters to attend to. Suppressing Shurima? Harry inquired, then continued. I've heard that their Emperor Azir is returning, stirring up a rebellion for territorial division. At present, Shurima, like Piltover and Zaun, was under the dominion of the Galleons dynasty. Harry served as the chief executive of the dynasty's council, the most powerful alchemist, and held the keys to the royal treasury of Galleons. Upon learning of Shurima's impending division, he had already steeled himself for the inevitable summons. No, dear, Renata gently tousled Harry's unruly hair. Not Shurima, but England. England? Harry's eyes widened, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. The England of the Rune continent? There is no England on the Rune continent. Renata shook her head. Your origins are shrouded in mystery, and I do not wish for you to suffer in the future because of it. I want to send you back. Harry, puzzled, replied, my origins? Yes. Do you remember the parasitic soul upon your forehead? Renata asked before continuing. Thorn removed it, and what is certain is that it bears the echoes of your parents' wails. Harry's expression shifted subtly in his memories. His aunt and uncle had claimed that his parents had perished in a car accident. Compared to his aunt and uncle, he found himself more inclined to trust Professor Renata. It seemed that family had concealed far more from him than he had realized. Yes, they've been hiding things from you, my dear student, Renata observed with compassion in her gaze. I understand that feeling. My parents met an untimely fate when I was young, and I toiled day and night to uncover their murderer. Only after I personally delivered them to the guillotine did my heart find peace. Harry's heart raced. He yearned to return to England and investigate everything, but he knew he was bound to this world by ties he could not sever. Renata fixed her gaze upon him, her tone disapproving. Little one, I am the queen of the Galleons dynasty. My council is filled with capable advisors. You need not worry. By the time you return, who knows? I may have unified the Rune continent. You should be more concerned about how to navigate your period of weakness upon your return. I have prepared a special birthday gift for you. I will distort time and send you back to your 11th birthday. Go, Harry. Unveil the mists that blind your eyes and reclaim all that is rightfully yours. Renata's gentle voice echoed in Harry's ears. With a sudden thud, Harry felt as though he had landed on a tattered sack. Wait, a tattered sack? As he adjusted to the dizziness and regained his sight, he surveyed his surroundings, a cramped, dimly lit, damp room. Beneath him lay a bed. Directly in front stood a dilapidated bookshelf, and overhead, a staircase adorned with a long-legged spider. He had returned to his home on Privet Drive before his 11th birthday. What a remarkable manipulation of time. Pushing open the door, Harry peered outside. The living room was just as he remembered, with upholstered sofas, Roman-patterned curtains, a fireplace, and photographs of the Dursley family perched upon the mantelpiece. Closing the door, Harry rubbed his head. In his memories of Privet Drive, apart from the financial struggles, there lingered a sense of sorrow for living under someone else's roof. Yet fate whispered to him that this sorrow was merely a facade concealing deeper anguish. Where did his parents truly come from? What was the origin of the enemy who had slain them? He needed clues, and those clues lay hidden behind the dust-covered door. Strength was the crowbar that would pry it open. Power was the foundation of everything. With that thought, Harry raised his hand slightly, reaching out to the royal treasury. No effect. As Professor Renata had predicted, returning to 11 meant enduring a period of weakness. He required time and resources to redraw the alchemical reaction to link back to the royal treasury. Fortunately, he possessed more than just the royal treasury. Iron Fist Convergence. Harry silently chanted, conjuring an alchemical projectile that manifested in his palm, shooting towards the long-legged spider above. The creature had no time to evade and was obliterated in an explosion. Strangely, however, the remnants of the spider did not fall, but remained suspended in midair. Phase 2. With a flick of his wrist, the ensnared remains flew upwards, colliding with a mosquito in mid-flight, plunging the cramped closet into silence. Excellent, the alchemical magic taught by his mentor was still intact. Next, he would start with the Dursleys and unearth all that this family had concealed. Bang, bang, bang. The sound emanated from above, as someone jumped heavily from the floor above. "Get out of bed, you deadweight." A sluggish, grating voice called from the staircase. Dudley, dragging his hefty frame, bounced down the stairs, preparing to wake the loathed cousin he usually bullied. But as he reached the bottom and flung open the door, he was met with Harry's piercing gaze. The sound abruptly ceased. Dudley recoiled in shock, confronted by the golden eyes devoid of whites. "Is this a person? Where's my worthless cousin?" Dudley's tongue stumbled in his mouth. "Is your withered little brain so incapable that you can only use your own fat body to rouse others? You can't even walk like a normal human?" Harry shoved Dudley aside, not bothering to look back as he spoke. "What did you say?" Dudley's face flushed red. How was it possible that his cousin, whom he had always bullied, dared to mock him? Though the eyes were a bit unnerving, had he not managed to torment his cousin plenty of times before? What was he pretending for? Vowing to teach Harry a harsh lesson, he clenched his fists and swung towards the back of Harry's head. A sneak attack. Harry spun around swiftly, raising his hand to summon an alchemical projectile, releasing it with a flick of his wrist. Dudley, with all his bluster, was struck by the projectile and froze in place, like a marionette rendered immobile. "Harry!" A furious roar echoed from the staircase. "What are you doing to Dudley?" Harry turned to face the staircase, his golden eyes scanning the scene. At the top stood Uncle Vernon, eyes bloodshot and face contorted in rage, resembling an enraged Echo. While Uncle Vernon appeared menacing, he was not truly Echo, and besides, Harry had faced the latter before. With a casual flick, he sent Dudley, now controlled by the projectile, crashing into Uncle Vernon like a flying pig, causing both to collapse in a heap. The two fell unconscious, and Harry's expression remained unchanged, devoid of excitement or sympathy. He felt no obligation to be courteous to this family. Not every child taken in was indebted. Thanks to Aunt Petunia and her family, he had spent his childhood burdened with endless chores. No matter how much he toiled, he received nothing but meager rations and hand-me-downs. In society and at school, he was an unlikable outcast, devoid of friends. For he was merely an unwelcome guest, belittled by Aunt Petunia's family and treated as a punching bag by Dudley. As he pondered, a sense of urgency arose. Harry turned just in time to see Aunt Petunia barreling towards him, brandishing a frying pan. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured an alchemical projectile, striking Petunia, and with another wave of his hand, sent a makeshift giraffe crashing down upon Echo and the flying pig. "No, how can this be?" Petunia exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Harry. "You haven't even been accepted to school, yet how are you able to use magic?" "Magic?" Harry echoed the term. "So this world is called magic. What else do you know?" "Your eyes." Petunia gazed at Harry's eyes. "What has happened to your eyes?" Without glasses, they were a brilliant gold, devoid of whites, resembling two radiant suns. Harry understood what Petunia meant. This was the effect of him siphoning angelic power with his mortal body after developing alchemical magic, an emblem of the Galleons dynasty's utmost prestige. He hadn't anticipated this phenomenon would accompany him back. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. "That is not your concern," Harry replied. "Now answer my question." Petunia, looking conflicted, stood frozen. Uncle Vernon lay helplessly sprawled on the staircase, still clutching the flying pig, and hoarsely muttered, "Penny, tell him to make that damned monster leave our home at once." Harry, with an air of authority, fixed his golden gaze upon Vernon. "I have no intention of bullying the weak, but as for you, feeble muggle, show some respect." Vernon fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, Penny sighed. "It seems I have no valid reason to refuse," Penny said, lowering her head. "If you wish to know, I can only tell you. Your parents, they were actually wizards. They attended a school known as Hogwarts. Unless I'm mistaken, you too shall receive a letter from this school, inviting you to study there." Harry nodded. "What about my parents?" "They are deceased, perished in the magical realm, and their bodies remain unaccounted for." Penny covered her face with her hands. "Though we despise you, you're still my sister's son. If possible, do not pursue this." Chapter 2. Harry from the Potter family. "I understand," Harry replied. "What else do you know?" Penny's heart was a tumult of emotions as she stammered through her explanation. Vernon, having regained some composure, surveyed the surroundings, lamentably discovering that his double-barreled shotgun lay in the bedroom, not the living room. Dudley had also awakened, gazing at his cousin, whom he had previously bullied with a look of fear in his eyes. After more than half an hour, Harry listened to Penny's lengthy account. It was a wondrous and novel world, where wizards required only a small wooden stick as a medium for their spells. Though the Gallisk dynasty and the Runes continent possess some magical abilities, it is said that the gifts of fate often come with a price. The more formidable the power, the greater the trials and dangers it entails. The Ascended of Shurima, the alchemical monstrosities of Zaun, the ruination of Shadow Isles, and so forth are all prime examples. Even he, born with a unique energy within, had paid a great price to master alchemical magic. In Penny's description, wizards' abilities, while merely facilitating mundane tasks, sounded rather weak, yet they appeared devoid of risk. Of course, Penny was merely a housewife. It was conceivable that wizards possessed profound powers accompanied by great risks, which he would need to explore himself. Nevertheless, the abilities of wizards were undeniably fascinating. They could effortlessly alter the forms of external objects, even transforming a piece of wood into an animal. What distinction did this bear to the creative might of the star spirits? Could wizards truly achieve such feats? So how do I contact them? Harry turned to Penny, who answered with a complex expression. You can write to them using an owl. Harry nodded, slightly shifting his demeanor. His tone softened. Where is your owl? May I borrow it? Vernon shook his head in terror. We are a normal family. How could we possess such a creature? A normal family without an owl. This family held little value. Harry raised an eyebrow. Aunt Penny trembled slightly and quickly added, perhaps you could go to the Leaky Cauldron at Charing Cross, though we cannot find it. You are a wizard, and you can access the magical realm from there. Vernon shook his beard, concealing the fear in his eyes, stubbornly stating, I wouldn't mind driving the freak away from this house. Charing Cross, is it? I understand. Thank you, I'll find a way. With this crucial information in hand, he stood up, opened the door, and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he spotted an owl perched on the fence at the doorstep. Hearing the commotion, it turned its head, fixing its gaze on Harry, with a letter lying at its feet, to Mr. Harry Potter, under the cupboard under the stairs for Privet Drive, Surrey. The last time Harry encountered a sentient magical creature, it had been that delightful magical cat, which had fostered a natural fondness for owls. What a splendid postman you are. What is your name? Harry extended his hand, accepting the letter, and coaxed, I can bestow upon you wealth, power, and love. How about joining me? The owl hooted twice, scratching its neck collar with one claw. Oh, Opus, Hogwarts postman, do you have any thoughts of resignation? Harry was well aware that with a diligent effort, no wall was insurmountable. Yet the owl disdainfully shook its head, as if to say it could not even afford a Wellington beef, let alone join him. One audacious proposition. With a flap of its wings, it left behind 2 stray feathers and soared into the sky. It was unaware of what it had missed that day. Only in the future, upon encountering a little girl named Hedwig, would it realize just how ludicrous its choice had been. Harry watched the owl's retreating figure with increasing awe for the wonders of the magical world. Filled with anticipation for the magical realm, he opened the envelope and glanced at the letter. The first sheet informed him that school commenced on September 1st. The second sheet contained a list of supplies he needed to procure before the term began. A cauldron, brass telescope wand. Regarding financial matters, Harry felt no concern. The god of wealth, well-versed in both ancient and modern times, would forever safeguard his followers. With renewed purpose, Harry donned Dudley's discarded rags and made his way south along Privet Drive. As noon approached, a blue and pink spray-painted car kicked up dust as it barreled into the monochrome Charing Cross. A golden-haired, blue-eyed girl with an hourglass figure slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt at the intersection. The holiday is over. Remember to find me. Erase my number and address. The girl handed Harry a wallet. Her name was Erin, the daughter of the owner of the Groening Drill Company. Notably, Harry's uncle worked at Groening. However, Harry's acquaintance with Erin was unrelated to his uncle. They had met by chance at a CAF where Harry had spent an hour articulately discussing the prospects of glorious evolution. The so-called glorious evolution referred to the transition from flesh and blood to mechanical ascension, replacing flesh with machinery to attain greater strength and immortality. Of course, Harry only touched upon the aspect of mechanical prosthetics, as delving deeper would likely brand him a madman. The concept of glorious evolution was far too radical for this era. Harry accepted Erin's wallet. Thank you for your generosity, Erin. I hope the small factory is ready as the holiday begins. The board had no reason to refuse. This was a groundbreaking product. I need not persuade them, for they would eagerly clamber aboard this venture, as Erin exaggeratedly remarked. I have faith in your capabilities, Harry said as he pushed open the car door, anticipating the reunion. A pair of polished black leather shoes stepped out, followed by tailored, pure black trousers that cascaded elegantly. Ascending from this ensemble was a subtly understated black suit, yet the quality of the fabric unmistakably indicated it was a high-end custom piece. Adorning the lapel was a striking silver accessory. Coupled with Harry's stunning golden eyes, devoid of any white, the appearance was nothing short of perfection. After exiting the vehicle, Harry waved his hand without looking back and turned towards the modest bar nestled between the bookstore and record shop. As the car passed the intersection, he noticed a bustling area. Crowds thronged Charing Cross, where sharply dressed elites wore anxious expressions and hurried steps, deliberately choosing to circumvent the open space in front of the bar, even if it meant taking a longer route. To Harry, such an unusual occurrence could only be attributed to magic. He navigated through the monochrome crowd of black and white, entering that peculiar area. With a snap, Aaron abruptly closed the metallic lighter, and amidst the cigar smoke, Harry mysteriously vanished. Chapter 3. We must discuss the matter of inheritance. Harry lifted his gaze towards the sign of the Broken Cauldron pub. He pushed open the weathered oak door, and a pungent mix of tobacco and sweat assailed his senses. Although the surroundings were far worse than he had anticipated, he did not hasten to leave. Instead, he sought a place to sit. Before the establishment of the Galleons dynasty, Harry had frequented the distinctive taverns of Zon, and based on experience, the grimmer and more disheveled the pub, the more conducive it was for gathering intelligence. In Harry's line of sight, several elderly women sat in the corner of the room, sipping sherry from small cups, one of them puffing on a large pipe. A small man adorned with a grand hat was engaged in conversation with the bar owner, who had nearly lost all his hair and resembled a withered walnut. Leaning against the bar, the hat-wearing gentleman glanced at the bar owner's hair and remarked, "Tom, you ought to use more of the Potter family shampoo." The owner, Tom, responded with a hint of meaning, "I would certainly like to. But Professor Snape has stated that to partake of his potions, one must refrain from using Potter's shampoo." The small man chuckled softly and said, "Who would know if you secretly used it?" He then shifted the topic. "By the way, that Potter boy is set to start attending Hogwarts this year. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to encounter him here." Tom gestured towards the small man. "It should be soon, Digger. Would you care to sample the new sherry?" Just as Digger was about to decline, a familiar figure faintly emerged in his line of sight. His head froze, and after rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken, he widened his gaze in astonishment. "Goodness, Mr. Potter," he exclaimed, hastening over to Harry's table, overwhelmed with joy. "I can hardly express my feelings. I am Digger, Daedalus Digger. I believe we have met before." As Digger excitedly knocked off his grand hat, Harry recalled, "You once greeted me in the shop." "He remembers me," Digger shouted to those present. "Did you hear that? He remembers me." The atmosphere at the Leaky Cauldron became vibrant, with many approaching Harry to shake his hand, including a lady named Cordelia, who must have clasped his hand at least 4 times. After the commotion settled, Digger eagerly invited Harry to share a few drinks. Harry, in need of conversation, took a seat beside Digger at a corner table. Digger's eyes roamed over Harry's attire, occasionally lingering on his eyes, his tone filled with nostalgia, remarking, "You have changed remarkably. I almost didn't recognize you." "People do change," Harry replied, then inquired, "Mr. Digger, is that shampoo you mentioned from my family?" "Oh, indeed," Digger responded. "Your family's shampoo is all the rage in the wizarding world." After sipping the drink Digger had offered, Harry asked, "So, where's my inheritance? Why am I unaware of it?" "You might not get answers from just anyone," Digger said, his cheeks flushed. "After your parents sacrificed themselves, the Potter family's estate was temporarily entrusted to Mr. Dumbledore." "Sacrificed?" Harry echoed the word. "You didn't know?" Digger exclaimed, his brow furrowing in concern. "It seems that Muggle couple kept this from you. Your parents defeated the Dark Lord alongside you. They are heroes." "Who is the Dark Lord?" Harry pressed further. "And why is my parents' legacy in Mr. Dumbledore's hands?" "The Dark Lord is Voldemort," Digger shuddered. "Indeed, I still fear him, even to utter his name." After taking several sips of his drink, Digger finally steadied himself to continue. "Mr. Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of light, and everyone trusts him, which is why it was placed under his care. Moreover, your parents were once his students and worked in the Order of the Phoenix. He is the most suitable guardian for these assets." Harry raised an eyebrow. "So he took my parents' inheritance and cast me into a family that resents my parents and despises magic?" Diggory waved his hand dismissively and continued to explain. "Dumbledore believed you needed to grow up away from the limelight. He thought that gaining immense fame too early would only bring you harm." "Harm to me?" Harry reminisced about his troubled childhood, as well as the life that followed the arrival of Professor Renata. He did not perceive the harm inflicted by fame to surpass that inflicted by the Dursley family. Reflecting upon their demeanor towards him, he harbored serious doubts that Dumbledore had divulged anything before abandoning him to their care. Given the Dursleys' palpable fear of magic, they would never have dared to treat him as a mere beast otherwise. Moreover, he had lived to the age of 11 without ever catching a glimpse of his inheritance. Speaking of which, could it be that Dumbledore was coveting that fortune? Having witnessed the darker aspects of human nature, such thoughts inevitably crossed his mind. However, it was foolish to make profound assumptions based on superficial interactions, and besides, this matter was fundamentally unrelated to Diggory, so he chose not to elaborate further. Harry glanced at his watch and then said to Diggory, "Mr. Diggory, I must take my leave now. Next time, the drinks are on me." After bidding farewell to Diggory, Harry sought out Tom, the bar owner, and with his assistance, he strode unhesitatingly into Diagon Alley. With a snap, he retrieved the cigar gifted by Eileen from his pocket. Just as he was about to ignite it, an aged hand snatched it away from him. "This is not something you should be engaging with at your age, Harry." He turned to see a bearded old man standing behind him. Harry snatched it back and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. You may call me Professor Dumbledore. I heard you had departed from Privet Drive, so I thought I would come by for a visit." Harry was taken aback. "You were watching me? It is not surveillance, but protection, my dear boy," Dumbledore replied in a gentle and measured tone. "Protection? When Dudley was chasing me and I was forced to leap onto rooftops, I saw no one coming to my aid." Harry, unwilling to dwell on this topic, was far more concerned about finances. Without money, one could hardly make any progress in the world. He stated bluntly, "When will I receive my parents' inheritance?" Dumbledore looked momentarily astonished, gazing at Harry in surprise. He had anticipated that Harry would come to him to lament the hardships of living as a muggle, to inquire about his parents' past, or perhaps even to question why he had been treated in such a manner, ultimately shedding tears over the grievances of these years. What he did not expect was for Harry to mention inheritance right off the bat. "I just learned from the pub that my parents left me a considerable fortune, which I hear is all with you." Chapter 4. Do wizards need to worry about lung cancer? Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed, your parents bequeathed many possessions to you, a small portion of which I oversee, and the rest? Most resides at the Potter ancestral home, your family's estate. All of it belongs to you, and no one shall disturb it." Dumbledore pondered for a moment before continuing, "But Harry, a galleon cannot purchase happiness." "A galleon cannot purchase happiness?" Harry chuckled. "Only those born into wealth would utter such words. I grew up in poverty. The absence of money brings a profound unease." Harry extended his hand toward Dumbledore, inquiring, "May I have back that small portion you have been safeguarding for me?" "I regret to inform you, Harry, that it is not possible at this time," Dumbledore replied. "You are still quite young, and possessing too much wealth at your age may not be prudent. But that belongs to my parents, not you. The authority lies with me." Harry retorted. "No, Harry," Dumbledore interjected gently. "Nominally, I am your guardian in the magical realm, and I must ascertain that you possess sufficient self-restraint to resist the allure of gold. That is quite acceptable. This modest inheritance can serve as remuneration," Harry proposed. "You assist me in retrieving the portion of my inheritance from the Potter estate, and I shall grant you this small sum." "I have no such intentions," Dumbledore replied in a calm and soothing tone. "What I mean to convey is that if you desire to reclaim your inheritance, you must first demonstrate your worth." "Oh?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "So what you seek is not merely property, but rather me. Pray tell, what do you wish me to accomplish? Enhance your reputation, or perhaps cultivate your benevolent image?" "Harry, I desire nothing for myself, save for your achievement of outstanding in all subjects during your first year, and for your house to secure the House Cup," Dumbledore stated. "At that juncture, not only will I return the inheritance bestowed upon you by your parents, but I will also extend a small favor." Harry nodded, comprehending the situation. "You are the headmaster, concerned with the school's success rate. Does so signify outstanding?" Dumbledore twitched his beard. Yet after much persuasion, Harry acquiesced, acknowledging a slight misunderstanding. "Indeed, it denotes excellence, which is quite challenging and demands considerable self-discipline." The second matter seemed to escape Harry's attention as he gazed intently into Dumbledore's eyes. "Beyond reputation, is there any other reason that necessitates my remaining at the Dursleys?" Dumbledore paused, taken aback. "It is due to an ancient magic. You require its protection, and more importantly, you must refine your mind." "Protection through magic?" Harry inquired, scrutinizing Dumbledore for clarity. Dumbledore elucidated, "Your mother bequeathed you an ancient enchantment. As long as you are near family, you are shielded from harm. As Harry prepared to pose one final question, Dumbledore waved his wand, conjuring an ice cream and presenting it to Harry, interjecting, "Before you ask your last question, Harry, may I pose one to you? Someone is tightening their grip around my old, pitiful neck, demanding an explanation." Harry pointed towards a shadow lurking in the distance. "Is it that bad over there?" Severus, concealed in the shadows with his arms crossed. "You are the bat. Your entire family is, except for Lily." Dumbledore feigned ignorance. "What is the matter with your eyes? I recall them being a vibrant emerald green." "Old man, you pilfer my cigars and now inquire about the color of my eyes," Harry retorted, his golden orbs devoid of white, fixed intently on Dumbledore. "Even though you are the headmaster, isn't that a bit excessive?" "I am your guardian," Dumbledore replied gently. "I ought to be aware of any changes in your condition." "When did any changes occur?" Dumbledore inquired once more. Harry casually remarked, "Today." "Are there any other changes?" Dumbledore's expression grew slightly serious. "Suddenly, I've acquired some minor skills," Harry replied. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "Minor spells, you say? Can you demonstrate them for me?" Harry glanced at Dumbledore and remarked, "You are getting on in years. Your bones have grown fragile. Do refrain from mimicking the youth." Dumbledore raised a hand to reassure him, saying, "Worry not, though I may be advanced in age. The magic of a mere young wizard is not enough to inflict harm upon me." Harry, no longer hesitating, slightly raised his hand, and a projectile of alchemical energy soared toward Dumbledore. Dumbledore's expression revealed only a hint of surprise. Beyond that, nothing transpired. Harry exerted a forceful tug, yet Dumbledore remained unaffected. With a slight nod, Dumbledore offered his assessment. "Quite intriguing, a fusion reminiscent of the Leglocker curse and the repelling charm. Yet the degree of control is indeed beyond my expectations. An exceedingly fascinating spell." Harry remained silent, gazing thoughtfully at Dumbledore. It was only at the moment Dumbledore made his move that he sensed the immense power residing within him. Dumbledore was far stronger than he had ever imagined. Very well. Once he delineated the alchemical formula and unlocked the treasury of the king, he could reduce Dumbledore to mere shreds. The Potter family was indeed ancient, steeped in history. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, realizing that he needed to conduct a thorough investigation. Perhaps there were aspects he had overlooked. "All right, Harry. What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Harry nodded. "I need a list of my enemies." It was yet another unexpected query. And after a brief moment of silence, Dumbledore responded, "Very well." "So straightforward?" Harry scrutinized Dumbledore. "Don't just write the Dark Lord. Also, Guardian. The reason you kept me at that dreadful home, it cannot be merely due to that so-called magic, can it? Is it truly a safeguard against my enemies?" Dumbledore fell silent, compelled to acknowledge Harry's remarkable perceptiveness. He had a fondness for astute children. Yet, regrettably, this keen insight, combined with certain subjective misunderstandings, had fostered a chasm of miscommunication between them. Harry tapped his head thoughtfully. "Mr. Guardian, let's not dwell on ancient magic. This morning, my eyes changed color, and I dispatched the little fiend that emerged from my mind. The fiend contained ancient magic, and it has likely vanished." "A fiend in your mind?" Dumbledore felt his tongue stumble over the words. "Indeed, there is a most repugnant aura. I sense it is connected to my adversary, resembling an infant with a serpentine visage." Harry stuffed his hands into his pockets. "Could it be that my enemy has lodged his offspring within my mind?" Dumbledore's expression darkened as a realization struck him. "Harry, I must commend you. Your prowess is remarkable," he remarked. "I never anticipated you would be able to vanquish it." "Well, it wasn't too challenging. The little fiend was rather feeble. You could have handled it as well." Harry waved his hand dismissively. "You bear a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine," Dumbledore suddenly stated. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Oh, how similar." "You are just as confident as he is," Dumbledore replied. "I see, then he indeed resembles me quite a bit." After Harry spoke, he glanced at his pocket watch. It was around 2 in the afternoon. He removed his hat and clutched it to his chest, stating, "Apologies, Guardian. But time is of the essence. I must gather funds to procure my school supplies. Until we meet again." Earlier, at the Leaky Cauldron, when Diggory treated him to drinks, he realized that the sponsorship he had secured had turned into a mere stack of worthless paper. "Perhaps I could accompany you." "You are rather young," Dumbledore interjected, restraining Harry. "You should not be involved in such matters." As he spoke, Dumbledore waved his wand, transforming the cigar Harry had been holding into a dove that flew away. "What a marvelous enchantment," Harry exclaimed. "Do wizards also worry about lung cancer?" Dumbledore relinquished the opportunity for a heart-to-heart with Harry, replying, "Wizards do not suffer from lung cancer. Yet it can lead to addiction, tremors, and mistakes. These are fatal weaknesses for a wizard. Chapter 5. Perhaps one day, Gringotts will be robbed, Dumbledore continued. As a token of our meeting, I shall cover all expenses today. He led Harry to the towering white structure that loomed over Diagon Alley. Its entrance featured gleaming bronze doors, flanked by goblin guards clad in scarlet and gold, who bowed in greeting as customers approached. Gringotts served as the bank for wizards. Managed by goblins who excelled in financial prudence, it was also considered one of the safest places in the magical realm. Dumbledore stood at the entrance, explaining to Harry. Safer than Hogwarts? Dumbledore fell silent, and Harry chose not to press further. In an environment imbued with extraordinary powers, the safest places often harbor the greatest dangers. Treasures are frequently concealed in secure locations, yet there are always madmen willing to take risks and seize them by force. He had learned this truth on the Runes continent, to avoid places deemed the safest. Though Gringotts appeared grand and imposing, it could very well be vulnerable to theft one day. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Harry followed closely behind Dumbledore. As numerous wizards and elves greeted them with respectful nods, Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at Harry, astonished by the boy's composure. Unbeknownst to him, Harry, as the chief executive of the Galleons dynasty, held an exceedingly high status in the Runes continent and had frequently attended elite gatherings, experiences that Dumbledore had yet to witness. As they walked on, Harry suddenly inquired, "Can pounds be exchanged for galleons?" He pointed at a couple who were handing pounds to an elf in exchange for golden galleons. "Indeed," Dumbledore replied, briefly noting Harry's fine suit. "Under normal circumstances, one may exchange only 50 galleons per year. Hogwarts students are permitted to convert 100 galleons annually. It appears I require no assistance from you," Harry stated as he approached the exchange counter, producing a powder blue rabbit wallet and placing it firmly on the countertop. "You there?" He directed at the elf behind the counter. "Come here and exchange 100 galleons for me." Dumbledore glanced over and inadvertently spotted a striking photograph of a young woman, adorned with a lip print. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could this boy, in his desperation, be seeking a wealthy benefactor? Dumbledore felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, a rare sensation. What a travesty! The elf eyed the wallet with disdain, muttering, "Just another pile of worthless paper. This exchange agreement ought to be abolished." "What is your attitude?" Harry glared at the elf, demanding, "Can you do it or not?" Dumbledore stepped forward slowly, grasping Harry's arm and murmuring, "All right, Harry, do not stoop to its level." Smoothing over the situation, he produced his wand and rapped the counter with authority. "Attend to this promptly. I still need to take this child to procure a wand." "Who are you, Mr. Dumbledore?" "Welcome. We shall attend to you immediately." The elf's words faltered mid-sentence as it raised its gaze to Dumbledore, its demeanor shifting instantly to one of obsequiousness, as if it were a scruffy dog kept in a backyard. The elf suddenly recognized Harry's face, discreetly retrieving a newspaper from beneath the counter. Upon glancing at it, the realization struck. The boy it had previously mocked was, in fact, the savior. The elf's demeanor transformed, its service growing increasingly attentive. Harry turned his attention away from the fairies and began to survey his surroundings with his striking golden eyes. Before him unfolded a scene brimming with flowing energy. Most of the fairies possessed an abundance of energy, nearly on par with that of adult wizards. However, in terms of quality, it fell considerably short, lacking the same purity. Harry's gaze lingered, and he soon noticed an individual who was impossible to overlook. This person was clutching a round, plump energy orb, its power rivaling that of 3 or 4 fully grown wizards combined. Could it truly be that someone had the audacity to attempt to heist at Gringotts? "Sir, here are your 100 galleons, along with your wallet. Please take care of them," the goblin respectfully offered as he extended the items to Harry. Harry murmured in acknowledgement and turned to exit Gringotts alongside Dumbledore. Dumbledore inquired, "How do you feel?" "It's hard to imagine," Harry replied. "Is it due to the operational mechanisms of Gringotts?" Dumbledore chuckled. "It is indeed quite remarkable." Harry shook his head. "No, I just have a feeling it's about to be stolen." "Impossible," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Gringotts is the safest bank in the wizarding world." "Who would have thought, Harry, that you possess quite the sense of humor?" Harry chuckled lightly. "Indeed, I was merely jesting. Perhaps by tomorrow morning, you shall encounter the news." Ahem, Dumbledore cleared his throat, glanced at his watch, and shifted the subject. "Time is of the essence. We require a wand." Harry gazed upward at the sky, a vast expanse of azure, illuminated by the brilliant sun. "Although your conversational redirection was somewhat clumsy, our thoughts align harmoniously." He eagerly anticipated the wand, believing that a wizard's quintessential instrument could, at the very least, find a precarious place within the treasury of the king. Though the royal vault remained inaccessible for the time being, accumulating treasures could never be deemed unwise. As they traversed the cobbled streets, they arrived before the wand shop. Ollivander, a name of distinction, yet the faade of the shop was dismally shabby, small, and dilapidated, with a dust-laden display case that housed but a solitary wand. Harry felt that this place resembled more of a thrift shop than a specialized store selling wizarding weapons and equipment. Indeed, even the most dismal second-hand shop of the Galleons dynasty would be 100 times more luxurious than this. "What are you staring at?" Dumbledore remarked. Noticing Harry standing there motionless, he observed the solitary old man, guarding the shop passed down through generations, yet suffering from mismanagement and an ominous twilight in his later years. Dumbledore remained silent, contemplating how this fine young boy had come to possess such a mouth. He pushed the door open and entered, ushering Harry inside with him. Harry sensed a somewhat oppressive atmosphere within the room, though it was not due to the surroundings. Harry possessed an exceptionally keen sensitivity to the flow of energy. Upon entering the room, he immediately sensed it. The space was imbued with pulsations of energy filled with watchful and anticipatory gazes fixated upon him, emanating from the very walls of the shop. As he surveyed his surroundings, he observed that the walls were lined with cabinets that reached up to the ceiling, crammed with countless long, narrow boxes. "Oh, what a perceptive young man." A gentle voice emerged from behind the counter, followed by the illumination of 2 light bulbs, casting a glow in the dim environment. "Indeed, he is remarkable," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. "Good afternoon, Ollivander. This child is in need of a wand." "Good afternoon, Albus." "Good afternoon, Mr. Potter. You are even more perceptive than your mother." As the light bulbs stepped out of the shadows, Harry discerned a pair of silver eyes, devoid of sclera, set in an aged visage. Harry was taken aback, gazing intently into Ollivander's eyes. "No, my golden eyes are a result of stealing angelic powers. From which unfortunate soul did you extract your silvery gaze?" Ollivander, unwavering in his stare, seemed to have forgotten the earlier greeting exchanged with Dumbledore. "You possess remarkable talent. Would you care to learn the art of wand-making from me?" Chapter 6. You truly have a gift for wand-making? Harry found himself intrigued. The weapon industry is notoriously lucrative, and wands, being essential tools for all, represent an extraordinary profit within that realm. Harry harbored a profound belief in the deity of wealth, transcending both time and space, and he reveled in the prospect of lucrative ventures. In this very moment, he sensed the divine figure of fortune beckoning him. The legacies of the Potter family and the venerable Dumbledore could be cast aside. Mastering this lucrative enterprise would surely lead to untold riches overnight. With boundless wealth at his fingertips, the alchemical reactions he sought would soon be within reach. What a true manifestation of financial prowess. Harry strikes a confident pose. Once he unlocked the gates to the treasury of kings, not only would vengeance be within his grasp, but he envisioned the dawn of a new Potter dynasty in England. As Harry felt the impending drool escape his lips, it was as though he had stumbled upon a hidden switch, swiftly regaining his composure. Every advantage carries with it an inherent disadvantage. If wands were indeed as profitable as rumored, it would be inconceivable for Diagon Alley to host only this dilapidated wand shop. Clearly, there was something amiss. Dumbledore, observing Harry's rapid change in expression, grew increasingly concerned that the hardships of his childhood might have left a mark on the boy's psyche. In such a case, he would have to slap himself awake each night. However, setting aside the matter of mental stability, Dumbledore believed that a wand-making Harry was far preferable to a financially desperate Harry. Thus, he spoke. "Mr. Ollivander is one of the 3 great wand masters of Europe. Many foreigners flock to London to procure wands crafted by him. You will undoubtedly learn the finest wand-making techniques here." Yet, Dumbledore's words only served to extinguish any flicker of interest in Harry. With the 3 great wand masters reduced to this state, what chance did a novice like him have to rise above? Was he out of his mind? He feared that he might perish before the wands in this shop were sold. Harry, upon realizing this, quickly changed his tone. "Mr. Ollivander, I must confess my fondness for wand-making, yet my time is consumed with my studies at Hogwarts, so perhaps we should set this matter aside." Ollivander felt a twinge of disappointment, but he was not easily dissuaded. In this age, finding a student adept in wand crafting is no simple task. It requires not only innate talent but also a fortunate background, for without such advantages, aspiring wand makers may perish before they ever achieve greatness in their craft. Harry possesses both innate talent and a prosperous background. A true heir such as he is a rarity indeed. Should one miss this opportunity today? The prospect of deceiving oneself into believing that it can be recaptured in the future is utterly futile. Such thoughts are surely in vain. Ollivander, pondering this, stretched his weary legs and hastened towards Harry, grasping his hand earnestly. "My young friend," he said with sincerity, "do not be hasty in your refusal. While mastering the art of magic is undeniably vital, it is equally essential to comprehend the significance of the wand. A wizard who lacks an understanding of his wand cannot be deemed a true sorcerer. Much like a chef who is oblivious to the nuances of fine cuisine cannot be regarded as a skilled cook." Harry chuckled to himself. This truly was an attempt to bamboozle someone into submission. If that were the case, should I not also be proficient in riding a horse, feeding it, and even attending to its hooves? Harry pushed aside Ollivander's hand, exclaiming, "I have limited time. There are always those with greater talent than I." Ollivander gritted his teeth. Realizing this young man was resolute in his determination, he yearned to abduct Harry, yet the very nature of Harry's identity prevented him from doing so. Otherwise, the next day, his wand shop would be besieged by furious wizards. Best to foster a good rapport, he thought, albeit with great reluctance. Why, oh why, did such a gifted child show no desire to learn the art of wand making? Ultimately, he sighed deeply and spoke earnestly. "Child, this door will forever remain open to you. Allow me to present you with a wand that is most suited to you. Trust me, I shall find the finest for you." Contemplating, Ollivander turned and rummaged through the shelves, finally retrieving a box. "Try this one," he said, a wand of birch with the heartstring of a fire dragon, measuring 13.5 inches. Harry took the wand, feeling its essence, pure, stubborn, powerful, and proud. Yet, after trembling in his grasp for a moment, it became astonishingly docile. With a gentle flick, a red light erupted, accompanied by a soft breeze. Ollivander was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of surprise, his tone rising. How curious. The tenacity of the yew, the formidable and proud heart of the dragon should ideally harmonize with Harry, achieving greatness together. Yet now, why does it appear as meek as a quail? Where is your audacity before me? Rise up. This is disgraceful. Gritting his teeth, he snatched the wand back. But instead of returning it, he set it aside and handed Harry another wand. Try this one. Holly wood, phoenix feather, 11 inches. The core of this wand and that of the Dark Lord's wand originate from the same phoenix. They are twin brothers, I believe. Under the influence of fate, Harry listened to Ollivander's incessant chatter, feeling the wand's response. This wand also quivered momentarily, but soon became obedient. With a flourish, a brilliant red light flashed. Bang! The wand exploded. Indeed, it detonated. Ollivander exhaled a cloud of black smoke. His dark face was illuminated only by his bulging eyes and gleaming white teeth. He mumbled in a peculiar manner to ease the awkwardness. How very strange. It appears that you have undergone a significant upheaval in your past, which has caused your destiny to take a sudden turn. Allow me to search again. He climbed the ladder once more, retrieving a dust-laden box, and handed it to Harry. Try this one. Harry took the wand, and, after a swift flick, it was quickly snatched away by Ollivander. Curiously, he began to experiment with the wand made of cherry wood, vine, and walnut. In the blink of an eye, time had passed, and the wands Harry had tried had formed a small pile upon the table. Harry cleared his throat, and as a keen alchemist, he sensed an undeniable connection with the wand displayed in the shop window. How could Ollivander, one of the 3 esteemed wand makers, have overlooked this? He turned and retrieved the wand from the showcase, declaring, "This one, indeed, I can feel its anticipation." Ollivander shook his head, sensing that this one might not suit Harry. Yet he refrained from intervening. After observing Harry's moment of frustration, he sought his counsel. Following Ollivander's insightful explanation, Harry resolved to become his apprentice, embarking on a journey to master the art of wand making. Meanwhile, Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully, sensing a distinct aura of Galleons emanating from the wand. Harry waved his wand, and magic surged from his entire being to the tips of his fingers, rushing into the wand. Boom! A dazzling golden light illuminated the entire wand shop, causing Dumbledore and Ollivander to shield their eyes, as if in that moment they had departed this place and entered the most opulent vault of Gringotts, surrounded by the aura of Galleons. Ollivander's eyes widened in astonishment as he rushed to Harry's side. "Incredible! You truly possess a remarkable talent for wand making," he exclaimed, shuffling around Harry, marveling at the exquisite compatibility between the wizard and the wand. This was a genuine mutual connection. Yet, he could not fathom the reason behind such a phenomenon. A restless curiosity gnawed at him, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Young man, could you share the reason for your choice of this wand?" Chapter 7. Unprecedented Declaration. Harry pondered for a few moments before lifting his gaze and uttering, "Destiny." The most crucial factor that rendered this wand suitable for him did not lie in its material composition, but rather in its essence. It bore witness to the passage of wealth and the rise and fall of establishments, standing as a symbol of commerce. Is that so? Ha ha ha, indeed. The god of wealth has always been watching over me. Harry places his hands on his hips. However, he preferred not to elaborate, sensing Dumbledore's desire. The Guardian wished to prevent him from becoming obsessed with power and riches. Having renounced money, he felt clear-headed and invigorated, albeit with a lingering disinterest in life. As for him, he could not extract the treasure of a king to reduce the Guardian to mere scraps. All he could do was accept fate. Indeed, fate. Upon hearing the words fate, Ollivander was immensely thrilled and engaged Harry in conversation for quite some time. Only when dusk fell and the lights of Diagon Alley flickered to life did he allow Harry to depart. He held a fondness for you. You are a fine individual. Dumbledore closed the door, adding, "More importantly, you possess a remarkable talent for wand-making. If possible, I hope you can study wand craftsmanship with Mr. Ollivander for a while before school begins." "Guardian, you have misspoken." Harry halted his steps. Dumbledore listened intently, eager to discern Harry's thoughts, just like in matters of affection. "If she has an affection for you, and is a wonderful person, must you reciprocate and be with her?" Harry queried. "If you were talented at potato digging, must you go to Siberia to dig potatoes?" "These are not the crux of the matter, Guardian. What matters is that you must know what you truly desire and dedicate your life to it wholeheartedly." "Guardian." Harry raised his hand, standing on tiptoe, and playfully patted Dumbledore's shoulder. "You are still too young. Live a few more years to gain some life experience." Dumbledore fell silent, pondering, "Am I too young?" Yet he could not deny that Harry's words held considerable wisdom. Sighing inwardly, he gazed up at the sky. "Tomorrow, let us explore Diagon Alley thoroughly and help you discover your true passion," Dumbledore declared. "Today, you still have much to purchase. Go to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to acquire your uniform while I procure other essentials for you." Harry nodded, aside from a slight inclination towards possessiveness. His guardian was quite satisfactory and deemed acceptable. He planned to meet later at the Leaky Cauldron, which, as he had heard, offered commendable accommodations. This was the refuge Harry had chosen after departing from Privet Drive. Dumbledore observed Harry's retreating figure, his gaze momentarily vacant, as he felt an echo of many shadows within the young boy. Perhaps it is said that brilliance often bears resemblance. He gently shook his head, dismissing further contemplation, and turned towards Flourish and Blots, intending to procure some books as birthday gifts for Harry. It was a 10-year debt regarding the boy's birthday. A rather egotistical oversight on my part. Dumbledore's voice trailed off with the breeze as Harry halted at the entrance of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Glancing back at the bustling throng of Diagon Alley, where only the solitary old man stood in solitude. How pitiful. Perhaps his demeanor has led even his family to shun communication with him? A few more years of life might enhance his emotional intelligence. Oblivious to the depths of his own social aptitude, he turned and stepped into the robe shop. Madame Malkin, a short and plump witch, greeted him with a warm smile. Clad in a robe of purple. "What a fine young man you are. Here for Hogwarts uniforms, my dear." Without waiting for Harry to respond, she continued. "We have plenty in stock. In fact, there's a young gentleman trying on robes inside at this very moment." Harry's eyes sparkled. The ambience of the shop was quite delightful, and Madame Moak was exceptionally articulate. It was no small feat. At last, he had encountered a proprietor of sound character. Harry became graceful and spoke. "Indeed, I require a tailored set of Hogwarts school robes. I am quite fond of your shop. May I wander freely?" "Of course." Madame Malkin chuckled, following closely behind Harry. Although the exterior of the robes may be fixed, they always conceal delightful surprises within. Harry felt increasingly satisfied as he curiously perused several exhibits. Indeed, as Madame Malkin had mentioned, the fabrics showcased distinctive designs, such as heat insulation, while the materials were subtly crafted to elevate the buyer's demeanor. Overall, the collection nearly encompassed all the needs of young wizards, making it hardly surprising that such a shop would thrive. Having explored the shop to his satisfaction, Harry's attention was drawn to the back, where a pale and emaciated young man stood upon a stool, while a witch deftly pinned his black robe. Madame Malkin, noticing that Harry had finished his browsing, approached another stool and beckoned to him. Come here. It is not every day that one encounters such a handsome young gentleman. Allow me to assist you in designing a splendid set of robes." Harry approached and stood on the footstool, while Madame Malkin gracefully removed his coat with her fingers, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, layering various fabrics upon him. The insulating materials were quite satisfactory, and I particularly admired the design of the cuffs and collar from the previous collections. Madame Malkin accompanied Harry throughout, instinctively aware of his desires, nodding in approval. "What an exceptionally discerning eye you possess." Harry nodded slightly, his attention primarily focused on Madame Malkin. He knew that he would soon be opening his own shop. Every commercial empire begins from humble beginnings. If he could recruit a talent like Madame Malkin to his cause, it would be a tremendous advantage. However, after patting his pocket, he dismissed such extravagant thoughts. As he pondered ways to earn his first fortune before the school year commenced, an unsettling voice interrupted his musings. "Hello, are you also heading to Hogwarts?" Harry turned his head to glance at the young man and let out a soft hum. "You are of the same ilk as I, are you not?" The young man's words left Harry perplexed. What did he mean by ilk? He was unaware of the stranger's name and had little interest in engaging. However, the young man was clearly unwilling to let the conversation fade, continuing. "Your demeanor suggests noble lineage, and your eyes are quite striking, yet your taste is rather poor, donning Muggle attire. Which family do you hail from?" Harry cast a glance at the young man, whose platinum slicked-back hair glistened with oil. "How dare you criticize me?" He dismissed the remark. Yet the young man persisted with a drawn-out tone, slowly rambling on. "I maintain that the school should not admit unconventional students. Do you not agree? They are different. They have never received an education like mine and are oblivious to our world. Consider this. Some of them had never even heard of Hogwarts before receiving their acceptance letters. I believe the institution ought to limit its admissions to those hailing from ancient wizarding families. These unconventional individuals are the dregs, tainting the sanctity of Hogwarts." What audacious words! Are you implying that someone like me is unworthy of an education? Am I the dregs? Am I refuse? In the Gallions dynasty, Harry Potter was also known for his notorious temper, daring to petition for battle against Shurima while wielding the royal treasury, ready to confront his ear. It was merely a matter of whether the royal treasury would be at his disposal. Had he realized he could not best Dumbledore, he would have turned hostile much sooner. Brandishing the treasury and pointing at Dumbledore's face, questioning, "Old Dumb, do you dare refuse my inheritance? Are you tired of living?" The young man before him, though youthful, had already resorted to mockery. He felt compelled to respond. Just then, Mrs. Mokin and the shop assistant simultaneously announced that they were ready for the trial. Harry stood before the standing mirror, casting a glance at his wizarding robes, which he found quite appealing. Although they lacked the sharp elegance of a bespoke suit, they possessed an air of mystery and cool detachment. After settling the payment, he intended to stop the young man, only to be surprised when the young man preemptively halted him. Harry looked down with disdain, his golden eyes devoid of whites, fixing his gaze upon the young man. "Is there something you wish to convey, filth?" Chapter 8. One less not as unacceptable filth? The young man pointed to himself, snorting through his nostrils. "I am Malfoy. Draco Malfoy, the future heir of the Malfoy family, one of the 28 pure-blood families. My father is a governor, and you, scum, dare to label me as filth?" Harry scoffed. "Oh, impressive. You actually managed to elevate the Malfoy family to the ranks of the Sacred 28, and you even got your father appointed as a school governor." At that moment, Malfoy's face flushed crimson. "What do you know?" Malfoy retorted, visibly rattled. "I am the heir of the Malfoy lineage. All these accolades are rightfully mine. So, did you truly elevate the Malfoy family to the Sacred 28? Or was it your influence that secured your father's position as a governor?" Harry, with his arms crossed, cast a mocking glance at Malfoy, questioning whether such fortunate lineage was truly worthy of boasting. Harry ripped away the proud facade that Draco Malfoy clung to. "In your childish demeanor, I perceive not a trace of noble qualities. How has your family raised you? I truly pity your lineage. It seems that your generation may herald its downfall. Come forth, Malfoy, if you can no longer endure this." Pointing to the vacant space outside the shop, he challenged, "Let us duel. Whoever falters shall be deemed the worthless one." Harry was indifferent. "Let's go. You set the rules. I'll do as I please." Malfoy, with a mocking expression, briefly outlined the rules of the duel to Harry. The two then stood by the roadside, raising their wands. "For Merlin's sake, I shall grant you a chance. When I emerge victorious, you shall serve as my follower," Malfoy declared, holding his head high. Harry nodded. "All right. What are you willing to wager?" Malfoy paused, then shook his head and chuckled. "Do you truly believe you can prevail? You are utterly oblivious to the rules of dueling. You must be a mere muggle-born New to the magical realm, Harry gazed calmly at Malfoy, his radiant golden eyes instilling a profound sense of pressure within Malfoy. This weight of pressure filled Malfoy with humiliation. Gritting his teeth as he declared, "If you win, I shall do whatever you command." Harry chuckled. "I've won. You shall serve as my subordinate. You filthy mudblood. Do you expect me to be your lackey?" Malfoy shrieked, feeling that Harry had lost his mind. Yet, he was more eager than ever to teach Harry a harsh lesson. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Fine, if you can indeed win." He was a meticulously trained elite wizard from the Malfoy lineage, while the person before him had not even heard of Hogwarts until receiving the letter. With such circumstances, how could he possibly lose? The duel commenced. As Harry adhered to Malfoy's prescribed rules, they simultaneously turned their heads and walked in the opposite direction. To count down from 3, Malfoy faltered. Before he could utter one, he turned back, brandishing his wand. Lacarnum Inflammary. However, before Malfoy could complete his incantation, Harry swiftly pivoted. Raising his hand slightly, a burst of alchemical projectiles materialized in his palm, hurtling towards Malfoy. Before Malfoy could even react, he was struck by the barrage, immobilized in place. With a flick of his wrist, Harry sent Malfoy crashing violently into the wall. The sound of flesh colliding with brick echoed through the air as Malfoy slid down the wall, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Truly, he cannot withstand a proper confrontation, Harry mused, shaking his head as he approached. He crouched down, extending his hand. Wake up. Slap, slap, slap. Wake up. Slap, slap, slap. When Malfoy finally opened his eyes again, he found Harry squatting before him, relentlessly striking his face. "Stop, stop, stop!" Malfoy exclaimed, hastily grasping Harry's hand. "You filthy mudblood. Do you dare to strike me?" Harry furrowed his brow, delivering yet another slap. "Lackey, be mindful of your station. What are you attempting to do?" "My father, are you having second thoughts?" Harry's expression turned icy. A devout believer in the deity of wealth, he held contracts in high regard and harbored a profound disdain for those who breach their promises. "If you dare to deny your loss, I shall show you the meaning of cruelty." Malfoy wilted, his lips quivering, falling silent, though he was arrogant and steadfast in his belief of blood purity. Looking down upon muggles and wizards of muggle descent, he was also astute enough to recognize the tides of circumstance and prioritize his own safety. He could not contend with Harry, persisting would surely lead to disaster. Besides, given that he had already gambled, failing to uphold his end would be quite disgraceful. Indeed, it was merely for the sake of his pride that Malfoy cared. He was not afraid of you. Just as he was about to concede grudgingly, a brilliant beam of light shot forth. Harry deftly evaded the attack, squinting towards a man approaching in the distance. He wielded a cane, his hair a pale gold, eyes a chilling gray-white, and his complexion even paler than that of a corpse. "What are you doing to my son?" the man inquired darkly. "Father, help me," Malfoy pleaded. "Ah, the father of Malfoy, the school governor. Your son engaged me in a duel and, having lost, is bound by our wager to serve as my subordinate in the future." Harry rose to his feet, clutching an alchemical projectile in his hand. Lucius Malfoy, his father, cast a glance at his son and, within mere seconds, determined that the young man before him was indeed truthful. A wager had been made, and his son had lost. "How long have I been away? You, young man, have already engaged in a duel with someone else, and lost, no less. What a disgrace!" For a fleeting moment, a hint of color flushed Lucius's pale visage. Just as he prepared to voice his discontent, the young man made a sudden move. An alchemical projectile was launched toward him, which he did not evade, opting instead to shatter it with magic. Yet upon completing this act, Lucius's expression shifted. He had just realized that the young man had not uttered an incantation. He had not wielded a wand. Silent spell casting and wandless magic at such a young age. What sort of prodigy is this? Whose child are you? His tone softened considerably. A child with such remarkable talent was undoubtedly extraordinary. The earlier incident could be deemed a sneak attack, and if it escalated, it would reflect poorly on the Malfoy family. That aside, we must now discuss compensation and the terms of your son's wager. Harry was acutely aware of the situation at hand. Although he possessed a tempestuous nature, he was remarkably adept at discerning the opportune moment. To abduct another's son as a subordinate in the presence of his father would be tantamount to a blatant display of insolence. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise in some obscure alley before unlocking the treasures of the king. Rather than forcibly conscripting Malfoy as an attendant, it would be far more prudent to seize this opportunity to extort a sum of gold from his father. Upon hearing this, Lucius sighed in relief. He found himself uncertain of the boy's background, and a compensation would be most welcome. I can offer you 50 galleons as restitution. As for the rest—" Harry interrupted him. "Do I appear to be begging, Mr. Malfoy? 200 galleons, not a canute less." Harry's lion-hearted generosity was truly remarkable. 200 galleons was no trifling sum, equivalent to the annual earnings of 4 wizards. Lucius hesitated momentarily before conceding with a nod, gritting his teeth in acceptance. "Furthermore, if you wish to prevent your son from becoming my subordinate, you may exchange galleons for his freedom," Harry exclaimed, extending his hand with 5 fingers splayed. And then lowering one. "For 1,000 galleons? Are you out of your mind? This is merely a wager, my dear child, a wager." Chapter 9. There is something scratching at my mind. Harry maintained an impassive expression, initially desiring 400 galleons, but observing Lucius's demeanor, he realized it must be less. What is this sacred 28? Is that the name? Truly affluent, indeed. It must be struck hard. Perhaps from this, I might extract the key to my treasury. Just 4,000, not a single canute less. Lucius's countenance shifted. After all, 4,000 galleons was no trifling sum. Especially when the latest model of the Firebolt 2000 cost just over 1,000 galleons. Such wealth could easily suffice to acquire 3 of them for his son. Very well. I shall provide you with the amount, but I have only. Harry was unwilling to delay. Money that had not yet been received was not truly his own. And thus the father and son duo might very well renege on their obligations. Your son is in my custody, and Gringotts has yet to close. If you genuinely care for him, it would be prudent to act swiftly. Harry narrowed his eyes, adding, "Otherwise, I would not hesitate to do things to him that you would rather not envision." Lucius silently cursed Harry, calling him a wretched creature. Yet his body betrayed him as he turned and sprinted towards Gringotts. In less than 10 minutes, Lucius returned. "He is inside. Return my son to me," he panted, tossing a bag towards Harry. Harry picked up the bag from the ground, appearing calm on the surface, yet astonished within at the thought that such a small pouch could contain 4,200 galleons. If only the treasury of the king could be expanded in such a manner. With a swift motion, he delved into the bag, ensuring that the ransom remained intact. He then kicked Draco Malfoy and, clutching the bag, strode purposefully towards the leaky cauldron without a backward glance. Lucius observed Harry's retreating figure before seizing Draco by the scruff of his neck and lifting him up. "Draco Malfoy, you dare to engage in a duel right after my departure and come away defeated? A father's concern. You must always remember that you are the face of our family, representing the honor of the Malfoy lineage. You are to attend Hogwarts this year. And should you fail to excel beyond your peers, you must understand the consequences. And then there is Harry Potter. He too will be enrolling this year. You know what is expected of you." Poor Draco, already crushed by Harry's prowess, nodded in confusion as he was led away by Lucius. Harry entered the leaky cauldron, clutching a pouch of gold, and immediately noticed the excessive clutter surrounding Dumbledore. Beside the table lay a cart, laden with an eclectic assortment of books, atop which sat a small bag filled with a brass telescope and other trinkets. On the table before him, alongside a mug of butterbeer and a can of cockroaches, was a cage containing a snowy owl. "Harry, over here," Dumbledore beckoned, and as Harry approached, he dropped the pouch onto the table with a thud. Dumbledore's keen eye quickly recognized the distinctive goblin insignia on the pouch, which was enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, suggesting it contained a considerable sum. Yet, how could Harry possess such wealth without the key to a vault? "I want it in a duel," Harry replied casually, glancing at the stack of books in the cart. Raising an eyebrow, he pointed to the price tag on one of the books. "I'm not sure my money would suffice for these. This is your birthday gift from me. Along with this," Dumbledore said, pushing the cage toward Harry with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The little creature inside was quite exquisite, and Harry felt an immediate fondness for the owl. "What is its name?" "It has yet to be named," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Naming it is a form of contract. Only when you bestow a name upon it will it truly become your companion." Harry was aware of the caliber of his own naming abilities as he rose to rummage through the shopping cart for books. "Ah, the history of magic. A splendid choice. It shall be yours. Those who are renowned in history must surely possess admirable names." After a considerable search, Harry declared, "I shall name you Hedwig." Soon, he once again experienced the extraordinary nature of magic. Under the keen perception of his alchemical prowess, a thread of mysterious power wafted from Hedwig, ultimately merging with his own being. Is this what one calls a contract? Quite intriguing. Harry was quite pleased with the gift. Returning the history of magic to its place while playfully teasing Hedwig, Dumbledore felt a sense of dissonance and could not help but inquire. "The Dursleys would never bestow gifts upon you, yet it seems this is not the first time you have received one?" At last, He sensed the source of his perplexity. Although he had never been by Harry's side throughout the past 11 years, he was well acquainted with all of Harry's experiences, even recounting them to another. Yet, at this very moment, and indeed throughout the entire day, Harry's demeanor was in stark contrast to the impression he had formed. This was decidedly unusual. Harry paused momentarily, withdrawing his gaze from Hedwig to look up at Dumbledore. Please refrain from employing any peculiar magic on me. I can sense that thread pricking at my mind. Dumbledore, somewhat flustered, retracted his legitimacy. Typically, he would not elevate his legitimacy to the level of extracting memories, merely using it to perceive the emotions of others. The magical fluctuations were quite subtle, often imperceptible to many adult wizards, yet Harry had seen through it. Such keen perception. Mr. Dumbledore, there is no need to tear open my scars. The bloodied side is rather unpleasant, and I would rather not revisit my days at the Dursleys. Harry teased Hedwig. After all, today is my birthday. Isn't it better to be cheerful? When Harry received the gift, a wave of joy washed over him, transporting him back to the cherished moments spent with Professor Renata. Although he had never experienced familial affection from the Dursleys, Professor Renata had mended his childhood, adolescence, and youth, even before he had the chance to reach middle age. Alas, it is lamentable that such blissful times always seem to pass swiftly, utterly disrupted by Dumbledore. He retrieved a substantial amount of gold galleons from his pouch, placing them upon the table, forming a modest pile. Guardian, he began, this is our first encounter, and I ought not to accept such a precious gift from you. This should suffice as repayment. I wish you a splendid evening ahead. After Harry spoke, he placed the pouch of coins into the cart, lifted the owl cage, and pushed the cart to the counter to book a room. Following the attendant's lead, he ascended the stairs, leaving Dumbledore behind, sipping his butterbeer. What do you think, mate? Diggory emerged from the corner, taking a seat where Harry had just been. Dumbledore gazed in the direction Harry had departed, his expression tinged with sorrow. I was mistaken. I should never have left him in that home. Even for the sake of that ancient magic, it would have been better to place him in McGonagall's care or even raise him myself. There must have been a way to ensure his protection, shielding him from notoriety while allowing him to grow up happily. It seems you finally come to that realization, Diggory remarked. And what about Lupin? That werewolf once risked his life for you, yet now he struggles to make ends meet, starving in that wretched place, Nocturne Alley. And then there's Harsel. After his death, his wife runs a shop there alone, burdened with a child. You know how dreadful that place is. There are so many, mate. Far more than just Potter. It's merely that he presented himself before you, bloodied and raw. Dumbledore's posture slumped as he retrieved a key from his pocket and placed it on the table. Old friend, I require your assistance. This is my vault deposit from Gringotts. I need you to find a way to help them improve their lives. But please, do not disclose that it is from me. They would refuse it. Think of a method that they would accept. Diggory sighed, appearing to grasp the gravity of the situation. Dumbledore's decision to send Harry to that dreadful place may have been influenced by these individuals. It is understandable. They were all heroes of yesteryears, proud and steadfast. Who among them would willingly accept charity? In his flurry, Dumbledore had chosen to treat Harry as the greatest hero, believing him to be the one who needed help the least, the strongest of them all. Of course, he further suspected that Dumbledore's reluctance to retrieve Harry might be linked to the Dark Lord. It was said that Dumbledore had long regretted bringing the Dark Lord out of that orphanage, allowing him to taste the allure of fame and power. He understood Dumbledore, yet he empathized even more with Potter. Why should Potter suffer so much because of you? It was your fault. Now that you regret it, be prepared to make amends. Diggory realized that perhaps in the future, he would serve as the bridge between Dumbledore and Potter. Chapter 10. The Post-War Foundation. In the following month, Harry scarcely found rest. Deep down, he yearned to indulge in the comforts of his surroundings. The bed in his room was exceedingly comfortable, the oak furniture polished to a shine, and the fireplace crackled with a cheerful blaze. However, the inheritance remained unclaimed, the blood feud unresolved, and he could not amass the requisite 4,000 galleons for the key to the treasure vault. Thus, he had to forsake his comfort zone and muster his resolve. Harry devoted most of his energy to perusing the essential books for first-year students, ensuring that by the end of the year, he could achieve an overall grade of O, fulfilling his agreement with Dumbledore to reclaim his inheritance. After thoroughly reading standard spells, Beginner's Magical Theory, and the Dark Arts, a self-defense guide for beginners, his fascination with the world of magic intensified. Magic permeated every aspect of this realm, with notable similarities between the spells wielded by wizards and the skills of mages from the Runes continent, incantations, gestures, and the mysterious intent behind them. Upon completing a history of magic and famous wizards, Harry finally grasped a general understanding of the wizarding world. Wizards, aside from their magical prowess, were almost indistinguishable from ordinary people in terms of physicality, living for several centuries. The longest-lived wizard, Nicholas Flamel, though ancient, relied on the elixir of life, appearing more like a mummified corpse in recent photographs. In contrast, mages from the Runes continent often exhibited marked physical differences. Rice had lived for over 1,000 years, traversing the entire continent, yet his appearance was even more youthful than that of Dyche. Zoe's age was indeterminate, yet she resembled Dumbledore's granddaughter. Ike, who governed time itself, could traverse both past and future, altering his physical state at will. The magic of wizards was indeed wondrous, capable not only of bestowing immense strength upon ordinary individuals but also imbued with a mysterious essence of manifestation. The first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, imprisoned in Nurmengard, could not even breach the walls around him, yet he once scorched half of Paris with his fierce flames. Although the pieces in wizard chess lacked significant power, they shared the same essence as the legendary statue Galileo. Furthermore, Harry delved into numerous advanced texts on herbology, potions, and magical creatures, discovering striking similarities between the potions crafted by wizards and his teacher's alchemical secrets regarding material composition, spiritual integration, and energy microcontrol. With the heritage passed down from Professor Renata, and merging the secret potion recipes of alchemical technology, Harry began to construct his unique potion formula chain before the holiday's end. It was not until the night before the start of the new term that he unexpectedly received a letter from Dyche. Upon opening the envelope, he found not only a thick stack of letters but also a contract. Dyche's letter was filled with concern for Harry's recent life and an explanation of the contract. He had established a post-war foundation aimed at improving the lives of wizarding families affected by the First Wizarding War. Currently, he sought like-minded friends and earnestly hoped that Harry would join him. In Dyche's view, Harry was likely to inherit his mother's talent and become a prodigious potion master. Thus, the contract served as an invitation. He would provide Harry with a shop in Diagon Alley, and in return, Harry would contribute 30 of the shop's profits to nourish the post-war foundation and assist the injured wizarding families. Dyche also wished for Harry to feel no undue pressure, encouraging him to embrace the spirit of youth and to try boldly, for failure was nothing to fear. From the words of Dyche, Harry sensed that Dyche had no genuine expectation for him to profit. This shop was merely a toy bestowed upon him by Dyche. The so-called net profit of 30 was purely a means to motivate him, silencing any excuses from his partners. Harry shook his head slightly, feeling underestimated by Digga. He eagerly anticipated the expression on Digga's face once profits were realized. He understood that once he grasped the intricacies of potion ingredients within the magical realm and fused the alchemical secrets with potion recipes, creating a unique chain of his own formulations, the revenue of this establishment would be extraordinarily formidable. A net profit of 30% would be akin to a golden goose. Logically, he ought to wait until the conclusion of his first year, reclaim his inheritance, and then acquire a shop in Diagon Alley, thereby maximizing his returns, albeit at the cost of some time. Yet, emotionally, he was reminded of his parents who perished in the war, the lightning scar lingering on his forehead, and the 11 years of suffering on Privet Drive. He recalled Digga's unwavering support upon his entry into the magical world. Thus, he yearned to contribute to the post-war foundation, aiding those similarly afflicted and assisting Digga in realizing his aspirations. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry inscribed his name upon the contract, concurrently composing a letter in response to Mr. Dyche. Dear Mr. Dyche, I am sincerely grateful for your concern regarding my life. Your character is truly commendable. Thank you for your generous support of the post-war foundation. In the future, this establishment shall allocate 35 of its net profits to the post-war foundation, and I fervently hope for the enduring nature of our friendship. Lastly, Mr. Dyche, I encourage you to anticipate the returns from this venture. They shall undoubtedly astonish you. Harry placed 2 items into an envelope, sealed it with wax, and attached it to Hedwig's leg, watching as she vanished into the depths of the night sky. The following day, at 8 o'clock, he ventured out to Charing Cross, where he found Aaron's designated vehicle. Once inside, he donned a brand new suit, and after a bumpy 2.5 hours, he arrived at King's Cross Station. The throng of people surged around him, with travelers coming and going in an endless stream. Harry had arrived. Aaron turned to him, helping him open the car door. Alas, I lack the gift of magic. Otherwise, I would surely find every possible means to immerse myself in your world. All your luggage is here, along with cigars, whiskey, a watch for a friend, and a small gift for the headmaster and professors, none of it missing. Aaron, with a satisfied smile, ruffled Harry's hair, much like an older sister sending her younger brother off to school. Harry was perplexed as to why all the kind-hearted individuals he encountered seemed to delight in tousling his hair. After all, he was a founding hero of the Galleons dynasty, the most formidable alchemist, a pupil of Queen Leonata, and a devotee of the god of wealth. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to their whims. After all, it was Aaron who had offered her hand during his most trying times, who had imparted a sense of familial warmth in this world. Harry's cheeks flushed slightly. Realizing there was no need for such preparation, everything would eventually find its purpose. Aaron playfully pinched Harry's cheeks, but suddenly recollected something important. Glancing at her watch, a frown crossed her face. She had a meeting regarding the new factory today. Remember to write to me, she urged, her voice laced with urgency. Goodbye. With that final remark, accompanied by the swift sound of a slamming door, Aaron pressed the accelerator, launching into her day. Harry gazed at the impatient train as it rushed away from the platform, only redirecting his attention once it vanished from sight. Having returned to this world for less than 2 months, he had already accumulated savings, made preliminary preparations for a potion recipe chain, acquired a potion shop in Diagon Alley, and was on the verge of finalizing the site for a collaborative project with the Grunnings Company. Everything was progressing favorably. Just wait, Voldemort. Once your grandfather gathers enough materials to unlock the Treasure of Kings, I shall obliterate your head. Harry took a deep breath, pushing the trolley as he searched for the location of Platform 9. Soon, he arrived at the wall situated between Platform 9 and Platform 10. This was the entrance. Harry gazed at the footprints and the imprints of the card upon the ground. The spacing of the steps was considerable, marked by force and urgency. The tracks resembled scars left by a swift passage. Thus, the method of traversal must involve a run-up, perhaps a collision with the wall? Chapter 11. The Prominent Incisor. Images automatically materialized in his mind as he reached the terminus of the tracks, propelling himself forward, breaching the wall. A fleeting chill washed over him, and sunlight once again poured down, while the cacophony of voices permeated his ears. Harry slightly raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight. In front of him stood a deep crimson steam train, with the circular sign for Platform 9 visible above. Surrounding him were many individuals dressed in ordinary attire, alongside a number clad in wizarding robes. Harry waved his wand, lifted his luggage, and squeezed through the crowd to present his ticket and board the train. Near the rear of the carriage, he discovered an empty compartment. Earlier that day, he had fortuitously overheard a conversation between the pub owner and a young girl, revealing that this train would not arrive at Hogwarts until evening. Thus, he sought a tranquil spot to avoid squandering the precious hours of the day. As he perused his potions notes, making revisions, the compartment door was rapped upon and, with a swift motion, it was pulled open, revealing a red-haired head peering in. Somewhat awkwardly, "Pardon my intrusion, but everywhere else is full. May I come in and sit?" Harry nodded in acknowledgement. The red-haired individual, somewhat anxious, noticed Harry engrossed in his tasks, stealthily carrying his luggage inside, striving to avoid disturbing him, yet inadvertently creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. As Harry meticulously organized his notes, he deftly retrieved his wand and with a gentle flick, his luggage floated gracefully into the corner. The red-haired boy settled down, casting a fleeting glance at Harry before promptly diverting his gaze to the window, feigning ignorance of Harry's presence. The compartment was once again enveloped in silence as the train commenced its journey. Just as Harry resolved a minor issue, he sensed something and turned to the window. A lovely little girl with red hair was waving at the train, tears streaming down her cheeks. "That was my sister, Ginny Weasley." Finally, Ron broke the silence. "I thought you were a first year. I didn't realize you were a senior." Harry shook his head with a smile. "No, I am also a freshman." "A freshman?" Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. "How did you learn magic?" "I had my brothers teach me several times, yet I could not grasp it. Magic is not difficult. Your inability to learn stems from your wand. It is simply too old." In Harry's perception, Ron's wand tucked within his sleeve resembled an elderly man half buried in the earth, each movement accompanied by a prolonged gasp. Ron hastily glanced at his sleeve to ensure the wand remained concealed, which brought him a measure of relief. "Here, take this," Harry said, extracting a wand from his Gringotts bag and tossing it to Ron. It was made of willow, crafted from unicorn hair, measuring 13.5 inches. During the holiday, he had devoted a small portion of his time to learning wand-making techniques from Ollivander, secretly crafting 13 wands to circumvent the Ministry of Magic's trace detection system. He did not wish to find himself subjected to warnings from the Ministry while using a wand during the days he would be compelled to return to Privet Drive next year. Ron was taken aback. Everything he owned was secondhand. His wand belonged to his brother Charlie. His robes were Bill's. The wizarding chess set was a legacy from their grandfather. And even his pet scabbards had been left behind by Percy. He could scarcely fathom that a newly met classmate would casually toss him a brand new wand. A wand began at 7 galleons, and his entire allowance for the semester barely amounted to a few silver sickles. Ron desperately desired it. Yet considering they had only just become acquainted, he felt it inappropriate to accept such a lavish gift. Harry noticed Ron's gaze and said, "Take it, please. I made it myself. The materials are inexpensive, and I am not a renowned wand maker, so it wouldn't fetch much. When I was a child, I often wore my cousin's old clothes, and to be honest, they never fit well." Ron was astonished. "You used to." Harry briefly described his miserable existence with the Dursleys to Ron, who felt that his own circumstances paled in comparison. "How did you manage to live after leaving home?" Ron couldn't help but inquire. Harry explained that he had engaged in a duel with a wizard, ultimately suffering defeat. However, his father was unwilling to allow him to serve as my attendant and compensated me with a sum of galleons. Ron was filled with envy, his imagination swirling with visions of himself acquiring galleons after a victorious duel. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ron Weasley." Harry introduced himself. "I am Harry Potter." Ron, newly in possession of his wand, nearly dropped it to the ground. In a flurry, he managed to catch it. His eyes wide with astonishment. "Harry Potter, is it truly you?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward the lightning-shaped scar upon Harry's forehead. Harry casually brushed aside the stray locks of hair from his forehead, revealing the lightning-shaped scar beneath. Was this the work of the Dark Lord? Indeed, it was he, Voldemort. Harry thought as he let his hair fall back into place. "Don't utter that name," Ron cautioned. "Mentioning him brings about misfortune. Is it a curse to speak his name?" Harry pondered, recalling the section on curses from the Defense Against the Dark Arts manual. Ron promptly shifted the subject. "How about we discuss Quidditch? Which team do you support? Are you aware of the latest model, the fastest Firebolt 2000? Sensing Ron's trepidation, Harry refrained from further discussing Voldemort. Instead, they engaged in light conversation about Quidditch. And with the pretext of helping each other transport their belongings each term, Harry persuaded Ron to accept the wand. He then redirected his focus to the potion recipes. Ron fiddled with the wand Harry had gifted him, a sense of fluidity washing over him. As noon approached, a few growls of hunger echoed. Ron produced a can of corned beef sandwiches that his mother had packed, offering it to Harry as a small token of gratitude for the wand. Although there was only one sandwich, and after giving it to Harry, he would have to endure hunger until the Hogwarts Express arrived at its destination, it looked quite appetizing. Harry accepted it, unwrapped the sandwich, and took a few bites, finding the taste delightful. After Harry voraciously devoured every last bite, he faintly heard a gurgling sound and lifted his gaze towards Ron. "Is that all there is?" he inquired. Ron cleared his throat, his face tinged with a subtle blush. Harry pushed open the door and cast the great summoning spell. Soon, a series of loud, crackling noises echoed down the corridor, and a woman with a charming smile and dimples opened the booth door, asking, "Darling, was there someone looking to purchase snacks just now?" Harry withdrew 20 gold galleons and purchased an abundance of snacks. After the woman departed, he began to unwrap his treasures. The flavors of the magical realm's treats were delightful, and both Harry and Ron found their appetites insatiable. Perhaps it was due to their satiation that Harry's thoughts flowed freely as he picked up various ferns and fungi to explore alternative ingredients for the Gorlisk family's alchemical potions. Ron, indulging in chocolate frogs and collecting the cards, occasionally popped a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth, chewing quietly, almost delicately. As he allowed his saliva to dissolve the beans, even the most unpalatable flavors, lest he disturb the industrious Harry. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted the moment. The door swung open forcefully, revealing a girl with thick, chestnut curls peering in. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Never lost one." Ron nearly choked on the bean that tasted of cat litter, his face flushing as his gaze inadvertently fixed upon her prominent front teeth. Harry lifted his head and glanced over, yet remained silent, his train of thought interrupted as he struggled to piece it back together. "What are you staring at?" the girl exclaimed, lifting her chin defiantly. "Stop looking and answer my question." His thoughts had completely unraveled. Chapter 12, We Shall Use Magic. "I understand, but I cannot answer your question, even if I knew where the toad was." Harry set down his quill as the sunlight poured through the window, casting a serene glow upon his tousled hair. "Ah?" The young girl was taken aback. "I believe it is paramount for you to grasp a fundamental truth. The world does not operate in such a manner. You cannot expect to have your wishes fulfilled by everyone. I apologize, madam, but I must ask you to leave. Next time you enter, Kindly remember to knock. Harry waved his wand, and an invisible force propelled the young girl out of the room, the door slamming shut with a resounding bang. Ron tore open a box of chocolate frogs and offered one to Harry, suggesting, "Would you like to have some? It might lift your spirits." Harry chuckled and shook his head. "I'm not in a particularly bad mood. It's only natural to be distracted while in the car." Ron, incredulous, replied, "You must be joking. She is capable of helping others find toads. She is a kind-hearted and enthusiastic girl, though her demeanor may be somewhat brusque. I do not wish for her to be isolated because of these imperfections." Harry picked up the quill once more, organizing his notes. After a brief moment, a knock resounded at the door, which was pushed open once again, revealing a girl's head peeking in. "I apologize for my impatience, but Neville's pet has gone missing. Please, take a seat," Harry replied, turning the quill around and gesturing to the empty spot beside him. "Do you happen to know what Neville's pet is called?" The girl hurriedly settled into her seat. "It's called Trevor. We've been searching for quite some time, but—" Harry drew forth his wand and with a delicate flick uttered, "Levioso." A beam of light flashed, and a surge of magical energy erupted from the private room. Moments later, a toad soared into the chamber, landing within an empty box of chocolate frogs. The young girl widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What manner of magic is this?" The summoning charm, indeed, is documented among the materials of the 4th level of standard incantations, where the spells Levioso and Wingardium Leviosa can be explored for further interest. Harry reached into the Gringotts bag and retrieved a standard spell of level 4, tossing it to Hermione. "Thank you," she replied, her cheeks flushing. "I am Hermione Granger." Harry nodded slightly. "I am Harry Potter, and this is my friend, Ron Weasley." After this brief introduction, silence once again enveloped the room. Harry, with one hand splayed over the commonly used potions of the 20th century and the other grasping a quill, theorized as he allowed his thoughts to manifest on the parchment. Hermione, holding a standard incantation in one hand and her wand in the other, occasionally gestured with precision. Ron, his hands occupied with a chocolate frog and a pumpkin pasty, indulged with delight, his mouth smeared with grease. Suddenly, the compartment door was swung open with a clang. Hermione's face flushed crimson as she realized how unsettling it was to be unexpectedly interrupted. A voice, elongated and inquisitive, pierced through the air. "Is Harry Potter here?" "Harry, Hermione." And Ron simultaneously turned their gazes towards the doorway. The three boys, with Harry at the forefront, recognized the familiar face of Malfoy. Malfoy, too, caught sight of Harry. And memories of their encounter in Diagon Alley surged forth, striking him with a force akin to being physically assaulted by recollection. His heart raced. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his tongue stumbled over itself. Bang! Almost instinctively, he slammed the door shut. "Do you know him?" Ron furrowed his brow, resembling someone puzzled by the absurdity of flowers adorning a pile of dung. "He's the wizard I dueled," Harry replied. Ron exhaled in relief, adding with a hint of gratitude, "Thank goodness you didn't take him on as your sidekick. The Malfoy family hardly boasts any reputable wizards. I've heard his father was even a Death Eater." "Death Eater?" Hermione and Harry echoed in unison, turning their attention to Ron. "Yes, the followers of the Dark Lord. But it seems the Malfoy family spent a significant amount of galleons to bribe the minister and clear their name," Ron shrugged. Harry and Hermione are both avid readers. Particularly Harry, who is especially well-versed in the Dark Mark due to his investigations into his enemies. However, he harbors some doubts. Given that he was once a Death Eater, how could he still serve as a governor at Hogwarts? Ron shook his head. "I'm not sure. That's just what I've heard from my family. Perhaps it's due to the substantial galleons involved? I've heard the current Minister of Magic is rather avaricious." Harry nodded slightly, distilling valuable information from Ron's words, and became aware that someone in the Weasley household held a position in the official realm. The presence of a family member in such a role, yet wielding a worn wand, indicated a commendable integrity within the family, which explained Ron's commendable upbringing. Just as he was about to speak, the door swung open once more, this time without a knock. Malfoy sauntered in, surveying the room. Seeing no sign of Potter, he remarked, "Ah, so you must be Potter. Welcome to the wizarding world. I could be your friend, though it appears you have already made 2 acquaintances." He continued with a pointed reminder, "Potter, even among wizarding families, there exists a hierarchy. The Weasleys, with their red hair, freckled faces, and numerous offspring, are hardly a support. Rather, they will likely become a burden. I trust you understand the importance of choosing your companions wisely." He extended a hand towards Harry, casting a condescending glance at Ron. Ron clenched his fists. His face flushed with indignation. Is this the sort of wizard the Malfoy family produces? Harry inquired calmly, then turned to Ron to offer an apology. Malfoy, taken aback, pointed at himself and then at Ron, incredulously exclaiming, "Apologize? For a pure-blood disgrace, you wish me to apologize? I am Malfoy, of the noble Malfoy lineage. While he is a Weasley, a most unworthy Weasley. Potter, you ought to be aware." Harry rose to his feet, his tone icy as he interrupted Malfoy. "I believe I can discern who the true scoundrel is, Malfoy." Malfoy, visibly shaken, turned to Hermione. "Granger, is this your girlfriend? It seems you have lingered in the Muggle world for far too long. A mudblood girlfriend has thoroughly tainted you. If I were you, Potter, I would tread carefully and eliminate those who are of no use to you, lest you follow the tragic path of your parents and meet a similar fate." Harry grasped the alchemical projectile, declaring, "It seems my lesson for you is insufficient." Malfoy took a step back, questioning, "What are you planning? A fight, is it? Very well. Since you refuse to recognize reason, Crabbe, Goyle, teach him a lesson, make him understand who his true friends are." Malfoy commanded his two lackeys and retreated, while they charged into the private room. The alchemical projectile was unleashed, ensnaring Goyle in place. Harry reached out, pulling him through the air, sending Goyle crashing into Crabbe. The two colliding heavily against the corridor floor, rendered unconscious. Ron swung his fist towards Malfoy, while Hermione lunged to claw at Malfoy's face. Yet Harry's second alchemical projectile was swifter. Malfoy was propelled backward, colliding with his two henchmen, falling silent. Bang! The door to the private room slammed shut once more, isolating the uproar outside. Harry sat calmly, picking up his book as if nothing had transpired. "Wizards ought to exhibit a certain elegance," he remarked with a smile. "There is no need to charge in with fists, nor to tear at others' mouths with one's hands, is there?" Hermione's cheeks flushed. She was aware of the spell to seal lips and choke, though she had yet to master it. Ron sat there, unabashedly excited, utterly fond of Harry. Whether it was the bravado in a fight or the support he displayed before Malfoy. Chapter 13. Malfoy, I am utterly thrilled. The climate of Great Britain is damp and chilly. As Harry stepped onto the platform, the sky crackled with silvery lightning, and rain poured down in torrents. A dim oil lamp flickered amidst the tempestuous night. First year students, come this way. We are to embark on a boat to traverse the Black Lake." Harry glanced over, observing a giant figure that appeared somewhat rugged and unkempt, yet possessed a gaze that was clear and gentle. He followed closely behind the giant, traversing the narrow path until they reached the lakeside, where they boarded a small boat. As they glided across the mirror-like surface of the lake, he ducked to evade the ancient vines that sprawled above him, and suddenly, a breathtaking view unfolded before him. An ancient castle stood majestically upon the heights, shimmering with a warm, golden light. Harry's clenched fist was concealed beneath his wizarding robe, as he had long anticipated this day. He yearned to reclaim the inheritance overseen by Dumbledore and to pursue the pinnacle of magic within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts Library, under the guidance of a giant. They arrived before the castle, where they encountered the formidable Professor McGonagall, who ushered them into a waiting room. Accompanying them were Hermione and Ron, who clutched Neville, anxious that he might lose yet another toad and incur McGonagall's wrath. Fortunately, after a brief explanation from Professor McGonagall, she hurried away. Ron exhaled in relief, his gaze lingering on Harry, who had quickly become a cherished friend. Harry not only treated him to snacks, but also gifted him a new wand and helped him decisively confront Malfoy. Most significantly, Ron felt a sense of validation from Harry, who had compelled Malfoy to apologize on his behalf. Yet, Ron lamented that he had yet to do anything for Harry. Even the agreed-upon task of carrying luggage had been performed by a house elf, delivering it to their dormitory. "I really hope we get sorted into the same house," he remarked. "How could they possibly determine which house we belong to?" Hermione pondered, visibly conflicted. Ron interjected, "I suppose it must involve some sort of test. My brother says it's quite daunting, but I think he was jesting." "Your brother is not mistaken," Neville shivered, his face pale with fear. "My uncle said we might have to face a dragon." Hermione and Ron's faces drained of color. "Don't worry too much. It's just a small assessment." Harry reassured them softly. "You ought to read more. The alchemy text clearly described the sorting hat used at Hogwarts." "You actually studied alchemy?" Hermione exclaimed, her face lighting up as she tilted her head at Harry, bewildered after her extensive reading. "Well, I skimmed through it during the holidays," Harry replied casually. According to the texts, the sorting hat would suggest houses based on each wizard's characteristics. The daring would be placed in Gryffindor, the studious in Ravenclaw, the pure-blood indoctrinated in Slytherin, and the remaining in Hufflepuff. Of course, if one strongly resisted, the hat would also consider their preferences, though such instances were rare. Upon hearing Harry's words, the trio sighed in unison. I want to go to Gryffindor, Ron declared. Harry, will you be in Gryffindor? If you go, I can join you. Harry shrugged. No matter which house we end up in, the knowledge will be the same. Ron, invigorated, slung an arm around Harry's shoulder. Harry glanced once more at Neville. Neville, are you heading to Gryffindor? Huh? Neville looked up, half believing he had misheard. The pot of flowers you showed me on the train was remarkably lush. You possess a remarkable talent for cultivation. In the future, I will be testing potion recipes, and I require your assistance in selecting and nurturing the herbs. Of course, I shall compensate you for your efforts. However, it may pose some challenges if we are not in the same house. Neville's eyes sparkled with excitement. Throughout his life, he often felt overlooked and seldom needed by anyone, not even by his beloved grandmother, who rarely offered him praise. Harry was the first to proactively seek his assistance. In truth, I have always yearned to join Gryffindor, Neville murmured, dismissing the matter of salary. Hermione observed the three of them, her head held high. Her eyes shimmering with anticipation as she proudly inquired, Do you wish for me to join Gryffindor? You? Harry scrutinized Hermione for a moment, then remarked, You can forget about it. What do you mean? What's wrong with me? Hermione felt a pang in her heart. She was slightly hurt, sensing a feeling of being abandoned by her friends. Draco had been attentively observing the unfolding scene, and upon hearing the commotion between Harry and Hermione, he was thrilled. He swiftly approached Harry, ready to launch a few barbs at Hermione and Ron before embracing Harry, intending to earnestly impart his invaluable theories. I have never looked down upon you, Miss Granger. Harry's words rendered Malfoy completely motionless. His outstretched hand traced an arc through the air before retracting naturally, and he hastened to turn away, fleeing the scene. However, I believe you are more suited for Ravenclaw, Harry remarked. We all possess an inherent spirit of adventure and rebellion. Gryffindor is often filled with those who revel in the lively company. Throughout this journey, you incessantly recited the school rules, a sentiment that resonates with no one. With such a demeanor, you risk ostracism, perhaps even the absence of friends. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Harry. How could he remain so composed while uttering such words? After all, how long had he truly known her to dare comment on her character? Was her disposition truly so flawed? Harry gently patted Hermione's shoulder, saying, I am well aware of your character. You are kind-hearted yet proud and rigid. Choose a life that suits you, for we are not on the same path. He then took Neville and Ron by the hand and walked away, leaving Hermione standing there, her lips trembling. This was far from the savior she had envisioned. Professor McGonagall soon returned, guiding them through the doorway and into the great hall. The hall was resplendent, with a velvet black ceiling adorned with twinkling stars. Thousands of candles floated, illuminating the hall, where 4 long tables were set with gleaming golden plates and goblets. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, atop which rested the Sorting Hat. After enduring a brief, off-key tune, all the newcomers realized they need not engage in any dragon duels, nor would they be harmed. They merely needed to don the tattered hat. I will now call out the name of each student, who will then step forward to partake in the sorting ceremony, Professor McGonagall announced, grasping a long parchment scroll. Hannah Abbott. Harry glanced over, recognizing the girl he had seen earlier that morning conversing with the owner of the Leaky Cauldron. She had just taken her seat, pausing momentarily. Hufflepuff, the hat proclaimed. Before long, Harry, Ron, and Neville had all completed the sorting. Hermione pursed her lips, observing everything around her. Aside from Harry's prolonged conversation with the Sorting Hat, forcibly joining Gryffindor, both Neville and Ron naturally belonged to Gryffindor. But what of her? Would she be sorted into Ravenclaw or Gryffindor? Chapter 14. We can absolutely achieve great things. The turmoil within Hermione's heart was evident to Harry, yet he did not linger. Turning instead towards the Gryffindor table, he understood all too well that the destinies of individuals could not be intertwined. Hermione was a girl nurtured amidst the sweetness of cotton candy, her mind filled with various rules. How bothersome it would be if she were to join Gryffindor. Standing before the Gryffindor table, he was illuminated by a brilliant light, surrounded by cheers and applause. We have Potter. We have Potter. Harry sat down calmly, finding a spot for himself. The atmosphere was trivial, far less significant than the coronation of Queen Renata, rather than the cheers and applause. He was more concerned with the guest of honor seating, where a gaze that made him profoundly uncomfortable was fixed upon him. Dressed in black robes, with slicked back hair and a hooked nose, the individual stared at him with palpable disdain. Locking eyes with him intensified that loathing, almost manifesting as a dark aura emanating from the figure. This feeling of animosity was strikingly familiar, and upon reflection, It brought to mind the day he first entered Diagon Alley, when he encountered the greasy-haired, hook-nosed man who had asked Dumbledore about his eye color. Snape? Dumbledore glanced at the greasy-haired, hook-nosed man, prompting Harry to suppress his emotions and turn his head away. Yet, the discomfort lingered. His gaze traversed the guest seating from left to right, ultimately resting on a wizard adorned with a tattered cloth hat, whose eyes darted around like a thief's, yet consistently returned to him, appearing both timid and lewd. "Ron, do you know who he is?" Harry inquired, pointing at the ragged-hatted wizard. "I have no idea." "My brother has mentioned anything about the professors," Ron replied, busily polishing his wand. "I'll go ask my brother." Before long, two identical twins, both with red hair and freckled faces, squeezed through the crowd, producing a bottle of liquor from their wizarding robes and slyly pouring some into Harry's goblet. "Oh, the born Gryffindor. Please let the servants pour wine for you." The twins chimed in unison. "Great lion, lead us to greatness." Harry silently complained to himself, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Nevertheless, he took a tentative sip, and his eyes widened in surprise. It was rather delightful, spicy, and invigorating. "Thank you. The flavor is quite exquisite," he remarked, gesturing once more towards the ragged wizard. "Could you enlighten me as to who that individual is?" The twins continued to pour drinks for Harry, that is Professor Quirrell, this year, Fred and George. Suddenly, a fist came crashing down, striking the twins on the head. "How dare you bring alcohol here? Do not lead Potter astray." He snatched the bottle away, shooed the twins off, and firmly shook hands with Harry, transporting him back to the night of the Pyre Totem locomotor. It felt so surreal. "I am Percy Weasley, the head boy of Gryffindor. Fred and George are my brothers. Two mischief makers. Do not take their words too seriously. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to seek me out." "Thank you, head boy Weasley. Could you share some insights about Professor Quirrell?" Harry remained steadfast in his curiosity. Head boy Percy lifted his chin proudly. "Of course. It is my duty to assist my juniors. Professor Quirrell once taught Muggle studies before taking a leave of absence. It is said he ventured to Albania and returned this year quite mad enough to assume the role of defense against the dark arts professor, where no one has managed to survive a full academic year in peace. Last year, Professor Lockhart met his end at the hands of a blast-ended Scrit." "Thank you, head boy Weasley," Harry said with a smile. "You are truly an exemplary and responsible head boy." Following a brief compliment, head boy Percy's fondness for Harry soared, and he walked away with his head held high and a smile on his face, even forgetting to take the bottle with him. Harry picked up the bottle of wine and filled his glass to the brim, squinting towards the guest of honor's table, his curiosity about Quirrell intensifying. "What are you looking at?" A clear voice rang out beside Harry. "Don't even think about leaving me behind, Harry." Harry turned his head, and before him was an adorable little face, gazing up at him with her chin held high. "Humph, it was the sorting hat that placed me in Gryffindor. Hermione is looking up at me. Unlike you, you were the one who chose to come here. Compared to you, I am much more suited for this. Moreover, drinking is wrong," Hermione stated. "I am aware of the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters. I can assist you. My parents are dentists, and they have lawyer friends. We can explore the laws of the magical world and bring them to justice through legal means." How naive she is. If the laws of the magical realm were entirely effective, there wouldn't exist places like Knockturn Alley, nor would there have been the rise of two dark wizards, Grindelwald and Voldemort. Yet, he did not wish to dampen Hermione's spirit. Her earnest desire to help him was, after all, one of the most beautiful things in the world. "You lent me a book. We are friends, are we not?" Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. "Indeed, and from now on, I look forward to your assistance in bringing them to justice," Harry replied. "Absolutely," Hermione nodded, extending her hand to ruffle Harry's hair. Harry looked at Hermione in shock. "Is it the case that everyone wants to pat my head? Who will take responsibility for my baldness? My mother used to say that this gesture conveys warmth. Whenever I had trouble sleeping as a child, she would do just that." After Hermione finished speaking, she confiscated Harry's bottle. Harry ceased to resist, merely exhaling a sigh, while Ron and Neville stood by, grinning foolishly. The sorting ceremony concluded, the school song was sung, and dinner was finished. Dumbledore rose to address the assembly, imparting crucial reminders: to refrain from entering the Forbidden Forest, to avoid the restricted section, to abstain from casting spells in the corridors, and to steer clear of the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Hermione, with a cheerful smile, rested her chin in her hands, casting a glance at Harry, Ron, and Neville. As the feast drew to a close, Prefect Percy stood up. "First-year students, look this way. Follow me, and I shall guide you to your dormitory." Harry simultaneously rose and vigorously tousled Hermione's hair. "Huh, wait, this feels rather delightful." Harry acquired a few more items, which elicited a satisfied nod from him. Here, take this warmth with you, and be sure to get a good night's sleep. What are you going to do? Hermione inquired, clutching her disheveled hair. I'm heading back to the dormitory. Wandering about aimlessly will result in you getting lost. I am going to seek out Professor Dumbledore. There are matters that must be discussed with him. Harry sharply sensed that Quirrell was acting strangely. This evening, he would discuss the matter with Professor Dumbledore. If it were confirmed that Quirrell posed a threat, he would urge Dumbledore to eliminate him swiftly to avert any prolonged uncertainties. The founder of the Gorlisk dynasty was no mere innocent, had his strength been sufficient. Mere suspicion alone would have sufficed for him to unlock the royal treasury and vanquish Quirrell. Very well, I shall accompany you, Hermione declared. Are you all coming? We cannot allow Harry to return alone. It is far too perilous. With a chicken leg in his mouth, Ron grabbed Neville and exclaimed, Let us go. Chapter 15. This is utterly ridiculous. Harry, accompanied by his 3 companions, hurried forward to find head boy Percy. We are seeking an audience with Professor Dumbledore to discuss certain matters and will return to the dormitory later. That is not permissible, Percy replied. But seeking an audience with Professor Dumbledore, considering you have just arrived at the school, is indeed a conversation worth having. Were it anyone else? Even if it were Percy's own brother, he would have never acquiesced. Yet, this was Harry Potter, the legendary figure of the wizarding world, whose words were as melodious as they were persuasive. Percy found himself almost enamored with Harry. How could he possibly refuse? Instead, he gently reached out to ruffle Harry's hair. Although Harry managed to evade him, Percy continued to speak with warmth and kindness. Both the headmaster's office and our dormitory are located on the 8th floor. The entrance is guarded by the portrait of the fat lady, and the password is dragon pudding. Once you have concluded your conversation, please return. I shall await you in the common room. Harry kept the thought in his mind, grasping Hermione's hand, accompanied by Ron and Neville, as he turned to pursue Professor Dumbledore. Oh, Harry, Dumbledore said with a warm smile, if you have any academic concerns, feel free to come find me after class tomorrow. We have the entire afternoon ahead of us. However, you've been traveling all day and ought to return to your dormitory for a good night's rest. No. I have something of great importance I wish to discuss with you regarding Voldemort. Dumbledore paused, rubbing his forehead. Very well, it seems that until we conclude our conversation today, you will find it difficult to sleep. And what about you all? Do you have matters you wish to discuss with me? We're here to keep Harry company. Hermione said shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed. We cannot allow him to return to the dormitory alone at night. It makes us uneasy. It appeared that Harry had made a splendid group of friends. Dumbledore's smile returned as he began to lead the way. Come along, children. Is Voldemort particularly skilled in curses? Harry inquired, matching Dumbledore's pace. Many people hesitate to utter his name, and curses are indeed present in defense against the dark arts. It is hard to fathom how a professor could be gored by a pig. Dumbledore nodded. He has learned a great deal, and he is indeed capable of casting curses. However, wizards fear to speak his name more due to terror than anything else. Excellent. So it is true that curses exist in defense against the dark arts. Harry acquired crucial information, his mind clear. Following Dumbledore, he entered the headmaster's office. Dumbledore gestured for Harry and the others to take a seat, while he rummaged through drawers, eventually producing a jar of an indescribable substance filled to the brim with crawling cockroaches. A fresh heap of cockroaches. Would you like some? They taste delightful. Hermione's face paled. Neville recoiled, and Ron's expression was one of utter repulsion. Harry was a brave soul. He picked one up and gently chewed it, a spark igniting in his eyes. Professor Quirrell, once an esteemed lecturer in Muggle studies, now served in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. He must surely be a remarkable wizard. Undoubtedly. He had gained fame for his talents, possessing an extensive wealth of theoretical knowledge and a fervent desire for first-hand practical experience. Dumbledore spoke with an air of admiration. But why had Voldemort been mentioned? You once told me that Voldemort still lives, Harry sighed. I must find some allies, if he is in need of funds. I would gladly support him in our fight against Voldemort. Confidence is commendable, yet you must also secure a passing mark in all subjects and the House Cup. Alas, I cannot yet bestow that inheritance upon you. Dumbledore sensed that Harry was probing for something. Could he have seen through to the truth? That would be exceedingly perceptive. Dumbledore straightened, harboring fondness for the boy. Yet, due to certain misunderstandings, their conversations often meandered unnecessarily. Alas, it was vexing. I have read all the first-year textbooks during the holidays, Harry remarked, glancing at Hermione and the others. As for the House Cup, my friends will assist me. Harry had just consumed a cockroach pile. Therefore, did he require financial assistance? Or rather, was he in need of funds? Dumbledore replied, Regrettably, you may find it challenging to recruit him. He is not in want of money. Then never mind, Harry thought. He seems rather timid. Even if I were to recruit him, he would likely not dare to assist me. Harry made one final attempt. Do you have any milk, Professor Dumbledore? A glass of milk before bed aids in sleep. With a flick of his wand, 4 cups danced before the 4 of them, and a carton of milk floated in, filling each cup in turn. Drink up. You all have classes tomorrow. Rest well after you finish. Ron gulped his down in one go. Neville spilled some. Hermione sipped slowly, while Harry took his time. The headmaster's office was enveloped in profound silence. After 10 minutes of sipping, Harry turned to Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, do you have something to share with me? Dumbledore stroked his beard, smiling as he replied, Since you have already guessed, my dear child, I can offer you an opportunity. I believe that, if possible, you have the right to confront him. Harry paused for a moment, then chuckled softly, setting down his cup as he led Hermione and the others away. Once outside the headmaster's office, Hermione, unable to contain her curiosity, exclaimed, Harry, I didn't quite grasp what you and the headmaster were discussing. Be cautious of Professor Quirrell. He is suspect. Even Headmaster Dumbledore is aware of it, yet he chooses not to confront Quirrell at this moment, as he seeks to uncover the truth behind Voldemort's survival. Hermione looked puzzled, questioning why that was the case. Professor Quirrell appeared timid, yet since returning from Albania, he opted not to teach his area of expertise, Muggle studies, but rather the cursed defense against the dark arts class, where his predecessor had met a gruesome end at the hands of the blast-ended Skrit. Under such a harrowing circumstance, it is unlikely that a timid person would take unnecessary risks unless driven by desperation or madness. Furthermore, Quirrell, who lacks neither wealth nor reputation, has a promising future ahead. The only plausible explanation is his connection to Voldemort. He does not fear the curse, and his apparent cowardice may very well be a fade. Initially, I believed Voldemort to be residing in Albania, but Dumbledore conjectures that he is lurking right beside Quirrell. A shiver ran down Hermione's spine, sending a chill through her. Hogwarts feels exceedingly perilous. Are we truly assured this is a school and not a battlefield? Yet, does Headmaster Dumbledore genuinely place his trust in you? Harry chuckled, saying, Although I wasn't particularly fond of him before, today he spoke frankly with me, and I must admit, I have developed a slight fondness for him. Hermione felt an unsettling sense of confusion, yet her mind was already overwhelmed by Harry's thoughts. With a deep-seated fear of Hogwarts, she could only shake her head as she made her way back to the dormitory. Harry sat on the edge of his bed, gazing at the moon outside, struggling to find sleep. He closed the album resting on his knees. In the moonlight, one page displayed a yellowed, cut-out article from a nondescript newspaper, featuring 2 children standing proudly before a cauldron. One of them was his mother, while the other was a boy with slicked-back hair and a hooked nose. Chapter 16. Look over there, quickly. Where? Next to those 3 Gryffindors. The following day, as Harry stepped through the fat lady's portrait, whispers trailed closely behind him. The early rising first years formed a long line in the corridor, each straining on tiptoe to catch another glimpse of the Savior. The enrollment of the Savior had captivated the attention of every young witch and wizard at Hogwarts, each harboring their own imaginings of him. Yet, without exception, they believed that the Savior was destined for greatness, that he must possess an air of legend. However, the Savior before them seemed to have done little of note. Aside from delivering a sound thrashing to Malfoy in the carriage, they yearned for Harry to showcase more of his abilities. Little did they anticipate that, in mere minutes, their expectations would be fulfilled, transforming into sheer horror. Harry stifled a yawn as he descended the stairs of Hogwarts Castle. The staircases were ever-shifting and occasionally vanished altogether, causing even some of the upperclassmen to stumble at times. The eager first-years, keen to explore the castle during the early hours, found themselves meandering aimlessly through the corridors, as the older students were still nestled in their slumber, leaving them without guidance. However, upon Harry's arrival, the staircases seemed to exhibit an unusual obedience. They would alter their course appropriately whenever he approached, ensuring a safe and convenient passage for him. The first years trailed behind Harry, making their way directly to the Great Hall. After finishing their breakfast, they surprisingly found themselves with ample time to engage in leisurely conversations with their newly acquainted friends, occasionally casting glances at Harry. They were astonished to see him engrossed in the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. Calm, graceful, and exuding confidence, was this truly the Savior? Most of the first years gazed at Harry, their expressions reflecting something beyond mere admiration, save for the hint of rivalry from Slytherin. Harry had not yet finished reading when he felt Ron poke him. Turning his head in confusion, he noticed Ron's face was flushed crimson. Hermione appeared as pale as a ghost, and Neville seemed quite anxious. Yet, without exception, their gazes were all directed towards the Slytherin table. Harry followed their gaze and spotted a group of Slytherin first-years, their arms crossed and expressions brimming with disdain. Malfoy, how dare Potter reject the Sorting Hat, forsake Slytherin, and choose to associate with the foolish Gryffindors? One might question whether he is truly the chosen one, consorting with pure-blood traitors and Muggleborns. It is said he was raised in a Muggle household. A savior nurtured in such an environment seems rather ineffectual. Indeed, the broken Potter cannot discern good from evil. Malfoy laughed derisively. Harry put down the newspaper, having hoped that 2 painful lessons would have enlightened Malfoy to reality. Yet, it was evident that a natural chasm existed between them. Malfoy was inherently oblivious to the times. Malfoy was truly repugnant. Harry had never encountered such a loathsome individual. Whining in the shadows when one cannot obtain what they desire, is it? The incessant droning suggested that previous lessons had been utterly insufficient. Today marked the first day of school, September 2nd, and the Monday classes piqued Harry's interest. Morning lessons included history of magic, followed by herbology in the afternoon. Now, he thought, let us abandon all pretense. He rose and strode toward the Slytherin table, taking a seat directly opposite Malfoy. Malfoy, it seems you have forgotten my words, he declared. Malfoy instinctively leaned back, the memories of being beaten in Diagon Alley and the train still vivid in his mind. However, as he glanced around, he realized that today, beyond just Goyle and Crabbe, there were other Slytherin students present. Could Harry truly overcome a group of them? Harry, let us seek Professor McGonagall, Hermione urged, tugging at Harry's sleeve. The professor will punish them. We should not address this privately. It is not right. No, Ron interjected, stopping Hermione. Harry, we cannot back down. Slytherin has always been at odds with us. If we concede now, it will bring disgrace upon Gryffindor. Our entire house will be unable to hold its head high before Slytherin, and we shall become the subject of ridicule. Harry, do not be afraid. I will help you. Neville stammered, his teeth chattering. He had never been in a fight and understood that the 4 of them stood no chance against a horde of Slytherins, likely to be beaten mercilessly, or worse. Yet Harry was the first to acknowledge him, and even if it meant facing death, he would not retreat. He was determined to assist Harry. Harry patted Neville on the shoulder, signaling him to remain calm, and turned his gaze back to Malfoy. I had no intention of meddling in your trivial, childlike antics, he said, pulling Hermione's anxious hands away. You only dare to scheme from the shadows, hoping that such tactics will compel me to notice you, to acknowledge you, and ultimately to join your ranks. Do you truly believe these methods will make me yield? Or perhaps enlighten me to your merits? Harry scanned Malfoy's sycophantic entourage from left to right. No, you merely reveal your cowardice and incompetence, exposing yourself as someone unworthy of respect. He followed Professor Renata through the treacherous landscape of deceit, where the defiance of the lower class clashed with the oppression of the elite, serving as the most brutal catalyst for maturation. He took part in the War of the Twin Cities, unifying Zaun, conquering the Gate of the Sun, seizing Piltover, waging campaigns across the Rune continent, and establishing the glorious Galask dynasty, achieving unparalleled greatness. Even before his departure, he left Professor Renata with a few unresolved issues. Yet, from any one of those accomplishments, he could confidently assert that Malfoy is indeed a mere pretender, unworthy of the stage. Harry's words struck like a steel blade, piercing through Malfoy's chest, rendering him breathless and increasingly pallid. You know, Ron and Neville, in my eyes, surpass you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Ron, though born into a wizarding family with his kin employed at the Ministry of Magic, has never looked down upon anyone. While he has a fondness for Galleons, he has never lost his dignity for it. Neville, though somewhat timid, possesses extraordinary talent and is fiercely loyal to his friends, willing to choose a house that may not suit him for their sake. He also hails from a wizarding family, yet he never boasts of his lineage. He values his own abilities and the recognition of others far more. Oh, and Hermione, Harry glanced at her. She is a witch from a non-magical family. Yet her intelligence and eagerness to learn rival anyone's, certainly far exceeding your 2 performances. Malfoy was all too aware of the performances to which Harry referred, those 2 instances of being soundly thrashed. Time is my most precious commodity, and I am rather frugal with it. I am loath to squander my invaluable time on you. Harry's tone grew increasingly calm. Yet within that tranquility lay a commanding presence more formidable than rage. Today, I share these thoughts merely to impress upon you what a miser ought to do when faced with the theft of his most cherished treasures. Malfoy, you should never have dared to provoke me repeatedly, wasting my most prized asset. Harry once again pulled Hermione's disheveled hand away, his brilliant golden eyes devoid of any white, fixated on Malfoy. Chapter 17. We are invincible. Malfoy's countenance shifted dramatically as he was about to speak. Harry overturned the table, a projectile of alchemy coalescing in the palm of his hand and striking Draco upon the head. Fear flickered deeply in Malfoy's eyes as he stood frozen, akin to a startled groundhog caught in an electric shock. A witch with an explosive hairstyle shrieked in alarm, her voice piercing. "Potter, you wretched creature. How dare you lay a hand on Malfoy?" Hermione rushed in front of Harry, arms outstretched. "Harry, please, do not act further. This could lead to a loss of points." Harry furrowed his brow. Points can be earned back, he thought, but the bushy-haired witch did not afford him the opportunity to counsel Hermione. Drawing her wand, she shrieked, "Take down Potter, bring down these foolish lions, let them pay the price." The Slytherins seized the moment, brandishing their wands, the tips glowing as a kaleidoscope of magic surged toward Harry. Ron and Neville's faces darkened. What was happening? They were embroiled in a brawl. Yet she was obstructing her own teammates? Harry is determined to secure the House Cup and reclaim his inheritance, valuing house points more than you do. Yet, in the name of the house's honor, he has boldly charged ahead. Who is this Granger? Ron, quick to react, may lack Harry's prowess, but in this moment, he understands the necessity of safeguarding the strongest among them. Fearless of sacrifice, he rushes towards the spell. However, Neville is swifter, from childhood. Harry has been the first to commend him so highly, and he is resolute in protecting Harry, refusing to allow him to come to harm. Boom. An uncountable number of spells strike Neville, causing him to convulse and lose consciousness. With eyes ablaze, Ron seizes a bench and charges forward, declaring, "Parkinson, I demand you pay for Neville's life." Harry sidestepped to evade the spell, crouching down to meticulously examine Neville's body. Upon confirming that Neville was not in mortal danger and could be saved, he exhaled in relief, directing a fierce glare at the Slytherins. If his previous disdain for Malfoy had been intense, the sight of Neville, who had recklessly defended him at the cost of his own safety, suffering such a cruel fate was something far beyond mere aversion. Memories of his fallen comrades on the battlefield flooded his mind, recalling each brother who had stood before him, shielding him from harm. Malfoy ignited an inferno within his heart, the wrath of the most formidable alchemist from the Gorsk dynasty. Harry! Hermione's face drained of color as she reached out toward him, pleading, "Please, don't strike again. I will seek a professor to help Neville. Do not act impulsively. This is against school regulations." Harry gazed incredulously at Hermione. "Are you still trying to stop me at this moment? Have you lost your mind?" He struck Hermione, rendering her unconscious, declaring that no one could impede him. In that fleeting moment, though devoid of the fabled treasures of kings, Harry, standing before the first-year Slytherins, had awakened his inner warrior. Clutching an alchemical projectile in his left hand and wielding his wand in his right, he recited a rap reminiscent of England's wizarding countryside, transforming into a magical M2 machine gun, unleashing a torrent of spells upon the Slytherin newcomers. The air was filled with anguished cries. First years from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw attempted to intervene, yet the Gryffindor lions had already plunged into the fray. Blood mist swirled around them. Having tapped into his warrior instincts, Harry fought with unrestrained fervor, unable to distinguish friend from foe amid the chaos. The scene was one of utter devastation. Time slipped away, and soon, the dazed Draco Malfoy staggered to his feet, surveying the ravaged hall, the scattered Slytherin strewn about, his face ashen. "Potter, what have you done? What have you done?" Harry, drained of his magical powers, was relentlessly pummeling Parkinson with his formidable strength. This witch had commanded Slytherin to assault Neville, and he could not allow such an affront to go unpunished. He aimed to make Parkinson suffer, to make her experience Neville's anguish. With punch after punch, he completely crushed Parkinson's nose. Ron, upon hearing Malfoy's voice, felt a surge of anger. His eyes reddened as he seized a nearby bench. Amidst the chaos, he managed to approach Malfoy from behind, raising the bench with gritted teeth and delivering a fierce blow to Malfoy's backside. "Why don't you stay down for a while?" Hermione, slowly regaining her senses, found herself surrounded by blood and realized that if Harry continued his frenzy, lives would be lost today. Harry and his friends faced expulsion. Without hesitation, they sprinted towards Professor McGonagall's office. Moments later, the unconscious pansy was unceremoniously deposited onto the Slytherin long table, and the great hall fell into an eerie silence. Chairs lay shattered, candles toppled, and plates scattered across the floor, remnants of a battle that even Merlin would have found exhausting. Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor were all in disarray. The only ones still standing were Harry and Ron. Ron's face was flushed, bracing himself against a half-destroyed bench, Ha ha ha, Harry. We are invincible. It was merely a group of first years, nothing to boast about. Neville's injury was a stark reminder for them all. Harry gently lifted Neville and laid him on the table, waiting for the professors to take charge of the situation. At this hour, the upperclassmen were either preoccupied or asleep. It was only the fresh faces of the first years who had risen early to experience their first day at Hogwarts. He felt a cold sweat for Neville. Had the attackers been a group of upperclassmen, their combined spells would have surely spelled doom for him. Yet, even so, Neville would likely need several days to recuperate. Thankfully, he was still alive. With trembling lips, Neville began to awaken, fear evident in his eyes as he patted his body, stammering, Harry, I'm still alive." Harry grasped Neville's hand earnestly, saying, "Neville, remain calm. Do not act impulsively. You must not perish. I need you by my side. I require your assistance, and I cannot bear to lose you. You are my most vital ally, my brother by choice. Yet, your condition is dire. Rest for a while." With that, he gently guided Neville into slumber using the magic he had just conjured, settling down beside him, increasingly pleased with what he saw. Typically, Neville exuded a sense of timidity, but today he was remarkably impressive. This young man possessed an innate tenacity that had merely been restrained. As Ron regained his composure, he surveyed the fallen Slytherins, Ravenclaws, Hufflepuffs, and Gryffindors, his adrenaline subsiding as his lips began to tremble. "Harry, do you think we will be expelled? This has escalated." "Do not worry. We shall not be expelled. Professor Dumbledore will protect me," Harry reassured, patting Ron's shoulder. "When the professors arrive, we will present a unified front. I will incite, I will lead, I will command, and I will take action. You and Neville will merely be my accomplices for the sake of loyalty." Professor McGonagall soon appeared, surveying the chaotic great hall with a deep breath. Can anyone tell me what transpired? Only Harry and Ron remained standing. Just as Harry prepared to speak, Ron puffed out his chest and exclaimed rapidly, "I incited, I led, I commanded, and I took action. Harry and the others were misled by me, all for the sake of camaraderie." Harry was filled with questions. "You truly possess loyalty, but have you considered the consequences? My taking the blame does not equate to your own immunity." This foolish boy swiftly covered Ron's mouth and cleared his throat. "Professor, do not heed his words. It was I. Malfoy insulted me, and a fight ensued. I readily accept any punishment the school may impose." Chapter 18. The Curse of Scalding Words. Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply, akin to a cat suffering from heat stroke. "You did this." Her mind was clouded, and her memories of Harry were tethered to that fateful night. How endearing he had been, like a porcelain doll cradled in swaddling blankets, content and quiet, his chubby little hands grasping her fingers, suckling on her thumb. It was unfathomable to her that such an innocent, pure, and tender infant would, a decade later, incite his peers to violence and bloodshed in the Great Hall. Yet, the stark reality lay before her. The hall was rife with injuries and bloodstains, the students groaning and wailing in agony. This was no mere illusion. It was utterly shocking. A tragedy unprecedented in Hogwarts history. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall's glasses shimmered ominously, her tone icy. "Never before has a young wizard committed such an act. On the very first day of school, inciting a brawl among classmates, and to have overthrown students from all four houses." Professor Hermione tugged at McGonagall's robe, asserting, "While Harry may have breached school regulations, he is also a victim. Had it not been for Malfoy's provocation and Parkinson's attack on Neville, Harry would not have acted thus. He is not that kind of person." Despite Hermione's truthful assertions, Malfoy felt as if an arrow had pierced his knee. He could endure being pummeled by Harry and knocked down by Ron, but this was a burden he could no longer bear. Tears of injustice surged forth, uncontrollably streaming down his cheeks. Harry remained standing, seemingly unscathed. "I nearly suffered a paralysis. Although it was my fault, how could Harry possibly be portrayed as the victim?" Like a petulant serpent seeking relief, he rolled to McGonagall's feet, clinging to her leg. "Professor, though I am a Slytherin, you cannot show favoritism. I merely spoke a few words to Potter, and he nearly assaulted me." Professor McGonagall nodded slightly. She had no intention of favoring Harry, for he deserved punishment for his transgressions. Malfoy, having aired himself, also warranted consequences. Yet, the dilemma lay in determining the appropriate punishment. She was not like Snape, and must ensure fairness. As she pondered, Malfoy interjected with a startling revelation. "Moreover, Potter has used dark magic against me, not just once." Professor McGonagall's expression shifted. The matter of punishment had to be set aside for the moment. Dark magic, now, that was a grave issue. "Mr. Malfoy." You must understand that dark magic is no trivial matter. McGonagall fixed her gaze upon him. Are you certain that Mr. Potter has employed dark magic? Malfoy nodded vigorously. Mr. Potter, McGonagall inhaled deeply. While I trust you would not resort to dark magic, I still require evidence. Please hand me your wand. Harry remained remarkably composed as he handed over his wand. Professor McGonagall pointed her own wand at Harry's and intoned, "Reversal spell." In an instant, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded before McGonagall's eyes. During the casting of the reversal spell, Harry's wand unleashed no fewer than 200 ordinary spells within the span of a single minute. Her jaw dropped in disbelief, wide enough to accommodate an egg. Wasn't he born from a machine gun? Did the spells not scorch his tongue? Was this a genuine English Wizarding Village rap? Well, of course. Those were not the thoughts occupying Professor McGonagall's mind, but the sentiment was akin to that. Malfoy, with a stubborn demeanor, interjected. That spell of his doesn't even require a wand, nor does he need to utter an incantation. It's the one that hit my backside, Professor. If you let him demonstrate it, you will see. Hit your backside? Without an incantation? McGonagall's temper flared. Mr. Malfoy, you must understand that performing magic without a wand is known as wandless magic, and casting without an incantation is referred to as silent magic. Both require an exceptionally high level of magical proficiency. Do you truly believe that the newly admitted Mr. Potter possesses such capability? Do you think he can execute wandless and silent magic? But Malfoy was on the verge of tears. It was hard to believe that even Professor McGonagall was skeptical. He himself hadn't believed it before the beating. What kind of normal first-year student could exhibit such prowess? It was utterly inhuman. I understand now, Harry remarked. The magic Malfoy referred to is an ancestral spell from my family. Harry naturally attributed the skills he acquired in the realm of runes to his ancestral lineage for the sake of convenience in explanation. With a subtle movement of his palm, an alchemical projectile materialized and shot towards Malfoy. Wait, Professor McGonagall interjected verbally, yet her hands remained still. What are you doing? Displaying it directly is far more intuitive and expedient, Harry replied. The projectile struck Malfoy's knee, rendering him immobile and speechless. His eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Harry. He could not fathom how Harry dared to act so ruthlessly with Professor McGonagall present. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, her tone turning serious. Harry, while I comprehend your experimental intentions, do not recklessly employ magic against your classmates. 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Though her words were stern, she breathed a sigh of relief internally. Although the conflict among the 4 houses was irreparable, at least Harry had not resorted to dark magic, which was not the worst outcome. Moreover, Malfoy was undoubtedly the instigator. Having admitted, I only said a few words to Potter, but he nearly killed me. Professor McGonagall had already reached a decision in her mind. Malfoy lay confined on the ground, resembling a cocoon, and as he observed McGonagall's expression, he sensed impending doom. Regret intensified within him. He lamented his foolishness in blindly trusting his father, naively wielding this information as leverage. If this magic were truly dark, how could Headmaster Dumbledore remain oblivious? If Professor Dumbledore could not detect it, what made him think his father could? How patently obvious it was. Why did he ever believe his father's fabrications? How foolish of me. I am utterly doomed. His father deserved a swift kick from Merlin's boot. Yet, at this moment, regardless of Malfoy's thoughts, it was too late. After careful consideration, Professor McGonagall spoke. Mr. Malfoy, having insulted Mr. Potter, instigated a large-scale brawl. You are to be confined for 1 month and Slytherin will lose 10 points. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, although your actions were somewhat justifiable, you too have caused injury to numerous classmates, which is unacceptable. 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor for each of you. All other participants in the brawl will lose 1 point each. Miss Granger, having encountered an issue, promptly sought the professor's assistance, which is commendable. Gryffindor earns 10 points. Furthermore, Mr. Potter demonstrated remarkable magic and an impressive reservoir of magical ability, which is highly praiseworthy. Gryffindor is awarded an additional 15 points. Harry was taken aback. Both he and Ron had earned 5 points for Gryffindor, and with Hermione included, that amounted to 10. Indeed, with magic, points could be awarded. A deduction of 5 points for Malfoy's magical experiment, yet the excellence of magic could earn as much as 15 points. Harry's eyes brightened. Professor McGonagall, this spell has yet to be fully revealed. I possess another form of this magic. With a swift gesture, a surge of magical energy flickered momentarily. Professor McGonagall, momentarily taken aback, forgot to intervene, and Malfoy was sent soaring through the air. This ability is known as iron grip convergence. The first stage enables the creation of alchemical missiles, which, upon striking an adversary, inflict a binding effect. In its second stage, one can cast away the ensnared foe, causing disorientation to both the targeted impact and the bound enemy. Professor McGonagall nodded in approval. Excellent. In addition of 15 points for Gryffindor. Although she held a disfavor towards Malfoy, she nonetheless stated earnestly, "Oh, and please refrain from demonstrating spells on fellow students in the future, even if it is Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Potter, you have both acted against your classmates. Thus, I shall deduct 10 points." Were 5 additional points deducted? Harry blinked, contemplating that the next time he conducted an experiment with Malfoy, it might just balance out. The head of Gryffindor, indeed, was as unyielding as they come. He would need to be more cautious in the future. Chapter 19. This is the true savior. Professor McGonagall had classes to teach to other years in the morning, so she had to make her way to the classroom early, leaving Harry to escort Neville to the infirmary before hastily departing. Harry, Ron, and Hermione took turns carrying Neville into the hospital wing, where they entrusted him to Madame Pomfrey. Upon learning the details, Madame Pomfrey sharply reprimanded them, admonishing them against fighting within the school premises, warning that any further altercations would result in their being subjected to the foulest potions. Harry's earnest and obedient demeanor mitigated Professor Pomfrey's ire. Coupled with Ron and Hermione's reminders, she began to realize that Harry was indeed the victim, leading her to question whether her reaction had been excessive. Consequently, she gifted Harry a set of potion crystal vials along with some common herbs, marking an unexpected boon. The morning's history of magic class, however, left many first years feeling disheartened. Professor Binns, a ghost, recited from the textbook in a voice uniquely raspy and hollow, akin to a lullaby, inducing a soporific atmosphere. Rather than imparting knowledge, he lulled most students into a daze. Only Harry and Hermione remained attentive, gathering a wealth of intriguing anecdotes while accruing points for their house. The classmates who had endured the earlier chaos in the Great Hall rested their chins on their hands, propping themselves on their desks as they observed the pair, their eyes alight with admiration. Despite their injuries, they harbored no animosity towards Harry. Rather, their perspective shifted dramatically. Firmly believing that Harry was destined for greatness, a savior poised to transform the world. They had never heard of such a legend from their parents or older siblings. But Harry stood apart. He had, single-handedly, vanquished the formidable Slytherin first years, leading Gryffindor to triumph over the majority of Slytherin's forces during the skirmish. With the encouragement of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, he had endured until the very end amidst the fray of the four houses, earning the title of the best in the arena. This was the essence of a savior. A savior ought to be inherently extraordinary, imbued with a sense of legend. Numerous classmates pursued Harry after class. Even upperclassmen sought his company. Some wizards offered him snacks, while others engaged him in conversations about magic and future aspirations. There were even bold upper-class women who presented him with love letters and pastries infused with love potions. Harry casually grabbed a snack and tossed it to Ron. He informed the senior about the enchanting prospects of communication magic and then turned left to find Hermione. He delivered love letters and a potion of enchantment. Wait, love letters? A potion of enchantment? What on earth? I'm only 11 years old. Harry disdainfully cast the incantation to incinerate the love letter and the potion of infatuation. Isn't this rather inconsiderate? Ron queried, his mouth stuffed with chocolate frogs, rendering him rather offensive. Can you still speak with your mouth full? Hermione exclaimed, taken aback. Ron rolled his eyes, disinterested in Hermione's concerns. Since it's lunch break, would you like to accompany me to see Neville? Without hesitation, Ron stood up, chewing his food, and followed Harry. I think I shall pass, Hermione said, hastily arranging her books, her gaze unfocused as she hurried away. She felt too ashamed to visit Neville, burdened by guilt. Had she not interfered with Harry, Pansy Parkinson would not have had the opportunity to launch her ambush, and Neville would not have been injured. Overwhelmed by remorse, she wrestled with her conscience, lashing out at Malfoy. She felt regretful and confused. She cherished Harry and his friends. Yet the education she had received over the past decade echoed in her mind, urging her to do the right thing, to be kind, honest, and abide by the rules. Yet now, she felt she had irrevocably failed, betraying her friends and losing her moral compass. This dilemma was insurmountable. With a swift motion, Hermione disappeared around the corner of the corridor. I have a feeling no one will appreciate her, Ron remarked seriously. She's too rigid and has betrayed our friendship. The word betrayal weighed heavily. As Harry walked, he countered, she is merely a bit conventional and dogmatic. Her willingness to compromise her principles to ensnare Malfoy is her greatest gesture of goodwill. But I feel. Do not dwell on feelings, Ron. She was raised in a strict environment. Harry paused. We must show her some understanding. After all, she is our friend too. Ron muttered under his breath. But how can one betray their friends, thus aiding our enemies? Neville was nearly ruined because of her, and she almost put you in peril as well, if this continues. She'll surely bring us all down. Everyone has flaws, Harry replied. If we can witness her transformation, it signifies her approach towards us. Perhaps she'll even report us to Professor McGonagall for our nocturnal escapades, Ron grumbled. That is quite excessive, Ron. She is not that sort of person, Harry said, patting Ron on the head. At least for now, she has never betrayed us. She remains our ally, and we stand united. All right, Ron conceded, mimicking a husky gesture. But one cannot expect others to admire a peer who is overly didactic, arrogant, and endlessly reciting school regulations. Let us change the subject, Harry suggested. Be cautious regarding Professor Quirrell's situation. Do not speak carelessly. Lives may be at stake. Do not frighten me, Ron shivered. Surely Professor Quirrell would not kill us all. Dumbledore cannot always be present at the school, Harry shrugged. We cannot rely on him forever. The lunch break was brief, prompting them to quicken their pace. Every time they turned a corner, a ghost would suddenly appear, only to depart in disappointment after confirming they were not frightened. They also encountered nearly headless Nick, who, much like at the start of Term Feast, rambled on about the headless hunt, showcasing his comedic antics. The portraits along their route greeted them with friendly smiles, fostering an inviting atmosphere. The sole apparition that revolted Harry was Peeves the Poltergeist, who hurled chalk at them, yanked the carpet from beneath their feet, and even attempted to topple a wastebasket onto Harry's head. Although Harry skillfully evaded the chaos, Ron suffered considerably. I truly wish to shove my boot up Peeves' backside. Ron fumed, and then drown his head in the toilet. Ron removed the wastebasket from his head, gagging as he tossed away a banana peel. Though the stench still lingered in his hair, Harry waved his wand and declared, clean and nil. Harry also wished to impart a severe lesson to Peeves, but alas. Devoid of the treasures of the Chamber of Secrets, he found himself without the means to confront the mischievous spirit. The two stumbled into the infirmary, and under Madame Pomfrey's stern insistence, Peeves reluctantly vacated the premises. This enmity was irrevocably established. Do not hold your breath for a chance to teach Peeves a lesson. Should you truly manage to rid the school of him, your portraits would grace the walls of the headmaster's office. The portraits in the headmaster's office. Are they not those of all the former headmasters? Ron exclaimed in astonishment, sharing a space with the headmasters. How extravagant. Chapter 20. Dumbledore has been far too indulgent with Potter. Not sharing a space, Madame Pomfrey clarified, but rather, those who managed to expel Peeves, in terms of both strength and status, would be worthy candidates for the next headmaster. Harry found the situation somewhat exaggerated. The school was home to numerous ghosts. And while Peeves was indeed peculiar, it hardly warranted such an honor. As long as it earns us some points, I'm all for it, Harry remarked. Oh, you can't possibly be serious about wanting to deal with Peeves, can you? Miss Pomfrey inquired with newfound interest, clearly impressed by his confidence. Peeves was notorious for his mischief, causing many students to fall ill or sustain injuries each year. If you truly manage to rid the school of Peeves, I can assure you that Professor Dumbledore would reward each of you with 100 points. Additionally, as a token of gratitude for alleviating my workload and safeguarding your fellow students, I would be delighted to provide you with a complete set of medical supplies. Harry had witnessed Madame Pomfrey attending to Neville, and he found her array of tools quite impressive. He felt a twinge of envy, envisioning their place in the treasury of the king. However, he also discerned the teasing tone in Madame Pomfrey's voice, suggesting that this house elf possessed some rather unique abilities. He resolved to take the time to thoroughly investigate the house elf's peculiarities. Well, I shall not intrude upon your conversation any longer, Madame Pomfrey yawned. Do remember to take care of yourselves. Should illness befall you, do not hesitate to come to me. I certainly do not wish for my students to suffer lasting ailments. Harry and Ron nodded vigorously, engaging in conversation with Neville until they hastily departed as class approached. The afternoon brought herbology, conducted in the greenhouse outside the castle. Herbology proved to be quite fascinating. The professor, Madame Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, was a stout woman of unremarkable appearance, perhaps even somewhat haphazard. Yet, her expertise in the field of botany was profound, as she adeptly addressed all the questions posed by Harry with clarity and depth. The class concluded at 3:30. Harry felt a tinge of regret, wishing to inquire further. However, Professor Sprout had to teach the upperclassmen and dismissed him with an additional 3 points for Gryffindor. The equation of credits plus skill enhancement fueled Harry's exhilaration. Undeterred, he boldly entered the classroom to audit the lesson. Before long, he found himself ejected by Professor Sprout. In truth, she held a fondness for Harry, appreciating his diligence and remarkable talent. He was undoubtedly one of her favorite students. Yet, the upperclassman's curriculum posed risks. And as a freshman, she could not allow him to endanger himself. With a heavy heart, Harry turned and made his way back to the dormitory, intending to continue his self-study. Just then, an owl swooped in, flapping its wings and halting his retreat. Wait, flapping wings. Harry sidestepped, recalling the incident at noon within the castle when he observed someone pouring something into the lake. Could it be a potion intended to induce illness? Perhaps meant for the owl? He retrieved an envelope and extracted a vial of antidote from his Gringotts pouch, tossing it to the owl. Administer this to your feeding trough. But wait, do not rush. I shall pen a letter for you to deliver to Professor Dumbledore. Once he had completed his tasks and watched the owl flutter away, Harry opened the envelope. It was a letter from the gentle giant Hagrid, inquiring whether he had enjoyed the photo album and if he had time for a cup of tea. Hagrid seemed genuinely concerned about Harry's life at Hogwarts. Harry had an excellent impression of Hagrid, and there was an innate closeness between them. Without the slightest hesitation, he dismissed all his afternoon appointments and set off for Hagrid's hut. The scene shifts to after lunch, when Severus Snape strode into the headmaster's office, his face taut with evident ire. Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked up from his desk. Ah, Severus, what brings you here? Snape stood before him, refusing to take a seat and instead kicked aside the obstructive chair. I cannot accept Professor McGonagall's methods. Potter struck someone and faced no repercussions. Rather, he was awarded points. This will only embolden him. Dumbledore set down the newspaper, his perceptive gaze peering through his spectacles at Snape. Severus, I do not believe Professor McGonagall's judgment was flawed. Mr. Malfoy provoked Mr. Potter, who was still quite young and prone to mistakes. More importantly, Miss Parkinson incited the Slytherin first years to attack Mr. Longbottom first, which thoroughly incensed Mr. Potter. We must remember that everyone has a youthful phase where irrational errors are common. Professor McGonagall has already imposed sufficient punishment on Mr. Potter. Snape was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening further. But Professor McGonagall awarded him points and didn't even give him detention. Let me handle this personally. Dumbledore waved his wand, interrupting Snape's protest and summoning the chair back. Snape stiffly sat down, his demeanor grim. No, Severus, the points awarded to Mr. Potter were for his remarkable magical prowess, over 200 spells in a minute, which is truly astonishing. Additionally, the Potter family's ancestral nonverbal spell is something to be celebrated. Snape turned his head away, scoffing. You indulge Potter too much. He is still far too. Do not view Mr. Potter through a biased lens, Severus. We both know that. In this school, you wish for his success more than anyone else. You merely resent his face and those brilliant golden eyes, believing they ought to be emerald green. Yet I contend that such eyes are the most wondrous gift of magic to a wizard, shining like the sun of myth. Try to embrace it. You may come to love it. Snape felt as though Dumbledore had force-fed him a bitter pill, his expression darkening further. I still firmly believe that Potter must be made aware of what is unacceptable behavior, otherwise. I shudder to think of the chaos he might unleash over the next 7 years. Dumbledore nodded, refraining from countering Snape this time. Indeed, he ought to be punished. But not by you. I shall impose a detention until Halloween. What do you think? Snape fell silent, Dumbledore having provided him with a satisfactory response. Return now, Severus. The elderly require their rest. I must take my leave. Snape exited without even having a sip of tea, unceremoniously ushered out by Dumbledore. Foolish Potter, confined until Halloween. I hope you exhibit better behavior and do not resemble your insufferable father, Snape muttered under his breath, seething with frustration. Upon returning to his office, his anger intensified, and he summoned the bruised Malfoy. Oh, Mr. Malfoy, can you enlighten me as to why you persist in seeking friendship with Potter? Snape glared at Malfoy. You are a disgrace to Slytherin. You would sacrifice your dignity for a friend. Even a troll possesses more sense. Use your not-so-bright brain to consider the futility of your antics. To Potter, you are merely an odious, repulsive creature, reeking of foulness. Promise me you will cease to bring shame upon Slytherin. Unless you can one day best Potter, do not seek him out. And especially do not flit about in his presence. Do you understand? Malfoy hung his head, too intimidated to respond. Very well, deal with the slug, 2 buckets worth. If you cannot finish, dinner will be off the table for you, Snape instructed. And you needn't seek your father, if he learns of this. He will only send you a scathing letter. Malfoy's head drooped even lower. Snape disregarded him, diverting his attention to a notebook, his gaze softening. Lily, your son has come to Hogwarts. Though he loathes me, and I him, rest assured, I shall protect him and ensure his safety, even if he bears a striking resemblance to that wretched James. Chapter 21. Hagrid. Rich but unaware Harry traversed the grassy meadow before the castle, making his way toward Hagrid's abode. Hagrid resided in a quaint wooden hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where a crossbow and a pair of rubber boots lay before the entrance. As Harry knocked on the door, he heard a flurry of anxious struggles and a few low, growling barks emanating from within. Then came Hagrid's voice, "Back off, Fong, back off." Hagrid opened the door just a crack, revealing his bearded visage. "Wait a moment," he said. "Fong, back off." Hagrid ushered him inside, while desperately grasping the collar of a massive black hound. The small wooden cabin consisted of only one room, cramped and meager, offering a living standard not dissimilar to that of his residence on Privet Drive. Harry felt that this small wooden cabin was, for Hagrid, akin to his cupboard on Privet Drive. Ham and game birds hung from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiled water in the hearth, and a large bed occupied one corner, adorned with patchwork blankets and a pillow woven from unicorn tail hair. How lamentable it was. Harry felt a twinge of sympathy for Hagrid, as he saw a reflection of his former self in him, consuming dreadful food, residing in a dismal bed, and resting his head upon a tattered fur pillow. Wait, a fur pillow? A pillow woven from unicorn tail hair. Harry suddenly gasped, realizing that unicorn tail hair is a material for wands. Even the lesser quality variety, which may not meet the standards for wand making, is still an exceedingly precious magical component. Numerous potions and magical items require unicorn tail hair. Hagrid is using it to weave a pillow? How presumptuous, indeed. Do you like that gift? Hagrid's voice interrupted Harry's envy as he busily poured boiling water into a large teapot while placing rock cakes onto a plate. Thank you. I absolutely love it, Harry replied. It is the finest gift I have received in my 11 years. I'm glad to hear that, Hagrid said as he sat down opposite Harry. I should have come to fetch you. Every child raised in a Muggle household has a professor to escort them. I managed to snatch this opportunity from Dumbledore, who entrusted it to me above all others. Unfortunately, I left early, Harry ventured. Yes, Hagrid said, a hint of sadness in his tone. It's fortunate you had time today and arrived early. Otherwise, we would have to wait until Friday to meet. I know you have no classes on Friday afternoon. Arrived early? Harry inquired, a touch puzzled. I have to get busy by 6. The Forbidden Forest has been quite restless lately. There are always those attempting to poach unicorns, Hagrid sighed. And people are dumping potions into the Black Lake, driving the merfolk nearly mad. The water has begun to turn yellow, and the owls, they always like to drink from the lake's edge. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Harry's mind flickered to Professor Quirrell. I have penned a letter to Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry remarked. I've resolved the issue with the owls, so you should find today considerably easier. Thank you. Thank you, Hagrid responded, feeling a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. But soon he paused, astonished, exclaiming, You've only just begun your studies. How did you manage to solve the problem? I commenced my journey in early August, residing at the Leaky Cauldron, during which I read extensively and delved into various potions, detoxifying elixirs being one of them, and fortuitously, it proved effective. Impressive, Hagrid exclaimed joyfully. I have never encountered a student who, having only engaged with the magical realm for a month, could concoct a detoxifying potion. You are truly remarkable. Would you like my assistance? Harry contemplated the necessity of thwarting the laxative scheme. Just imagine, on such a sweltering day, the stench wafting from the Black Lake, how could one possibly sleep or attend classes? More importantly, he wished to assist Hagrid. Naturally, Hagrid spoke up quickly but hesitated. Harry, perhaps it's best to leave it be. Antidotes are difficult to concoct. I could approach Professor Dumbledore to procure some from Snape. Isn't that rather awkward? Harry set down his teacup. If Professor Snape were inclined to assist you, he would have done so long ago. For a master of potions, an antidote is as simple as child's play. Indeed, Hagrid sighed. Life is not easy. He wants me to gather some materials from the Forbidden Forest for him. But I declined. Harry gazed at the unicorn tail hair pillow, pondering whether the material posed a challenge for Hagrid. How peculiar. Following Harry's gaze, Hagrid sighed in resignation, stating, He does not desire such materials. He claims they are of inferior quality. He insists that I procure fresh ones. You understand what fresh signifies, do you not? I would have to harm them, but they are my friends, and I cannot bring myself to do so. Ah, so that was the crux of the matter. Harry comprehended. Since you are reluctant to accept something for nothing, I shall acquire some materials myself. Do you have any inferior products available? Please provide me with some. I still possess a considerable quantity of antidote potions. That may not be advisable. Hagrid scratched his head in uncertainty. What is wrong with that? Do you not wish to rest sooner? Harry replied. Moreover, I am merely a first-year student. I do not require high-quality materials. Practicing with inferior ones is preferable. Far better than purchasing suitable ones from Diagon Alley. Hagrid, you wouldn't want me to spend extra money, would you? Dumbledore is still withholding my parents' inheritance. Hagrid hesitated. Antidote potions are quite time-consuming. With your approach, you might not realize. Harry waved his hand dismissively. My aptitude in potions likely lies in my speed of brewing. A few bottles of antidote potions are a trivial matter for me. Upon hearing this, Hagrid no longer wavered. After handing over the antidote potions to Harry, he took a broomstick and a bundle of fur. Shall we not gather a few more? Hagrid asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. That is sufficient. We can discuss it another time. Harry gazed enviously at Yaya's doghouse, which was a medley of various materials, and the spiritual energy it exuded was remarkably high. However, the original phrase that resonated in Harry's mind was not precisely this, yet it encapsulated a similar sentiment. A gentleman values wealth acquired through honorable means. After they had indulged sufficiently, Harry set aside the unyielding rock cake and said, Let us head out together. I will return to the dormitory, while you go to the Black Lake. Just as they were about to leave, a phoenix materialized out of thin air, dropped a letter, and vanished. Oh, Fawkes the Phoenix. This is a letter from Professor Dumbledore. Let me take a look, Hagrid exclaimed. Grasping the letter, he tore open the envelope and began to read. Upon finishing, Hagrid cast a sympathetic glance at Harry and said, Harry, you may not be able to return to your dormitory. This letter is addressed to you. As he spoke, he slipped a few rock cakes into Harry's Gringotts pouch, adding, Take these and eat them during confinement. Harry twitched the corner of his mouth. Thank you, but actually, I won't wait. Detention. That little rascal Malfoy is utterly despicable. Hagrid, oblivious to Harry's expression, ought to give him a kick with Merlin's boots. He sought Professor Snape, who subsequently consulted Professor Dumbledore. Your detention will extend until Halloween. Harry clutched his head, lamenting, what a dreadful experience. Indeed. The one who confined you is none other than Filch, a cantankerous wretch who relishes punishing students for their transgressions. A wretch? Harry inquired, looking up. Yes, a wretch. One born into a wizarding family yet devoid of magical abilities, Hagrid elucidated. Then what is he doing at Hogwarts, merely idling away his time? Harry questioned. You mustn't utter such words in his presence, Hagrid cautioned, gesturing for Harry to remain silent. I happened to overhear him muttering about wanting to have his revenge on you. You must avoid giving him an opportunity. His office is brimming with instruments of torture designed for students. Chapter 22. The Cursed Sorting Hat. Harry paid no heed. It was not that he disregarded Hagrid's words or the consequences of being confined. Rather, he dismissed Filch entirely. He held Filch in contempt. There is no disgrace in being a squib, for one's lineage and innate abilities are beyond one's control and should not be a source of ridicule. Heroes abound in this world, and countless instances of the underdog rising against the odds exist. In his view, a lack of talent does not equate to a life doomed to failure. There are always avenues for resurgence. Filch had never contemplated pursuing any alternative paths. His insistence on attending Hogwarts and recklessly banging against walls was utterly absurd. Even more astonishing was the implication he gleaned from Hagrid's words. Filch, embittered by his lack of ability and noble birth, projected his disdain and resentment onto the young wizards attending Hogwarts, deriving perverse pleasure from it, which was truly repugnant. Harry bid farewell to Hagrid, stowing away the acquired broomstick and feather duster before striding into the castle. He swiftly traversed the corridor, ultimately pausing outside a dimly lit passage. A musty, decaying odor pervaded the entire hallway, infiltrating his nostrils. The sanitation was appalling, and the location was exceedingly remote, presenting a rather dismal atmosphere. What? You intend to confine us in a dungeon? Are you out of your mind? Ron's exclamation echoed from the chamber at the end of the corridor. Harry approached and peered through the crack of the door. The room within was dim and filthy, devoid of windows, save for a solitary oil lamp dangling from the low ceiling. A faint aroma of fried fish lingered in the air. Ron and the bruised Malfoy stood in the corner, confronted by a peculiar figure. The creature was hunchbacked, gaunt, and bald, clad in tattered rags, exuding an air of repulsiveness. It perfectly embodied Harry's notion of Filch. An unprecedented and fitting representation. Am I mad? Filch cackled. They are the ones who have lost their senses. You ought to be hung on a hook in the dungeon. Wait until your skin is raw. A nostalgic gleam flickered in Filch's eyes as he gazed at the instruments of torture within the cabinet. As if this were the pinnacle of his existence. But they are mistaken. They should not have prohibited my discipline of the students. His fingers caressed the whip, adorned with barbs. You have emboldened yourselves, flouting the school rules, wreaking havoc within these hallowed halls, defying the regulations. You are nothing but refuse. This is the disgrace of Hogwarts, a blemish upon their record. I ought to teach you a severe lesson, instill fear in you, enforce the rules, and make them aware of who holds authority, restore the punishment. Malfoy, his legs twitching, defiantly declared, You cannot. My father is Malfoy, Lucius Malfoy. He is a governor. If you dare lay a hand on me, I will summon him to have you expelled. Moreover, I have just served my detention at the hands of Professor Snape. You cannot detain me again. Filch's expression twisted into a snarl. Do you think I fear your father? You are the one who broke the rules and ended up here. Besides, what does Professor Snape's detention have to do with me, Filch? Even Harry Potter himself shall face my wrath for merely being tardy. I would willingly suspend him over the water dungeon, regardless of his status as the savior. He may have saved the wizarding world, but you have no right to shield him from my retribution. Ron lifted his chin in defense of Harry, yet his gaze wavered. Harry knew that Ron was holding on. Yet deep down he was still afraid. Although Harry harbored a somewhat mischievous inclination to witness Malfoy's humiliation, he could not stand idly by while Ron defended him so vehemently. With a firm kick, he propelled the door open and strode into the room with great vigor. Who claims I am late? Are you blind, incapable of discerning the time? You receive a stipend from the school yet dare to speak of altering the rules. What audacity grants you such boldness? Harry stood with his hands on his hips, confident in his strength that could easily overshadow Filch, especially with the formidable presence of Snape, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Sprout behind him. He felt no fear towards this insignificant Filch. Approaching him, Harry swiftly knocked the whip from his grasp. Your abilities are feeble, and your understanding is shallow. What right do you have to judge the decisions of the rule-makers? We accept the professor's punishments, not your personal vendettas. You are merely an administrator devoid of magical talent, who granted you the authority to abuse your power. Before you cast aspersions on others, perhaps you should confront the filth and corruption within yourself. Or is it that you despise your own incompetence, attempting to mask your cowardice with jealousy? Each word fell like a dagger, piercing through Filch's heart, leaving his face ashen. Lacking magical prowess, you ought to seek a path suited to your true self, or strive relentlessly to transcend your limitations and alter your fate. Observe what you have become, stagnant, consumed by thoughts of tormenting students and venting your envy, truly repulsive. You are the true embodiment of filth, Filch, Harry declared. Now tell me, what punishment did the professors assign us? Filch, exposed and stripped of his defenses, found himself rendered speechless, his inner darkness laid bare for all to see. Harry no longer paid any heed to Filch and turned his gaze towards the scattered parchment on the table. It clearly outlined their task, to clean the trophy room on the 4th floor, without the use of magic. Harry set down the parchment and said, Ron, follow me. Where to? Ron, feeling dazed, sensed a buzzing in his mind. It was the first time he realized that sometimes words could wound more deeply than magic. Indeed, the chosen one excelled in every respect. We are heading to the 4th floor, to the trophy room, to clean that space. This is our detention task for the evening. Harry disregarded Filch's obstruction entirely, grasping Ron's arm as they exited with determination. Malfoy observed their departing figures, his gaze devoid of vitality. To be precise, from the moment Harry entered until now, he had been in a daze. He had never encountered a peer so assertive, so audacious, brimming with logic and wisdom. He wished fervently that it was he, rather than the red-haired Weasley, who had captured Harry's attention. Navigating around Filch, he cast his eyes upon the parchment on the table, only to discover that his task also involved tidying the trophy room, which stirred an inexplicable delight within him. As he approached the exit, he was met with Filch's obstruction, causing a flicker of panic. However, recalling Harry's boldness, he felt a surge of resolve, shoving Filch aside with a huff and darting out in pursuit of Harry's retreating form. Malfoy was oblivious to the impact of Harry's words on Filch, yet their effect on him was profound. He increasingly yearned to forge a friendship with Harry. Even with Snape in the way, he saw in Harry the embodiment of ambition, shrewdness, a reverence for honor, the ability to assess situations astutely, and an unwavering commitment to victory. From Harry, he discerned all the virtues esteemed by Slytherin. This was the true essence of Slytherin. Oh, but wait. Harry had been sorted into Gryffindor. Curse that sorting hat. Chapter 23, could that possibly be Professor McGonagall? Ron remained unaware of Malfoy's intentions, whether to antagonize him or Gryffindor. He merely sensed that Malfoy's gaze frequently drifted toward Harry while he was cleaning, as if plotting something. Leaning closer to Harry, Ron whispered, "It seems Malfoy is up to no good." On Friday, there were 2 potions classes, and Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, would be instructing them. During the start of term feast, Snape had fixated on Harry, seemingly harboring a strong dislike for him. He and Malfoy were clearly kindred spirits. "Do you think Malfoy might conspire with him against you?" "Focus on finishing your work quickly so we can return to studying," Harry said, polishing the trophies until he unexpectedly spotted his father's name. "Studying? Goodness. You still intend to go back and read?" Ron's eyes widened like a golden snitch, before he quickly broke into laughter, urging, "Oh, come on. How about a game of wizard's chess instead?" Harry shook his head, unable to comprehend Ron's preference. "I prefer magic over wizard's chess. Don't you find magic captivating? It is wondrous, intriguing, and capable of making one's wishes come true." Ron, however, shook his head. He favored wizard's chess, relishing the intense sense of accomplishment and exhilaration that each victory brought him. Harry patted his shoulder and said, "My friend, just think. When you master magic, you can traverse freely to any place you desire. You can comprehend the thoughts and feelings of others, thus garnering more friendships. You can journey through time, visiting both the past and the future, witnessing your ancestors and your descendants. Furthermore, it can even safeguard you and your loved ones from ailments and prevent death." Ron shook his head. "If I were to master magic, I would only wish for it to assist me with my homework." "You are quite pragmatic, indeed," replied Harry. "Truth be told, I am also intrigued by magic." Ron sighed, "But it is exceedingly difficult and perhaps unsuitable for me." Before the school year commenced, "My brother taught me numerous spells, yet I failed to grasp even a single one, as you are well aware. That is due to your wand. It is far too old and incompatible," Harry advised. "Upon our return, learn with me. I have faith in your potential." "Really?" Ron's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. "Wizards do not deceive fellow wizards. Imagine, when you have mastered a plethora of spells, defeating Slytherin and helping our house secure the house cup. Would you not be revered by your peers? And when we wander at night, evading all the professors, wouldn't your brother be in awe? Well, if we study together at night, you must assist me greatly." Ron was thoroughly captivated, enchanted by Harry's words. The allure did not stem solely from Harry's grand visions, but from the sentiments he expressed to Filch. Ron yearned to become an accomplished wizard, to elevate his family's standing. However, no one had ever believed in him, nor had he believed in himself. Yet now, with Harry's faith in him, he found a reason to believe, and he resolved to give it a try. That evening, Harry and Ron studied until dawn, leaving them yawning and dazed the following morning. "I actually learned a spell," Ron exclaimed. Though physically weak, his spirit soared with exhilaration. "Look. I transformed it into a needle." Harry nodded, compelled to acknowledge the significance of one starting point. Ron's aptitude for magic was markedly inferior to his own. He had to guide Ron meticulously, teaching him throughout the night before he finally grasped the spell. Conversely, Harry had mastered it within half a morning through self-study. Yet, this was of little consequence, as long as one perseveres step by step in pursuit of the ultimate mastery of magic, and as long as one remains alive. The path to becoming the most formidable is assured. "Splendid. You possess greater talent than I anticipated," Harry uttered a benevolent falsehood. "This morning's lesson is transfiguration. Remember to shine brightly and earn as many house points as possible." "Rest assured," Ron replied earnestly. "I will strive alongside you to secure the house cup and help you reclaim your inheritance." With fervor, Ron spoke, yet a hint of uncertainty lingered. The time before school had instilled within him a subtle sense of inferiority. But what if they are all more capable than I? Although I learned this spell in a single night, might their progress outpace mine? "Ron, listen," Harry said, placing both hands firmly on Ron's shoulders. "Belief is the greatest treasure a wizard can possess. Cast aside the prejudices of others. Hold steadfast to your conviction. You are the strongest." "But I am not as strong as you." Ron's expression faltered, revealing his inner turmoil. Harry tapped Ron's head, exclaiming, "Belief. Belief. Do you understand?" Ron, cradling his head, replied, I understand. But, truth be told, my talent appears to be rather remarkable. Fred and George struggled for quite some time before mastering transfiguration, whereas I only required a single night." Harry was taken aback. Could it be? Surely not. Harry shook his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts from his mind. This morning was the transfiguration class, and he would soon witness the talents of his peers. There was no need for unwarranted speculation. Harry organized his books and pulled Ron out the door, instructing him as they walked, "Let us first indulge in a meal, after dining. We must promptly make our way to the classroom. This morning, we have Professor McGonagall's lesson, and she was immensely helpful to us last time." They were the first to arrive at the Transfiguration classroom. "Harry, there is still ample time before class. Could you teach me a bit more?" Ron expressed his admiration for Harry's magical prowess, as Harry had already mastered numerous spells before the term began. It was hard to fathom that such accomplishments were the result of Harry's efforts during the holiday. "This year, we shall fervently accumulate credits and leave Slytherin in our wake." Harry remained silent, his expression contemplative as he gazed at the cat perched upon the podium. How could there be a cat here? Ron followed his gaze with curiosity, wondering if Professor McGonagall had brought her pet to class. That didn't seem likely, he muttered to himself. Professor McGonagall was far too stern for that. Could it be a teaching aid? Suddenly, a look of realization washed over Ron's face as he dashed forward, seizing the kitten by the scruff of its neck. "Look at the cat's markings. Doesn't it resemble Professor McGonagall? Just look at it. Does it not remind you of her spectacles?" Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance. It must be a teaching aid. Hold it by the scruff. That's its weak point. The flow of magic and transfigured objects should also be concentrated there. Don't let it squirm, or it might revert back. Yes, just like that. Harry hurriedly reminded Ron and ran over, gently squeezing the cat's paws, prying open its mouth to inspect its teeth, and lifting its tail. Professor McGonagall is indeed remarkable. She is indistinguishable from an ordinary cat. Were it not for the subtle flow of magic, I would have never discerned that she is a magical creation. As Harry reflected on the moment, he swiftly took notes, meticulously illustrating the intricate flow of magical energy he perceived in the small cat within his notebook. Just as he was finalizing his drawing, Ron suddenly recalled that Professor McGonagall was indeed an animagus, capable of transforming into a cat. A look of terror crossed his face as he glanced at the feline in his hands. Could it possibly be Professor McGonagall? Well, the drawing is complete. It's time to release it. Although it is a magical creation, holding it tightly for too long could be detrimental to its magical essence. After Harry spoke, he snatched the cat from Ron's hands, gripping it by the scruff and placing it upon the podium. "Now, be good," he instructed. Chapter 24. The humiliating experience of the elderly cat lady. In the midst of Ron's despair, the little cat sprang up from the podium and, upon landing, transformed into an elderly woman clad in a green dress. Harry recognized her. Indeed, he was quite familiar with Professor Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House in the Transfiguration Professor. He could sense that Professor McGonagall was in a foul mood, akin to a dragon bereaved of its stolen egg. Humiliation. An overwhelming sense of disgrace. To be seized by the scruff and subjected to a posture inspection. To have one's claws forcibly extended for a bloodline examination. To be tugged by the ears for an inspection of ear mites. She had never been treated in such a manner. It was utterly disrespectful. She had never encountered such impudent students. The favorable impression she once held of Harry had vanished, completely obliterated. Yet, as a professor, she suppressed her emotions, narrowing her eyes and inquiring with a serious tone, "Mr. Potter, are you unaware of what an animagus is?" Harry shook his head, acknowledging. Professor McGonagall blushed, saying, well, you won't even utter a falsehood, will you? Knowing this, how dare you act in such a manner? Harry Potter, what are you intending to do?" Harry produced his notebook, presenting it to Professor McGonagall with an air of calm assurance. "The preparations required for becoming an animagus are extensive and protracted. I have never attempted it, and my understanding remains purely theoretical. Consequently, I mistakenly perceived your animagus as a peculiar transformation, for which I sincerely apologize. Nevertheless, I am grateful for your assistance. Your animagus has provided me with profound inspiration. Once I am adequately prepared with the necessary materials, I am certain I will be able to achieve the transformation." Professor McGonagall was momentarily taken aback, her irritation and embarrassment dissipating in an instant. Had she truly heard Harry correctly? He had just asserted that once he was prepared, he could indeed accomplish the animagus transformation, but he had only just entered school. How could that be possible? Yet, upon reflection, she recalled a similar instance. The memory of the hall flashed before her eyes. Perhaps Harry was indeed remarkable. Should she allow him to try? Upon scrutinizing Harry's notebook, she found it surprisingly plausible. At least, there were no theoretical obstacles. What remained was sheer willpower. As long as he possessed the resolve, the animagus transformation would not pose a significant challenge for him. However, no. This was a matter of life and death. She needed to dissuade Harry. The path to becoming an animagus was not a trivial pursuit. History bore harrowing lessons that compelled every wizard to approach this magic with utmost caution. Professor McGonagall's tone shifted subtly. The animagus transformation is indeed wondrous. Yet it is equally perilous. Without sufficient knowledge and transfiguration, a reckless attempt could lead to confusion of thought, or worse, to becoming a half-human, half-beast monstrosity. I do not advise you to attempt it at this time. If you hold an interest in it, perhaps you might consider waiting until you reach the upper years." Harry nodded, expressing his gratitude for Professor McGonagall's counsel, vowing to approach it with caution. However, his words were merely a formality. His resolve was unshakable. Impervious even to the strongest of forces, let alone Professor McGonagall's influence. It was not merely stubbornness that defined him, but rather a profound self-awareness. He had meticulously prepared for his endeavor, requiring only the guidance of a teacher. With the acquisition of Professor McGonagall's animagus sample, he found himself equipped with invaluable resources, lacking only the necessary materials. How delightful it is, though, that Professor McGonagall remains unaware of Harry's capabilities. In less than 2 months since his immersion into the magical realm, he has already mastered an impressive body of theoretical knowledge and transfiguration. This is commendable. His talent shines brightly, complemented by his diligent efforts, considering his earnest pursuit of knowledge. I shall extend my forgiveness this time, but let it be known that recklessness shall not be tolerated henceforth. Return to your seat." After sincerely expressing his gratitude, Harry took the pale-faced Ron back to their seats. In the subsequent Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall, adhering to the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, provided each student with a matchstick, instructing them to transform it into a silver needle. Harry was the first to finish, closely followed by Ron. As time gradually passed, the first Transfiguration class was nearing its conclusion, and Harry's expression grew increasingly peculiar. He discovered something absurd, apart from himself and Ron. None of their classmates had completed Professor McGonagall's assigned task. Whether they hailed from wizarding families or non-magical ones, their performance in Transfiguration was distinctly lacking. Throughout the entire class, aside from the 2 of them, only 2 wands had undergone a transformation. Hermione's wand shimmered with a silvery glow, turning into a silver wand, while Seamus's wand crackled, making a series of popping sounds as if it had fired 7 times during the lesson. At this moment, Dumbledore felt a slight headache coming on. He still had yet to address the letter from the Ministry of Magic. A reasonable explanation was necessary, one that could not be dismissive, and it had to satisfy all the parents. The first-year students had barely begun their classes, yet chaos had erupted in the Great Hall, even resulting in bloodshed. The uproar was overwhelming. If the resolution did not appease the parents and the ministry, the headmaster's office would become a new home for howling complaints. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead. According to McGonagall, this tumultuous brawl involving all the first years had been instigated by Harry. Speaking of Harry, Gryffindor must have had their first Transfiguration class today. I wonder how he performed. Transfiguration is far more significant than subjects like history of magic or herbology. Indeed, it serves as a crucial foundation for wizards. He found himself somewhat concerned about Harry's aptitude in Transfiguration. He glanced at the clock. Indeed, it was time for lunch. He hastily penned a letter instructing Fawkes, the Phoenix, to deliver it to Professor McGonagall while absent-mindedly chewing on a cockroach cluster. His mind, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of Harry's performance. Based on his assessment of Harry's talents, the first Transfiguration class should have astonished everyone. How long would it take to master the transformation? Yet, having studied so much magic, did he have time to delve into Transfiguration? Dumbledore reached for the cockroach cluster, but found nothing. Looking down, he realized the box was empty. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where white clouds drifted lazily by, the weather quite pleasant. In a flash of flames, Fawkes appeared, dropping a letter accompanied by his burning tail feathers onto the desk before lazily returning to his perch. Dumbledore retrieved another box of cockroach clusters from his desk and calmly opened the envelope. Upon reading McGonagall's handwritten letter, he was left utterly astonished. How long? A second. Even though he knew Harry was extraordinary, such results were enough to leave him speechless. In previous years, there had been young wizards who transformed their wands into silver needles during the first Transfiguration class, but those young wizards had grown up in wizarding families, having been exposed to magic from an early age, receiving hands-on guidance as soon as they acquired their wands. Yet even among those young wizards, the fastest record for completing the transformation was 3 minutes. Though, with the professor's guidance and increasing magical proficiency, they could eventually reduce that time to 2 or 3 seconds. This still highlighted the disparity in innate talent. Harry's talent far surpasses that of his father, eclipsing all the wizards Dumbledore has ever encountered. Even the young Voldemort, when drawn forth from the shadows of his past, pales in comparison to Harry. Truly, he is a prodigious genius in the art of transfiguration. Who among the illustrious quartet of Gryffindor possessed such innate ability? Dumbledore found himself uncertain, questioning for the first time the prowess of the famed four. until he felt a curious sensation upon his beard and realized that the pile of cockroaches had all scurried away. He waved his wand, imprisoning the cockroaches in a box, incinerating the letter from the Ministry of Magic, and swiftly exited the headmaster's office, making his way toward the Great Hall. He sought to engage Harry in conversation, yearning for answers that had eluded him for years. Chapter 25, The Comprehensive Merfolk Cookbook. Upon discovering Harry by the shores of the Black Lake, he found Harry pinching his nose and stirring the murky, yellowish water with a small stick. "Harry, what are you doing?" Dumbledore inquired, his expression a mixture of curiosity and astonishment at Harry's peculiar pastime. "Please do not misunderstand, Guardian," Harry replied nonchalantly. "I am investigating the sources of the substance being introduced into the Black Lake, searching for the perpetrator. I wrote you 2 letters yesterday, which should be on your desk." Before visiting Hagrid the previous day, he had pinned a letter to Dumbledore, warning him of someone administering a laxative into the lake. After his exchange with Hagrid, he had sent another letter, suggesting that Quirrell might be the one hunting unicorns. Yet, Dumbledore had not responded to either. "I did see the letters," Dumbledore acknowledged. "I have already dispatched the caretaker to investigate the matter regarding the lake, but the issue of the unicorns is more complex to address." "Complex?" Harry queried, puzzled. "Isn't the Forbidden Forest a hunting ground for the professors and students of Hogwarts?" "Once it was," Dumbledore reminisced, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes. "However, since the Ministry of Magic designated a specific area for the centaurs to inhabit, allowing them to dwell within the Forbidden Forest, the ecosystem has undergone significant changes. Subsequently, the Ministry granted permission for various other species to reside in the forest, rendering it quite perilous. Due to limited manpower, our management of the Forbidden Forest can only extend to maintaining a non-interference policy." "That sounds dreadful," Harry lamented, tossing his stick into the water. "I may require some unicorn bait, Guardian. Do you know of any tomes that contain the brewing instructions?" "The Guide to the Care of Magical Creatures," Dumbledore mused. "But I would advise you to concentrate your efforts on potions. Professor Snape has expressed considerable concern regarding your elixirs. He mentioned that you possess great talent yet only brew inferior potions, urging you to focus on what truly matters." Harry maintained his usual expression, despite utilizing inferior materials that slightly diminished the potion's efficacy. Nevertheless, the potion bore no side effects and was affordably priced, making it precisely what Hagrid required. Meanwhile, Snape was covertly disparaging him to Dumbledore, clearly exhibiting the petulance of a disgruntled supplier who had lost a significant client. Harry chose to disregard Snape's antics and did not pursue the topic further. "So, Guardian, what brings you to me today?" Harry deftly shifted the conversation. "I seek a crucial answer," Dumbledore replied, pressing his fingers against his brow, concerning a prophecy from long ago. Harry nodded, indicating for Dumbledore to continue. The prophecy was as follows: "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice resisted him, born at the end of July. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, yet he will possess a strength unknown to the Dark Lord. Neither can survive while the other lives. Only one shall remain." Harry fell into deep contemplation. Had Dumbledore not mentioned the prophecy, he might have forgotten that particular experience altogether. However, as soon as Dumbledore brought it up, he was instantly reminded of a gambler. At the dawn of the Gorisk dynasty, a rogue named Trist had arrived in Peaching. Not only was he a gambler, but he also engaged in cheating. After swindling money, he attempted to flee. Yet, that was the end of his story. Trist was captured and stuffed into a barrel. Ultimately, after much pleading, he managed to appease his captor with a box of fate cards. That very box of fate cards now lay tucked away in his royal treasury. Before returning to this world, he would occasionally take it out to play. The cards proved quite useful. When the time came to unlock the royal treasury and funds ran low, he could rely on them to set up a divination tent and earn some galleons. "Harry?" Dumbledore's voice interrupted his reverie. "What were you just thinking about?" "I was contemplating how to earn," Harry replied. "No, actually, I was reflecting on how the prophecy is speaking of me, isn't it? Born at the end of July. Regarded as an enemy by Voldemort, possessing unique abilities from the Rune Continent. Quite astonishing how accurate that seer was. I can't help but wonder when Voldemort will finally show his face so that I can confront him." But wait, Dumbledore had barely enough time to respond to letters. So why was he suddenly taking time to discuss this matter? He looked at Dumbledore with confusion. "Did you come to see me solely for this purpose?" "I hope you can elaborate on the characteristics of that little ghost. It seems strikingly similar to an ability I am familiar with," Dumbledore responded. Harry pondered deeply, articulating a plethora of information, while Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly as he exchanged a few words with Harry. Following this conversation, both Dumbledore and Harry fell into a profound silence. as if the entire matter had never transpired. Dumbledore busied himself addressing the concerns of the students' parents, while Harry immersed himself in his studies. This was not merely a reference to his first-year curriculum, although it was not yet Friday and he had yet to attend potions class. He could discern that achieving an outstanding in all subjects for his first year would not prove overly challenging. In recent days, he had been diligently previewing the second-year coursework, learning the specialties of each subject's instructors, spending a considerable amount of his accumulated galleons to procure materials for a Nimigish transformation, which he buried beneath a tree, awaiting the arrival of a thunderstorm, and delving into other magical tomes to unearth more useful spells. As for unlocking the Chamber of Secrets, that was a different matter entirely. The world of runes and the realm of magic belonged to disparate domains. Many of the materials required for alchemical reactions were unattainable, and those that were available were exorbitantly priced. He needed to deconstruct the alchemical reaction process and devise a plan to procure the necessary materials within the magical community. He sensed that once he successfully restructured the new alchemical reaction, it would demand a significant financial investment as well. Amidst this dismal state of mind, Harry had taken to tormenting Quirrell in a manner that amused his darker inclinations. For instance, he would take Ron on nocturnal escapades, and as they passed the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom late at night, he would rap loudly on the door and swiftly flee upon hearing footsteps. On their return, he would kick the door vigorously before stealthily disappearing into the night. He even purchased some itching powder, applying it to the doorknob of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. By now, everyone was aware of Quirrell's ineptitude. No one would seek knowledge from a subpar professor, and the itching powder would not affect anyone else. Quirrell was the sole victim of his misfortune. Regrettably, Harry had yet to find an opportunity to pour the itching powder into Quirrell's turban, which was the most protected area and, in Harry's perception, the source of the highest energy. Quirrell, even drenched in sweat, refused to part with his turban, leaving Harry curious about what lay beneath. Amidst this delightful diversion, Friday finally arrived. Early in the morning, Harry set out with Ron towards the potions classroom. Chapter 26, Ron's Suggestion, The Flooding of Malfoy. Potions class was held in a subterranean classroom, significantly colder than the castle, with glass jars lining the walls, each containing preserved specimens of various creatures. Sending a chill down one's spine, Harry surveyed his surroundings, nodding slightly. Truly, this is a room transformed from a dungeon. A dungeon? Ron munched noisily on his pie. Harry explained that the lower level consisted entirely of dungeons, with the Slytherin common room being a particularly exquisite water prison, situated beneath the Black Lake. If a prisoner misbehaved, they would open a window to let in water, drowning one prisoner, which would prompt the others to behave more obediently. Ron's mind sparked with an idea. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "After class, let us head to the Black Lake, shatter the glass of Malfoy's dormitory, and flood him out." Ron slapped his thigh in excitement, his face alight with joy. "Yes, let us do it. No one will find out. I'm an absolute genius." Harry shook his head, saying, "The mermaids have been experiencing digestive issues lately. I do not wish to partake in their feasting." The sound of munching ceased as Ron's stomach churned, rendering the pie in his mouth tasteless. Undeterred, Ron pressed on. "Did you not prepare an antidote for Hagrid? Surely the waters of the Black Lake will be cleansed by next month. Shall we not venture there then? Do you not seek vengeance?" Harry shook his head resolutely, asserting that Slytherin would never be foolish enough to be overwhelmed by a flood. The windows undoubtedly bore magical protections. Perhaps before you could even breach them, Professor Snape would have seized you, ready to deal with your incompetence. Ron sighed, devouring a few bites of his pie before extracting a book, awaiting the commencement of class. As the class time approached, students trickled in. Neville, having recovered, was escorted to the potions classroom by Madame Pomfrey. As the lesson began, Snape did not disguise his disdain in the slightest, revealing his loathing and contempt with unabashed clarity. He picked up the attendance sheet, his finger gliding over the names until it halted at Harry Potter. "Ah, yes," he remarked, "Harry Potter, the illustrious newcomer. Yet, it seems fame does not equate to competence. On the very first day of school, you've caused quite the ruckus and find yourself in detention, foolish student. Surely your father neglected to teach you the distinction between right and wrong, rendering you an arrogant and foolish individual." "Oh, forgive me, I nearly forgot. You have no father. He is deceased." A suppressed laughter emanated from the Slytherin side as Malfoy viciously pinched Crabbe and Goyle's thighs. The laughter ceased abruptly. "What are you laughing at? What is so amusing? Your leader has been bested by Harry thrice. Mocking Harry is no different than mocking me." Malfoy was visibly displeased. Yet he eagerly anticipated how Harry would respond. "You won't disappoint me, will you? If you fail, I shall be even more humiliated." to Malfoy's surprise. Under Snape's aggressive demeanor, Harry simply rose, his tone calm as he stated, "Yes, he is dead. He fell valiantly in the fight against Voldemort. He is a hero. Though he never guided me, I take pride in him. However, Professor, your fixation on my father, are you yearning to be my surrogate parent? And do you harbor resentment after being spurned? Or perhaps you wish to be my father, yet my mother overlooked you? Male surrogate parent?" Snape's face turned a deep shade of purple, veins bulging on the back of his hand, as if he wished to silence Harry forever. No, no. He speaks with such certainty, he cannot possibly know the truth. How could he? How dare he? Yet, Harry paid no heed to Snape's expression. Responding at a speed rivaling the swiftest of magical raps, "Your aggression toward me, a mere newcomer, stems from your own experiences, does it not? If not, it seems you possess a rather unhappy and pitiable family life, which emboldens you to exploit a student's deceased father as a point of contention." Another piercing remark struck Snape's heart. Malfoy was utterly astounded. "Perhaps, Professor, we ought to commence our lesson," Harry proposed. "If you wish to continue discussing my father, we may do so after class. We have already squandered ample time." Snape raised his gaze to Harry, his eyes as dark as Hagrid's yet devoid of any warmth. His stare was cold and hollow, resembling two tunnels leading into the abyss. He had lost the will to teach, but as Harry rightly pointed out, the lesson must proceed. Harry Potter, defying the professor, 5 points from Gryffindor. No, 10 points. 1 week of detention. "Forgive me, Professor, but my detention extends until Halloween," Harry interjected. "Then it shall last until Christmas. Sit down." Harry took a seat, feeling a sense of disdain within. "Deduct points? Feel free to do so. How much can you possibly take away? There are numerous professors at Hogwarts, and you are not the only one targeting me. The other professors will not stand idly by. They certainly do not neglect the diligent and obedient students in their classes. Any points lost here will surely be compensated by the other professors. Furthermore, after acquiring that album," Harry meticulously unraveled the threads of Snape's little secret. He was aware of Snape's disdain for his father and his infatuation with his mother, which left him feeling utterly uncomfortable. Upon noticing Harry seated, Snape inhaled deeply and began, "You have come here to learn the intricate science and rigorous art of potion making." His voice was barely louder than a whisper, yet every word was distinctly heard by all. Much like Professor McGonagall, Snape possessed an effortless authority that maintained order in the classroom. The lost dignity from earlier was fully restored. There was no foolish waving of wands, nor any raucous shouting. "I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite essence of a cauldron simmering gently, emitting fragrant wisps of steam, nor the enchanting liquid that flows through the veins of people, stirring their hearts and clouding their will. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death, but there is one condition. You must not be the kind of fools I often encounter." After Snape concluded his brief introduction, the entire class fell into a profound silence. Harry and Ron raised their eyebrows, exchanging glances. Hermione nearly leaned to the edge of her chair, eagerly straining forward, seemingly desperate to prove that she was not a fool. Ron shot a glare at Hermione, inwardly cursing her for her betrayal. "Potter," Snape suddenly interjected, "what would happen if I were to add daffodil root powder to the mugwort infusion?" Harry casually remarked that a mixture of daffodil root powder and mugwort could concoct a potent sleeping potion, akin to a dose of the elixir of life. Confident, elegant, unpretentious, and natural. Snape was momentarily taken aback, his heart sinking as the image of Lily materialized before him, until he beheld those radiant golden eyes devoid of whites. He felt an urge to retch, akin to discovering a fly in the most delectable of dishes. He clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and continued, "If I were to ask you to procure a piece of cattle bile, where would you go?" "To the belly of a cow," Harry replied with a laugh. "During the holidays, I memorized the entire compendium of magical herbs and fungi. Please feel free to question me, Professor." Snape regarded Harry's smile with increasing revulsion. "Sit down, Professor. You have yet to award any points," Harry aptly reminded him. Chapter 27, Abundant in Moisture. Snape harbored a profound loathing for Harry, wishing nothing more than to deliver a sharp kick to his backside. However, Harry had answered correctly, compelling him to assign points. "Potter, 1 point. How miserly," Harry remarked. Harry gazed at Snape, and although words failed him, the victorious thud of iron boots reverberated ominously upon Snape's countenance. The potions class progressed, with Snape's hostility toward Gryffindor intensifying. He divided the students into pairs, instructing them to concoct a simple potion to treat scabies. Snape, draped in his long black cloak, circled before Harry, observing him as he harvested nettles and crushed the fangs of snakes. He clenched his teeth, yearning for an opportunity to reprimand Harry fiercely. Yet, Harry's technique was so impeccable that even the master of potions could find no fault. It seemed as if Harry's hands were the embodiment of perfection itself. "Oh, Lily, he has inherited your gift." A rare glimmer of admiration flickered in Snape's eyes. "Did you see my father in me, or my mother?" Harry's voice, like a specter, pierced severe as Snape's ears. "You must be eager to deduct points from me, Professor Snape," Harry remarked while stirring the cauldron, "but my skills surpass your expectations 100-fold. I shall not falter in the slightest, and you shall be destined for disappointment." Snape was thoroughly revolted. He could hardly fathom that Lily's child possessed such a vile disposition. Even the boy's father had never been so sardonic towards him. What a brute! How could such a creature as Harry emerge from a brute? It was utterly intolerable. He turned away, pacing furiously around the classroom, chastising nearly all the students except for Malfoy, despite the fact that Malfoy's prowess was far inferior to Harry's. Just as he was demonstrating how expertly Malfoy had cooked a slug with antennae, a noxious green smoke suddenly erupted from the underground classroom, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Neville had somehow managed to transform Seamus's cauldron into a twisted mass, spilling the potion onto the stone floor and burning holes into his classmates' shoes. Fortunately, Harry was quick-witted and whisked Neville away, preventing him from needing to visit the infirmary once again. "Harry," Neville exclaimed, on the verge of tears. For he noticed that Harry's hand had been splattered with potion as he carried him away, already beginning to swell with angry welts. "A minor setback. Next time, remember to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills." Harry set Neville down and tucked his injured hand into his sleeve. The potion in the cauldron was still sputtering wildly, and within moments, the entire class had climbed onto their stools. "Fool!" Snape bellowed, raising his wand to sweep away the spilled potion. "Lombard, you forgot to lower the temperature of the cauldron and added porcupine quills, didn't you?" Neville began to sob. Not out of sorrow for Snape's wrath, but from the realization of his own foolishness that had harmed Harry. "I am such a fool," Neville thought to himself. "Get down from your stools," Snape commanded sharply, then paced between Harry and Ron, who were adjacent to Neville's operation. "Potter, why didn't you advise him against adding porcupine quills? Do you think that by letting him err, you will shine brighter?" Once again, Gryffindor has lost points because of you. Harry remained expressionless. As a master of potions, you ought to understand that every potion requires one's utmost focus. Any distraction could spell disaster for the concoction. This is the most foolish and arrogant behavior. As the potions professor, you should reflect upon your own shortcomings. Consider why you failed to attend to your students, yet expect one of them to bear the responsibility of both brewing and teaching. I fail to comprehend this. Is your mastery of potions merely superficial? Snape felt a wave of frustration. He somewhat regretted having encountered Harry's audacity. "Gryffindor, points deducted. May I inquire, Professor, where I erred?" Harry interjected. "The error lies in your lack of oversight, does it not? You possess the energy to converse with me yet lack the attention to oversee your friend?" Seizing the opportunity, Snape swiftly organized his thoughts, though the aggression faded. "Potter, you are remarkably selfish. Because of your selfishness, Gryffindor loses points." At that moment, I was stirring the cauldron, accelerating its cooling. The ultimate quality of the potion is significantly influenced by temperature, and at that juncture, I must be entirely focused. Do you truly not grasp even this? Harry regarded Snape as though he were a mere just of the wizarding world. Snape's fists clenched. The truth of Harry's words left him with no grounds for rebuttal. In fact, he found himself too intimidated to retort. Having realized that Harry was laying a trap for him, digging and digging, fearful that he would become ensnared, he was utterly convinced that if he clung to Harry any longer today, the latter would pen an expose to the Daily Prophet, revealing all that transpired. His reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. "Professor Snape, although a master of potions, it seemed that your prolonged tenure in this position has dulled your vigilance and seriousness. Qualities essential for a potion master, this negligence could lead to your decline, rendering you mediocre. Do not presume to lecture me," Snape bellowed. Decades of restraint unraveling in an instant. Silence. Return to brewing. An hour later, Harry's potion was complete, of exceptional quality. Snape scrutinized it meticulously, yet found no fault. He was compelled to concede that it was indeed a flawless remedy for scabies. Harry's talent for potions is terrifyingly extraordinary. It is perplexing how such skill can yield such poor antidotes. Snape, unable to comprehend this contradiction, could only grit his teeth and, with eyes shut tight, declare, "Gryffindor. +1 point." The act of awarding Harry a point felt more grievous than a death sentence. As the potions class concluded, they ascended the stairs. Emerging from the subterranean classroom, Harry smiled, and it was truly delightful. Snape was even more enjoyable than Malfoy. The pleasure was second only to a midnight knock on Quirrell's door. Harry, Neville caught up, grasping the sleeve of Harry's robe, pulling his hand out from within. Oh my. Neville covered his mouth, tears streaming down his face. Harry's fingers and arms were covered in swollen, red sores. A tormenting affliction that could drive one to the brink of despair, causing unbearable agony and frantic cries. Yet, Harry endured the entire potion-making class, meticulously concocting a flawless remedy for the very ailment that plagued him, without a single misstep. It was only then that Ron noticed the extent of Harry's hidden injuries, concealed within his sleeves. Harry, are you all right? I'm fine. Why are you two so anxious? Harry reassured, withdrawing his hand. A visit to Madame Pomfrey will suffice. Let's keep our voices down. We would want to provide anyone with amusement at our expense. Gently, Harry wiped away Neville's tears and ruffled his hair. Next time, Neville, muster your spirits. Just avoid any mistakes. You are all my dearest friends, and no matter how grave the injuries, I shall always protect you. Neville gazed at Harry, his lips quivering, his chest constricted as if burdened by unspoken thoughts, until his expression solidified with determination, as if he had resolved to make a significant decision. Chapter 28. The Vanished Room. Harry had always been skeptical that he would ever meet a boy endowed with such extraordinary talent from birth. It was only after encountering Neville Longbottom that he began to believe this notion. However, the dormitory was rather cramped, allowing him to purchase only a few flower pots for Neville to manage, at least initially. It was not until a certain night in the second week that Harry fortuitously uncovered the castle's secret and discovered a greenhouse that rivaled even that of the herbology professor. As the evening adventure concluded, he paused at the entrance to the common room, his gaze trailing down the corridor of the Fat Lady, peering into the encompassing darkness beyond. Was the 8th floor of the castle truly too small? Harry's serious expression, coupled with his haunting tone, rendered the dimly lit ancient castle particularly eerie. Harry, don't frighten me. Neville stammered, his words barely coherent. I feel rather significant, indeed. The Professor Flitwick's office, the Fat Lady's corridor, the divination classroom, the headmaster's office. No, Neville, Ron mused, stroking his chin. By the time we finished exploring the 7th floor, dawn was nearly upon us, yet after traversing the 8th floor, it remained shrouded in darkness. The 8th floor is considerably smaller than the 7th, that much is certain. However, from the outside, the 8th and 7th floors appear quite similar, akin to. Ron scratched his head, sensing he had stumbled upon a vital clue. Yet, the castle harbors an abundance of secrets. Its doors can sometimes wander aimlessly, staircases may engage in a tango, and corridors frequently vanish into thin air. The 8th floor being smaller than the exterior truly is not a matter of great concern. Nevertheless, Ron felt an undeniable conviction that the 8th floor concealed some mystery, though he could not quite grasp it at the moment. Harry continued. It's as if many rooms have vanished. Ron abruptly lifted his head, exclaiming, Yes, Harry, that's precisely what I mean. Neville swallowed nervously, pondering. Could it be that the Dark Lord has hidden them away? It had become a customary practice within this small circle to cast aspersions upon Voldemort, a routine agenda item of utmost importance. Regardless of the peculiarities they encountered, the first course of action was to attribute them to Voldemort. In times of contemplation, whether idle or engaged in whimsical musings, they would unreservedly speculate on the thoughts of the Dark Lord. Given a pen, they could conjure countless scenarios outlining Voldemort's invasion of Hogwarts, each more outrageous than the last, to the extent that even Voldemort himself would be compelled to acknowledge their creativity. However, today, Harry retracted the bucket of slanderous water he had aimed at Voldemort and dismissed Neville's conjecture. It cannot possibly be Voldemort. Headmaster Dumbledore was convinced of Voldemort's existence, asserting that he might even be lurking within Hogwarts. Could it be the Chamber of Secrets? Ron recalled, remembering that Malfoy had mentioned that Slytherin left a legacy for his heir. Could it be the work of Slytherin? Harry did not shake his head this time. Instead, he gently rubbed his chin and remarked, It is a possibility. However, the likelihood is rather slim, as the architecture of Slytherin is primarily situated underground and within water. The 8th floor is abundantly bathed in sunlight. If the Vanished Room is indeed connected to the 4 founders, I would lean more towards Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. The common rooms of both houses are located on the 8th floor, making it convenient for them to utilize and for the heir to discover. After a series of speculations by Harry, Ron, and Neville found themselves swept up in a fervor. Every esteemed student from each house had endeavored to seek the legacy of the 4 founders, the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin, the Diadem of Ravenclaw, and the Goblet of Hufflepuff. Gryffindor was no exception. They were equally eager to uncover the fabled sword of Gryffindor. although no one had ever been reported to have discovered Gryffindor's hidden treasures. This enthusiasm proved infectious, and within just a few days of the new term, Ron and Neville had been thoroughly captivated. Today, they took the initiative, outpacing the older students, to uncover clues and discover the elusive room on the 8th floor. In their quest for the Sword of Gryffindor, they aspired to become the heirs of Gryffindor. Ron was brimming with excitement, akin to a shrimp sizzling on a grill, while Neville, too, was invigorated, clenching his fists in determination. Harry was also filled with anticipation, although the keys to the king's treasury had yet to be gathered. The desire to collect treasures had never waned. "Harry, do you desire the Ravenclaw diadem or the Gryffindor sword?" "No, not yet. We must find it first." The alchemist possesses a keen sensitivity to energy. Accompanied by Ron and Neville, Harry follows the flow of magic, searching for the nodes and exploring every nook and cranny. At last, they come to a halt before a tapestry. "This is it." Harry gazed intently at the tapestry, the golden hues in his eyes growing ever more radiant. However, the depiction upon the tapestry was unfamiliar to him. He glanced to his sides. With either Neville or Ron, one could conquer the world, but with both, Harry was inclined to seek their counsel. "Have you seen the illustration on the tapestry?" Harry inquired. "It must be about a troll named Barnaby, right?" Ron rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I believe I know this tale. Let me ponder for a moment." "Ah, I recall. A man named Barnaby attempted to teach a troll how to ballet dance, only to be soundly thrashed by the creature." Harry was silently praising Ron, only to find that in the next moment, Ron was utterly dejected. Could it be that one must perform ballet to gain entry into the room? Ron tugged at his hair in frustration. If dancing were indeed the prerequisite for entry, would he not be reduced to a tamed ogre? Who possesses such a peculiar sense of humor? Must we truly dance? Harry turned to Neville and asked, "What do you think, Neville?" "Well, Harry, I sense that this might be a trial left by Lady Ravenclaw," Neville replied in a hushed tone, stammering slightly. "I've heard my grandmother mention that Lady Ravenclaw despises foolish wizards. Both the silly Babbity and trolls are quite dim-witted." Noticing Harry and Ron staring at him, Neville's voice grew even softer. "Neville, you truly are a genius," Harry encouraged, patting him on the back. "Please, continue. What you just said was excellent." Gaining confidence, Neville elaborated. "Lady Ravenclaw once stated, 'Exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure.' I believe her intent is that to gain entry, one must demonstrate sufficient wisdom, otherwise, even the foolish Babbity and trolls could obstruct your path. Undoubtedly, this is the legacy of Lady Ravenclaw." Harry felt that Neville's conjecture was quite plausible. There was a significant likelihood that this was indeed the legacy of Lady Ravenclaw. The legendary treasure of the magical realm, the Ravenclaw diadem, was likely concealed here. The ensuing challenge was how to navigate the trials left behind by Lady Ravenclaw. Harry rubbed his chin, pacing in front of the tapestry depicting the troll's futile attempts to strike the hapless Barnaby. This was the legacy of Ravenclaw. The diadem should be here. But how could he acquire the key? How could he gain entrance to the chamber that housed Ravenclaw's diadem? A faint buzzing sound interrupted Harry's contemplation, prompting him to turn towards its source. Neville and Ron stood ahead, and the tapestry had vanished, revealing a smooth door on the corresponding wall. "Eh?" Ron made a cat-like expression of confusion. "No, Harry, how did you open it?" Chapter 29, The Diadem of Ravenclaw. "Shoo, we are on a nocturnal adventure. Quiet down." Harry signaled for silence. "I don't know either. I circled around the tapestry a few times, and it just opened." He stroked his chin, reflecting on the recent experience in search of clues. Ron, with urgency, urged, "Stop pondering. It's nearly dawn. Let us go inside and see. We can discuss it later." The three of them pushed the door open and stepped inside, where a wondrous sight awaited them. Before them lay a towering pile of clutter, and atop this mountain of debris rested a magnificent diadem. It was identical to the one described in the records, a gem-encrusted, glimmering eagle-shaped crown. Harry's vision was somewhat sharper, and he noticed that a circle of text was engraved along the base of the crown. "Exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure." "Is this the diadem of Ravenclaw?" Neville murmured softly. Ron rolled up his sleeves, stepped forward, and reached out to seize the diadem, but was halted by Harry, his hand suspended in midair. He turned his head, puzzled, to look at Harry. "There is something amiss with the diadem," Harry frowned. "The alchemist possesses a keen sensitivity to spirituality. It evokes a profoundly nauseating sensation within me, dark, cold, malevolent. It seems the diadem of Ravenclaw has been tainted." Neville whispered. You sensed it too?" Harry asked, somewhat astonished. Could it be that Neville harbored other talents? Neville nodded. "I detected the scent of death emanating from it, quite terrifying." Ron, feeling left out, cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem. Harry, what shall we do next?" Harry remained silent. rummaging through a pile of clutter nearby until he unearthed a ceremonial silver fork and an exquisite silver filigree box. Grasping the fork, he lifted the crown, carefully placed it into the ornate silver box, sealed it shut, and tossed it into the Gringotts pouch. Ron and Neville could sense that Harry visibly exhaled in relief as he discarded the box into the pouch. "We must consult with Professor Dumbledore. I am quite familiar with the aura of the crown, reminiscent of the distinct foulness that clings to Quirrell," Harry remarked. "Quirrell," Ron and Neville exclaimed in unison. Their astonishment palpable. Harry rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Before coming to school, I choked a little imp in my mind, and it had this foul odor." Ron and Neville were once again taken aback. Had Harry truly encountered such a terrifying experience before his schooling? Ron collected his thoughts and stated, "Are you suggesting that the diadem of Ravenclaw is tainted by Voldemort?" Harry replied, "He surely knows this place as well." Ron and Neville shivered, casting wary glances around. As if a Voldemort-like creature could emerge from the pile of clutter at any moment. Harry clasped his friend's shoulders and gently patted them a few times. "Do not fret. My friends, Quirrell's arrival at Hogwarts must serve a greater purpose. Otherwise, the Ravenclaw diadem would remain undiscovered. Voldemort has concealed the diadem precisely to avoid detection. In pursuit of his objectives, he shall not indulge in unnecessary distractions. My friends, we have dealt a significant blow to Voldemort. He stands before us vulnerable and weak." Harry's words ignited a spark of excitement in Neville and Ron's eyes once more. After all, who among them did not yearn to accomplish something grand while at school? Ron placed his hands on his hips. "And what of all these items?" Ron gestured toward the mountain of clutter. "Are we to leave them here?" Harry shook his head, saying, "Of course not. Let us keep what we can utilize and sell the rest for money. It is far better than relinquishing it to Voldemort. Before Quirrell accomplishes his objective, I hope to organize this place and invite Professor Dumbledore to set a trap to ensnare both Quirrell and Voldemort." Ron and Neville nodded in agreement. And Neville added a thought of his own. "Harry, this space is quite ample. In addition to setting up traps, could we perhaps reserve an area for cultivating herbs?" Harry pondered for a moment, contemplating the feasibility of his plan. The traps he had devised would be concentrated at the entrance, aiming for a swift and decisive strike, leaving the remaining space for free utilization. Moreover, with Dumbledore's traps in place, there was little fear of anyone attempting to pilfer the herbs. Whoever dared to enter would meet their demise. The trio hastily returned to the Gryffindor common room and slipped into their dormitory. Their roommates were blissfully asleep. Oblivious to their return, they swiftly removed all the flower pots from the windowsill. However, when Harry attempted to open the door once more, an unexpected event occurred. The room had transformed. Sunlight and rain flooded the space, and beneath their feet lay damp earth. Ron and Neville rushed into the room, collapsing onto the ground, eliciting a mix of joy and despair. "Our Galleons! Our treasures!" Ron lamented, clutching the soil, tears welling in his eyes. "How could this happen?" "This is the most perfect garden imaginable," Neville exclaimed, cradling a handful of earth. "The soil, the light, the rain, it's even more exquisite than Professor Sprout's greenhouse. If I were to plant here, I could cultivate a bounty of herbs before the holidays." Harry rubbed his chin, his mind swirling with conjectures. He grasped Ron and, after several attempts with Neville, he successfully discerned the pattern. When a user concentrates and envisions the desired location and walks thrice past the tapestry, it transforms into an exceptionally smooth door, granting access to the needed chamber. Furthermore, when someone is within the room, the outer door reverts to a tapestry, and latecomers wishing to enter the same room must employ the identical incantation. This implies they could entirely forego the storage room, utilizing the entire space to ensnare Quirrell and Voldemort. At dawn, they organized the plantation, cataloging treasures amassed from half a hill, transporting them to their imagined Quidditch pitch, exclusively for Harry, Ron, and Neville. Most absurdly, they stumbled upon 5 bottles of sherry. The wine was evidently new. Ron clutched a bottle, exclaiming, "Goodness. No one knows about this place, right?" "It seemed so." Harry sighed. "Neville, will we inadvertently harm others when we set traps for Professor Dumbledore?" Neville expressed his concerns. "Let us take the bottles to Professor Dumbledore. He should be able to provide a solution." After Harry finished speaking, he strode into the headmaster's office, pulling Ron and Neville along with him. Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore, clad in his pajamas and still bleary-eyed from sleep, yawned and remarked, "Ah, Potter, what brings you here so early?" As he spoke, he waved his wand, causing 3 cups to soar in front of Harry and his companions, and soon, a milk jug began to tap dance, filling their cups to the brim. "Professor Dumbledore, we have found the diadem of Ravenclaw." Harry pulled over a stool and sat down heavily, retrieving a box from the Gringotts' money pouch. It bore the same essence as the spirit of Quirrell, the little wretch I had extinguished. Dumbledore, now fully alert, fixated on the diadem for a long while before he let out a deep sigh. "Oh, Potter, it seems he is even more deranged than I had anticipated," Dumbledore mused, rubbing his forehead. "But this is truly not good news." Chapter 30. Trelawney. The concealed liquor. "Can you elaborate, Guardian?" Harry pressed. "Harry, that is exceedingly malevolent. A violation of humanity's very nature," Dumbledore lamented. "It is perilous. Forgive me for not divulging further." "Then share what you can," Harry insisted. "Surely there are aspects you can reveal." Dumbledore again massaged his temples, aware of Harry's relentless curiosity. "This dark magic is known as a Horcrux. It rends the soul of the caster, creating a second life. To vanquish him, one must obliterate all of his Horcruxes." "So that is how it is," Harry nodded, somewhat contemplative. "But to tear apart one's soul is truly madness. It is a miracle he hasn't destroyed himself. By the way, Guardian, is there any hope for Ravenclaw's diadem?" Harry inquired nonchalantly. "We are the heirs of Ravenclaw, and we need it." Dumbledore fell into a brief silence, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. "I shall seek the assistance of an old friend, one who possesses considerable expertise in this area." "I also require your aid with one more matter," Harry interjected. "I hope you can set up some traps in the chamber where Ravenclaw's diadem is stored. It would be best to gather some trusted friends to brainstorm. I wish to surprise Voldemort." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. "A commendable idea. We have also discovered this." Harry produced a bottle of sherry. "It is quite fresh, likely hidden recently. I hope you can implement safeguards against accidental triggers to prevent anyone from meeting a grim fate," he stated, placing the sherry bottle on Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore paused, the sherry appearing vaguely familiar. A certain inebriated female professor flashed through his mind. "Ah, Trelawney. Concealed liquor. And Harry has caught her in the act. I will ensure that no wizard, except Voldemort, can enter," Dumbledore vowed. "You have done well. Is there anything else you require?" "Not at the moment," Harry replied, pouring another glass of milk. It was indeed the age for growth. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. "If possible, I would recommend you three take a brief rest before classes. Your mental state is rather poor. However, before that, I wish to reward you. Discovering the lost diadem of Ravenclaw is a remarkable achievement. Each of you shall earn 30 points for Gryffindor. Participating in the dismantling of Voldemort's Horcrux scheme and locating one Horcrux earns you another 30 points each. For presenting the plan to hunt Voldemort, Harry, you shall add 20 points to Gryffindor." Harry, Ron, and Neville exchanged glances, as if they had heard the joyful sound of the Gryffindor hourglass. After finishing their milk, they departed from the headmaster's office. "Let's take a brief rest," Harry said with a smile. "We won't stay up late tonight, as tomorrow is Thursday and we have a flying lesson." Ron and Neville shared a knowing look, in full agreement. Since the announcement of the flying lesson, Malfoy had been incessantly boasting about flying. He loudly lamented that first-year students were unqualified to join the House Quidditch team, regaling them with lengthy, self-aggrandizing tales that invariably concluded with his thrilling escape from a Muggle helicopter. Both boys were acutely aware that this was merely Malfoy's new tactic to flaunt himself like a proud peacock, attempting to draw Harry's attention. Such brazen attempts to usurp their friend filled them with indignation. They fancied diving into the Black Lake, braving the foul waters, to smash through the Slytherin windows and drown Malfoy. Although Harry had managed to dissuade them, they still yearned for an opportunity to teach Malfoy a lesson. After Harry enlightened them about helicopters, making them realize Malfoy's bluster, Ron declared to Neville that they must outshine Malfoy during the flying lesson. Ron, a passionate Quidditch enthusiast who had ridden a broomstick before, was confident in his ability to best Malfoy and deliver a painful lesson, proving that Malfoy was utterly unworthy of vying for Harry's friendship. Neville, however, felt a twinge of anxiety, for he had never ridden a broomstick in his life. His grandmother had always forbidden him from approaching one. Caught up in the excitement stirred by Ron, he worried about embarrassing Harry during the flying lesson. As their thoughts diverged, time swiftly passed, and soon it was Thursday at 3:30 in the afternoon. Harry, Ron, Neville, and the other Gryffindor students hurried down the staircase and onto the grassy expanse in front of the entrance, eager to partake in their inaugural flying lesson. The day was bright and breezy, mirroring Harry's own buoyant spirits. He held a keen interest in the flying class, before unlocking the secrets of the Chamber of Secrets. A broomstick was his most accessible means of acquiring the art of flight, and he was determined to hone his skills. As they hastened down the sloping meadow toward a flat patch of grass on the opposite side, the blades of grass undulated gently beneath their feet. Beyond the lawn lay the forest, where distant dark trees swayed gracefully in the wind. The Slytherin students had already gathered there, along with 20 broomsticks neatly arranged upon the ground. Harry often listened to Prefect Percy lament about the flying brooms at school, stating that some of the brooms would tremble when one soared too high, while others seemed intent on burrowing into the ground. After expressing his grievances, Prefect Percy would solemnly declare that the Board of Governors had invested too little in the flying brooms, which were in a dilapidated state and riddled with faults, resulting in students getting injured during flying lessons each year, necessitating his caution. Harry, having listened too much, mistakenly believed that Prefect Percy had set his sights on his Galleons, intending to raise funds to procure Nimbus 2000s for the school and enhance students' performance. It was only later, upon encountering an article in the Daily Prophet regarding Prefect Percy, that he realized Percy was preparing for a position in the Department of Magical Sports after graduation. Furthermore, Percy had undertaken considerable efforts in this pursuit. His ambition was commendable, albeit his excessive concern for power was somewhat off-putting. Naturally, this was of little concern to Harry. It was Ron's parents who ought to be worried. What truly occupied his thoughts was the deteriorating condition of the Nimbus 2000. As he pondered this, their instructor, Madame Hooch, arrived. With her short, gray hair reminiscent of a tomboy and her eyes brimming with vitality, she exclaimed, "What are you all waiting for?" Enthusiastically blowing her whistle and clapping her hands, she urged them to line up at the Nimbus 2000s. Hurry, hurry, make haste. Harry cast a glance downward at his broomstick, which was tattered and worn, its bristles askew like a disheveled dog's nest, resembling a vehicle that had been submerged in an accident, a dilapidated contraption riddled with malfunctions. Mounting it would undoubtedly spell disaster. He surveyed his surroundings and noted his remarkable misfortune. Beneath him lay the most inferior broom in the entire gathering. However, Madame Hooch was already urging them forward. Extending his right hand above the broom's handle, she called out, "Up." Chapter 31. Harry Potter Takes Flight. Up. Everyone shouted in unison. Harry exclaimed in a state of confusion, and his broomstick immediately leaped into his hand. How intriguing. It can actually rise like this? Harry glanced at the broom and then at his own hands. He recalled the tale of a top-tier racer paired with a dilapidated vehicle, where a mere press of the accelerator led to a catastrophic engine failure. He surveyed his surroundings. Malfoy's broom wobbled into the air, seemingly exhibiting a modicum of talent. Yet, among wizards, true talent was a rare commodity. Hermione's broom merely rolled on the ground, while Neville's broom remained utterly motionless. Ron, with a flick of his foot, sent the broom into his hands and noticed Harry observing him, eliciting an awkward grin that revealed his teeth. Harry mused that perhaps the talent for flight was akin to equestrian skills, with the broom resembling a wild steed that could sense one's inner trepidation. Neville's voice trembled slightly, unmistakably revealing his desire to remain firmly grounded. Subsequently, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount a broom without sliding from the front to the back and risking a painful encounter with the ground. She traversed among the students, correcting their grip and openly praising Harry as a natural rider, while criticizing Draco for his persistent mistakes. This caused Draco's complexion to pale, much to Ron's delight as he reveled in the moment. "All right, at the sound of my whistle, you will kick off the ground with your legs," Madame Hooch instructed. "Remember to hold onto your brooms tightly, you novices, as you only need to ascend a few feet and then gently return to the earth. Prepare yourselves. 3, 2. However, Neville was so anxious that he resembled a frozen corpse. As he kicked off, he shot into the air like a cork from a champagne bottle, eventually becoming a mere speck against the sky. Harry extended his hand to shield himself from the scorching sunlight, squinting as he searched for Neville's figure. But it seemed to be soaring too high for him to catch a glimpse. All he could hear was Neville's agonizing screams. From the Slytherin side came a derisive snicker, and Harry turned to see Malfoy's face, replete with mockery. Malfoy raised an eyebrow at Harry, remarking, "Longbottom's talent is rather impressive, isn't it? Riding a broomstick so swiftly that it seems as though it might explode in midair." Crabbe and Goyle exaggeratedly covered their mouths, emitting strange chuckles. Harry, disregarding Malfoy, swiftly mounted his broomstick, propelling himself into the sky with a powerful kick of his legs, soaring upwards at a velocity surpassing that of Neville. Come back, child." Mrs. Hooch's voice echoed behind him. 12 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet. He soared higher than he could fathom, feeling the broom quiver beneath him. At last, he caught sight of Neville's terrified, pale visage. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted as Neville's broom disintegrated, leaving poor Neville in a state of panic, desperately grasping for something to hold on to. Harry hastened to pursue him, seizing Neville as he plummeted. Only at that moment did he exhale in relief, gently guiding Neville downwards with stability until they finally landed before Mrs. Hooch. "You were magnificent. Thanks to you, child." Mrs. Hooch rushed over, her concern palpable. Is he all right? That broom exploded. He must be severely injured. Harry held Neville's abdomen, which continued to ooze plasma, causing many classmates to blanch in fear and avert their gazes. Madame Pomfrey bent down to examine Neville's condition, her face as pale as his. With a broken wrist, a sprained ankle, and internal bleeding, Harry heard her trembling voice reassure. "It's all right. The child will be fine." She turned to the other students and commanded, "I will take this child to the hospital wing. None of you are to move. Return the broomsticks to their rightful place. Potter, keep an eye on them." After making these arrangements, Madame Pomfrey cradled Neville gently, saying, "Dear, do not be afraid. Everything will be all right." As they departed, their footsteps fading away, Malfoy erupted into laughter. "Did you see him like that? That big oaf. The chubby simpleton who can only cry." Suddenly, a ball fell from the sky, striking Malfoy and causing him to recoil. "Who? Which scoundrel dares to attack me? My father is Lucius Malfoy." Malfoy seethed, glaring at the castle eaves, seemingly from where it had fallen, yet there was no one above. Could it be a tile? He bent down to retrieve something from the grass, and upon recognizing it, a grin spread across his face. "Look," he exclaimed, holding up the ball, which glimmered in the sunlight. It was a gift from that big fool Longbottom's grandmother. "You shouldn't befriend such a dimwit. He will only bring you trouble and make you assist him. You should be with me. I can provide you with anything you desire." "Hand it over, Malfoy," Harry said softly. All conversation ceased as they turned to watch. Malfoy glared back at Harry, his expression darkened. "Why? I invited you 3 times. And you rebuffed me each time, even opposing me. What makes him superior to me?" Harry said, "Malfoy, some individuals can never become friends." Malfoy sneered malevolently. "Potter, you wouldn't want Longbottom to lose his memory charm, would you?" "Potter, if you agree to be my friend and stand by my side," Malfoy declared, "I shall return the memory charm to Longbottom and promise to never bully him again." "Are you threatening me?" A dangerous glint flickered in Harry's eyes. "Potter is angry." "Oh dear, Potter is furious," Malfoy taunted with increasing malice. "You should never have repeatedly rejected me. This is entirely your fault. I intend to place it somewhere for Longbottom to retrieve. How about hanging it on a tree? Let your oafish friend leap around like a monkey, unable to reach it. Come and take it." Harry glared at Malfoy, but Malfoy paid no heed, clutching his broom as he soared into the sky. His previous boasts were not mere exaggerations. He truly excelled at flying, capable of gripping the broom with one hand while hovering before the treetop of an oak. "Come and get it, Potter. If you can catch me. Show me your flying skills, Potter." Harry brandished the alchemical missile, aiming it at Malfoy. Though Malfoy appeared somewhat flustered, he evaded with agility, taunting. "Pathetic Potter, do you truly believe you can hit me? Not your broomstick. Use your flying skills to best me, Potter." As Harry prepared to launch, Hermione interposed herself before him, grasping his hand. "No. You have been grounded until Christmas. I do not wish for you to face further confinement until the end of the school year." "What do you intend to do, Potter?" Pansy Parkinson shrieked. "Do you wish to engage in another duel? Is detention not sufficient?" "You lunatic, Potter. I will not allow you to harm Draco." With that, Pansy drew her wand and incanted a spell. "Get down." Ron executed a surprise attack, delivering a swift kick that sent Pansy sprawling. "Harry, leave them to me. You go deal with Malfoy." Chapter 32. Do not continue fighting. Ron brandished his broomstick, reminiscent of the fervent battles in the Great Hall, transforming into a valiant defender. "Potter, give Malfoy a thorough lesson." Dean Thomas shouted, "We are here for you." Dean, Harry's roommate, a small boy with dark skin whose mother was a muggle, had long been a target of Malfoy's ridicule. He had harbored resentment towards Malfoy for quite some time. With fists raised, he charged towards Slytherin. Dean's close friend, Seamus, was equally undaunted, seizing his broom to jab at a Slytherin's backside. The battle was on the verge of erupting. "Stop fighting," Hermione cried anxiously. "Please, cease this conflict." Harry pushed her aside, launching an alchemical projectile towards Malfoy, who narrowly evaded it. "Ha ha ha, Potter, you cannot hit me. Mount your broomstick and come after me. If you catch me, I shall grant it to you. Otherwise, I shall toss it into the Black Lake and watch that oaf retrieve the memory ball sent by his grandmother from the muck." Malfoy laughed heartily, tossing the memory ball into the air. As Harry prepared to take another shot, Hermione rushed towards him. "Harry, no. You'll lose points. You've already been confined until Halloween. Please. Harry, I beg you, don't. Wake up, Hermione. Malfoy is tormenting our friend. Even if I were confined for 7 years, I would still want to give him a good beating." Harry pushed Hermione aside, mounted his broomstick, and declared, "Malfoy, you've truly pushed me to my limits. Harry had always been incredulous that he would come to know a boy whom he loathed even more than he despised Draco, despite possessing far greater strength than Malfoy. This individual clung to him like an impervious leech, unperturbed by pain or consequence, inciting his revulsion. He had already bested Malfoy 3 times, yet the latter remained unrepentant. A more severe lesson was imperative. Harry soared into the sky, releasing his grip on the broom with one hand devoted to alchemy and the other wielding his wand. He chanted a rhythmic rap of English wizards, with spells and missiles firing forth like a Gatling gun. Bang, 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 targeting Malfoy. Struck by the onslaught, Malfoy plummeted towards the ground, his face ashen, crying out in terror. Ah! Harry pursued him, wielding his broomstick to deliver a forceful jab to his posterior. Utilizing the momentum from the impact, he somersaulted off and landed atop Malfoy, unleashing a barrage of punches upon that insufferable face. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Hermione finally arrived. Wrapping her arms around Harry S., Malfoy, battered and bruised, shielded his eyes. Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. It was Professor McGonagall's voice. Harry turned to see her striding toward them. Her expression one of fury. In all my years at Hogwarts, I have never. McGonagall's glasses glinted with anger, her hands trembling slightly. How dare you? How dare you come here to corrupt my students? It's not his fault, Professor. Parkinson lost a tooth, and her speech is a bit impaired, he interjected. Silence. Miss Parkinson. Yet Malfoy was not done. Enough, Miss Parkinson. I shall be seeking an explanation from Professor Snape. His insufferable students always seem intent on leading my students astray. I demand accountability. Professor McGonagall was like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, her ire palpable. For each participant in this altercation, 3 points will be deducted from your houses. Now, Potter, follow me. Harry was taken away, and Hermione stood frozen, feeling as though she had misjudged the situation. Even considering herself a fool, Hermione, you've interfered with Harry once again, Ron exclaimed, his frustration palpable. He could not fathom why Hermione would obstruct their revenge against Malfoy. Malfoy had bullied Neville time and again, taunted Harry, and ridiculed them mercilessly. Yet Hermione still stood in the way. Whose side are you on? This is madness. He continued. The last incident in the Great Hall is a prime example. Because of your interference, Neville was severely injured. And now, as Neville suffers once more, you still obstruct us. You do not deserve to be Harry's friend. Harry would never appreciate a traitor like you. In a fit of rage, Ron discarded his broom and stormed off the field with the equally furious Gryffindors, leaving a bewildered Hermione gazing at their retreating figures. At that moment, Pansy Parkinson dashed over, launching a sneak attack. Seizing the opportunity, she forcefully knocked Hermione down and summoned a group of Slytherins to join the assault. You're all alone now. Pansy sneered with malicious delight. Let us teach her a lesson and collect some interest. Meanwhile, Harry, seated in Professor McGonagall's office and listening to her stern lecture, happened to glance out the window just in time to witness Hermione being assaulted. Bullying Neville had not been enough. They dared to target Hermione as well? This was intolerable. Under the incredulous gaze of Professor McGonagall, he kicked through the window and leaped outside. His broomstick soared to him, propelling him towards the scene at astonishing speed. A summoning spell? Professor McGonagall was taken aback. How could he perform such magic? Where was he rushing off to in such haste? And how dare those Slytherin students act with such audacity? Harry soared through the air, propelling himself down the slope on his broomstick, delivering a swift kick that sent Pansy Parkinson tumbling and unleashing a flurry of blows upon the Slytherins. The alchemical projectiles and dazzling magic transformed into an eternal and magnificent display of fireworks in the eyes of the most helpless Miss Otter, blooming brilliantly against the daylight. She gazed at the figure shielding her, pouting as she wiped away the glistening tears from the corners of her eyes and brushed off the dust from her attire. The Slytherins fell one by one. Professor McGonagall arrived belatedly, witnessing Harry become a veritable magical machine gun, single-handedly shattering the spines of the Slytherin newcomers. McGonagall fixed her gaze upon Harry for an extended moment. She understood him, endorsed him, even praised him, and felt a sense of exhilaration. Yet these sentiments remained concealed within her heart, for she was a professor of Hogwarts and the head of Gryffindor. She had to maintain equilibrium, provide explanations to Snape, account to the Board of Governors, and ensure the satisfaction of the injured students' parents. I shall summon Madame Pomfrey to address this situation. Come along, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall sighed. You have incurred a 10-point deduction for Gryffindor. Prepare for detention. This is your final warning, should you wish to avoid expulsion. Harry nodded, while Hermione behind him clutched the hem of her garment, her complexion pale, anxiously attempting to explain to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, this is not Harry's fault. He merely sought to assist me. Very well, Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall interjected with a wave of her hand, The professors will administer an appropriate consequence to Mr. Potter. Hermione wished to articulate further, but Harry restrained her. He intended for her to return to the dormitory first, yet Hermione steadfastly followed in his footsteps. The trio walked in silence into Professor McGonagall's office, and before she could close the door, a gust of frigid wind burst through the shattered window, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Professor McGonagall's expression darkened as she waved her wand, restoring the room to its former state. "Take a seat," she instructed. "Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape will be arriving shortly." A three-way hearing? A peculiar thought flashed through Harry's mind as he pulled over a chair. Hermione, flustered, sat down, nervously clutching her clothing, her knuckles turning white. She recalled Ron's words, realizing she had never truly aided Harry. Instead, she often relied on him to extricate her from difficulties, leaving him to bear the brunt of the consequences, including losing points, and now facing the threat of expulsion. Amidst Hermione's growing anxiety, the somber-faced Snape entered the room. Chapter 33, Seeking Thrills, Are We? The so-called savior finds the tumult in the Great Hall insufficient and craves further excitement. Does he not? Snape, with an acerbic tone, directed his words at Harry before glancing at Professor McGonagall. "Minerva, this is not the first instance of Potter injuring a Slytherin student. It is abundantly clear that he is a profound disappointment. What do you propose we do?" McGonagall furrowed her brow slightly. "Deduct points. Points must be deducted," Snape insisted. "Potter is far too reckless. He requires a severe penalty and stricter confinement. Perhaps I should administer it personally." McGonagall could not restrain herself and interjected, "Professor Snape, as far as I am aware, it is Slytherin students who have consistently provoked Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter has been tormented enough. I would prefer you focus on managing your own students rather than instigating trouble for Mr. Potter. This way, all parties may reach a satisfactory resolution." Snape's face darkened. He was well aware of the mischief stirred by Malfoy and Parkinson, and he harbored a desire to punish those two students severely. However, that did not equate to his reluctance to impose confinement on Harry. As he contemplated a new line of argument, Dumbledore entered the room. "Severus," Dumbledore waved his wand, and two chairs floated over. "Let us sit and converse. Mr. Potter is a Gryffindor student. Any decision regarding confinement should fall to Professor McGonagall." Snape huffed and took a seat. "According to my investigation, the primary instigator of these recent incidents is Miss Parkinson," Dumbledore began slowly. "Before coming here, I had already spoken with a reporter from the Daily Prophet and indicated that I would expel Miss Parkinson in order to rectify the atmosphere at Hogwarts." The four individuals in the room, aside from Dumbledore, were left bewildered. "What? Expel Parkinson?" Snape exclaimed. "Professor Dumbledore," Snape interjected. Dumbledore waved his hand to silence him. "Enough, Severus. I understand your concerns, but Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy merely engaged in a verbal spat. The true catalyst for this altercation was Miss Parkinson, who consistently incited violence by brandishing her wand and launching attacks." Harry pondered carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. "But Dumbledore," he inquired, "do you know why Parkinson wasn't placed in detention last time?" Soon, Harry would discover the reason. After the incident in the Great Hall, I summoned her to my office to admonish her for her impulsive behavior. Regrettably, she did not heed my words. Dumbledore sighed. "This oversight falls upon me as the headmaster. The fault is considerable. Perhaps in a few years, the position of headmaster should rightfully pass to Minerva." Turning his gaze to Harry, Dumbledore continued, "As for you, Harry, you have displayed remarkable courage and a strong sense of responsibility. However, it is imperative that you rectify your attitude. Should there be a next time? Miss Parkinson's punishment will not be an exception. Your detention will be extended until the end of the school year, overseen by Professor McGonagall. You may leave now." With that, Dumbledore winked at Harry. The Gryffindor Lions were eagerly awaiting the return of their hero. They must not be late for the feast. Harry grasped Hermione's hand as they departed from Professor McGonagall's office. Just as he closed the door, he heard Snape's furious roar. Yet, this was of little consequence. What did it matter if Snape was angry? He was far more eager for a sumptuous feast in Gryffindor. After a day filled with activity, he felt ravenous, as if he could devour an entire cow. Rubbing his belly, he slipped through the fat lady's portrait. Bang, bang, bang. Fireworks erupted in a dazzling display. The jubilant cheers of the little lions nearly brought the entire common room to its knees. "Oh, our Lion King has finally returned." Fred and George tugged at a Gryffindor banner, rushing towards Harry as if draping a valiant warrior in a cloak, wrapping the fabric around his neck. Though still quite young, the cub already possessed the bearing of a king. Our magnificent Lion King, truly deserving of the title. Fred and George harmonized, pulling Harry deeper into the room, where the grand table was laden with an array of snacks, and miraculously, butterbeer and fire whiskey had also appeared. Little Ron raised a bottle, poised to toast to our Lion King. With a face flushed crimson, Ron splashed some drink onto Harry, instinctively casting a glance at Hermione. Harry took a sip of the wine, savoring its delightful flavor, though he lamented that the quantity was far too meager to share with the Gryffindor Lions. With a grand gesture, he instructed Ron to retrieve his collection from the dormitory. Soon, an array of elegantly packaged snacks and several fine bottles of wine adorned the table. "Today is a day worthy of celebration," Harry proclaimed. "Do you remember Parkinson?" "Certainly, I cannot forget her." "She is utterly despicable," Dean replied, then inquired, "Has she been confined?" "She constantly hurls insults, calling people mudbloods, with her sharp tongue and haughty demeanor. I have never encountered anyone more repugnant than her," Seamus remarked. Following this, numerous individuals began to voice their grievances regarding Parkinson. Harry was taken aback to learn that 11-year-old Parkinson had turned out to be so wicked. She had been expelled, Harry remarked. The Gryffindor common room fell into a momentary silence, soon erupting into even more fervent cheers. After indulging in food and drink, Harry was pulled aside by the returning prefect Percy, who wore a tense expression. "Harry, what did Professor McGonagall want to discuss with you?" "Were you expelled too?" he inquired rapidly, urging him to speak the truth. There was nothing to conceal, especially since Percy was genuinely concerned. Harry candidly informed Percy about everything that transpired in Professor McGonagall's office. As Percy exhaled in relief, he solemnly cautioned, "Harry, the conditions for expulsion at Hogwarts are exceedingly stringent, and you were perilously close to being expelled this time. If not for your fortunate circumstance that Parkinson was deemed the instigator, it would have been you facing expulsion. From now on, you must exercise caution. The Parkinson family will be watching you closely, so do not allow them to seize any opportunity." Harry nodded, then offered timely flattery, which Percy thoroughly relished. He even took the initiative to pour Harry a glass from the bottle. "Savor your moment of glory. Everyone is celebrating you." "This is the most splendid night," Percy remarked, patting Harry on the shoulder before humming the Sorting Hat's tune and engaging others in conversation. After Percy departed, Ron, his face flushed from drink, leaned over. "Harry, why are you still with her?" Ron slurred. "She nearly got you into trouble again." "No," Harry interjected. "We nearly got her into trouble. She was determined to help us, but she was left behind, almost humiliated by Slytherin." Ron paused, sobering slightly. "You should try to accept Hermione," Harry suggested, patting Ron on the shoulder. "She is also one of our best friends." Chapter 34. Hermione is quick to understand. According to the original plan, the feast for the Little Lions was to continue until 4 in the morning. They intended to ascend the astronomy tower at dawn to watch the sunrise with their little lion cub. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the plan unraveled. At that moment, Fred and George, having consumed 2 bottles of vodka, their faces aglow and swaying, called for Ron and kicked open Percy's dormitory door, forcibly pulling back the covers from Percy's bed. Amidst Percy's shock and panic, they grasped his 3 limbs and dragged him from the bed, intending to perform a brotherly rendition of the 4 Little Swans for Harry. Percy regretted not having his wand at hand while he slept, feeling oppressed by his mischievous brothers. Fortunately, their drunken state allowed him the opportunity to retrieve his wand and turn the tide. In a fit of extreme embarrassment, Percy seized Fred and George by their ears with one hand each and bellowed for half an hour, commanding everyone to return to their slumber. The following morning, Harry felt invigorated, while Ron, though somewhat fatigued, was exceedingly joyful. At the feast, Ron not only relished watching them lose their brotherly dignity but also became known among the Little Lions as Harry Potter's commander. "Hey, Hermione," Harry greeted as usual. "Are you going to the library after class?" Hermione responded with a brief acknowledgement, her head bowed as she clutched her books, hastily making her way outside. Harry felt somewhat bewildered. "Was Hermione quite cheerful last night?" Charlie remarked that women invariably experience a few days of low spirits each month. Ron yawned and suggested they head to breakfast. For this morning there were pumpkin pasties and strawberry pudding. As they exited the fat lady's corridor, they noticed Hermione turn a corner and slip into a seldom-traveled passage. It seemed that her discontent was not merely a fleeting mood. Ron suddenly interjected, according to Charlie's assertion. This could indicate she was being bullied. "Should we go and check on her?" "I overheard something yesterday." Harry interrupted him, saying, "Please fetch me 4 servings of strawberry pudding." "I will go check on the situation." "Understood. Hurry along," Ron replied, scratching his head, and somewhat awkwardly added, "If you can, remember to convey my apologies to her." Harry nodded and hurried after her. Outside the corridor, he spotted Hermione sitting in the shadows, her knees drawn to her chest, with her cascading curls spilling onto the ground. Silently, he approached and crouched before her. Hermione, has someone been troubling you? A pair of warm hands gently pressed against her shoulders. Tell me, and I shall help you deal with them. Hermione's eyes were red. She could feel them growing increasingly moist, and she could only retreat further into her knees. For her, yesterday had been nothing short of a calamity. During the day, she had been assaulted by Slytherins, and after the feast, she overheard her roommates expressing their discontent at the dormitory door. Clearly, she had been ostracized by them. She had spent the entire night tossing and turning, unable to sleep until dawn, and had hastily escaped while her roommates were still slumbering. Lost in her thoughts, tears began to flow. All she wished for was to hide away, unseen. Yet those large hands were evidently intent on not releasing her, compelling her to lift her gaze, which fell upon Harry's brilliant golden eyes. Hermione's eyes darted away, desperately seeking an excuse. I'm just feeling a bit unwell. I'm fine. You know, I have mastered a spell that can read your thoughts, Harry teased. It's called legilimency. Shall you confess, or should I delve into your mind myself? Hermione panicked and swiftly changed the subject. Actually, you really should have drunk less yesterday. You're not of age yet, and Ron shouldn't have been drinking either. Harry remarked that in England, one can drink alcohol at the age of 5, but that is only at home and in private. Hermione, somewhat thoughtlessly, quickly countered that the legal drinking age is 18. Harry was somewhat astonished. Hermione's breadth of knowledge was exceedingly vast, leading him to suspect that she had intentionally delved into the study of law. Could it be? Harry recalled Hermione's words during the start of term feast. We can understand the law and use it to hold them accountable. Surely, Hermione wouldn't genuinely delve into legal studies. Would she? What purpose could such matters serve in the magical realm? Surely not. Scrutinizing the laws regarding alcohol consumption, Harry feigned an expression of exasperation. You can't possibly be targeting me, can you? No, Hermione replied, her voice dwindling. I simply enjoy studying law. Was it not due to your promise made at the start of term feast? Harry pressed on. Hermione pursed her lips, remaining silent as she fought back tears. To share what transpired last night, I am genuinely curious. We are friends, after all. Hermione turned her head away, only to be gently redirected by Harry. She glared at him with mock ferocity, yet his gaze bore encouragement, signaling her to confide freely. I was merely contemplating the fact that, despite losing so many points, you were still confined until the end of the academic year, Hermione expressed with a furrowed brow. This hardly seems a cause for celebration, yet they are all rejoicing. Harry gazed intently at Hermione. Indeed, it is a cause for joy and celebration. You must understand, Slytherin has dominated the House Cup for 7 years. Everyone yearns for a victory. Yet, shouldn't we be more concerned with the scores? Hermione felt her mind becoming somewhat muddled. Harry uncovered the root of the issue. You have misunderstood. The focus is not on the House Cup, but rather on victory. Hogwarts has stood for over a millennium. And while Gryffindor has claimed numerous House Cups, what truly incites envy in others is the loathing of being overshadowed by Slytherin for 7 long years. Hermione tilted her head thoughtfully. So, after joining Gryffindor, defeating Malfoy has instilled a sense of anticipation for a counterattack against Slytherin? Hermione's intellect was keen, a fact that Harry had recognized during their first Transfiguration class. Indeed, Hermione grasped the matter with remarkable clarity. Once this realization dawned upon him, did it not lift his spirits significantly? Harry crouched before Hermione, gazing intently at her. She returned his gaze, her brow furrowed with concern. But you are still facing detention. And with another infraction, you might be expelled. They were standing up for me, Harry reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Rest assured, the professors are discerning. As long as Dumbledore remains headmaster, expulsion is not a possibility for me. At that moment, Hermione's chaotic thoughts began to coalesce, as if a stirring rod had swept through her mind. Yes, I understand, she said, her head gradually rising. However, I believe there are many ways to triumph over Slytherin. What do you think? Certainly, there are numerous strategies, though I might require your assistance. Harry extended his hand. Come, there are pumpkin pasties awaiting us this morning. Hermione grasped Harry's hand as he pulled her to her feet. The place we found was rather filthy. Harry brushed off Hermione's skirt, which was dusted with grime. It's not filthy, Hermione replied, her cheeks tinged with pink, as she drew her wand and waved it gently, restoring her attire to pristine condition. Very well, not filthy indeed. Harry conceded before inquiring further. Speaking of overcoming Slytherin, do you have any plans? Chapter 35, Hermione seizing the opportunity. Of course, I have a plan, Hermione replied. I shall reveal it to you once we have succeeded. Harry gently ruffled Hermione's hair as they strolled through the corridors. their laughter echoing off the walls as they traversed the winding staircase. It was only when they approached the great hall that Harry suddenly recalled an important matter he had overlooked. He slapped his forehead and inquired of Hermione. "Ron promised to secure us 4 strawberry puddings. Will you forgive him? He left me stranded, leading to my capture by Slytherin, nearly resulting in my demise. Once isn't sufficient, perhaps an entire academic year would suffice." Hermione, recalling Ron's antics, clenched her teeth in frustration. Yet, Harry understood that her words indicated she had indeed forgiven Ron. Consequently, he consumed all 4 strawberry puddings, much to the vexation of Miss Otter, who was incensed to the point of resembling a pufferfish. It was Friday, with 2 potions classes scheduled for the morning and no lessons in the afternoon. During the morning's potions class, Harry stirred his cauldron, playfully provoking Snape, who was incensed to the point of resembling a vulture, seemingly wishing to peck his eyes out. As the class concluded, he managed to award a point to Gryffindor amidst Snape's biting remarks. By noon, Ron, eager to unwind, extended an invitation for a game of wizard's chess. Harry harbored no affection for the game. He was tormented by Ron and pricked by his own pieces, a true ordeal of human suffering. He initially intended to decline Ron's invitation to play wizard's chess under the pretext of comforting Hermione. Alas, Hermione Granger, with her curls bouncing and books clutched closely, resolutely dismissed him and strode away with pride. Consequently, Harry found himself inviting Ron to seek out Hagrid instead. As they basked in the pleasant sunlight, they traversed the high ground before the castle, arriving at Hagrid's hut amidst a gentle breeze. Woof, woof, woof. After a chorus of barks from within, Hagrid opened the door, granting them entry. Before Ron could settle himself, Fong leapt upon him, showering his face with slobber. Hagrid, preoccupied with pouring hot water into a teapot, paid no heed to Fong's exuberance. Once seated and having retrieved some rock cakes, he remarked, "You lot should not be confined. Malfoy and Parkinson are utterly wicked. Filch is no better. You ought to be sent here for your detention." Harry recalled that Hagrid was the keeper of keys and grounds. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Hagrid, "While you're in confinement, are you also guarding the Forbidden Forest?" "Indeed, patrolling the Forbidden Forest is rather perilous, yet with my presence, you shall remain unharmed." "It's certainly preferable to being under Filch's watch," Hagrid replied. "Can we really enter the Forbidden Forest?" Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Forbidden Forest was a veritable treasure trove. Just a casual rummage through its depths could yield him a fortune. "Hagrid, can you truly allow us to venture into this restricted area?" Hagrid paused, momentarily taken aback. He had nearly forgotten how, at that age, he too had been captivated by the allure of the Forbidden Forest. Yet, such allure often signified peril. Clearing his throat, he managed to regain his composure. "Well, it is indeed possible, but of late, the forest has exhibited some peculiarities, and I harbor concerns for your safety." Harry waved his hand to interrupt Hagrid. "Hagrid, we toppled the entire first year of Slytherin, not fragile glass." "I know," Hagrid shook his head, "but—" Harry interrupted Hagrid's words, gently persuading him. "There are no buts, Hagrid. You must trust in my abilities. My grades in herbology are commendable, and I possess some knowledge of healing spells. In the event of an emergency, I can assist in treating injured magical creatures. If I do not come to you, I will be relegated to helping Filch clean the toilets, rendering me incapable of aiding them. The filth and toil do not concern me. However, the time wasted on such drudgery, where wizards are prohibited from using magic, is nothing but torment, devoid of any value. Yet, with you, it is different. I might save living beings. I could be their last hope. Hagrid, I believe you can understand my position." Hagrid stroked his beard, visibly conflicted. He had not deceived Harry. The Forbidden Forest had recently become a haven for terrifying creatures. The Centaur tribe spoke ominously of impending doom, and even the Acromantula were retreating into tighter territories. Allowing 2 young ones to enter the Forbidden Forest could very well lead to disaster. Yet, Hagrid empathized with Harry. After taking a hearty bite of rock cakes, he resolved, "I will consult Professor Dumbledore, but you must promise to follow my lead once you enter the Forbidden Forest." "Of course, we will leave it to you, Hagrid," Harry replied promptly. "Ron and I will head back to prepare. See you tonight." After Harry finished speaking, he seized Ron and departed, leaving Hagrid no opportunity to offer him a rock cake. They returned to the Gryffindor common room. Harry once again declined Ron's invitation to play wizard's chess and busied himself with organizing his mold encyclopedia. As people came and went, the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended. Unnoticed by him, Ron retreated to his dormitory, preparing for the evening's confinement. In the common room, he found himself alone. A sound emanated from the fat lady's portrait. Harry turned to see Hermione standing there with her hands behind her back. a playful smile adorning her face. Guess what I've brought back? Harry felt a tinge of curiosity. This morning, Hermione had mentioned she had plans. So could it be that her plans had come to fruition? He feigned hunger and inquired, "Strawberry pudding? What strawberry pudding?" Hermione retorted with displeasure. "You snatched my strawberry pudding this morning. You scoundrel. I brought you back the Quidditch team application." Harry gazed at the form. His mind a whirlwind of questions. A Quidditch team application? Is it not the case that only second years are permitted to join the Quidditch team? How did you manage to acquire this? Surprised. Hermione was particularly pleased with Harry's expression as she retrieved the application form from behind her and placed it on the table before him. Of course. I employed a bit of cunning. I noticed a golden snitch model on Professor McGonagall's desk. She must have a fondness for Quidditch. It has been quite some time since Gryffindor claimed the Quidditch championship, so I approached her to inquire if she might allow you an exception to join the team. Then she agreed? Harry, astonished, remarked, recognizing that Professor McGonagall, being from Gryffindor herself, would indeed be inclined to support the house. Suddenly, Harry comprehended. Yes. She even praised your flying skills and sought out Filch to discuss rescheduling your detention to coincide with training. Hermione looked at Harry with a hint of pride, though her flushed cheeks suggested a desire for acknowledgement. Hermione, you are truly brilliant, Harry commended, before adding, but the detention should proceed as planned. Really? Hermione looked at Harry with suspicion. But why? Because I won't have to clean toilets anymore. I intend to accompany Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest, Harry explained. I want to gather some materials and practice potion making. Ah, I see, Hermione said enviously, eager to collect materials herself. Very well, I shall inform Professor McGonagall. This doesn't mean you can assist me in securing an exception to join the Quidditch team. I must prove my worth. Hermione nodded, her mind filled with thoughts of materials. As she prepared to return to the dormitory. Wait, Harry called after her. Do you want to go into the Forbidden Forest? Chapter 36, Malfoy, is Harry going to ride Weasley onto the field? Hermione certainly desired to go. But upon hearing that Harry intended to bring her along in defiance of school rules, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Perhaps another time, she said, her gaze drifting. She waited until Harry had signed his name on the application before carefully tucking it away and retreating into the girls' dormitory, glancing back every few steps. It was not fear of the dormitory's atmosphere that prompted her. Rather, she wished to experience confinement. Despite her roommates' disdain for her, they had never attempted to bully her. Though they had contemplated splattering ink on her bed, tearing her textbooks, or mocking her two prominent front teeth, they merely entertained these thoughts, begrudgingly treating Hermione as if she were invisible out of respect for Harry. Hermione felt both aggrieved and anticipatory. She looked forward to seeing Harry lead Gryffindor to victory over Slytherin after joining the Quidditch team. Early the next morning, Hermione emerged from the dormitory and made her way to Professor McGonagall's office, tapping briskly on the door. Upon learning that Professor McGonagall had made the necessary arrangements and prepared a welcome gift for Harry, her spirits lifted, and she bounded towards the Great Hall. As she approached the entrance, she composed herself, smoothing her hair and sitting gracefully with her chest out and chin up, casting her gaze towards Harry. Harry, you are in for a delightful surprise today. Can you guess what it is? Harry looked up, somewhat surprised. Today was neither his birthday nor a holiday. What could have prompted a gift? However, recalling Hermione's state from the previous evening, he naturally assumed it was her token of gratitude. Strawberry pudding? Harry inquired. Eat, 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 Hermione exclaimed, grabbing the plate and stuffing the strawberry pudding into her mouth, cheeks puffed as she declared, This time, I've taken yours, we're even now. But that was the one I bit, Harry protested. Hermione paused mid-chew, but considering she was already halfway through, she swallowed it whole. Tomorrow, you owe me your strawberry pudding. Hermione insisted. Professor McGonagall said she has prepared a welcome gift for you. There won't be any strawberry pudding tomorrow. Harry's words extinguished the light in Miss Otter's eyes. Meanwhile, Ron, listening to their banter, gaped in astonishment, his pumpkin pasty tumbling from his mouth. What? First years get a special pass? A grand welcome gift for joining the team? What kind of Merlin S. Underpants treatment is this? No wonder Professor McGonagall is remarkable. You truly are amazing, Hermione. Ron leaned in closer. My two brothers didn't receive such treatment. It's hard to fathom. I'll prepare strawberry pudding for you every day. Can I join too? I don't want a welcome gift. Just let me join the team as a special case. Ron's enthusiasm for Quidditch rivaled Harry's, long before Harry discovered the sport. Ron was already the #1 fan of the Chudley Cannons. If Hermione truly managed to secure him a spot on the Quidditch team, he vowed to grant her any request. What are you thinking? Hermione rolled her eyes. Harry has this privilege because Professor McGonagall recognizes his talent, not because of me. I merely reminded her not to overlook Harry. Besides, you still owe me a semester's worth of strawberry pudding, so don't try to evade that. Ron felt a mix of shock, envy, and regret, yet he was also delighted for his friend. All right then, Ron sighed. I wonder when I'll be able to accompany the Lion King on the field. Speaking of welcome gifts, is it protective gear? I'm not sure, Hermione replied. But Professor McGonagall aims to end Slytherin's dominance in Quidditch. Her investment in a talent like Harry's surely won't be meager. Malfoy's ears perked up. He felt someone was gossiping about Slytherin behind his back. Turning around, he discovered Harry and his friends. Neville isn't here. That unfortunate soul is still lying in the infirmary. Malfoy couldn't help but smirk at the thought. Wait, what are they discussing? Is it about me? As Malfoy pondered, he felt an irresistible urge to assert his presence before Harry. Yet, recalling the unfortunate Miss Parkinson, he hesitated until he overheard the keywords, Harry joining the team to triumph over Slytherin. Malfoy wanted to laugh heartily. My spells may not match yours, Harry. My flying skills may not equal yours, even my taunts and brawls fall short. But Quidditch? Before attending school, Harry was utterly oblivious to the existence of flying broomsticks, let alone Quidditch. This time, he was determined to prove to Harry that his knowledge and skills were sufficient to make him Harry's most significant friend. With an air of arrogance, he strode over and declared, Potter, do you wish to triumph over Slytherin in Quidditch? First, you must conquer me. I await your challenge in flying class at any time. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were having breakfast, gazing at Malfoy with a look of bewilderment. Malfoy, just leave, Harry said. Exasperated. I've told you 4 times. I'm tired of this. Pathetic. This is a Quidditch match, not a duel. Are you afraid? Malfoy retorted defiantly. Malfoy, challenging Harry? Do you even think yourself worthy? Ron sneered. Harry was granted an exception to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team in his first year. What about you? Perhaps you should reflect on your own standing. Malfoy clenched his fists. What standing do I have? My father is Lucius Malfoy. I was flying on a broomstick long before I started school. Weasley, you probably couldn't even touch half a broomstick before your schooling began. Harry pondered if he could ride Malfoy in Quidditch, but feared the school's bludgers might leave him in tatters. You impoverished Weasley with your lack of a broomstick. Malfoy continued. If Potter, you accept my challenge, if you win, I shall bestow upon you my Comet 260. At that moment, owls, as usual, flocked into the great hall. Everyone's attention was drawn to a slender package carried by 6 long-eared owls. Several of the owls swooped down, landing right in front of Harry, knocking his savory bacon to the floor. Harry was momentarily taken aback. Just as the previous owls had taken flight, another owl swooped down, delivering a letter and dropping it atop the package. This was undeniably the quintessential gift parcel. Recently, there had been a dearth of letters and packages sent, so it was no surprise that this was a congratulatory gift from Professor McGonagall. Observing the elongated package and its funnel-like shape below, he surmised that it could only be a broomstick for flying. Harry first opened the letter. Inside the package was your new Firebolt 2000. Do not let them know that I gifted you a broom as a welcoming present, lest they all desire one. Oliver Wood will be awaiting you at the Quidditch pitch this evening to conduct your first training session. Minerva McGonagall. Harry was acutely aware of the confidential nature of the information. Read it and burn it. Flames danced. As the letter was incinerated, Harry urged Ron to unwrap the package. Soon, a sleek and aesthetically pleasing broomstick materialized on the dining table. The Nimbus 2000? Ron exclaimed enviously, I've never even touched one. He quickly turned his gaze toward Malfoy. Malfoy, what was it you just said? Something about a Comet 260? Chapter 37. Is your broomstick only good for sweeping the rubbish? Malfoy. While the Comet may indeed be impressive, it pales in comparison to the Nimbus. Ron's lips curled into a defiant smile as he retorted to Malfoy. So what? Malfoy shot back angrily. Weasley, you can't even afford half a broomstick. That's a second-hand broom, not yours. You and your brothers must scrounge for every twig. Ron flushed, and Harry placed a calming hand on his shoulder. But Ron can use it whenever he likes, Harry said. Ron is my friend. What is mine is his. Hermione chimed in. Malfoy, if I were you, I would cease to provoke Harry. He is Ron's friend, while you can only refer to him as Potter. No matter how envious or jealous you are of Ron, you will never be Harry's friend. No matter how many broomsticks you possess, you are not Harry's friend. Each word from Hermione seemed like a dagger piercing Malfoy's very being. Fuming with rage, Malfoy's face turned ashen. Ron, relishing Malfoy's discomfort, gave Hermione a thumbs up, thinking she was his perfect champion. Malfoy, I would appreciate it if you would refrain from disturbing my friends, Harry said. Please leave. Malfoy found himself oblivious to how he had departed the Gryffindor table or arrived at Snape's office. His mind was consumed with Hermione and Harry's words. "Professor, I want to play Quidditch," Malfoy declared. Next year, Snape replied indifferently, "First-year students are not permitted to join the Quidditch team." "But Potter has already joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team," Malfoy quickly interjected, and he even prepared a Nimbus 2000 for himself. "Really?" Snape turned, intrigued. "Potter is to participate in Quidditch? How reminiscent of his foolish and arrogant father. Slytherin will not allow him to win." "Yet Potter is quite talented," Malfoy pressed. "I believe Slytherin needs me." "You?" Snape scrutinized Malfoy, his arms crossed. "I can have my father sponsor the Slytherin Quidditch team, one Nimbus 2000 for each player." Snape was tempted. Though he lacked for Galleons, he would not spend money outfitting the team with Nimbus 2000s. One for each player, including substitutes, would total 14. Not a small sum. Furthermore, he was well aware of the Nimbus 2000's performance. Once upgraded, it would serve for many years. Allowing Malfoy into the Quidditch team would be a lucrative deal. However, your abilities. Snape hesitated. Although he harbored a deep-seated disdain for Harry's father, he could not deny the extraordinary Quidditch talent of Harry's progenitor. Who knew how much Harry had inherited? If Malfoy were not included, he felt confident. But should Malfoy prove incompetent, it could lead Slytherin to defeat, subjecting Harry to endless boasting. Slytherin had triumphed for 6 consecutive years, and last year they had trounced Gryffindor. With 7 Nimbus 2000s, victory was all but assured. Malfoy interjected, "Additionally, I can undergo an evaluation. If my skills are insufficient, I will withdraw. My dream is to become a Quidditch player. I can have my father send you a set of dragon bones." Snape, now resolute, agreed to Malfoy's request. As Malfoy contacted his father to arrange sponsorship, Harry, having spent not a single canute while acquiring a Nimbus 2000, left the castle. Making his way toward the Quidditch pitch shrouded in twilight. Hundreds of chairs were arranged high upon the surrounding stands, allowing spectators to view the action on the field. At each end of the pitch stood 3 golden poles, each topped with a circular hoop. Harry glanced at his Nimbus 2000, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He was resolute in his desire to secure the Quidditch championship for Gryffindor. Not only for the collective honor, but also to enhance the prestige of the sport and fulfill the aspirations of a certain older catgirl. Speaking of the older catgirl, his training sessions for Quidditch were scheduled for the evening, coinciding with the time for detention. To manage both, he had no choice but to intensify his training regimen, preparing himself for the confinement with a sense of joy. Unable to wait for it any longer, he mounted his broomstick, propelled himself off the ground, and soared into the sky. The experience of the Nimbus 2000 was far superior, allowing him to weave effortlessly between the goalposts, soaring up and down above the pitch. With a mere touch, the Nimbus 2000 responded, gliding in the direction he desired. "Hey, Potter, get down." It was Oliver Wood. Approaching with a large wooden box tucked under his arm, Harry landed beside him. "Absolutely splendid," Wood remarked, his eyes sparkling. "Just as Professor McGonagall said. You truly are a flying prodigy. I will teach you the rules tonight, and then you can join the team for practice 3 times a week. 3 times a week, far better than he had anticipated. He still had 4 days left in detention, should the training intensity increase. A 7-day-a-week regimen might not be out of the question. Indeed, Wood continued, the rules of Quidditch are quite straightforward, though the game itself is challenging. I understand the rules. Harry interjected. Are we only going over the rules today? Wood nodded. Yes, I will explain the rules to you, and then we will intensify the training next week. Seeking out the position that suits you best. Harry expressed his satisfaction, stating, therefore, this week's training can come to an end. I am better suited as a seeker. Wood was taken aback. He recalled that Harry had been raised in a Muggle household and seemed to have devoted a considerable amount of time to studying magic before the school year began. How could he possibly have had time to familiarize himself with Quidditch, let alone gain an in-depth understanding of the various positions? Wood felt that Harry was exhibiting a touch of arrogance. Despite already being dubbed the Little Lion King, he still appeared somewhat youthful and impetuous. Harry discerned Wood's thoughts and began to elucidate. The chaser is primarily responsible for scoring goals. The beater's role is to strike the bludgers, disrupting the opposing players while safeguarding their own goal or creating offensive opportunities. The keeper is tasked with defending the 3 rings. The seeker's duty is to capture the golden snitch, thus securing a substantial score and concluding the match. However, mastering the skills of scoring, striking, and guarding necessitates extensive training. Relying solely on the practice before the match, I find it challenging to surpass the upperclassmen of Gryffindor. In contrast, the role of the seeker demands only the keen eyesight of an eagle and exceptional flying prowess, qualities that aligned perfectly with my innate talents. Wood was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Harry had already formulated a plan. This level of confidence is indeed an essential trait for a seeker. Perhaps Harry truly is a prodigious seeker. For today, let us conclude here, Captain Wood. During our collective training, I shall cultivate synergy with my teammates. As for tactics, with your expertise, I believe it will suffice. Harry patted Wood on the shoulder and mounted his Nimbus 2000, heading straight for Hagrid's hut. This evening, he intended to venture into the Forbidden Forest once more to gather herbs, enriching the greenhouse in anticipation of Neville's return, aiming to surprise him. In Chapter 38, the calamitous encounter with Quirrell, perhaps due to the overwhelming busyness of his schedule, attending classes, earning points, participating in 3 weekly Quidditch practices, enduring detentions that extended until the end of the school year, and engaging in nightly escapades that tormented Quirrell, Harry realized, with a start, that he had already spent 2 full months at Hogwarts, feeling as though time had flown by. The castle increasingly felt like home. After delivering a final lesson to Malfoy in Quidditch, the latter ceased his provocations. His school life had grown ever more delightful. On the eve of Halloween, they awoke to the sweet, enticing aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridors. After their charms lesson, Ron trailed behind Harry as they exited the classroom. Neville is truly remarkable, Ron yawned. Those herbs are even more succulent than the carrots in my garden. And Seamus, he can blow things up with a mere flick of his wand. I do hope he manages to blow Snape's trousers off. Ron rambled on. My 2 brothers actually took him to blow up a toilet. Such a waste. Hermione should have stopped them. Speaking of which, why has Hermione been so distant with us lately? Ron suddenly inquired. I still wish she would help me plead with Professor McGonagall to let me join the Quidditch team. Harry rolled his eyes, exclaiming, It's your fault. I can't fathom what useless thoughts occupy your 11-year-old mind. Over the course of 2 months, it became common knowledge that Harry had decisively defeated the Slytherin Quidditch team during a practice match. The Gryffindor Cubs grew increasingly eager for Harry to lead them to victory in the Quidditch Cup. Hermione's remarkable efforts to secure Harry's inclusion in the Quidditch team naturally circulated among the young Lions, transforming their perception of her completely. Now, Hermione had become the center of attention. Many, including Ron, were weaving tales of romance between Miss Otter and the Lion Prince. Consequently, Hermione had taken to avoiding Harry of late. Seriously, what's the big deal? Ron lamented. My sister keeps going on about wanting to see you. From a young age, she declared her intention to be your girlfriend. I even pilfered her stories to help her make friends, only to receive a scolding letter from my mother that embarrassed me before the entire school. She should be grateful, had it not been for my narratives. She wouldn't have the social standing she enjoys today. Ron felt increasingly aggrieved as he spoke, recalling how she had once been a nightmare but had now cast aside her benefactor, forgetting that she had once been friendless. Enough of that, Harry interjected, covering Ron's mouth. Just then, someone bumped into Harry and hurried past them. Harry turned to see who it was, but Ron pulled his head back, preventing him from getting a clear look. You nearly suffocated me. What were you just staring at? Ron muttered, continuing his grumbling. All right, I know the credit isn't solely mine. Hermione's character has indeed improved significantly, but I had good intentions. Even if my contributions were minimal, I still toiled for her benefit. Besides, who could have predicted that all 4 houses would learn of this? And yet her modesty remains intact? Harry covered his face and hurried to the classroom. To his surprise, he did not see Hermione, and a sharp intuition struck him, making him realize that something might have happened to her. Why hadn't Hermione come today? He sought out Hermione's roommate, Parvati Patil. Huh? Patil hesitated. She went to the restroom. Oh dear, she wouldn't be waiting until class is over, would she? I'll go check. Waiting for what? Harry was taken aback. Parvati's face flushed, and she stammered that Harry would find out eventually, then dismissed him from her thoughts. Harry appeared somewhat distracted, while Ron exhibited a hint of unease. After class, Harry and Ron took Petal to seek out their friend. After an extensive search, they finally discovered Hermione in a secluded restroom. Harry, Ron suggested, perhaps you and Petal should go on ahead. I will stay here with her. She is in distress and refuses comfort from others. Petil pointed to the sign indicating it was the girls' restroom, adding, as the lion-hearted Gryffindor, it seems rather inappropriate for you to linger at the entrance. Harry hesitated, while Ron seemed at a loss for words. Soon, Hermione's other roommate, Brown, arrived, and the 2 of them confidently assured that they would assist the little lion and charming Miss Otter. However, they insisted that Harry promise not to linger by the ladies' restroom any longer. Harry felt a twinge of unease regarding Hermione's 2 roommates, especially since Hermione had mentioned that they had previously had a falling out. However, when he recalled that Brown appeared to be an ardent admirer of Ron's romantic tale, he took Ron aside. Harry said, "You do this, and then do that. Do you understand?" Ron had already spoken incorrectly in the morning, feeling guilty towards Hermione, even questioning if Hermione was upset because of his words. Before Harry could finish his sentence, Ron took action. After Brown patted his chest and reassured Ron once more, the two, realizing their presence was futile, reluctantly made their way to the Great Hall to attend the Halloween feast. Although the Halloween banquet was extravagant, Harry and Ron had little appetite, merely consuming potatoes and sour beans. Just as Harry was peeling the potatoes, Professor Quirrell suddenly burst into the dining hall. His large scarf askew on his head, his face etched with terror. Harry looked up at him, pondering what might have provoked Quirrell's sudden commotion. Quirrell staggered to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning heavily as he gasped, "A troll is in the dungeon. I thought you ought to know." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. The dining hall erupted into chaos. Draco Malfoy gaped in terror, while his two lackeys scurried around in a frenzy behind him. Harry calmly peeled the potatoes, rolling his eyes, feeling that Dudley's acting was superior to that of Quirrell. Wait, the underground classroom? That was not the restroom where Hermione was. Most importantly, Hermione was still unaware of the troll incident. With a sudden burst of energy, Harry sprang to his feet and addressed Ron. "Ron, create a distraction for me. Take some people to confront Quirrell while I seek out Hermione." "I'll accompany you," Ron replied, "in case you encounter a troll. Trust in my strength. A troll is no match for me. If Quirrell dares to cause trouble, let him face the consequences. I have long been curious about what lies beneath that repulsive turban of his." After Harry spoke, he disregarded Ron's chance to object and dashed out. Ron couldn't catch up, watching Harry vanish into the crowd. Without waiting for Percy to organize the students, he began his performance. "A troll. Good heavens. There's a troll in Hogwarts. Help!" Ron shouted, his voice piercing and filled with terror. Though his act was quite exaggerated, the Halloween atmosphere stirred many, prompting them to follow him towards Dumbledore. Silence. Dumbledore was compelled to produce a series of deafening firework explosions from the tip of his wand. "Help! The troll is going to kill us." Ron led the charge, with students closely trailing behind. The terrified Malfoy pushed past Ron, rushing forward and stepping on Quirrell's head. Chapter 39. A Talk with Dumbledore. What could Quirrell do? Even if he wished to eliminate this group of insufferable children, he could not express his rage. He could only clutch the large scarf awkwardly draped over his head and lie on the ground, feigning death. Ron discreetly stomped a few times on Quirrell's waist before retreating to the back of the crowd, taking advantage of the chaos to run towards the girls' restroom. He trusted Harry and was equally concerned for him. Harry is undeniably formidable, yet this time his adversary is not merely a novice student, but rather a troll. In the tome compiled by Scamander, trolls are depicted as powerful, unpredictable, and savage creatures. The specifics elude Ron's memory, but they are likely a dozen feet tall and weigh around a ton. As Ron dashed out of the Great Hall, Harry was already racing ahead on his Firebolt 2000. Summoned by the summoning charm, urgency propelling him forward. He could not afford to be anything but urgent. Despite returning to the age of 11, his character had evolved. As the CEO of the Gorlisk dynasty, he was compelled to connect all details swiftly and make a relatively accurate judgment. Just after departing the hall, he had already clarified many matters. Quirrell was performing. He sought to divert everyone's attention to the troll, hoping the professors would usher the students back to their respective common rooms and attend to the troll. Was it to poach in the Forbidden Forest? To administer a laxative to the merfolk? Or perhaps to heed the warning Dumbledore had issued regarding that corridor at the start of term? Harry was uncertain. However, one thing was certain, Quirrell must be intent on creating quite a commotion. The restroom where Hermione was located was not far from the underground staircase and could very likely be affected. He had to rescue Hermione before the troll arrived. Thank goodness for the Firebolt 2000, the latest model, which helped him save precious time. He burst into the restroom and saw Patil and Brown still comforting Hermione, letting out a sigh of relief as he dismounted his broom. "There is no time to explain. You two need to run upstairs as fast as you can," he instructed the girls, kicking open the stall door and pulling out the tearful Hermione. "Stop crying for now." "Huh?" Hermione's eyes were red, and she wore a bewildered expression, reminiscent of an adorable otter. "A troll has come out of the dungeon classroom. You need to leave with them." "A troll?" Hermione, confronting the crisis, quickly regained her composure, her tears pausing as she grasped Harry's arm. "Wait, you aren't planning to confront the troll, are you? You're just a first year. We can't let it run amok. I am the Lion King." Harry fabricated a reason. If it were simply a matter of a troll going berserk and demolishing the underground classroom, it would merely result in some property damage for Hogwarts. He had no intention of risking himself in such chaos. His father was not a governor, and he was not obliged to pay for any damages. His sole aim was to lead the three girls to safety and swiftly escape from the perilous situation. However, the issue at hand involved Quirrell. Harry speculated that Quirrell was scheming to obtain something from Hogwarts and was aware that Dumbledore was using Quirrell to lure Voldemort. Neither he nor Dumbledore could allow Quirrell to act recklessly. With Dumbledore occupied in the Great Hall, it was up to him to resolve the situation outside. The solution was rather simple. If he could eliminate the troll before the professors and Quirrell left the Great Hall and then return it there, Quirrell's plans would be utterly thwarted. He could only hope that Ron would manage to escalate the chaos a bit more. Harry, lost in thought, instinctively ruffled Hermione's hair before mounting his broomstick. Hermione attempted to grasp Harry's arm, but the Firebolt 2000 surged forward with great speed, propelling him out of the restroom and towards the underground classroom. Soon, a foul stench invaded Harry's nostrils, and he beheld the sight of a troll. Its skin was a murky brown, towering at 12 feet, resembling a small mountain, with a disproportionately small head and stumpy legs. It wielded a club that dragged along the ground, taller than an adult wizard. A fully grown, robust mountain troll armed with a weapon, every ordinary wizard's nightmare. Harry took a deep breath. This object could easily fell an adult wizard with a single strike. To a young sorcerer who had just begun to grasp the fundamentals of magic, it was akin to the Grim Reaper. An alchemical projectile, Harry silently chanted. And with a deft flick of his left hand, he struck the giant creature with a missile. The creature's movements became sluggish. A splendid opportunity. With a flick of his right hand, Harry wielded his wand as if performing an English rap, transforming into a barrage of spellfire. However, he soon halted. The giant's confinement of time was far shorter than he had anticipated. The efficacy of his spells paled in comparison to the alchemical missiles, truly abysmal. Continuously casting spells would only serve to blindly deplete his magical energy. He came to a profound realization of the text's assertion that giants typically possess a remarkable resistance to spells. The giant proved to be more agile than Harry had imagined. Its foolishness lay in its intellect, not its physique. With remarkable dexterity, it brandished its club, gathering strength, swinging it round, and aiming it at Harry. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry decisively employed the levitation charm, seizing the club from the ogre. With another flourish of his wand, he utilized transfiguration to transform the club into a sharp knight's sword. He felt a surge of relief as he soared on his enchanted broomstick, his innate talent for flying proving advantageous, ensuring his invincibility in the fray. Harry unleashed a volley of alchemical missiles from his left hand, employing a technique of push and pull to create confinement and disorientation. In his right hand, he wielded a knightly greatsword forged through transmutation, charging towards the colossal beast atop his radiant chariot. He sliced through the creature's resilient hide, carving out a substantial chunk of flesh from its neck. The dim-witted monstrosity let out a furious roar, abruptly pivoting and leaping into the air, swinging its fist down upon Harry. Harry deftly maneuvered the Nimbus 2000 to the left, effortlessly evading the attack. The alchemical missile was launched, ensnaring the giant creature, while the knight's great sword, accompanied by a chilling gust, struck once more at the creature's neck. As the giant broke free from its bindings and swung its fist, Harry swiftly pulled with his left hand, momentarily dazing the behemoth. Seizing the opportunity, his right hand brought the knight's great sword down forcefully upon the giant's neck, severing another piece of flesh that fell to the ground. Harry rode on his broom, panting heavily. Having undergone alchemical enhancements, his strength was formidable, and the knight's sword forged through transfiguration was exceptionally sharp. Under normal circumstances, the giant's head should have been severed. Yet astonishingly, the giant exhibited resistance against the knight's sword crafted through transfiguration. How absurd! With no other choice, Harry continued to wield his sword. A minute passed, and at last, he severed the giant's neck. As the colossal creature fell with a resounding crash, he leaped down from the Nimbus 2000. Harry gasped for breath, experiencing for the first time since his return to this world the complete exhaustion of his magical energy and physical strength. However, he found solace in the significant bounty he had acquired. He had captured a rampaging giant. The creature's hide possessed the ability to ward off magic, making it quite valuable. And there were also wizards who cherished the collection of giant heads and skeletons, which could be sold as well. He needed to devise a plan to sell the giant's carcass to gather sufficient funds, enabling him to complete the intricate alchemical engravings and unlock the treasury of the king. With access to the king's treasury, he would no longer find himself in such dire predicaments, at least not confronted with the embarrassment of depleting his magical reserves. But whom should he approach to sell the giant? The old bat Snape? The venerable bee Dumbledore? Or perhaps the elderly cat lady? Speaking of Snape, a sudden thought struck him. There seemed to be a herbarium belonging to Snape in the underground classroom, and it would be prudent to have a conversation with him. Fidelius! He waved his wand, transforming a passing mouse into a rope, which he used to secure the giant's body to his Nimbus 2000, hastening towards the Great Hall. Chapter 40. Quirrell, Danger. As he made his way to the Great Hall, Harry nearly collapsed onto the Nimbus 2000, utterly drained of energy. Suddenly, a commotion echoed around the corner of the corridor. The head of a concerned otter emerged, unable to resist following Harry. Shortly thereafter, two more heads appeared atop the otter's small cranium, Pettigrew and Brown. Three heads gazed in astonishment at the mountainous carcass of the giant behind Harry, their mouths forming a perfect O. Harry expertly maneuvered the Nimbus 2000, gliding through the air with remarkable ease. He marveled at how the broomstick, a steadfast companion, seemed to bear the weight of a mountain without losing its stability. "Oh, Harry," Hermione exclaimed, her face etched with concern. "Are you all right?" She anxiously adjusted Harry's ropes, inspecting him from every angle. "I'm fine for now. The blood is from the giant," Harry reassured her, gently grasping her small hand to halt her frantic checking. "But if you keep fussing, that may change." Hermione quickly withdrew her hand, her worry evident as she cautiously supported Harry to prevent him from falling. "Shall we return to the Great Hall? Patil, Brown, would you care to join us?" Harry inquired, glancing towards the two girls. "Of course, Potter. How did you manage to defeat it?" Patil marveled, while Brown looked on with equal curiosity. Harry, feeling weak and reluctant to engage in conversation, merely waved his hand dismissively and offered a few casual remarks. He then leaned closer to Hermione and whispered, "I intend to sell the troll. It should fetch a substantial sum of galleons." Hermione paused in surprise before nodding in bewilderment. Why did Harry confide in me about this? Was it to enlist my assistance in selling it? But to whom should I sell it? You should have informed Ron and me about your birthday on September 19th, which left me no choice but to present you with a belated gift on Halloween. Harry retrieved a book on the magic of toasting bread and a bag of sweets from his Gringotts pouch, presenting them to Hermione. "I know you have a fondness for books, and the spells within this one are quite useful." Hermione's eyes glistened with tears. She had previously mentioned her desire to purchase this very book, and now Harry had gifted her a copy. Harry is truly the finest of friends. She vowed to persuade her parents to send an abundance of delectable snacks favored by boys before Christmas to present to Harry on that festive occasion. Additionally, she intends to spend all her saved pocket money to prepare a grand gift package of magical books for him. Oh, and she plans to unwrap the candies when no one is around. Harry's whisper brought Hermione back to reality. Inside the bag of sweets lay a wand without a trace, a tool that could assist her in mastering magic during the holidays. She ought to demonstrate the art of toasting bread to her parents. Hermione was taken aback. Wands were not inexpensive, especially one devoid of a trace. She pondered where Harry had procured it, yet she recognized its undeniable value. In a flurry, she attempted to return the bag of sweets, but Harry continued, "I need your assistance in organizing a comprehensive compendium of magical and non-magical materials, complete with illustrations." Just then, a gasp echoed from a distance, prompting Hermione to hastily shove the sweets into her pocket. "Cool, Harry, you've defeated the troll so swiftly. It's simply unbelievable. My friend, you are a genius." Ron rushed over, eager to embrace Harry in celebration, only to suddenly notice the subtle exchange between Harry and Hermione. "Hey, what are you two up to?" "A bag of sweets for Hermione, and I've prepared one for you too." Harry rummaged through his Gringotts pouch and tossed a bag of sweets to Ron, silencing his incessant chatter. "Oh, thank you," Ron replied, somewhat bewildered, not expecting Harry to have prepared Halloween treats for him, especially since he had yet to reciprocate. "Come up here and assist me for a moment." Grasping Ron's shoulder, Harry descended from his Firebolt 2000. "Hermione, lend me a hand." A few minutes later, they pushed open the grand doors of the Great Hall, only to find the professors attempting to exit at that very moment. Thus, they collided. "Potter!" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her face drained of color upon seeing Harry, supported by Hermione. Covered in crimson, she gasped, nearly losing her breath. Snape shot a piercing glare at Hermione, hastening his steps to shove her aside and assist Harry, his teeth clenched. "Potter, what kind of foolery are you engaged in?" I just vanquished a troll, Harry replied, his tone soothing as he calmed the two professors. I was riding my broomstick and dispatched it with a transformed knight's sword. It couldn't even lay a finger on me. At that moment, Ron soared into the Great Hall on his Firebolt 2000, and the colossal troll came into the professor's line of sight. Quirrell merely cast a glance at the troll, let out a feeble whimper, and collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest tightly. At an opportune moment, Harry turned to Snape and remarked, "Oh, Professor Snape. A troll has appeared near your herbology storeroom, brandishing a wooden club over 2 meters in height. It nearly demolished your storage space. May I take some of your herbs as a reward?" Snape seemed to disregard the comment, scrutinizing Harry from head to toe. Upon confirming that Harry was merely fatigued and unharmed, he scoffed derisively. "Consider yourself fortunate not to have been killed by it, you foolish Gryffindor. Why not remain in the Great Hall like a sensible person? Are you addicted to fighting? Is Slytherin insufficient for your tastes, prompting you to provoke a troll?" Snape's words came at a rapid pace, and just as Ron attempted to interject, Snape continued, "Or perhaps you wish to indulge in the thrill of being a savior. Have your parents' demise not taught you any lessons? When trouble arises at Hogwarts, the professors cannot manage it, and it falls upon you, a mere first year, to take charge. Your intellect is inferior even to that of the troll. At least it comprehends what constitutes danger." Snape's words were harsh, yet Professor McGonagall did not defend Harry. At that moment, she shared Snape's sentiment. "For heaven's sake, Harry, focus on your studies and refrain from getting into further trouble." "But the troll is dead, Professor Snape," Harry said to Snape, turning the tables and mimicking him with a sarcastic tone. Professor Snape, it is not my arrogance to blame, nor my tendency to stand out." Professor Quirrell mentioned that trolls are quite feeble, claiming he effortlessly dispatched 10 of them. "Isn't that so, Professor Quirrell?" Harry looked at Quirrell, who found himself unable to refute the accusation. Previously, Harry had inquired about the troll incident while Quirrell was experiencing a low point in his career. In an attempt to maintain his image as a professor, he had pathetically boasted about his bravery. However, "I never anticipated that he would be so terrified by the troll that he would flee to the Great Hall, collapsing on the floor in a faint. At that moment, I was torn, pondering whether it was merely a teaching mishap on Professor Quirrell's part or a reflection of his inherent weakness. It wasn't until I remembered that my friend, unwell and absent from the hall, was unaware of the troll's rampage that I steeled myself and dashed out to find her, to inform her of the situation. By chance, I encountered the troll in the dungeon. It was truly feeble, unable to touch me as I soared on my Firebolt 2000. Thus, Professor Quirrell, would it not be more fitting for me to assume your position?" Chapter 41. He hoped Quirrell would face misfortune at this moment. The students in the Great Hall had yet to disperse. They lingered behind the professors, organized by the heads of their respective houses, preparing to return to their dormitories. Upon hearing Harry's words, their eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, this was the savior blessed with formidable magical talent, unparalleled combat skills, and an impressive presence coupled with a sharp tongue. In the tumultuous realm of Hogwarts, Harry faced off against Malfoy, triumphing over Slytherin's first-year students on multiple occasions, though it stirred considerable commotion. It was deemed mere child's play in the eyes of the upperclassmen. While it showcased the prodigious talents of the Chosen One, it lacked the allure of true legend. Yet today, Harry had vanquished a troll, the mightiest of trolls, a fully grown mountain troll. This was a tale worthy of legend. In that moment, the hearts of all students brimmed with admiration for Harry, their belief in the savior fully realized. Moreover, Harry led the charge against Professor Quirrell, exposing his cowardice and incompetence, igniting a wave of discontent among his peers. Whether it was the soon-to-be graduates or the underclassmen disillusioned by their defense against the dark arts lessons, a collective desire to confront Quirrell emerged. Among this fervent group was a particularly astute Slytherin freshman, who, having stepped on Quirrell's toes, feared retribution yet yearned for accolades and Harry's friendship. He eagerly anticipated Quirrell's downfall. "Draco was right," he declared. "I shall inform my father that our defense against the dark arts professor is weak and inept. Tell him that Hogwarts pales in comparison to Durmstrang, where a professor was so frightened by a troll that he soiled his trousers. It is time for the Board of Governors to purge Hogwarts of its parasites." Listen to this proclamation. Quirrell, seething with rage, wished he could cast the killing curse upon Malfoy, or better yet, unleash his wrath upon Harry, the architect of this uproar. His teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration. Yet, he was powerless, reduced to a stammering attempt to elicit sympathy. "I was merely a bit frightened," he stuttered. But his performance only incited further ire. "Ugh, you make me nauseous. I cannot fathom how you became a professor. A spineless, incompetent fool." The Great Hall erupted in chaos. with numerous soon-to-be graduates vociferously denouncing Quirrell. The grades in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class not only determined their future prospects as Aurors, but also reflected their ability to confront dark creatures and wizards. Their dreams of becoming Aurors, and even their very lives, hung in the balance, jeopardized by Quirrell's foolishness and cowardice. The presence of such a worthless professor in this vital subject was an abomination, especially among the upperclassmen, who were preparing for graduation. Their gazes toward Quirrell burned with a fiery intensity, akin to sharpened steel. Snape's eyes flickered with a mix of anticipation and jealousy, while the older female professor cast a disdainful glance at Quirrell. They were no longer concerned with educating Harry. Snape yearned for Quirrell to vacate his position in the Defense Against the Dark Arts, so he might claim it for himself. The older professor was desperate to provide the students with a satisfactory resolution, Merlin S. Boots. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class needed a change of leadership. Dumbledore stroked his chin, enduring Quirrell for two reasons: to use him as bait for Voldemort, and, more critically, because recruiting a new professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts proved challenging. Those of high stature in the magical community were well aware of the troubles plaguing this position. Professors had met their demise in bizarre and tragic manners, whether from being crushed by a bludger or falling downstairs. Only Quirrell, who displayed a reckless disregard for his own safety, was willing to take on this role. And Dumbledore could not afford to lose him, as he was the only one who could barely manage the course without lament. Surprised by Quirrell releasing the troll, Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure. He could accept it, albeit reluctantly. However, injuring a student crossed a line. Quirrell had overstepped his bounds. Harming a student was the gravest sin, while tarnishing Hogwarts' reputation was a secondary offense. Dumbledore pondered his next steps. "I shall address Professor Quirrell," he announced gravely. "Now, heads of houses, please escort your students back to their dormitories. Mr. Potter, remain behind." Soon, the hall was empty, leaving only the professors and Harry. "I wish to speak with Harry alone," Dumbledore instructed the other professors, leading Harry to a secluded corner. "Harry, you must understand that Professor Quirrell is in league with Voldemort. Do you still intend to use him to draw Voldemort out?" Harry looked up, his expression serious. This time, it nearly resulted in a student being harmed. "You cannot always rely on me. I am but a first-year student." "I know, I understand," Dumbledore replied, rubbing his temples. "Quirrell has overstepped. This is his folly. Ever since you uncovered the Horcruxes, I ceased to consider using him as bait. However, it remains difficult to find a suitable candidate for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position." "What do you want from me?" Harry asked, puzzled, then began to wave his hands dismissively. "I was joking before. I am hardly fit to be the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. I am merely a new student, just beginning my journey." "That is not what I meant," Dumbledore interjected. "Do you recall when you vanquished the specter that emerged from your mind? I have devised a plan that could both lure Voldemort and resolve our professor dilemma. You do this, then that—" "Yes, precisely, that is my intent." "You agree, correct?" "Excellent. I have faith in your abilities in this regard." Harry's lips twitched slightly. He had an inkling that Dumbledore's final words were not entirely benevolent, yet he refrained from dissenting. "No problem, but I would appreciate some benefits, perhaps an increase in points." Before long, Dumbledore concluded his exchange with Harry, and they returned together. "Professor Quirrell, it is with regret that I inform you that your qualifications as a professor have been called into question by both the students and faculty. I believe a review of your credentials is warranted," Dumbledore stated calmly, fixing his gaze upon Quirrell. "No, you cannot do this," Quirrell protested. "Very well, Professor Quirrell," Dumbledore continued. "Pack your belongings and apply for a review at the Department of Magical Education until your credentials are verified. The position of Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor will be temporarily held by Professor Snape. Now, Mr. Potter, due to your recklessness, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. However, your intentions were rooted in friendship, and your audacity in confronting the troll was undeniably brave. As a first year, overcoming such a creature demonstrates both your prowess and intellect. Therefore, Mr. Potter, I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. Snape abruptly averted his gaze, his expression darkening, his brow furrowing as he coldly remarked, "Professor Dumbledore, are you not indulging him excessively? This will only embolden his impudence. I believe it would be best to assign Potter's detention to me. Allow me to handle it." "Thank you, Severus, but I must decline," Dumbledore replied diplomatically. "He is now a student of Gryffindor, and Minerva will guide him." Chapter 42. "He may be suffering from dementia. Come along, children," the elderly cat lady said. "You should all get some rest tonight." "Wait, Professor McGonagall," Harry interjected. "I still need to speak with Professor Snape about a few matters." Harry turned to call out to Snape, who was leading Malfoy away, while Quirrell, trembling and on the verge of departing, also paused, pricking up his ears. The illustrious Harry Potter, seeking the attention of a mere potions professor like myself? Snape cast a glance at Harry, his visage marred by blood, which made Harry appear somewhat more agreeable. Are you not going to celebrate your fortunate survival? TSK. You are scarcely any better than Quirrell. Perhaps next time, you might find yourself with a broken leg, a missing arm, or even several gaping wounds in your abdomen. Harry's golden eyes, devoid of scare, fixed intently upon Snape. Are you going to tear my face apart and gouge out my eyes? Snape's expression instantly turned perilous, resembling a bat fixated on its prey. Congratulations on your appointment as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Harry remarked. With Quirrell gone, the position is yours. You can finally relinquish potions. After all, your skills in that subject pale in comparison to my mother's. One might suspect you fear exposure in the future. I even doubt that if my father were alive, your accomplishments in potions would surpass his. Snape's fist clenched, his desire to silence Harry palpable. Malfoy, astonished, exclaimed, "What have I just heard? Will he be silenced? How dare he?" Harry retrieved an album and turned to a page. Snape's fist softened, his gaze imbued with tenderness and sorrow. You and my mother once brewed potions together. I require her potion-making notes. Could you assist me in retrieving them from the Potter residence? I can lend them to you for a few days. Damn the Potter house. Damn the few days loan. Snape felt an overwhelming urge to silence Harry. Lily's notes are with me, not at the Potter residence. I shall provide them to you tomorrow. Now return to your slumber. Oh, so it is that way? Wishing you sweet dreams, Professor Snape, Harry replied, tucking the album away, turning to wave his hand in farewell. As a token of gratitude, I shall prepare a gift for you this Christmas. He mounted his Firebolt 2000, transporting the troll's corpse to the 8th floor, arriving before the tapestry of the troll that had bested the hapless Barnaby. After muttering the incantation for the ice cavern thrice while pacing beneath the tapestry, he dragged the troll's body inside. Upon his return to Gryffindor, he was once again enveloped by the warmth of the young lions. Fred and George pulled him into their revelry, presenting him with a rather amusing Marauders map. In a moment of exuberance, Harry gifted each of the Weasley twins a magnificent golden watch, accompanied by 3 bottles of vodka. He also invested 200 galleons in Dumbomb's ass seed money. Hermione, taken aback, clutched Harry and inquired about the source of his wealth. Sipping his drink, Harry began recounting a series of events involving Malfoy, who had collided with a wall. Much to Ron's amusement, Ron listened intently, nibbling on his quill, striving to draw inspiration from Harry and Hermione for a new romantic tale to satisfy the daily demands of the 4 houses. It was truly a laborious task. Ron felt an urge to hurl his quill at Brown's face, shouting for her to leave. Yet, he was tempted by Brown's modest fortune. He raised his cup, savoring the explosion of flavors on his tongue, letting out a gasp before hastily putting pen to paper. Thus unfolded a tranquil Gryffindor feast. On the way to the dormitory, supporting Ron, they encountered the familiar tabby cat. Professor McGonagall, is there something you need at this late hour? The tabby transformed into an older cat lady, brandishing her wand to open the door, gently pushing Ron into his bed before closing the door behind them. She then beckoned Harry, leading him down the corridor. I wish to know about Quirrell, she said to Harry at the corridor's end. What did Professor Dumbledore discuss with you? You ought to ask Professor Dumbledore yourself, replied the older cat lady, feeling helpless. If Dumbledore were willing to share, she would not be seeking Harry. Harry, on the day Dumbledore brought you to Privet Drive, I spent the entire day lurking around the corner, the older cat lady continued. I mean no harm. I merely hope for your trust. At that time, I witnessed your cousin kicking his mother in the street, demanding sweets, and I was reluctant to send you to that dreadful home. Dumbledore had left them a letter, which she felt was insufficient. They would not comprehend you merely through a letter. However, Professor Dumbledore asserted that your significant reputation in the wizarding world could easily cloud your judgment. He wished for you to grow away from your past until you could accept it all before revealing the truth. I believed him, the older cat lady said. But I have been feeling increasingly uneasy lately. This does not seem like the right choice. To let you hide away temporarily, allowing me to care for you, is far better than sending you back to that wretched home. Is there something Dumbledore is concealing from me? Has the Dark Lord truly vanished? Harry shook his head. The mature cat girl appeared utterly deflated. She swallowed hard and then said, Is it Chilo? Harry sighed. He had no intention of concealing matters from the mature cat girl. No. But surely Chilo was connected to him, perhaps in Albania, or possibly right beside Chilo. The mature cat girl took a deep breath. So, Dumbledore left you in that wretched home for a reason, did he not? Harry nodded. It once existed, but now it has vanished. Huh. The mature catgirl's head was adorned with a question mark. It was originally an ancient magic, but on my 11th birthday, I awakened a peculiar bloodline that manifests in coughing up blood, a most sacred lineage, adept at restraining dark wizards, thus rendering it unnecessary. Harry found himself in a state of helplessness. He could hardly confess to having used alchemical magic to steal the eyes of the battle angel and subsequently gifted a piece of Voldemort's Horcrux to Thresh, who had obliterated it. Such a revelation would be far too abstract. Do you harbor any hatred towards him? Inquired the older catgirl unexpectedly. Hate? Perhaps once. But I later realized he is merely a small, immature old man who lacks the understanding of how to care for others. He has acknowledged his mistakes promptly and has offered restitution, Harry replied, adding wistfully, if only he could restore my inheritance in advance. Inheritance? The older catgirl's head was once again adorned with a question mark. Indeed, he took a portion of my family's legacy, claiming that upon my achieving an O in all subjects and winning the House Cup, he would return it to me. The older catgirl smiled faintly. That indeed seems fitting. It serves as a test and a form of encouragement from him. Well, I knew you would support him, Harry shrugged. Professor McGonagall, do you have any further inquiries? And how do you intend to deal with Quirrell? The older catgirl asked, before adding, is there anything I can assist with? Chapter 43. Snape's face twisted in anger as November set in. The weather grew exceedingly frigid. The mountains surrounding the school lay shrouded in a gray haze, blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake's surface resembled quenched steel, cold and unyielding. Each morning, frost coated the ground. From the window above, one could observe Hagrid, swathed in a moleskin coat, donned with rabbit fur gloves and colossal beaver fur boots, laboring to clear the snow outside the castle, perhaps due to Quirrell's continued scrutiny. Harry found the days rather monotonous. The matter of the troll's body had been resolved. Dumbledore had facilitated the sale of the skeleton to the Aberg family. It was during this period that Harry learned that Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, was one of the Aberg family's influential members, a quintessential wealthy individual. Upon acquiring the skeleton, this owner even sent Harry a photograph, showcasing the skeleton on display on the first floor of the Leaky Cauldron, beneath which lay a plaque commemorating Harry's victory over the troll in his first year. The flesh had been sold to Malfoy, who claimed it was ultimately purchased by a wizard afflicted with pica. This unfortunate individual subsequently made headlines in the Daily Prophet for his distressing condition, which led to his admission into St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, where he remained in critical condition. Harry had transformed the troll's nose hairs into a few sluggish wands, which he sold at a low price to the owner of a second-hand shop. Surprisingly, these wands later appeared in the Daily Prophet, linked to a brawl among dark wizards, where several unfortunate souls wielded wands infused with troll nose hair, leading to their untimely demise. The only reliable source of magical resistance, the troll's hide, was crafted into 4 suits of fitted inner armor, thanks to the connections of the older catgirl who introduced him to a talented goblin skilled in armor making. The herb garden had also recently experienced its first bountiful harvest. Even during his detentions, Harry had managed to procure numerous valuable items from the Forbidden Forest. However, the detentions had come to an end, not due to a reduction in punishment, but rather because the Quidditch season was about to commence. After weeks of rigorous training, Harry was set to participate in his very first Quidditch match on Saturday. Gryffindor would face Slytherin. Should Gryffindor emerge victorious, their standing in the House Cup would ascend to second place. It was infuriating, however, that Snape had recently been lavishing points upon Malfoy with reckless abandon. Malfoy's father had bestowed new brooms upon the Slytherin Quidditch team, and even rewarded them with dragon bones. Harry found it increasingly difficult to tolerate Snape. Even more absurd was the fact that after receiving his points, Malfoy, having forgotten the pain of his previous injuries, began to harass him once again. Harry planned to deliver a resounding lesson to Malfoy during the Quidditch match, hoping to slap Snape in the face with the reality that, without skill, even possessing 6 Firebolt 2000s would not guarantee victory. Harry had never been concerned about winning. His flying talent was remarkably exceptional, and with a friend like Hermione, he felt even more empowered. Hermione diligently scoured various Quidditch books, distilling over 700 unconventional maneuvers and 300 specialized flying techniques into more comprehensible forms for Harry. In a more amusing turn of events, Miss Otter became so envious of Harry and Ron that she wept, snatching away 2 bottles of whiskey from Harry. With 1 bottle in each hand, she spent the entire evening in a drunken stupor, crying and demanding confinement. Following that incident, Miss Otter embarked upon an uncharted path. She became less concerned with adhering to school rules and, at times, actively encouraged Harry to partake in previously unimaginable escapades. She yearned to be confined with Harry until the ends of the earth, exploring countless treasures in the Forbidden Forest. This newfound adventurous spirit made her all the more charming and vivacious. On the eve of Harry's inaugural Quidditch match, the trio, accompanied by the recuperated Neville, ventured into the frigid courtyard during their break. Hermione had conjured a handful of brilliant blue flames through magic, which they could conveniently carry in a jam jar. They crouched there, warming themselves by the fire while discreetly sipping whiskey. At that moment, Snape strode through the courtyard, and Harry immediately noticed the peculiar limp in his gait. Harry and his three companions huddled closer together, attempting to conceal the bottle from prying eyes. Unfortunately, Neville's anxious expression drew Snape's attention. He limped over, not noticing the bottle. But his clenched jaw revealed his determination to find a reason to retrieve Lily's potion notes. He was filled with regret, often slapping himself awake in the middle of the night. What had possessed him to give Lily's notes to Potter? "What do you have there, Potter?" he inquired. "My mother's notes," Harry replied, showing them to him. Snape raised an eyebrow. "During class time, you are not permitted to read your mother's notes in the courtyard. Hand it over. 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor, 10 in total." Snape took the notes and limped away, leaving Harry no chance to protest. His regret deepened. How infuriating that Potter was reading Lily's notes on a snowy day. What if they got wet? He had concocted a rule on the spur of the moment. Hermione, in a huff, remarked that he had gone mad lately and was utterly unreasonable. It was understandable. Harry had taken every opportunity to tug at his hair, deducting points from Harry, only for Professor Dumbledore to find reasons to restore them. Ron took a swig of the drink, muttering, "It's me. I must be going mad too." Harry had indeed finished reading the notes. He had long sensed Snape's insatiable curiosity regarding them. In an effort to deter Snape from incessantly hovering around him, he reluctantly agreed to offer him a few enticing morsels of information. After all, Snape was one of the few individuals at Hogwarts who genuinely concerned himself with Harry's safety. Despite his abrasive demeanor and stubbornness, what could possibly be wrong with his leg? Harry furrowed his brow slightly. He had often wandered through the Forbidden Forest of late, yet had not encountered Snape. During Quirrell's review days, the castle felt exceptionally secure. Where could he have sustained an injury? Indeed, the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts is perilous. It was fortunate that he had managed to tug at Snape's hair, employing the power of the Battle Angel to dispel the curse's effects. "I don't know, but I hope he feels it acutely," Ron remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. That evening, the Gryffindor common room was filled with a cacophony of noise. Neville felt remorseful towards Harry and decided to head to the greenhouse early, tending to the herbs by turning the soil, fertilizing, and watering them. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat together beside a window. Hermione's cheeks flushed as she sipped whiskey, discreetly glancing at Ron's romantic tale, while Harry pondered the perils that Snape had encountered. Seizing the moment when Hermione, tipsy, insisted on returning to sleep, Ron, massaging his temples, struggled to gather his thoughts, allowing Harry to quietly slip away. He descended the stairs to stand before Snape's office, subtly raising his wand and murmuring, "Alohomora." The door unlocked, and he pushed it ajar, peering inside to behold an astonishing sight. Within the chamber stood only Snape and Malfoy. Snape had lifted his robes above his knees, revealing a leg drenched in blood, flesh mangled and raw. "Damn it," Snape exclaimed, "that nearly cost me my life." Harry was about to gently close the door and secure the lock, but then, bang. Chapter 44. What is Malfoy up to? Snape hastily dropped his cloak to shield his injured leg, his face contorted with anger. Harry feigned innocence, inquiring whether he could retrieve his mother's notes. Snape's ire intensified. "Get out. Out," he bellowed, slamming the door behind Harry as he departed. Halfway down the corridor, a sudden realization struck him. During their discussion regarding the strategy to confront Quirrell, Dumbledore had mentioned that the fourth-floor corridor was designated as his trial ground in the original plan. Could it be that Snape had intruded upon it? "Ahora, open." Harry waved his wand, and with a decisive click, the door swung open. He stepped inside and with a resounding slam, shut the door behind him, locking it anew with a levitation charm. Before him lay a formidable creature, a being that could scarcely be described as a dog, a hellish three-headed hound, the legendary guardian of the gates of the underworld. How could Dumbledore have imprisoned such a beast within Hogwarts? Had he lost his mind? The original plan was undoubtedly a trial, not a scheme to end my life and usurp my inheritance. Harry's heart raced, overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from the colossal creature. He sensed that this hellish three-headed dog was far less formidable than the monstrous Cerberus. Yet he too was rendered woefully weak in the absence of the treasures of the king. Indeed, Dumbledore was nothing short of a disappointment. Harry grumbled, unaware that he had inadvertently tarnished the borrowed Philosopher's Stone from Dumbledore just before the impending Christmas festivities. The following morning dawned bright, yet frigid. The enticing aroma of roasted sausages wafted through the dining hall. Excitement buzzed as everyone eagerly anticipated the legendary clash, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. It was the inaugural match featuring the brave little lion. Conversations predominantly revolved around the legendary savior and the manner in which he would grace the field to conquer Slytherin. Fred and George, ever the entrepreneurs, seized the opportunity to establish a betting scheme, capitalizing on Harry's investment to exploit the unwitting Slytherin supporters. At the heart of the discussions, Harry perused the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. "You really ought to eat more," Hermione remarked, observing Harry. "But I'm quite full," he replied. Sensing that Hermione seemed even more anxious than he was. "Just have a bit more toast. I'll spread some butter on it for you," Hermione coaxed. "All right then," he conceded. Harry set down the Daily Prophet and opened his mouth. Hermione, delicately holding a piece of toast, carefully offered it to him. "Harry, you must be cautious. Slytherin plays quite dirty," Ron warned. "The Seekers are always the prime targets for the opposing team. Remember the Chudley Cannon's tactics I taught you? If they resort to foul play, strike back fiercely." "Thank you, Ron," Harry replied. Hermione spread a generous layer of cheese on the sausage, once again coaxing Harry, and after receiving his consent, she cautiously fed it to him. The flavor was delightful, and Harry relished it. By 11 o'clock, it seemed as though the entire school had gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch, many students armed with binoculars. The seats appeared to be elevated into the air. Yet at times it remained challenging to discern the details of the match. Hermione and Ron ascended to the highest row, joining Neville, Seamus, and Dean. In an effort to surprise Harry, they crafted an enormous banner from a bedsheet stained by Ron's pet, Pigwidgeon, with the words "Harry for the win" emblazoned across it. Dean, skilled in artistry, added a large Gryffindor lion beneath the text. Furthermore, Hermione cast a clever charm that caused the paint on the banner to shimmer with various colors. Numerous similar groups dotted the stands. Meanwhile, in the changing room, Harry and the other team members were donning their vibrant scarlet Quidditch uniforms. At this moment, Harry felt a sense of relief upon seeing Malfoy clad in a rather unpleasant shade of green, which, combined with his blonde hair, was quite comical. Wood cleared his throat, signaling for silence. "All right, lads," he began, "and ladies. This year, we face Slytherin in our first match. They have held the Quidditch Cup for several consecutive years, and this is a disgrace for us. Today presents the finest opportunity to rectify that shame. We are fortunate to have the best seeker, Harry Potter, on our side. This time, the championship will undoubtedly be ours. Slytherin shall fall beneath our iron hooves, wailing in defeat. The time has come. Let us give it our all." Harry followed Fred and George out of the changing room, greeted by the thunderous cheers of the crowd outside the pitch. Madame Hooch stood at the center of the field, her broomstick in hand, awaiting the arrival of both teams and the commentator. In the stands, Lee Jordan cleared his throat and spoke. "Ahem, hello everyone. I am your commentator Lee Jordan. This is a day to remember. The unfortunate news is that our most dreadful defense against the dark arts professor has returned. Apologies, Professor." Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, was under the watchful eye of Professor McGonagall as he fulfilled his role as commentator for the match. "Fortunately, we have a Quidditch match today to alleviate our sorrows, with Gryffindor triumphing over Slytherin. Let us take a look at their starting lineup." Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and golden letters appeared in the air. Gryffindor teamkeeper, Oliver Woodbeaters, Fred Weasley, George Weasley Chasers, Katie Bell, Angelina Johnson. Alicia Spinnet Seeker, Harry Potter. Snape scoffed and waved his wand, causing a string of green letters to appear in the air, revealing the starting lineup for Slytherin. After the letters vanished, Madame Hooch addressed the players. "Listen, this is an inter-school match. Friendship comes first, so refrain from any foul play." Harry noticed that as she spoke. Her gaze was fixed unwaveringly upon the captain of Slytherin. His name was Marcus Flint, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a troll. Harry harbored serious doubts about the possibility of him possessing troll lineage. As preparations commenced, the whistle sounded, and they soared into the sky. Harry mounted his Nimbus 2000. Madame Hooch blew the silver whistle, and 15 broomsticks soared into the air, ascending vertically. In the center of the pitch, Madame Hooch tossed the quaffle high, and Katie, along with a chaser from Slytherin, prepared to catch it. Bang! Katie succeeded, passing the quaffle to Angelina, who charged forward with determination. Slytherin's two beaters swung their bats, attempting to flank her. Feeling the pressure, Angelina passed to Alicia, but Alicia was not in an open position, and the ball was intercepted by Slytherin. Just as Slytherin was about to pass the ball to Marcus in search of a scoring opportunity, a figure suddenly emerged, effectively blocking Marcus's path. Seizing the moment, Angelina snatched the quaffle and shot towards the Slytherin goal. Whoosh. Meanwhile, Harry expertly marked Marcus, allowing Angelina to take her shot. And the ball found the net. What a brilliant strategy. Let us congratulate Gryffindor on scoring the first goal of the match, Lee Jordan enthusiastically commented, while the modest Harry turned his attention back to searching for the golden snitch. Unlike players accustomed to traditional Quidditch, he believed that a seeker's role extended beyond merely locating the snitch. It was equally important to contribute to the team's dynamics, creating opportunities for a 7-on-6 advantage, rather than imitating Malfoy. Wait, what is Malfoy doing? Chapter 45, Quirrell. I am utterly thrilled. Harry felt a twinge of nausea as he noticed Malfoy, who, despite being engaged in the Quidditch match, was fixated on him. Since Malfoy remained steadfast in his intentions, Harry resolved to teach him a lesson about the harsh realities of life. Look. Oh my goodness. Lee Jordan exuberantly narrated the events as Gryffindor's seeker, Potter, began to accelerate, his focus unwavering. Had he spotted the golden snitch? With 2.5 minutes into the match, the score stood at 20-10. Should Potter capture the snitch, Gryffindor would earn 150 points, concluding the game with a resounding score of 170-10, securing victory. This would also mark the fastest capture in the history of Hogwarts. On the field, the young lions in the Gryffindor stands rose to their feet, with Hermione tossing her curls and waving a bedsheet, joining the throng in jubilant cheers. The shouts soared into the sky. Harry, Potter, Harry, Potter, Harry, Potter. Malfoy propelled his broomstick, chasing after Harry, shouting from behind, Potter, you can't shake me off. Harry lowered his body. The Nimbus 2000 emitted a delicate sound as it sliced through the wind, accelerating towards the edge of the pitch. Oh my goodness! Potter's speed is escalating, reaching the pinnacle of velocity. The latest model, the Nimbus 2000, has achieved its utmost speed, Lee Jordan exclaimed. Let us follow Potter's gaze and seek the elusive golden snitch. The students in the stands had already raised their binoculars, trailing Harry's movements in pursuit of the snitch. Have you spotted the golden snitch? Inquired a young Slytherin girl. I can't see it. Wait, I'm still searching, replied a nearby young Slytherin boy. Could it be that Potter has noticed the snitch and is merely chasing Malfoy? How could that be? The girl retorted, lowering her binoculars. Even if Malfoy is foolish, Captain Flynn is not. They wouldn't let Malfoy chase aimlessly if they couldn't see the snitch. Little did she know, as Harry accelerated. His bright golden eyes could easily be mistaken for the golden snitch hovering near him. This was also the reason Flint didn't prevent Malfoy from pursuing, and even sought to trip Harry up. The Slytherin beaters swung their bats. Were they truly going to target Potter? They sent a bludger hurtling towards him. How malicious. Lee Jordan glanced nervously at Professor McGonagall, finding solace in her lack of intervention. Magnificent. Harry deftly evaded the bludger's assault. I have never witnessed a player halt and pivot at such extreme speed. Truly deserving of being the Gryffindor lion. Oh, Slytherin shall pay dearly for their foolishness. Their beaters have been outmaneuvered by Harry. Their defense has been breached. Angelina has slipped through. Splendid. The ball has entered the goal. It was a remarkable shot, worthy of being among this year's top 5 plays. Amidst Lee Jordan's commentary, Angelina cast a grateful glance towards Harry. Harry waved his hand and flew aside. The match continued unabated. Undoubtedly, Gryffindor had discovered an exceptional seeker. In attack, he could block for the chasers, tearing apart Slytherin's defense. In defense, he could assist his teammates, forming a 2-on-1 to disrupt Slytherin's offense. Such proficiency was rare, considering Potter was also searching for the golden snitch while Malfoy was closely pursuing him. Angelina scored yet again for Gryffindor, and Lee Jordan was exuberant. This goal must be credited to Potter for his assist, as Harry had drawn away the Slytherin keeper. Unbelievably, the Slytherin team was utterly disoriented, attempting to elbow Potter, who was executing a sudden stop and turn at full speed. The cheers of Gryffindor echoed through the cold sky, intermingled with Slytherin's roars and groans. Make way, Hagrid called out. Ron lifted Neville, while Hermione shifted aside to create space for Hagrid to sit down. I was just watching from my little cabin, Hagrid said, patting the large telescope hanging around his neck. But it's nothing like the atmosphere of watching the match in the crowd. Did you see where Harry is chasing the snitch? Why can't I see it? It's all a ruse, Ron replied. Harry is evading them. Harry was flying so swiftly that many mistook him for the golden snitch. Malfoy was doomed. This was likely his final season with the Slytherin team. Huh? Hagrid raised the telescope, straining to see a small dot in the sky. It was Harry. Well, I still can't see him. High above the ground, Harry plunged downwards, weaving through the inner court and gliding across the field, leading Malfoy in a dizzying dance. Harry, are you holding up all right? Wood called out. We'll help you block Malfoy. Trust me, just keep scoring. Harry urged, refusing to halt as he surged towards the opposite end. Relentlessly pursued by Malfoy. Malfoy was nearly beside himself with frustration. Despite both wielding Firebolt 2000s, why was it that his broom could not keep pace with Harry? Harry could not possibly rely on his teammates to create a screen for him, as he had not even spotted the golden snitch. More importantly, the Slytherin team played with excessive brutality. Even if he were to locate the snitch, he would refuse to allow his teammates to set screens. He was unwilling to see several players from Gryffindor incapacitated by the end of the match. By the time of the upcoming matches against Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, Gryffindor would struggle to field a complete team. After Harry had taunted Malfoy for quite some time, Marcus Flint suddenly called out, Malfoy, stop. He is tricking you. He is not pursuing the golden snitch. His eyes are golden. The Slytherin captain was infuriated, and Lee Jordan expressed his dissatisfaction. Noting that Potter had been evading Malfoy for over 10 minutes, and his eyes resembled the golden snitch so closely that he seemed to be a natural seeker. Amidst Lee Jordan's commentary, Harry suddenly noticed a flash of gold darting past Marcus's ear. There was no mistaking it. There was no other pair of golden eyes on the field. It was indeed the golden snitch. As Harry mounted his broomstick and suddenly dove towards the golden snitch, in that fleeting moment, Quirrell, who had just resolved his review troubles and returned to Hogwarts, felt a spark of excitement in his eyes. It was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity. He loathed Harry with a passion, wishing nothing more than for him to crash headfirst into the ground. He was exhilarated, bowing his head and murmuring to himself. At that precise instant, Professor Dumbledore withdrew his watchful gaze. Such eagerness was a miscalculation on Dumbledore's part. It appeared that Voldemort's options were dwindling. If the subsequent plans unfolded smoothly, Voldemort would truly be compelled to reveal himself, and it seemed to be progressing favorably. However, it appeared that Harry would have to endure some hardships. Dumbledore thought with a slight shake of his head, turning his attention to another figure. A man reciting a counter-curse. Severus was likely growing increasingly agitated. Dumbledore silently hoped that this situation might ease their fraught relationship. With a resigned sigh, he glanced back at Harry. Harry's flying broom began to tumble uncontrollably, leaving him no choice but to grip the handle tightly to prevent a disastrous plunge into the ground. What a predicament! Ron nearly shattered his telescope, exclaiming, "Who can explain why Harry's broom is malfunctioning?" Hermione bit her lip, her eyes brimming with concern. Neville, perched on Ron's lap, suddenly nudged Hermione's arm and pointed in a certain direction. There was Professor Quirrell, his head bowed low. Fury ignited in Hermione's gaze. She had only consumed whiskey that morning, and her temper was flaring. Chapter 46. Quirrell, I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Hermione seized Hagrid's telescope, her focus not on Harry but anxiously scanning the crowd. Finally, she had Quirrell in her sights. What are you looking at? Ron inquired. Neville had deduced correctly. It was indeed Quirrell who was up to no good. Hermione's eyes blazed with anger as she tossed the telescope to Ron, insisting, "Look at him." Ron took the telescope, observing Quirrell seated in the opposite stand, muttering to himself. Through gritted teeth, Ron seethed. That wretched Quirrell dares to target Harry. "Follow me," Ron declared, forging a path through the crowd like a tank. Hermione, wand in hand, silently recited her incantation. Neville retrieved a small vial, carefully mixing two liquids together. Soon, they arrived at Quirrell's stand, swiftly moving along the row of seats behind him. At last, they were beside Quirrell. Ron whistled, standing watch. Hermione crouched down, drawing her wand and softly articulating a carefully considered spell. A brilliant blue flame erupted from her wand, darting towards Quirrell's robes. Neville reached through the gap between the chairs, cautiously pouring the prepared liquid onto Quirrell's trousers. "What is that?" Hermione whispered. "It's Harry's whiskey mixed with some explosive potion," Neville replied, tilting his head. The flame surged, licking up from Quirrell's robe towards his backside. Hermione completed her task, swiftly retracting the fire back into her pocket. After a brief moment, Quirrell finally realized he was ablaze. "I'm on fire. I'm on fire," he shrieked, frantically slapping at his trousers, but the flames were relentless, and he could not extinguish them. The worst part was the acrid smell of burning fabric. He hastily drew his wand, shouting, "Aqua Ructo," but the water spell failed. Quirrell could only roll frantically on the ground. After a prolonged wait, Ron seized the moment, shouting, "Professor Quirrell, I'm here to help," and delivered a swift kick. Neville followed suit, while Hermione added a kick of her own. With more and more onlookers gathering, Ron, Hermione, and Neville seized the opportunity to slip away. retreating to their previous seats as if nothing had transpired. Hermione turned to Hagrid, inquiring, "Hagrid, how is Harry?" "He is fine, quite safe, in fact." "He is searching for the golden snitch," Hagrid replied just as he suddenly sprang to his feet, bellowing, "Slytherin fouled." Fouled. An uproar erupted from the Gryffindor spectator area. "Send him off, referee." "Red card," Dean shouted. "It's not football, Dean," Hermione sighed. "There are no red cards in Quidditch." "Those Slytherins are despicable," Hagrid roared, fully endorsing Dean's sentiment, insisting that Quidditch rules needed revision after they nearly sent Harry plummeting from the sky. Lee Jordan, the commentator, called out, "Slytherin employs despicable tactics." "Lee," Professor McGonagall admonished. "I mean," Lee continued, "Marcus Flint and Draco Malfoy nearly caused the death of Gryffindor's Seeker, so Gryffindor is awarded a penalty shot." On the field, Angelina passed the ball to Alicia, who shot it. Bang! A splendid shot. Alicia scored. Lee Jordan pumped his fist, feeling vindicated, and began to comment with sarcasm. "Gryffindor played brilliantly. Slytherin's malicious assaults on Potter will only lead to their own downfall. The gap in skill cannot be bridged by foul play. Breaking the rules will only result in Slytherin's desperate defeat amid Gryffindor's relentless scoring." Professor McGonagall did not intervene this time. Amidst Gryffindor's scoring and Lee Jordan's sardonic remarks, the little lions momentarily settled down. Hermione and Ron urged Hagrid to sit, continuing to watch the match. Hermione, having procured a telescope from somewhere, busily observed. In her field of vision, Harry was accelerating, and as she swept the telescope towards him, she spotted the golden snitch. "Potter has seen the golden snitch," Lee shouted. "He has found it again. What a brilliant seeker." The Gryffindor supporters erupted in cheers for Harry. Potter began to dive while Malfoy pursued him. It seemed they were on the brink of crashing to the ground. Lee jumped up, clutching his head. "Oh, my goodness." A tremendous crash echoed from afar, dust billowing into the air. Hagrid shielded his eyes, unable to watch. Hermione clutched the telescope in one hand, her other hand clenched tightly into a fist. Ron and Neville squinted, attempting to discern the scene in the dust, but they could only vaguely see a broken broomstick lodged in the ground. Through the haze, Hermione caught a glimpse of a brilliant gold flitting through the sand and exclaimed, "He has got it. Harry has caught it. The match is over." Harry soared out of the golden sands atop his Nimbus 2000, a single hand raised triumphantly, clutching the golden snitch. His dazzling golden eyes sparkled more brightly than the sun in the sky. The Gryffindor lions, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted once more into a wave of crimson and gold, their voices ringing out with exuberance. Amidst the jubilant cheers of Gryffindor, Harry soared on his broomstick towards the center of the pitch. Before he could steady himself, his teammates rushed forward. Wood embraced Harry fiercely, tears brimming in his eyes, exclaiming, "Potter, we have triumphed. We have vanquished Slytherin." Fred and George clung to Harry's legs, exerting such force that they lifted both him and Wood into the air. Wood quickly released his grip and leapt to the ground, joining the Weasley twins in tossing Harry into the sky. "Our Gryffindor lion has led us to victory. Tonight, we shall host a grand feast in honor of our lion." After their exuberant celebration, Angelina and Alia approached. Alia playfully ruffled Harry's hair, but he deftly evaded her touch. "Potter, that last move was something I've only witnessed at the World Cup. It was remarkable." Alia beamed sweetly. "Will you participate in the World Cup in the future?" "I'm not entirely sure yet," Harry replied candidly, "but it's a possibility." "Well," Alia shrugged, "I intend to." Before she could finish, Harry was whisked away. Hermione seized his arm and led him into a corner, checking him over thoroughly before finally relaxing. "Rest assured, Hermione," Harry said, ruffling her hair. "I have an endeavor planned for tonight. Would you care to join me?" Chapter 47. What does that expression mean? Tonight? Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. That sounds delightful. She initially intended to inquire about the specifics of Harry's plans for the evening, but just then, Hagrid, Neville, and Ron arrived, causing her to swallow her questions. Hagrid slapped Harry on the shoulder, saying, "Harry, come to my hut for a cup of tea. Hermione, you should join us too." He laughed heartily. "Our little lion has led Gryffindor to victory over Slytherin. We must celebrate this momentous occasion." All right," Hermione replied, her mind somewhat muddled, and she agreed absent-mindedly. Having just concluded a Quidditch match, Harry found himself in an athletic state, rendering his mind ill-suited for reading. By the time he adjusted to a reading mindset, the sun would likely have set. Furthermore, that evening, the Gryffindor Lions were to host a banquet, after which he was to accompany Hermione on a nocturnal escapade. With such a packed schedule, there was scant time for literature. It seemed more prudent to indulge fully and join Hagrid in celebration, relishing the long-awaited victory in Quidditch. Without much hesitation, he acquiesced to Hagrid's invitation. They traversed the open space outside the pitch, the thick layer of snow crunching beneath their feet, and made their way back to Hagrid's cozy abode. Upon entering, they were enveloped by a wave of warmth. "Please, have a seat while I prepare some tea," Hagrid offered. Removing his rabbit fur gloves and shedding his moleskin coat, he busied himself placing the kettle on the stove while arranging rock cakes onto a plate. Neville picked up a log and fed it into the hearth, causing the flames to roar even more fervently. Harry removed his jersey, which Hermione deftly accepted, cradling it in her arms and placing it upon her lap as she sat down. Only then did she remove her scarf, folding it neatly atop the jersey. Her cheeks bore a faint flush, perhaps a result of the room's warmth, giving her an adorably dazed appearance reminiscent of a recently awakened otter. Just as Ron settled into the seat, Fong leaped up, wrapping his paws around Ron's head and licking him vigorously. "Oh, Fong, get off," Ron exclaimed, pushing the dog away. "What have you eaten?" Neville hurriedly dropped the stick he was holding and rushed over, grasping Fong by the belly and pulling with all his might. After a few missteps, he tumbled onto Hagrid's bed, still clutching Fong. Ron wiped the saliva from his face with his sleeve, glaring at Fong with an expression akin to that of a scorned lover, his eyes blazing with indignation. Harry burst into laughter, and Hermione joined in, their eyes inadvertently locking for a brief moment. Hermione's expression tightened as she covered her mouth, concealing Miss Otter's charming front teeth from Harry's view. Ron and Neville, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances, their lips curling into smiles as they began to chuckle foolishly. Hagrid scratched his head, perplexed by the recent events. "Never mind," he thought, as he placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, filling the small cabin with an atmosphere of joy. After a while, as Ron recounted Charlie's research on dragons to Hagrid, Harry noticed a small piece of paper pressed beneath the teapot cozy. He lifted the cozy and retrieved the newspaper, which contained a clipped report. Breaking news on the Gringotts break-in. The investigation into the illegal incursion at Gringotts on July 31st continues. It is widely believed to have been perpetrated by an unknown dark wizarding force. The goblins of Gringotts reiterated today that nothing was stolen. In fact, the underground vault that had been searched by the intruders had been completely emptied earlier that same day. A spokesperson for Gringotts stated this afternoon, "We cannot disclose what was stored in the vault. It is best not to interfere in this matter." Harry scrutinized the newspaper twice. July 31st, wasn't he that the day I entered Diagon Alley? He recalled the individual he encountered at Gringotts, an unforgettable presence. The energy he wielded was akin to the collective force of 3 or 4 adult wizards. At that moment, Harry suspected the young man intended to rob Gringotts. And it turned out he was not mistaken. The most alarming aspect was that this young man truly succeeded. Indeed, one ought not to entrust their gold to goblins. He placed the newspaper on the table. "Hagrid, could you deliver this for me?" "I cannot." Hagrid's gaze drifted. "What do you need it for?" "Naturally, to seek out Professor Dumbledore regarding asset relocation. I've heard that the portion of the inheritance he oversees is at Gringotts," Harry responded, exasperated. "I certainly do not wish for my galleons to vanish unexpectedly. I believe I have the first issue from August at home," Ron chimed in. "My father frequently reads the Daily Prophet. I'll write to him tonight and have him send it." "The first issue from August?" Hermione sensed something amiss. Recalling Hagrid's distracted eyes, she inquired, "Hagrid, you seem quite invested in this matter?" Hagrid turned to fetch a water jug, feigning ignorance. However, this suspicious behavior only heightened Harry's curiosity, prompting him to grasp Hagrid's arm. "Wait, Hagrid, you aren't involved in Professor Dumbledore's plans, are you?" Hagrid abruptly turned back, his eyes wide with surprise. "How do you know?" "I certainly do know, perhaps even more than you," Harry chuckled. "Given your keen interest in this matter, that treasure, it was you who retrieved it from Gringotts?" Unable to withstand the scrutiny of 4 inquisitive gazes, Hagrid confessed, "It was me." "What treasure?" Ron asked, his curiosity piqued. Harry silently gave Ron a thumbs up. "Well asked." Last time, due to the pressing nature of their mission, he only had sufficient time to discuss the plan with Dumbledore. Before he could inquire about the artifact meant to lure Voldemort, Dumbledore had already departed. Following that period, he was inundated with numerous trivial matters. After all, the treasure was secure and would not vanish. Dumbledore would eventually share the information with him, and he was not in a rush. Today, he fortuitously learned that Hagrid was involved in the plan, and by clarifying things with Hagrid, he could avoid an additional trip to the headmaster's office. "All right, Ron, don't ask anymore," Hagrid gruffly stated. "That's classified information, understand? And you, Harry, I don't know where you acquired this information, but refrain from spreading it around or meddling. It's quite perilous." Harry waved his hand dismissively, asserting that everyone present was trustworthy and there was no fear of secrets being divulged. Moreover, he clarified that his involvement was not arbitrary. Hagrid, he continued, the plan was conveyed to me by Dumbledore. It was originally intended as a trial for me. He informed me that there would be 6 challenges, and once the professors had devised them, they would notify me to proceed through the trials. Harry spoke through clenched teeth, feeling a surge of frustration. Fortunately, I took the initiative to inspect beforehand. Otherwise, I would have fallen victim without any awareness. I am truly curious to know which scoundrel placed the 3-headed dog at the first level. Is it really their intention to bring about my demise? Undoubtedly. Hagrid dared not meet Harry's gaze this time. He merely grunted and handed Harry a rock cake. Huh, what does that expression mean? Harry fixed his stare upon Hagrid. So, did you set the 3-headed dog there? I didn't know, Hagrid stammered. I thought this was a test prepared for you. I assumed it was to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Dumbledore was involved as well, and also Nicholas Flamel. The Philosopher's Stone? Harry's eyes widened, his golden irises gleaming like 2 bright bulbs. Nicholas Flamel? Chapter 48. The Alchemical Reaction. Hagrid, I urgently need to speak with Professor Dumbledore. We shall reconvene another time. Harry rose, and Hermione, in a flurry, hastily donned his clothes upon him, then tied her scarf around his neck, and together they dashed out of Hagrid's hut. Ron, fixated on the rock cakes, stealthily placed one into the plate Harry had used while Hagrid's attention was diverted. This confection nearly shattered his teeth. As Hagrid turned around, he swallowed nervously and said, Hagrid, I should be going too. With those 2 running amok, I can't help but worry, right, Neville? Indeed. Neville fervently nodded, not wishing to feign enjoyment while racing through Hogwarts, which was far too perilous. They bid Hagrid farewell with their flimsy excuse and rushed out into the snow, straining to chase the 2 figures that grew ever more distant. His stamina is simply outrageous. Had Hermione not lagged behind, we would never catch up, Ron grumbled, as snow had already infiltrated his shoes, leaving his feet icy cold. Stop talking, Neville panted, leaning on his knees. I had to carry Hermione to keep pace. It was too fast. I can't keep up. Neither can I, Ron admitted. Ceasing his pursuit, we can't catch them anymore. Let's take a break. Harry was far too eager. Neville wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling how he had never been this excited even upon receiving the Ravenclaw diadem. Neville could not fathom Harry's fervor, for Harry's longing for the Philosopher's Stone had been brewing for quite some time. After poring over numerous tomes and discerning the material composition of the magical realm, Harry could ascertain that the materials required for the alchemical reaction were simply unattainable in this world. He was left with 2 choices: reconstruct the alchemical reaction using local materials, or utilize the Philosopher's Stone to exchange for the needed ingredients. Reconstructing the alchemical reaction with native materials to forge a new key to the Chamber of Secrets was a gamble. Should he win, the chamber would perfectly manifest, bringing joy to all. Should he lose, the chamber might not operate at full capacity, yielding only a handful of treasures, leaving him to curse the heavens for their unfairness. With the Philosopher's Stone, he could leverage the native materials of the magical world to procure the necessary components for the alchemical reaction, sparing himself the preparation for reconstructing it. He was no gambler, unwilling to entrust his future to fickle fortune. Yet the dilemma remained. The Philosopher's Stone was the ultimate creation of alchemy, and only the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel possessed the knowledge to create it. The stone was Flamel's means to concoct the elixir of life, the essence of immortality. Even if he were to cultivate a friendship with Flamel and boldly request it, the chances of Flamel acquiescing were slim. Moreover, he and Flamel had yet to establish any rapport. As for apprenticing to learn the art of alchemy from scratch to create his own Philosopher's Stone, Harry had contemplated the matter. However, he shared no acquaintance with Nicholas Flamel. In fact, Flamel was entirely unaware of his existence, leaving Harry with no opportunity to seek tutelage. Consequently, after realizing the path to the Philosopher's Stone was obstructed, he reluctantly made preliminary preparations. Harry, the 3-headed dog you mentioned to Hagrid, is it an adult Cerberus? Hermione's voice disrupted Harry's reverie. Indeed, Harry lowered his gaze, spotting a worried otter, and explained, but the trials no longer exist. I said that to Hagrid out of concern he might inadvertently reveal too much. Really? Miss Otter tilted her head in curiosity. Dumbledore will inform me of the challenges set by the professors, Harry stated, and then I will sell that information to Quirrell. Wait? Why would you do that? Hermione's mind raced. As they approached the castle entrance, Harry, wary of being overheard, leaned closer to Hermione and spoke in a hushed tone. Upon hearing his words, Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment, Professor Dumbledore actually permitted you to do this? He had no choice. He's the Dark Lord. And let us not forget what he placed in the first challenge, Harry replied through gritted teeth. Do not be overly upset, Hermione softly consoled them. Wasn't his original plan to protect you at all times? That is true, Harry acknowledged before changing the subject. Would you like to visit Hogsmeade? After the Christmas holidays. I could take you frequently. This is a privilege granted by Professor Dumbledore. Is it so soon? Hermione expressed her surprise. So, you enticed him recently? I leaned towards just before or after Christmas, Harry explained. I believe we are nearly ready. We should wait until he can no longer endure it. As the two whispered to each other, they entered the castle, and Harry set Hermione down. She adjusted her robe, smoothed her clothing, her cheeks flushed, and followed Harry into the headmaster's office. Dumbledore looked up from his desk. Ah, Harry and Miss Granger, please take a seat. Would you prefer Honeyduke's Fizzing Wispies, cockroach clusters, or fire whiskey? I will have cockroach clusters, and please give Hermione a portion of Fizzing Wispies and fire whiskey. Harry approached the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, while Hermione hesitantly took a seat beside him. You look splendid. This team uniform suits you perfectly, Dumbledore remarked, his eyes glimmering with nostalgia. The boxes of cockroach clusters and Honeydukes fizzed and bounced towards them, while a bottle of fire whiskey poured forth a pale red liquid, filling their cups. As Dumbledore waved his wand, he continued, Your father wore this same attire when he led the Gryffindor team to numerous victories over Slytherin. I see your father's spirit in you. He was as remarkable as you are. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied, taking the cockroach clusters. I would like to ask you for a favor. Hermione quietly took a sip of the fire whiskey, unfamiliar with its peculiar taste. She set down her cup, leaving a red ring on her lips. Certainly, Dumbledore said. Have you encountered some difficulties? I wish to borrow the Philosopher's Stone, Harry stated candidly. Dumbledore paused, his hand hovering over the cockroach clusters, momentarily taken aback. Though their relationship was strong, requesting the Philosopher's Stone so boldly was rather presumptuous. Have I not mentioned that the treasure is, in fact, the Philosopher's Stone? He suddenly recalled Hagrid. Knowing full well that Hagrid's boisterous nature was a means to bait Quirrell and Voldemort. But Hagrid had a tendency to be too loose-lipped. Dumbledore could only reply, The Philosopher's Stone is still quite distant for a young wizard. Its power is formidable and poses great danger to you. Professor, have you seen the August issue of the Daily Prophet? Dumbledore's lips twitched. He realized that one day Harry would use this matter to implicate him. Such sharp wit. Who did you learn that from? Very well, I can lend it to you. But before that, I require a suitable reason. Chapter 49. Dumbledore. The Philosopher's Stone I borrowed has shattered. It is to refine, alchemical magic? Harry said earnestly. I have been studying alchemy in my spare time. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his words. Harry, I must remind you that alchemy is an exceptionally challenging branch of magic. Mastering it requires not only extraordinary talent, but also a vast repository of knowledge. I have faith in your magical abilities. You have surprised me greatly in this regard. However, as you are still new to the magical world, it is vital to accumulate your understanding of magic. I do not recommend delving into alchemy too early. It may be more harmful than beneficial. Professor Dumbledore, Harry truly possesses talent in this area, Hermione interjected, unable to contain her worry for Harry. Can't you give him a chance? Of course, I recognize that young people should be encouraged to take risks. It is indeed a good thing. Dumbledore produced a red stone from his pocket and placed it on the table. Harry, this is Nicholas's Philosopher's Stone. You simply need to demonstrate your capability to wield it. And you may borrow it. Harry grasped the Philosopher's Stone, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him, his golden eyes sparkling ever more brightly. 7 minutes later, he set the stone down and turned to Dumbledore, his expression tinged with regret. Professor Dumbledore, the energy of the stone has diminished significantly. I can utilize it. But upon conclusion, it is highly likely that it will shatter as a result. Do not worry, give it a try, Dumbledore replied succinctly. Harry, no longer hesitating, drew forth his wand and pointed it at the Philosopher's Stone. A surge of magic flowed from the tip of his wand, transforming into delicate golden threads that gradually wove into a pattern. Dumbledore, somewhat astonished, sensed the intricate design that Harry was creating, imbued with a mystique that was both perplexing and profoundly logical. The pattern was complex and exquisite, with hundreds of golden threads outlining rotating gears. Was this yet another ancient magic inherited from the Potter lineage? Dumbledore observed intently, increasingly captivated by the enigma of the Potter family. While he did not endorse the pureblood ideology of the Sacred 28, he could not dismiss the possibility that the wizarding bloodline of the Potters might hold some truth. The secrets behind it could be even more astounding than the phoenix bloodline of Dumbledore's own family. A golden haze began to rise in the air, gradually enveloping the headmaster's office in a shimmering mist. Through the golden fog, beads of sweat began to form on Harry's forehead. Attraction, communication, resonance, amplification, diffusion, and condensation. Harry silently chanted, his hand gently gesturing with the wand, causing the multiple alchemical magic circles on the Philosopher's Stone to tremble. A burst of crimson energy erupted with a resounding boom. He swiftly extended his other hand into the vault of Gringotts, retrieving a handful of Galleons and tossing them into the air. As the Galleons collided with the fiery energy, Harry's golden eyes sparkled brilliantly, a fleeting incantation flashing within their depths. The emblem of wealth disintegrated into nothingness, the lingering spirit poised for rebirth, manifesting anew in a state of aspiration. As matter transformed into shimmering gold, a hum resonated, and the visible world was distorted by an unseen force, the headmaster's office resembling an ancient oil painting splattered with water. A tempest surged within the tightly shut room, golden mist swirling around parchment, books, and portraits, all howling in chaotic frenzy. The phoenix, napping on a branch, was hurled backward, crashing against the window with a thud, flailing its legs in struggle. Hermione raised her arm defensively, her curled hair whipping wildly in the wind. Dumbledore, buffeted by the gales, staggered backward, his expression contorted as he struggled to draw his wand, swinging it with force. Armor of protection, barriers aplenty, all fortified. Dumbledore braced against the storm, shielding the two children behind him, his expression grave as he regarded the swirling creation. Within that distorted mass, he sensed an astonishing energy. With a chime, the tempest and the mist quietly receded. The headmaster's office lay in disarray, as if a typhoon had passed through. Thud, clatter, thud, and rumble. A piece of iridescent metal rolled onto the desk, spinning several times before coming to rest. Harry strode purposefully to the table and picked up the metal, scrutinizing it intently. After a few moments, he set it down. Indeed, this was the gilded metal of the Rune Continent, an essential component for constructing top-tier alchemical reactions. What is this, my child? Dumbledore inquired, leaning closer. I have never encountered such a beautiful and enigmatic metal. Harry rubbed the gilded material, gazing at Dumbledore as he introduced it. This is gilding, a rather fascinating substance. Yet for the enigmatic and ancient Potter family, nothing is beyond imagination, wouldn't you agree? Dumbledore nodded in understanding. However, he was interrupted by a painting that was vociferously complaining. Albus, put me back. Blast it, I've fallen into the water bucket. Dumbledore then set aside his curiosity about gilding and waved his wand. The clutter on the floor automatically retracted into drawers, chairs sprang back to their places, and the scattered portraits gracefully floated back to the walls, finding comfortable positions. Oh, this is dreadful. What have you done in the headmaster's office? What was that just now? The wizard in the painting continued to grumble while the other portraits looked on with keen interest. Yet, Dumbledore paid them no mind as he reached for the Philosopher's Stone. All right, Harry, this Philosopher's Stone. His voice abruptly halted, and his hand froze just a moment before touching the stone. With a crack, a fissure appeared on the surface of the stone. Crack, 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 and then boom. The Philosopher's Stone shattered like hot glass meeting cold water. Dumbledore turned to Harry, saying, I apologize, Guardian. I have exhausted its last reserves of energy, and thus it is shattered. Harry was remarkably candid. He employed a multitude of amplification alchemical magic circles, including resonance, augmentation, and diffusion, to exert every effort in minimizing the consumption of the Philosopher's Stone. Even the gilded material was the one he lacked, theoretically requiring the least energy. Yet, the Philosopher's Stone shattered. This is my error, Harry admitted. I miscalculated the necessary energy. I apologize, and please convey to Mr. LeMay that I am willing to compensate. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. No, my child, this is not your fault. You had already forewarned me of such a possibility. This was merely my oversight. I shall inform Nicholas of this news. The Philosopher's Stone is inconsequential. If it is shattered, so be it. What truly matters is you. You have revealed to me unprecedented possibilities, a genius the likes of which I have never encountered before. However, without the Philosopher's Stone, Mr. LeMay was about to express something. Dumbledore interrupted, saying, Indeed, but for a mind that is fully aware, death is merely another grand adventure. When Nicholas entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to me, he had already prepared for his own resting place. Immortality does not equate to eternal youth. He has lived for far too long, his body more fragile than a biscuit. Movement arduous, and unable to partake in sustenance, this is the penalty of immortality. Chapter 50. Nicholas LeMay. What? Nicholas LeMay is to die? Harry longed to soar to LeMay's side, grasp his hand, and implore him to hold on to life. Mr. Guardian, Harry swallowed hard. Is Mr. LeMay still alive? Dumbledore settled into his chair, gesturing for Harry and Hermione to take their seats as well. Of course, Nicholas is still very much alive. The elixir of life only requires consumption every few years, and he has over a year until his next dose. So, Mr. LeMay can live for at least another year? Harry inquired. Indeed, Dumbledore replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, and I believe he will live for many more years to come. Harry raised his head. Are you suggesting that Nico chose to leave because he has grown accustomed to life and death, felt the solitude of immortality, and recognized the mundanity of this world? Yet, things are different now. Your presence may alter his perspective. Thank you, Harry, for rescuing my friend. Harry inquired. Are you suggesting that Mr. LeMay would take a keen interest in me? Dumbledore nodded, affirming Harry's query. Indeed, the only regret of Nicholas was that to this day, he had yet to find a suitable student to inherit his alchemical knowledge. You are the most fitting candidate to carry on his legacy. You possess a rare lineage of knowledge and an unparalleled talent. It is even possible that you may one day achieve Nicholas's accolades and become a new legendary alchemist. For Nicholas, teaching a student of your caliber would be the very motivation that sustains his existence. Most importantly, I see in your eyes a passion for alchemy. I believe this is the field to which you would dedicate your life. Of course, I am very much interested in alchemy, Harry replied. If possible, I would like to visit Mr. LeMay's home at Christmas. I imagine he would be eager to meet you, but Christmas is not feasible, nor is even the end-of-term holiday. Dumbledore gently declined. Why not? Hermione interjected. Why can't he? You wouldn't want Harry to return to that house, would you? Dumbledore shook his head, waving his wand to pour another glass of dragon milk, which he handed to Hermione. Certainly not, Miss Granger. Nicholas, encountering such an exceptional student in his twilight years, would not wish for an untimely demise. He requires time to concoct a new philosopher's stone and brew the elixir of life. Hermione sipped her dragon milk, falling silent. Harry expressed his willingness to wait and began to toy with a piece of gilded metal. As the evening sky darkened, Dumbledore finished an entire box of cockroach clusters and declared, It is time to depart, children. The Gryffindor students are awaiting your return for dinner. I, too, must converse with the former headmasters and pen a letter to Nicholas. All right, Harry said, retracting his gaze and pocketing the gilded metal. We shall not intrude further. Come along. Hermione. Dumbledore watched them as they exited until their figures vanished from view. Albus Dumbledore. What on earth was that? Shouted a man in a portrait. Almondo. You are being overly dramatic, Dumbledore replied. I do not wish for anyone to pry into his secrets, not even myself. Almondo has a point, another portrait chimed in. This child possesses an extraordinary talent for alchemy that young Black never mentioned regarding his Potter friend. The Potters have historically exhibited more prowess in potion-making and flying. You should be aware of this, Albus. Indeed, Mr. Black, and what of it? Dumbledore retorted, gazing at the two portraits. Regardless of the source of his power. As long as it is unrelated to dark magic that influences the mind, I shall not intervene, nor seek excessive understanding. That is not my implication, Albus, Black countered. I merely harbor concerns that someone may have taught Potter, endowing him with such an incomprehensible gift. You know, in the wizarding world, the unknown equates to danger. Whoever has taught Potter must surely be a formidable individual. If benevolent, that is well and good, but if malevolent. The other portraits nodded solemnly, sharing this apprehension. To them, Harry was unfathomable, a mere first-year wizard capable of wielding the Philosopher's Stone and, astonishingly, manipulating its transmutative power to create a wondrous piece of gilded metal. They had never encountered such a phenomenon in the magical realm. This is inconsequential, at least in my view. Harry is a kind-hearted child, Dumbledore stated. That should suffice. Should it not? The portraits fell into silence, and Dumbledore, disregarding them, produced a sheet of parchment and swiftly penned a letter. Fawkes, please deliver this letter. The Phoenix paused its preening, rolling its eyes as if to utter a complaint. It was thoroughly dissatisfied, having nearly been blasted into a rebirth, transforming into a rather unsightly featherless bird. They ought to receive a good kick in the rear from Merlin's boots. Fawkes, for Christmas, I wish to gift you a set of sycamore bird nests, along with some fresh bamboo and sulfur. Would you find that agreeable? The Phoenix lifted its head slightly, catching the sincerity in Dumbledore's gaze. Fawkes, you are the most reliable messenger. I trust you will deliver the letter. Yes? The Phoenix let out a few chirps, grasped the envelope, and vanished in a burst of flames. Poof! In a flash of fire, a letter adorned with golden feathers descended upon Nicholas's desk. Nicholas, with his long, delicate legs, approached the desk, opened the envelope, and his expression grew increasingly animated. What an exceptional child. The remaining energy of the Philosopher's Stone is no small matter. And this child has managed to harness it all and put it to use. It is hard to fathom that he is merely 11 years old, having grown up in a wretched Muggle household, and has only recently been introduced to magic. As Nicholas read the letter, he felt Dumbledore's admiration for Harry resonating in every line. Time slipped away, and eventually he set the envelope down, his gaze filled with nostalgia. Another prodigy emerges from the Potter lineage. Linfred, my old friend, how I wish to see you boast before me. 600 years prior. When Nicholas first displayed his magical prowess, he encountered his first magical mentor, Linfred, an ancestor of the Potter family, in the company of Stinchcombe. He had never imagined that 6 centuries later, he would find himself in the role of an alchemical mentor to Linfred's descendant. Time and fate are truly mesmerizing, Nicholas mused. I must meet him, and the sooner, the better. He grasped a quill, dipped it in ink, and elegantly penned a letter, carefully reviewing it to ensure his desire for Harry to meet him at Christmas was sufficiently clear. Once satisfied, he sealed the parchment in an envelope, affixed it with wax, and handed it to an owl. Chapter 51. No. Did you administer a love potion to him? The morning before Christmas arrived. Harry awoke from his dreams to find the world blanketed in several feet of snow, the lake surface encased in a solid layer of ice. Clear water, like a spring. Harry held his wand aloft, yawning as he brushed his teeth by the windowsill, the mouthwash casually spat into a flower pot. Meanwhile, Ron was laboriously shoveling snow downstairs, his neck tucked into his scarf, shivering from the cold. In light of Ron's unfortunate predicament, Harry could only mutter, "Serves you right." Just as the waters of the Black Lake had begun to clear, this fellow had deceived him, under the cover of night, to breach the ice, wielding a pickaxe to smash the windows of the Slytherin common room. And then, nothing more happened. Snape had been on guard. Ron fell into a trap and was subsequently delivered to Snape's office by the giant squid lurking in the Black Lake. Snape, visibly enraged, seized Ron by the collar and unceremoniously stuffed him into a bucket of slugs, dispatching him to Professor McGonagall's office, demanding that she impose upon Ron the punishment of shoveling snow for 7 years. Speaking of Professor McGonagall, she had also penalized Ron's twin brothers for enchanting a few snowballs to chase Quirrell around, striking him on the back of his turban. Of course, compared to their little mischief, Gryffindor boasted a heavyweight character. Ever since Hermione had recognized Quirrell's true nature, she had shifted her focus from other subjects, even some self-study projects, to defense against the dark arts. Quirrell, initially tolerant, hardly cared what the students did during class. However, following the Quidditch match, Harry, the Weasley twins, Malfoy, Snape, and even Dumbledore had begun to trouble him. By December, he had transformed into a boiling pressure cooker. Faced with Hermione, the once diligent student gone astray, he erupted, trembling as he pointed at her and spat a slur. In an attempt to reclaim his authority as a professor, Quirrell had miscalculated, provoking the wrong individual. Furious, Miss Otter raised her potion-laden cauldron and brought it crashing down on his head. Coincidentally, Snape happened to pass by, not reprimanding Hermione, but rather seizing Quirrell by the collar and administering a sound thrashing. From that point onward, the festive spirit of Christmas at Hogwarts grew ever more palpable. As the holiday approached, the public owls of Hogwarts became increasingly busy, soaring through the snow-laden skies to deliver mail, enduring countless hardships. They required Hagrid's care to regain their strength for further flights. In stark contrast, Harry's pet owl, Hedwig, lived a life of indulgence, rarely venturing far to deliver messages, preferring to savor exquisite treats while reflecting on the winter's chill. When forced to venture out, she donned the auto-heating scarf that Harry had prepared for her. This idyllic existence left a certain owl named Paws envious, eagerly awaiting the holidays to discuss career changes with Harry. Like Paws, many within the castle were impatiently anticipating the break. Although a roaring fire blazed in the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall, the corridors, whipped by drafts, grew bone-chillingly cold, and the classroom windows rattled from the biting wind. To make matters worse, Professor Snape's classes were conducted in the dungeons, where their breaths formed clouds of mist, compelling them to huddle closer to their steaming cauldrons. "I truly pity you, Potter," Malfoy remarked during one potions lesson. "I can hardly believe your friends didn't invite you to spend Christmas at their homes. They clearly do not hold you in regard. Unlike me, I've had Dobby prepare a warm, comfortable room for my stay at Malfoy Manor this Christmas. How about you, Potter?" Malfoy directed his gaze at Ron, even raising an eyebrow in provocation. Crabbe and Goyle chimed in, their tones dripping with sympathy for Harry. Ron was rendered speechless. Was it not an invitation for Harry? His parents were heading to Romania to see Charlie, leaving him without a home. Harry doesn't need your concern, Ron retorted. We've both signed up to stay at school. I will enjoy this Christmas with Harry. Even if there were an invitation, it wouldn't come from you. You think you're the only one with a room prepared? Hermione and Neville had been ready long before, with Hermione even purchasing a complete gaming console for the occasion. Does your family have one, Malfoy? Don't flatter yourself. Harry was weighing the ground spines of the lionfish, remaining aloof from their conversation. Since the Quidditch match, Malfoy had not provoked him again, exhibiting a demeanor considerably more cheerful than usual. He no longer expressed indignation over Slytherin's defeat, merely stating that he would strive to surpass Harry in their next encounter. In the face of numerous taunts and jeers, Malfoy never relinquished the smile upon his face. He seemed to regard everything with a newfound indifference, as if he had shattered the 11 years of his past and painstakingly reassembled them, embarking on a completely new path, transformed. Malfoy sent a paper crane fluttering across the table, directing it toward Harry's side. Harry then turned his head to face Malfoy. Potter, what do you think? Malfoy asked with a smile. Would you like to visit Malfoy Manor? We could brew potions together, study magic, or even play Quidditch. The Malfoy family possesses an extensive collection of books. I could lend you some to peruse. No, I have other plans for this Christmas. Harry declined Malfoy's invitation. Harry chose to remain at school rather than visit Hermione's home to indulge in video games and reclaim a lost childhood, as he had pressing matters to prepare for during the Christmas holiday. Last week, he received a letter from Nicholas Flamel, inviting him and Dumbledore to his home on the 5th day of the Christmas break for a visit, during which he would impart his knowledge of alchemy. Well, Potter, Malfoy remarked, I have prepared a Christmas gift for you, and I hope to receive one in return. This time, Harry did not refuse the notion of preparing an additional gift. Most importantly, he wished to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude to the Malfoys. Upon exiting the potions classroom, they discovered the corridor ahead completely obstructed by a massive fir tree. Recognizing the 2 large feet protruding from beneath the tree and hearing the distinct huffing sounds, they knew that Hagrid was behind it. Hey, Hagrid, do you need assistance? Ron inquired, peering through the branches. No need, I can manage, thank you, Ron. Wingardium Leviosa. A cold voice echoed from behind them, belonging to Malfoy. Even Hagrid paused in surprise, one hand gripping the light tree while the other scratched his head. Thanks, I suppose. Do not thank me. You may express your gratitude to Potter. It was because you obstructed his path that I offered my assistance. Malfoy remarked with a smirk at Harry before turning away. Wait, Ron exclaimed in confusion. Did you cast a Confundus charm on him? Chapter 52. Hermione fabricates a poor excuse. Harry wore a displeased expression. Ron awkwardly rubbed his hands together and said, No, Harry, that's not what I meant. Upon returning to the common room, Harry was swiftly claimed by Hermione. Is the plan about to commence? Hermione clumsily sought a change of topic. Christmas, perhaps? Harry pondered for a moment, quickly arriving at a conclusion. It would be reasonable for me to discuss the protective enchantments of the Philosopher's Stone with Dumbledore in the corridors when the school is less populated. I see. I wish you success with your plans, Hermione said with a distant gaze. Don't forget to unwrap the Christmas gift I prepared for you. I am already looking forward to it. Harry smiled in response. Hermione took a breath, summoning her courage. After your visit with Mr. LeMay, will you come to see me? She inquired. My father particularly enjoys playing video games. He has bought numerous consoles, all placed in the guest room. He also loves snacks, many of which I noticed you and Ron enjoy. She hesitated. I initially intended to invite both you and Ron, but he said he needed to take care of his rat. Hermione offered a feeble excuse, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Ron's circumstances differed from Harry's. Ron had signed the application to remain at Hogwarts, while only Harry, with his guardianess approval, could leave the school after signing the same application. I'm not sure if I'll have time after visiting Mr. LeMay, Harry said, a hint of envy in his voice. I truly envy you for being able to play video games with your father. Hermione's expression of anticipation faltered, gradually dissipating until she appeared flustered. Oh, I didn't notice. I'm sorry, Harry. With a sense of regret, Hermione departed, leaving Harry to see her off at the train station. In the entire dormitory, among the first-year wizards, only Harry and Ron remained. On Christmas Eve, Quirrell still lay in the infirmary. The Weasley twins burst into the dormitory, dragging Harry along to celebrate. They had pilfered Wood's vodka and mixed it with Harry's whiskey, resulting in a raucous drunken revelry within the common room. The following day unfolded. Harry was roused from his slumber by Hedwig's gentle pecking. She perched atop his head, cooing incessantly. After a night filled with activity, she had successfully delivered all the gifts. She wanted Harry to understand that not every owl could match her caliber. Pigwidgeon was certainly far inferior. I am aware, Hedwig, that you are an exceptional creature. You can deliver my messages without needing an address. Such a feat is not something every owl can accomplish. Harry, with Hedwig perched on his shoulder, approached the mountain of gifts piled beside his bed. Christmas gifts. Yet, Harry had not anticipated such an abundance. Ron, awakening in a haze, belched sleepily and murmured, "Merry Christmas." Harry, oh, and Hedwig. Ron swayed unsteadily, stepping on Fred's face, his hand pressing against his head as he struggled to rise. Clear water flowed like a spring. Harry waved his wand, causing Ron to shiver slightly, as if awakening from a stupor. "And may you find joy as well," Harry remarked, including George and Fred in his sentiment. Ron, still feeling a twinge of apprehension from the previous night, mused, "We didn't go looking for Percy, did we?" "No. I kept you both in check," Harry chuckled, shaking his head. "Last night, George and Fred were rather mischievous, attempting to invade Percy's dormitory, dragging him by his 3 legs, performing a rather ridiculous rendition of the 4 Little Swans. Come now, let us unwrap the gifts and see what treasures await you. You have quite a number." Ron leaned in to assist Harry in tearing open the presents. Among the items, Ron uncovered a rough-hewn bone flute, a gift from Hagrid, reminiscent of one he had seen with Yasuo, which delighted Harry immensely. Harry stumbled upon a gift from the Dursleys, a 50-pence coin, which failed to captivate his interest. However, Ron was enchanted by it, and without hesitation, Harry bestowed it upon him. Another gift from Ron's mother was a vibrant green hand-knitted sweater, accompanied by a large box of homemade cream fudge. He held a fondness for the sweater, yet lamented the color, wishing it had been a rich crimson instead. Setting the sweater aside, Harry noticed Ron nodding in agreement, recalling the colors of Slytherin, believing that a lion should not adorn such a hue. Consequently, he exchanged his burgundy sweater for Harry's green one. Hermione's gift left Ron in a state of astonishment. 3 boxes filled with Muggle sweets, a tome of magical literature, and 2 stylish Muggle outfits. "Goodness! Wealthy Hermione!" Ron exclaimed as he dashed towards his pile of gifts. After a prolonged search, he tragically discovered that Hermione had gifted him merely a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. "She is so biased. I am her friend too," Ron lamented, feeling both envious and aggrieved. Yet he continued to assist Harry in unwrapping gifts. Among the treasures unearthed were a plethora of amusing magical toys from the Gryffindor Lions, a small assortment of magical snacks from the Badgers, and a rather peculiar gift of essays from the Eagles. As expected from Ravenclaw, essays for Christmas. Ron quipped for a while before resuming his aid in unwrapping. Draco Malfoy had sent a set of Quidditch encyclopedias, a dragon skull, several gemstones, and a pure gold badge. Professor McGonagall contributed 2 sets of transfiguration notes, one belonging to her and the other to Harry's father. Professor Sprout presented a bag of herb seeds, complete with cultivation instructions, while Professor Flitwick provided a handwritten dueling guide. Lastly, Snape sent sunglasses, advising, "Potter, you ought to shield those damned eyes. They will dazzle your classmates." 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Ron's mouth fell open at this revelation. "So he gave you a gift and deducted points as well?" Harry fiddled with the sunglasses and soon discovered that they were not merely Muggle artifacts. They were infused with magic. He put them on and gazed into the mirror. Indeed, the radiant golden light of his angelic eyes was completely obscured, making them perfect for nocturnal escapades. After spending the entire morning unwrapping gifts, Ron finally unveiled the wizard's chess piece he had chosen for Harry, a thoughtful Christmas present he had prepared well in advance. Harry had previously been using Simo's chess pieces, which harbored a deep mistrust of Harry's command and often voiced their objections, poking at his fingers. He suspected this was the reason for his aversion to wizard's chess. Originally, he could not afford it, but after selling numerous trinkets from the storeroom, he managed to amass a small fortune and, with a determined resolve, purchased a complete set. He wished to instill a love for wizard's chess in Harry. At noon, Fred and George awoke, supporting each other as they rose, their faces pale and limbs weak. "Who placed a foul sock upon my face?" Fred exclaimed, feeling his face and then bringing his hand to his nose, recoiling in disgust. Ron felt a twinge of guilt. He had slept soundly on Fred's face throughout the night and dared not meet his gaze, instead offering Fred a bag of sweets. "How does this look?" Harry asked. His face flushed as he tried on his new attire. "Does it look good?" "Quite splendid," George replied from his perch on the bed, clutching his stomach, admiring Harry's new garments. "Did your Muggle friend send this?" Hermione gifted it to him, Ron interjected. She sent Harry 3 boxes of Muggle snacks, 1 box of magical books, and 2 boxes of stylish Muggle clothing. Fred perked up, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulder. Is Ron's tale true? George leaned in closer. The love story of Gryffindor's little lion and Miss Otter? Harry gazed at them in speechless disbelief. Fred, George, I am merely 11 years old. Fred and George exchanged glances of mild regret, but nonetheless clapped Harry on the shoulder, reminding him that she was indeed a lovely girl. The 4 of them made their way to the Great Hall, where, despite the absence of most students, the luncheon remained splendidly bountiful. As Harry had just filled his plate with strawberry pudding, Snape strode in, his robes billowing, and came to a halt before Harry, slamming his hand on the table. Potter. Chapter 53. Snape. Damn Potter. Harry glanced at Snape and offered a gentle smile. Merry Christmas, Professor Snape. Is there something on your mind? Snape furrowed his brow. Potter, what do you mean? After the Halloween feast, I promised to give you a Christmas gift. Harry, unfazed, replied, Dear Professor Snape, in return. Could you perhaps return my mother's notes? Absolutely not. Snape gritted his teeth. They were confiscated because you were caught reading them in the courtyard. Professor Snape, your excuse is rather flimsy. Harry shook his head. Make sure to keep it safe. Better than what you managed to keep, Snape sneered. I hope you will appreciate the gift I have for you. Of course, I understand you wish to obscure my face and eyes, Harry remarked, but to be honest, I quite enjoy it. At least when I come to knock on your office door at night, no one will notice. A dangerous expression crossed Snape's face as he lowered his voice. So it was you who knocked on Quirrell's door at midnight? I wouldn't know, Harry replied, shaking his head. Perhaps it was you who knocked? What do you mean? Snape fixed his gaze on Harry. Your storeroom has lost numerous herbs, which were falsely attributed to Quirrell. Although your potions master is quite overrated, those herbs are rather useful. Snape clenched his teeth. So it wasn't Quirrell. It was you who took them, correct? I know nothing. Harry gestured dismissively. I only know that we owe each other nothing except for my mother's notes. Perhaps one day they too will be taken. Snape recalled that the little brat had once sought a reward after dealing with the troll. Just as he was about to say something, Harry interjected. However, that is of little importance. What matters is that Quirrell feels you are targeting him, Harry continued. Quirrell is a paranoid wizard. Once he believes you have discovered something, your plans will be compromised, dear Professor Snape. Snape tightened his grip on his wand, suppressing the urge to cast a curse at Harry, and turned to leave. As his figure vanished from the hall, Ron cautiously lifted his head from his plate. Harry, what did you do to Professor Snape? Why is he so angry? I gave him a Christmas gift in exchange for my mother's notes, Harry replied. George leaned over. Most people wouldn't wear such an expression upon receiving a proper gift. What did you give him? A witch's green robe? No, no, no. Fred immediately countered George's suggestion. I bet it was a toilet seat that fits around the neck. Harry savored a spoonful of strawberry pudding, a Muggle shampoo infused with rose extract. He had meticulously selected this gift. Observing Snape's greasy hair, he surmised that the potion's master might be in dire need of such a shampoo. However, Snape harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his father and everything associated with the Potter family, including the shampoo itself. Consequently, he had Eileen send him a bottle, which he presented to Snape. To his surprise, Snape's reaction was one of disdain, rendering Eileen's generosity a waste. George and Fred felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated a humorous prank, only to discover it was merely a rose-infused shampoo. What did you say to him? Why did he storm off? Ron inquired with keen curiosity. Having previously been unceremoniously shoved into a bucket of slugs by Snape, he sought to glean some insight for future encounters. Harry remained silent, continuing to indulge in the strawberry pudding, complemented by the vivid crimson Christmas pudding, which was filled with silver coins. He observed Hagrid as he drank cup after cup, his cheeks growing increasingly flushed, until he unexpectedly planted a kiss on the cheek of the older cat lady. To Harry's astonishment, the older cat lady chuckled and blushed. Her tall black top had askew upon her head. When the luncheon concluded, Harry pinned a letter to Dumbledore and wandered through the castle. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he finally discerned the voices of Snape and Quirrell, the latter choking on his words. With a smile, he hastened towards them. As he turned into the corridor, he spotted Quirrell and Snape, who had indeed dragged Quirrell out of the infirmary. Stop right there, Potter. Snape called out. What brings you here? Just taking a stroll? Waiting for Professor Dumbledore, Harry replied. What are you two up to? A new way to celebrate Christmas? Snape released Quirrell's collar, furrowing his brow. Why are you waiting for Professor Dumbledore? What does he want with you? This is confidential. Even if you are a professor, I cannot divulge that information, Harry shrugged. Perhaps you should inquire with Professor Dumbledore yourself. After Harry spoke, he departed, leaving Snape somewhat disinterested as he cast aside Quirrell. Quirrell, pondering over Harry's retreating figure, quietly followed. "Oh, Harry," he heard Dumbledore's voice, "I require your assistance. Your intellect is remarkable. You must conceive a more effective approach. Seek my help. I am merely a first year," came Harry's voice. "No, you are more than that. You are the savior, the little lion of Gryffindor. Child, do not underestimate yourself," Dumbledore's voice continued. "I have acquired a certain treasure and need to set up some mechanisms for it. I need your help to manage the situation." "I don't quite understand," replied Harry. "No, just a little comprehension will suffice. These mechanisms are designed to thwart wizards who are oblivious to Muggle contraptions. You merely need to incorporate these devices into the ones the professors have established. That poses no issue." "May I inquire what the treasure is?" asked Harry. "I am afraid, Harry, I cannot disclose that. It pertains to my friends and me," Dumbledore replied. Quirrell, upon hearing footsteps, realized they had distanced themselves. He could surmise what that treasure might be. Indeed, it was the Philosopher's Stone that Voldemort had compelled him to procure. The fact that Dumbledore would seek Harry to set up the defenses was something Quirrell had not anticipated. He felt fortunate to have inadvertently gleaned this information. Had he not been forewarned, no amount of investigation would have sufficed, and he would have likely fallen victim to the traps. Dumbledore was truly cunning, Quirrell mused. Stroking his chin, Potter, being in control, will undoubtedly be aware of everyone's plans. Children are far easier to deceive than adults. Perhaps he could consider using Harry as a means to an end. As Quirrell contemplated this, Dumbledore and Harry, two old foxes, had already arrived at the headmaster's office. "Excellent." Quirrell had spotted the bait. "Before we seek out Mr. LeMay, let us first guide Professor Snape to thoroughly torment Quirrell. By the time I return from my Christmas holiday, Quirrell will surely be unable to contain himself." Harry sipped on dragon's milk while indulging in chocolate frogs, continuing his discourse. However, he sensed something amiss. The peculiar scent emanating from Quirrell had significantly diminished. "Do not fret," Dumbledore reassured him, savoring a mound of cockroaches. "Quirrell has been escorted to the infirmary by your friends, and there, under Madame Pomfrey's care, he has had no opportunity to encounter Voldemort." With a glimmer in his golden eyes, Harry observed that Quirrell's turban had been replaced. A coincidence that seemed rather too convenient. Chapter 54. Is this where Hermione lives? Are you admiring Fawkes' new cage? Dumbledore inquired with a smile, then continued to speak to himself. "This is the Christmas gift I bestowed upon her, crafted from phoenix wood. The phoenix has a particular fondness for it." Harry then noticed Fawkes' new cage, which was indeed quite splendid, lined with a layer of sulfur and bamboo fibers. How much would it cost, he wondered, as he became interested in purchasing one for Hedwig as well. "That won't do," Dumbledore remarked, "for while phoenixes favor the Paulownia tree, owls may not share the same preference." He swiftly offered Harry a suggestion. "You might consider preparing a nesting hollow or a nest crafted from branches, which can be found at the Elops Owl Emporium in Diagon Alley." Harry and Dumbledore engaged in a discussion regarding the matter of the tree hollow, ultimately resolving to procure a peach with tree hollow. They composed a letter for the Order of the Tree Hollow, along with messages for bamboo, rice, and sulfur. Fawkes, the phoenix, reluctantly accepted Harry's bribe, and after a burst of flames, vanished with the letters and a pouch of Galleons. Before long, and before Harry had even finished a single cup of dragon milk, Fawkes returned, bearing a large parcel. Harry carefully unpacked the peachwood tree hollow, inspecting its quality and discovering that both the craftsmanship and details were quite exquisite. Hedwig would surely appreciate it. Satisfied, Harry set the tree hollow aside and turned to Dumbledore, inquiring about the gift. "Tell me, my guardian, do you still cherish the Christmas present I bestowed upon you?" Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Indeed, I have long wished to receive woolen socks, yet those old friends of mine only ever send me books. I, too, have prepared a Christmas gift for you." Dumbledore retrieved a beautifully wrapped box from behind the desk and placed it upon the table, clearly prearranged well in advance. Harry opened the box, and a silvery, liquid-like substance cascaded onto the table, forming a shimmering pile. "I can't believe you actually gifted me an invisibility cloak," Harry remarked, recognizing its value. "Your father gave it to me. It didn't cost a penny. Today, I return it to its rightful owner. You can wear it during your nocturnal escapades, but remember to brush your teeth beforehand." Dumbledore elaborated, theatrically pinching his sagging nose and explaining in a deep, resonant voice. Back when your father was in school, he would often prance around in front of me wearing it, thinking he wasn't noticed, but I had long since caught the scent of the pies. Harry disregarded Dumbledore's mischievous inclinations and donned the invisibility cloak. Its gossamer texture felt delightfully soft against his skin. He swiftly approached the mirror, and in its reflection, only his head hovered in the air, his body entirely concealed. As he pulled the cloak over his head, he vanished completely from view. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction, remarking that nearly headless Nick would undoubtedly appreciate the cloak. He could simply persuade the fat friar to perch upon his shoulders, covering both his own head and the friar's body, thus gaining entry into the Headless Horseman-esque club. Harry was quite pleased as he tucked the invisibility cloak into the Gringotts pouch, casually preparing to discard the box. Dumbledore intervened, urging him not to dispose of it. "Do not throw away the box," he said. "The cloak is not merely a Christmas gift. The true present lies beneath it, a remembrall." Harry rummaged through the box, and upon inspection, discovered a silver lighter. Click. The lights in the headmaster's office extinguished. Click. The office was illuminated once more. As Harry tucked the extinguishing device into his pocket, Dumbledore remarked that it not only served to illuminate and extinguish, but also possessed the ability to reunite lost companions at critical moments. Harry took it out again and studied it for several minutes, yet he could not comprehend its function. When he opened his mouth to inquire of Dumbledore, he faintly heard a familiar voice murmuring his name from the lantern. Was that Hermione's voice? Harry glanced at Dumbledore with suspicion. "Yes, you may activate it now," Dumbledore instructed him. "Ah, splendid. A sphere of light should appear before your eyes. It's outside. Should I go and capture it?" Harry asked. "No need. Simply wait. It will penetrate your being and merge with your heart, at which point you shall know what to do," Dumbledore replied gently. After a moment, the golden brilliance in Harry's eyes grew increasingly radiant. "Yes, I believe I know where Hermione is," he said, reactivating the lantern before returning it to his pocket. "But why only Hermione, Ron, and Neville? This indicates that she is in dire need of you." Dumbledore felt somewhat awkward saying this and rephrased. "Or perhaps she greatly wishes for your presence." Well, that sounds even stranger. Why would a child, just returned home, be preoccupied with thoughts of classmates? Is it a lack of security that brings to mind the little lion cub? Reflecting on security, Dumbledore thought of Quirrell and began contemplating the Board of Governors. He desired additional funding to hire a renowned, skilled, and fearless defense against the dark arts professor. As Dumbledore pondered this, he reached for the pile of cockroaches but found it empty, devoured by Harry. He could only retrieve a lemon drop from his pocket and offered it to Harry. "Harry, I wish to pay a visit to Miss Granger's home. What do you think?" "I don't favor lemon and mint," Harry replied. "But if you're visiting, may I accompany you?" "Of course, if the Granger family consents. You could even stay for a few days," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Given your relationship with Miss Granger, they are likely to oblige. In fact, Hermione invited me before Christmas," Harry shrugged. "It was just that I was unable to commit because of the plans laid for Christmas." "You are still young. Seize the opportunity to relish the beauty of the world while you can," Dumbledore began, but Harry interrupted. "Of course, if Quirrell is unrelated to Voldemort, I would have already run off with Hermione," Harry chuckled. "Shall we leave now? I eagerly anticipate this visit." Fawkes sensed something amiss. Were they not in pursuit of Voldemort? Why did they seem so relaxed? Well, Dumbledore was immensely powerful, and Harry possessed remarkable talent. With the two of them present, Voldemort would, at the very least, be unable to stir up trouble for centuries, although the search for Horcruxes might prove troublesome. She closed her eyes, pretending to sleep, but it was too late. Dumbledore turned to her. "Fawkes, would you kindly transport us to Miss Granger's home?" Fawkes called out a few times, reluctantly took flight, and extended his talons toward Dumbledore. Dumbledore grasped Fawkes with one hand and Harry with the other. "Now relax, we shall arrive shortly. I will ensure that Fawkes delivers Hedwig's message to her." With a burst of flame, Harry vanished from the headmaster's office. When the fire subsided, he found himself standing beside a pile of refuse in a dimly lit alley. Is Hermione's home here? Harry felt something was amiss. Certainly not. Due to the statute of secrecy, we cannot use magic freely in front of muggles. So we can only teleport to an unoccupied alleyway, Dumbledore elucidated. Harry wore a peculiar expression, pointing towards something behind Dumbledore. Upon turning around, Dumbledore beheld a homeless man slumped beside a garbage bin, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Oh dear," Dumbledore sighed, waving his wand. sending forth a beam of white light that enveloped the man, erasing all memory. Subsequently, Dumbledore reached into his pocket, producing several pounds, which he placed into the man's embrace, gently patting his shoulder. "Merry Christmas, my friend," he said to the homeless man, then turned to Harry. "Come. Just half a street more, and we shall arrive at Miss Granger's residence." Chapter 55. Hermione's magical toaster. "You seem quite familiar with this area," Harry remarked, puzzled. "Is there some magic at play here?" The two strolled down the dimly lit alley, the snow crunching beneath their feet. Occasionally, a few plump rats scurried past, carrying bits of bread as they hurried home to celebrate Christmas with their kin. "I should say, I am well acquainted with all of London," Dumbledore replied as they walked. "The scar on my left knee resembles a map of the London Underground." "A scar that resembles a map of the Underground?" Harry chuckled softly, suspecting Dumbledore was indulging in British humor. Erin had mentioned something akin to this. She claimed that employees of Gronings would nearly carve a London map onto their knees to avoid tardiness, given the chaotic nature of the Underground, which was so convoluted it seemed as though someone had struck London a mighty blow. "Indeed, decades ago, I was quite directionally challenged," Dumbledore explained. "Every time I boarded the Muggle subway, I would invariably head in the wrong direction and disembark at the incorrect station, thus transferring all my scars to my knee for easy reference. It has served me well. I can now navigate the entirety of London's layout with precision, and I still carry it with me." As they conversed, they unwittingly emerged from the shadowy alley. Harry timely donned the sunglasses gifted by Snape, obscuring his striking golden-hued eyes. He surveyed his surroundings. The parks and residences were adorned with Christmas decorations, and on the roadside, men and children engaged in festive cracker games, the victorious men erupting in laughter as the children playfully shoved them into the snowdrifts. Harry reveled in the atmosphere, which evoked memories not of Privet Drive, where he had been just a destitute errand boy during Christmas, but of Evolution Day. Every year on that day, Professor Renata would take him on delightful excursions, immersing him in the festive spirit. Observing the subtle shifts in Harry's demeanor, Dumbledore felt increasingly convinced that this visit was indeed the wisest decision. In contemplative silence, they arrived at a charming residence. The three-story villa boasted a small front garden adorned with a Christmas tree, festooned with vibrant lights and jingling bells. A man clad in pajamas was outside, sweeping snow with a broom, occasionally stifling yawns with his hand. Harry found the man somewhat familiar, recalling the couple who had exchanged money at Gringotts. "Merry Christmas, Mr. Granger," Dumbledore greeted. "I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts." "Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore. Merry Christmas." Mr. Granger approached, shaking Dumbledore's hand firmly. "We met at Gringotts when you were with this young lad exchanging currency." "Indeed, we did," Dumbledore replied, gently nudging Harry forward. "Harry was the one who sought out your counter." Harry Potter?" Mr. Granger exclaimed in astonishment. "That's me. Hermione is a dear friend of mine. She invited me before Christmas, and I hope I haven't intruded," Harry said. "Not at all. My daughter has mentioned you frequently," Mr. Granger said, giving Harry's shoulder an encouraging pat. "I have eagerly awaited your arrival. Come inside. We can converse further there." As Mr. Granger led them indoors, he continued. "Before my daughter attended Hogwarts, I was quite anxious about her personality, fearing she might struggle to make friends. However, she quickly made me realize that our parental worries are often unfounded. She frequently writes about you, Ron, and Neville in her letters, describing you as her closest companions. Just a few days after Halloween, she began urging me to purchase various gaming consoles, mentioning that she might invite friends over during the Christmas holiday. By the way, today she has been busy preparing toast at home." Harry's expression shifted as he recalled the enchanted toaster he had gifted Hermione and the invisibility wand. The regulations prohibiting underage wizards from performing magic stipulate that those under the age of 17 are forbidden from using magic outside of school. The first offense results in a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic, while the second leads to expulsion. He cleared his throat twice, casting a glance at Mr. Granger. Perhaps it was an innate understanding among men, for Mr. Granger promptly fell silent. Dumbledore, intrigued, inquired, "What does it pertain to in relation to the toaster?" By this time, they had entered the foyer, and Mr. Granger retrieved slippers for the two. "Many newspapers have published articles on the toaster's operation," Mr. Granger explained with a smile. Calling into the room, "Hermione, stop toasting the bread. Harry and Dumbledore have arrived." Hermione rushed out from the dining room, one hand grasping her wand and the other balancing a plate, upon which bread was toasting itself. "Professor Dumbledore." Hermione froze in place. causing the plate and bread to tumble to the floor. Harry and Mr. Granger both covered their faces, while Dumbledore's lips curled into a smile. After a while, the Granger family, along with Harry and Dumbledore, gathered on the sofa in the living room, facing the crackling fireplace. Consequently, Harry gifted Miss Granger a spell for toasting bread, along with a wand that bore no trace of its origins. Dumbledore clarified the situation, explaining that Miss Granger had left her wand at school and was using magic to toast bread during the holiday. The Granger family sat upright, while Harry sat beside them, covering his face. "Yes, Mr. Guardian," Harry admitted, "I instigated Hermione. The primary responsibility lies with me." "Do not be anxious, my friends," Dumbledore chuckled. "I can turn a blind eye to this matter." Indeed, he seemed unconcerned, as children from wizarding families often found various means to circumvent such rules. Hermione had not caused any disturbance. Toasting bread at home was something he was willing to overlook. What truly mattered was that you had secretly sought out Ollivander to learn the art of wand-making without notifying the Ministry of Magic, and you had done remarkably well, even gifting numerous people with wands that bore no trace. "Not many, just Ron and Hermione for now," Harry countered. "The wands sold to the shopkeeper were all traceable." "That makes no difference," Dumbledore replied. Suddenly recalling something, he quickly inquired, "So those wands, the ones that appeared in the magical world without being reported, with cores made from troll nose hairs, were they sold to the shopkeeper by you, who then resold them to dark wizards?" Harry nodded, remarking that the wand had only sold once and was hardly profitable. Dumbledore gazed skyward, increasingly regretting sending Harry to the Dursleys. Thus, Miss Granger's anxiety stemmed from the toast. Dumbledore pondered, glancing at Hermione, rather than any other concern. Hermione considered and replied, "I am also worried about our grades in defense against the dark arts this semester. We have relied almost entirely on self-study, thanks to Professor Quirrell." Dumbledore nodded, resolute in his decision to appoint a distinguished professor, unafraid of the curses associated with the subject. For the following year. Chapter 56. The chimes of the Great Hall. Where to find such a professor, Dumbledore did not know. He remained with the Grangers until the evening. For the Christmas feast, Mrs. Granger prepared an exquisite array of dishes, and Hermione's enchanted toast was served at the table, each delicacy a favorite of Harry's, of which he sampled a bit, except for the peppermint candies shared by Professor Dumbledore. After the feast, Dumbledore took his leave. Mr. Granger escorted Harry to the guest room, where gentle snowflakes danced outside. Miss Otter stood at the door, clutching pajamas, seemingly just out of the bath, droplets cascading from her hair to her flushed cheeks. "Harry, these pajamas are from your mother," Miss Otter said dreamily. "We can play games all night and sleep until sunset tomorrow." She rambled on about various topics, but Harry could hardly comprehend. What lingered in his memory of that Christmas was the simultaneous fall of a giant and the rise of another within his heart. Youthful regrets appeared to be momentarily filled with fragmented warmth. In the end, only a brief sentence remained. "Thank you, Hermione. I am truly happy to spend Christmas at your home." At that moment, the midnight chimes resounded through the Hampstead Garden suburbs. Hermione clumsily set up the Nintendo Entertainment System, handing Harry a controller. This gaming console, launched in 1985, had a small collection of cartridges that Hermione had saved. They had never played these games before, and despite switching cartridges, they would invariably collapse before the minor bosses, lamenting the developer's cruelty. Yet, this did not deter them from trying every cartridge until the moon set and the sun rose. Hermione grasped the controller, stretched her legs, and languidly reclined on the floor, expressing mild regret at how little time they had spent playing. "I've wanted to enjoy a night like this for ages," Harry said, having removed his sunglasses, his eyes shining brighter than the sun outside. "What else?" Hermione inquired. "What do you mean?" Harry asked, puzzled. "I mean wishes," Hermione replied, casting her gaze upon Harry as she set aside the controller. "What other wishes do you have?" A multitude of thoughts flickered through Harry's mind, only to dissipate like snowflakes upon landing on a bed, leaving behind but a singular focus: avenging his parents and vanquishing Voldemort. "Is that all?" Hermione asked, incredulous. "Surely. Everything else has been accomplished." After Harry spoke, he turned to inquire, "What about you? What is your wish? You must promise not to laugh." Hermione fixed her gaze on Harry, who nodded in affirmation. Only then did she solemnly articulate, "I wish to transform the wizarding world." Transform the wizarding world? Harry was taken aback by the depth of Hermione's aspirations. "Indeed, I harbor a strong aversion to half-bloods and detest terms like mudblood and muggle. Oh, the pure-blood ideology is truly repugnant." Voldemort holds it in high regard. Our goals align, Harry remarked, only to feel an odd sensation creeping in. Muggle? Harry found himself perplexed, for Hagrid had previously uttered the same term. Hermione's expression turned serious. Muggle and mudblood carry a profound connotation of discrimination. Why do you say that? Harry inquired, increasingly bewildered. How is the word Muggle spelled? Hermione grasped Harry's hand and traced the letters upon it. M-U-G-G-L-E. Do you not perceive anything amiss? Harry remained in a state of bewilderment. Did your aunt and uncle not allow you to attend school? Hermione exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Harry's face rarely flushed with color. No, I have attended school, and my grades are quite satisfactory. I could go to Stonewall High instead of Hogwarts. Oh, I've heard my father mention it. It's a comprehensive public school where the older students might even dunk the heads of the newcomers in the toilets. It doesn't seem like a good institution. That is not important, Hermione, Harry said, shifting the topic. I simply do not comprehend your point. Hermione sighed. The root of the word muggle is mug. Upon hearing mug, Harry understood. Aunt March frequently employed that slang to insult him, calling him a criminal or a fool. In the history of magic, there is another term, muggle. Perhaps we could utilize that, Harry suggested. Hermione nodded in satisfaction. Harry deftly redirected the conversation away from etymology, spreading his hands. I thought your wish was for everlasting friendship or something of the sort. Perhaps? Hermione's gaze wandered. You are exceptionally clever, more so than I am, particularly in logic and problem solving. You assisted me in joining the Quidditch team and extracting information about the Sorcerer's Stone from Hagrid, among other things. We are indeed the finest of partners. Stop, stop. Hermione interjected. Do not think to trick me into working for you for a lifetime. You ought to change into your pajamas. She nudged Harry out of the room, instructing him to wash up and don his nightwear, and to bring some strawberry pudding back upstairs. They would play for a short while before she returned to her own room to sleep. However, when Harry returned, he found Hermione sprawled on the floor, sound asleep. Her posture quite ungraceful with her feet tangled around her wand. Oh, how unrefined, grumbled Granger, yawning as she draped an arm around Harry's shoulder. You lot are truly impressive. I heard you managed to play from the first cassette to the last in just one evening? Harry looked up and noticed Mr. Granger's dark circles. Last night, being a rare Christmas, my wife and I indulged in a night of festivities. After interrupting Harry, Mr. Granger gestured towards the room, lamenting about the game's high difficulty, stating that he had only managed to complete one level, while she had complained for quite some time. Harry turned his head and beheld the screen displaying the completion scene, along with Mrs. Granger, whose sleeping posture bore a striking resemblance to Hermione's. He fell silent, and at Mr. Granger's invitation, they gently lifted Hermione and escorted her back to her room. Only then did they return to the dining area to resume their breakfast. To be honest, I am quite enamored with your eyes. Mr. Granger's gaze rarely strayed from those radiant golden orbs, reminiscent of the legendary eyes possessed by angels. Beyond their luminescence, do they possess any other capabilities? They store magical energy, Harry succinctly replied. Perhaps in the future, they could develop something peculiar, but for now, that remains unfeasible. Harry also sensed that the eyes of the angels possessed other capabilities, having been explored multiple times across the Rune continent. However, he had yet to uncover their specific utility. And what of Hogwarts? Mr. Granger leaned forward unconsciously as he inquired, expressing his concern for her. She always presented herself as the model student and the leader among her peers, despite the teacher's favor, which shielded her somewhat from the discontent of certain classmates. The magical realm was different. I am not a wizard and am unfamiliar with the school-esque faculty. My understanding of her daily life relies solely on the letters delivered by owls. Nonetheless, her character does not lend itself to malignity. I wish to hear from you about her true existence. Perhaps you should place a bit more trust in her, Harry remarked as he set down his fork. She is exceptionally talented, and I, along with many others, will stand by her side. Mr. Granger eagerly asked, May I entrust you with this request? Chapter 57. The Oath of Fidelity. In the days that followed, Harry refrained from indulging in games, although they represented unattainable pleasures of his youth. He was merely setting sail in the realm of magic, facing the dark blue depths of the sea, fraught with treacherous reefs and the vengeful specters lurking before the lighthouse. He had arranged with Dumbledore to meet at the Leaky Cauldron on Sunday for a butterbeer, and at 3 in the afternoon, he would pay a timely visit to Mr. LeMay's residence. Thus, on that morning, Harry knocked on Hermione's door. Oh, wait a moment. I'll be right there, came Hermione's voice from within, followed by a flurry of sounds. Soon, Hermione opened the door, impeccably dressed, blocking the gap with her body. "What is the matter, Hermione?" Harry scrutinized her, sensing something amiss. "Is it?" Hermione's expression was unnaturally pale. "What were you doing just now?" "I heard strange noises." Harry peered inside, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. "You must have misheard," Hermione said, hurriedly pushing Harry away to shift the subject. "You're leaving today, right? I'll ask Dad to drive you." Harry noticed a stack of parchment notebooks resting on Hermione's desk. In recent days, she had often been seen scribbling and sketching in one of them. "What is that?" Harry inquired. This time, Hermione could not conceal the truth. She had no intention of deceiving Harry. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "These are my notes on alchemy." "Alchemy notes?" Harry exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," Hermione affirmed. "Since you mentioned your intention to visit Mr. LeMay before Christmas, I have been frequently studying alchemical texts. I wanted to assist you, so I organized some notes. Many medieval magical works are rather obscure and require multiple readings to grasp their meanings. I thought that by compiling them, your learning experience would be more manageable." Harry opened a book, and his eyes fell upon the elegant and orderly script, as well as the intricate and profound illustrations, a testament to the effort invested. It felt as though something had been lodged in his heart, and words naturally flowed to his lips. "Thank you, Hermione. This is immensely helpful," Harry expressed. "You kept it hidden because I recently— No, don't overthink it." Hermione interrupted Harry with a sigh. "It's simply that time has been insufficient. I haven't had the chance to double-check. Alchemy is intricate, and I worry that any oversights may adversely affect you." By chance, Harry caught sight of the various bottles and jars within the cupboard, which appeared to belong to Mrs. Granger's cosmetics. He reached out and gently brushed the foundation away from Hermione's eye, revealing dark circles beneath. Could it be that Hermione had been burning the midnight oil to organize her notes? He gazed intently at her, but this time Hermione dared not meet his eyes. Instead, she seized the strawberry pudding from the table and stuffed it into Harry's mouth. "Hermione, you truly are my dearest friend," Harry remarked while savoring the dessert. "Next year, I shall persuade Ron to procure several servings of strawberry pudding to share with you." "Only one serving?" Hermione scoffed, playfully nudging Harry towards the door. "Who knows how many others you consider your best friend? It's getting late. You should take your leave." Harry casually gathered all the parchment notebooks, retreating as he inquired, "Hermione, I've noticed your remarkable talent in alchemy. Would you care to accompany me on a visit to Mr. LeMay?" Hermione, taken aback, questioned, "Did I hear you correctly? You want me to join you?" "Indeed, your notes are exceptionally well organized. So, you are referring to that as talent?" Hermione glared at Harry. "You can't possibly be suggesting that I become your assistant, can you?" Harry nodded. Hermione immediately rolled her eyes, yet did not refuse. Instead, she inquired, "How do you intend to repay me?" "2 servings of strawberry pudding," Harry replied. "Take your strawberry pudding and leave." Hermione slammed the door. Ultimately, Hermione acquiesced to Harry's request, and they both entered Mr. Granger's car, heading towards Charing Cross. "Is it all right for us to go this way?" Hermione asked nervously. "What if Mr. LeMay—" "I've already informed him. Hedwig delivered my message," Harry assured her. "When?" Hermione queried, perplexed. "Before I promised you 3 servings of strawberry pudding." Hermione fell silent, resembling a hapless girl abducted by a dark factory for a mere strawberry pudding. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived punctually at the Leaky Cauldron. As they entered, they happened to overhear several wizards sitting nearby discussing the Quidditch match. 0-7. "You're telling me it's 0-7? Which team did you have me bet on?" "You can't blame me. I don't understand Quidditch either." With a score of 14-1, who could have predicted this loss? Even if you don't understand, you shouldn't bet recklessly. I've lost my trousers in the process. The barman, Mr. Weasley, watched this scene with amusement, not only refraining from intervening, but also fanning the flames by inquiring if they would like a glass of Gamp's vintage mead. As long as they could finish a pint, they would earn a reward of 100 galleons from the Leaky Cauldron, recouping some of their losses. Amidst the clamor, the trio sought a place to sit and wait. However, as they passed the raucous front counter and ventured into the heart of the Leaky Cauldron, they discovered that Dumbledore had already been waiting for them. "Guardian, you arrived even earlier than I anticipated," Harry remarked. "By the look on your face, it seems you've encountered some good fortune." "Well, it's quite promising. We might have a candidate for next year's defense against the dark arts professor," Dumbledore replied with a smile. Yet, no matter how persistently Hermione inquired, Dumbledore leisurely refrained from divulging any further details. At that moment, the barman approached, his face alight with joy as he hosted the 4 of them. Hermione, lacking appetite, sampled the lemon drops offered by Dumbledore. Mr. Granger enjoyed a piece of pickled herring and a glass of butterbeer. During their meal, the barman also introduced Mr. Granger to the bar's exhibition of a troll skeleton and shared tales of Harry's exhilarating Quidditch matches from the first half of the term. Mr. Granger was astonished that Harry, having just entered school, could slay such a creature and excel in Quidditch. However, as Harry was toasted by various unfamiliar wizards in turn, Mr. Granger realized he had perhaps underestimated this child, growing increasingly reassured about Hermione's school life. Of course, Harry abstained from drinking due to his impending meeting with Mr. LeMay. He merely nibbled on the food offered, which was rather pleasant, resulting in a full stomach by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At 3 o'clock, after bidding farewell to Mr. Granger, Dumbledore summoned Fawkes the Phoenix, preparing to escort Harry and Hermione to visit Nicholas LeMay. Fawkes, clearly noticing Harry's little belly, chirped plaintively before reluctantly extending his claws. As the golden flames enveloped them, Dumbledore suddenly remarked, "Remember, the location we are headed to is." When Harry emerged from the flames, he found himself in a desolate expanse, with only sand and a few sparse weeds scattered about. "Professor Dumbledore, what did you just say?" Hermione inquired. "I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? It has already been imprinted in your minds, has it not?" Dumbledore replied with a smile. "We must be off. Nicholas is likely growing impatient." Hermione sensed a new coordinate etched in her memory, her heart brimming with curiosity, yet she dutifully refrained from pressing further. Harry recalled a powerful spell known as the Unbreakable Vow. Chapter 58, Nicholas's Moving Castle. The Unbreakable Vow was something he had encountered in a book. His comprehension of this incantation was intricate and challenging, yet it possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities. The spell could eternally conceal the caster's secrets within the soul of the keeper. A residence safeguarded by this enchantment remained intangible, indescribable, and soundproof, accessible only if the keeper willingly disclosed its coordinates to any would-be intruder. "Harry," interrupted Dumbledore's voice, pulling him from his reverie, "do not dawdle. Catch up with me shortly." He gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring pat, surveyed the surroundings to ascertain their direction, and ultimately proceeded toward a cluster of weeds. Harry and Hermione pressed on, but after a few steps, Harry felt as though he had encountered an insurmountable barrier, as if he were mired in a quagmire, each step becoming a Herculean effort. He turned to Hermione, whose complexion had turned pale, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, dampening her hair. He grasped Hermione's hand, and, as he turned to move forward, he realized that Dumbledore had vanished from sight. Clinging to Hermione's hand, he pushed forward with all his might. After an indeterminate number of pushes and an unfathomable depth, the sensation of obstruction suddenly dissipated, revealing a breathtaking vista. The once desolate landscape was swept away by an enigmatic force, and a verdant highland adorned with cornflowers materialized before them. Harry's wizarding robe billowed in the wind, as cornflowers and wild grasses swayed in undulating waves, releasing delightful fragrances. Before him stood several wooden stakes, tethered with ropes and planks, forming a bridge that led to a castle, an eclectic assemblage of various structures haphazardly pieced together. Harry even beheld abstract eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and tongue upon the castle. He could sense that this castle was alive, with the abstract eyes curiously gazing at him. Could the alchemy of the magical realm truly animate an entire castle? Harry had no doubt that if an enemy were to enter, the castle would rise in spirited defense. "What are you waiting for? Come quickly," Dumbledore urged. Harry, grasping the astonished Hermione, followed Dumbledore as they ascended the wooden bridge. Dumbledore pushed open the creaking door, and the three entered. As soon as they stepped inside, something collided with Hermione's forehead, causing her to jerk back. Fortunately, Harry was quick to catch her. The room was in disarray. Flames crackled in the fireplace, rhythmically rapping to an unheard beat, while several diminutive, carrot-headed figures wielded knives, chopping meat. The faucets sputtered and splashed water chaotically. Various bizarre metallic creatures flitted about, brandishing small tools in a futile attempt to tidy up, only furthering the disorder. Amidst this chaos, Harry also noticed an array of Muggle appliances scattered throughout the small dwelling, particularly the large television on the cabinet that demanded attention, swaying left and right while passionately belting out Christmas carols, making it impossible to ignore. Just as Harry was tenderly rubbing Hermione's head, his curious gaze wandering around, an aged voice resonated through the room. "Ah, Albus, you have arrived?" Harry turned his gaze as an elderly gentleman descended from the upper floor. At that moment, Silence enveloped the room, as if everyone feared to disturb this venerable figure. His hair was a cascade of white, draped in a loose-fitting white robe, and his face bore the indelible marks of time, pallid to the point of lacking any trace of color. However, in contrast to his frail physique, Nicholas Flamel's mental vitality appeared remarkably robust, his silver-gray eyes sparkling with brilliance. "Is this young Harry Potter?" Flamel inquired, having exchanged pleasantries with Dumbledore, before directing his attention to Harry. "Good day, Mr. Flamel," Harry replied with utmost respect. The more he delved into the vast literature of alchemy, the greater his admiration for Nicholas Flamel grew. Flamel, both in intellect and character, epitomized the essence of an alchemical pioneer. Even in the era of the Gorsk dynasty, such a venerable elder would command his respect, let alone in the present. "Ah," Flamel smiled and nodded, clearly pleased with Harry's demeanor. He had anticipated that this young wizard, renowned for his exceptional talent and affluent background, might possess an air of arrogance, making mentorship a considerable challenge. Yet upon their first encounter, he discerned that Harry was unlike his preconceptions. Within Harry's eyes, he perceived a pure yearning for knowledge, a true seeker of wisdom. In an instant, his fondness for Harry deepened. "This must be Miss Granger," Flamel said after greeting Harry, turning his gaze toward Hermione. "Albus has sung your praises, extolling your intellect in numerous letters. I eagerly await your contributions." Hermione, her cheeks flushed, was about to bow, but Flamel produced his wand and waved it gently. The reddened bump on her forehead instantly diminished and vanished. These young ones always enjoy a bit of excitement. "Shall we ascend?" Flamel gestured toward the staircase, leading the way. Soon, they settled in a cozy room on the second floor, adorned with a woolen carpet and a fireplace crackling with a tranquil flame. "Harry, may I call you that?" Flamel inquired, to which Harry nodded, affirming, "Of course." "Harry, 6 centuries ago, I had the pleasure of meeting your ancestor, Linfred. He mentioned that, at that time, I was of similar age to you. My understanding of potions has been profoundly influenced by your forebear. He was an exceptionally talented wizard and my mentor. It is astonishing that, over 600 years later, I find myself as a mentor to his descendant. You must take your studies seriously." "Linfred?" Harry asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Indeed," Flamel replied. "He was somewhat lax in his personal life, often tending to the peculiar plants in his garden. His Muggle neighbors affectionately dubbed him the Idle One. He took a liking to this nickname and adopted it as his surname. And Hadwin," he continued, "was nearly a century my senior. Yet he was a dear brother to me. I attended the celebration upon the birth of his grandson, the progeny of Aeolandi." "Hadwin?" Harry felt as though he were engaged in an abstract conversation with his ancestors, grappling with the unsettling sensation of having misplaced his family tree. "Linfred's eldest son," Flamel elaborated. "Perhaps due to the union with the Peveril family," Hadwin began, "your branch has struggled to leave descendants, so you must strive diligently." Harry nodded in confusion, while Hermione fixated on the tea upon the table and Dumbledore leisurely perused the newspaper. "Voldemort is also a descendant of the Peveril family, which makes you cousins as well." Nicholas Flamel stated that if in the future you find yourself in a position of advantage, and he beseeches you for mercy on this basis, be sure to remember not to show any leniency. Flamel had spoken at length, but the crux of his discourse was this matter. Upon learning from Dumbledore that Harry had received a cherished album of his parents and had gifted Dumbledore woolen socks for Christmas, he realized that this child valued familial bonds. "I understand, Mr. Flamel," Harry replied. "It is good that you comprehend. Truly a fine child," Flamel remarked warmly, turning to Dumbledore. "I shall take care of the children. You may have the newspaper." Dumbledore looked up, his expression a tapestry of questions. "What do you mean? Is it time to dismiss them after reminiscing?" "I intend to test the 2 children." Nicholas Flamel provided his reason for ushering them out. However, after Dumbledore departed, Flamel seemed to have forgotten about the examination. "Perhaps we should indulge in a beverage," Flamel suggested with a light-hearted tone. "Milk, coffee, or tea?" "I am amenable to any of those, Mr. Flamel," Harry replied, with Hermione echoing his sentiment. "I recommend chamomile tea. It is akin to the gentle midnight breeze of the English Highlands, utterly enchanting." Suddenly, the fireplace erupted in a burst of lively flames, releasing a flurry of tiny, boisterous sparks that leaped a few centimeters high. They danced across the table and made their way to the central dish, extending their diminutive hands in a valiant effort to push the teacup. Harry and Hermione gazed with keen interest, eager to observe how the little flames served them tea. The flames danced and chirped in the air, embracing one another, their brightness intensifying, and upon landing, transformed into upright fiery beings. One of them, with an arm encircling its chest and the other hand gripping a teapot, poured steaming chamomile tea into their cups. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, your chamomile tea is ready." The fire being gracefully arched its arm before Hermione, who gasped in astonishment, causing the flames to burst into a flurry of phoenixes that fluttered into the hearth. "Damn that fire, you've stolen my thunder." An irate female voice emanated from beside the fireplace. "You prance about like a peacock, merely showing off." Harry and Hermione turned their gaze towards a sweet osmanthus tree, which twisted its branches, hands on its hips, pointing at the flames in the fireplace. The hollow of the tree emitted a continuous sound. Suddenly, a flame reached out with a hand, lifted the teapot, and poured its contents into a flower pot. The osmanthus tree shook its branches vigorously, uprooting itself from the soil, and cried out, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, it's too hot. Mr. LeMay, he is burning me. You must intervene." The flame crossed its arms and retorted, "Do not forget. It was you who poured your footbath water into my fireplace yesterday. Were it not for Mr. LeMay's goodwill, I would have incinerated you by now. Enough, Lucifer." And Daisy, Mr. LeMay addressed the fireplace, turning to Harry and Hermione. "The flame is Lucifer, and the sapling is Daisy. They always enjoy bickering. Pay them no mind and drink." Hermione cautiously cradled her cup, took a sip, and her eyes brightened. "Delicious." Harry also took a sip. Yet in comparison to the chamomile tea, his thoughts were more occupied with Lucifer and Daisy. "Are they naturally magical beings?" he inquired. "No, they are not magical creatures. They are alchemical beings. Though their intelligence is considerable, they lack a soul," Nicholas Flamel elucidated. Perhaps having overheard Flamel's words, Lucifer and Daisy fell silent, reverting to their original forms, appearing somewhat dejected. Soul? Harry often encountered this term in his magical texts. Only a soul can give rise to thoughts. With the existence of thoughts, desires can manifest, Flamel further explained. Isn't it a transformation of matter? Harry felt he was grasping the crux of the matter. Most alchemical writings assert that the transformation of matter forms the foundation of alchemy, and the essence of the Philosopher's Stone also lies in this transformation. Harry, alchemy encompasses numerous schools of thought. The doctrine of matter transformation is derived from the Hermetic school and was widely disseminated during the Middle Ages, becoming the mainstream of alchemy. The emergence of the Philosopher's Stone, or the Sorcerer's Stone, was significantly influenced by Hermetic teachings. However, upon creating the Sorcerer's Stone, I realized that matter transformation is merely a cornerstone of mysticism, a fertile ground. Beyond alchemy lies an unexplored abyss. The spiritual fire of alchemy has yet to be ignited. The winds of wisdom have yet to stir, the waters of the soul have yet to drop. After that, I departed from the soil of traditional alchemy, igniting the spiritual fire of Lucifer and Daisy, and at that moment, the winds of wisdom began to blow, yet the waters of the soul have still not fallen. I have lived for far too long. It is rare to witness the weight of a soul in my lifetime. Upon learning of your talent in alchemy, I hope that in the distant future, you may weigh the soul." Hermione's mind was blank, while Harry was profoundly shaken. Although Nicholas Flamel's description was brief, it struck at the heart of alchemy, rendering him enlightened. His alchemical mage school originated from the Gorlisk family's secret potion formulas, fused with the runic engravings of rune mages. The core lies in the alchemical magical reaction formations, essentially utilizing runes to construct rune arrays, accelerating the transformation of matter and elements, thereby enabling the rapid production of alchemical potions in battle. Ironclad competition does not require one to dismantle their arm and replace it with a technological prosthetic like Professor Renata to unleash it. That is the reason. However, his path as an alchemical mage has reached an impasse. He has gathered numerous alchemical traditions from the runic continent, pondering for a long time in search of a breakthrough direction, yet has made little progress. Until the day, Flamel's casual guidance illuminated his understanding of his misguided path. He realized he had merely been toiling at the basics, failing to contemplate the realms of soul, spirit, wisdom, and nurturing. The magical world as study of alchemy has far surpassed that of the runic continent. While Harry felt joy, there was also an underlying sorrow. The disparity was not due to a lack of talent in the runic continent. On the contrary, the continent is home to countless inherently intelligent beings, with geniuses as numerous as stars. The true reason lies with the star spirits, who have wreaked havoc. The cultivation system of the runic continent has been sullied by the star spirits, and the essence of runic research has been thrown into disarray, let alone discussions of alchemy. He felt fortunate to engage in discourse with a sage like Nicholas Flamel. "Mr. Flamel, if I were to present some sufficiently profound research on souls, could it aid you in ascending to a higher tower of alchemy?" Harry's golden eyes gazed intently at Flamel, filled with anticipation. Although he was merely a novice in alchemy, he possessed a treasury of knowledge concerning souls. Before departing from the runic continent, he sought out Hammerstone for Voldemort's Horcrux, yet it had been dismantled into irretrievable fragments amidst Hammerstone's delightful torment. To compensate him, Hammerstone gifted him a complete set of soul research diaries, now securely locked in the royal treasury. "Of course, Harry," Nicholas Flamel replied, "but I do not require destructive research akin to Voldemort's. What I seek is a study of souls that records the entire process from birth to demise without impeding the natural growth of the soul. Such a record necessitates numerous instances, even requiring documentation of the vast majority of living souls to distill the fundamental laws of the soul. To my knowledge, neither the Potter family nor the Peveril family has conducted such research. Therefore, you may need an extensive passage of time to surpass my current understanding." Chapter 60. Ancient Magical Arrays and Alchemical Formations. Harry thought to himself, perhaps it would not take long. Thresh, considering his position as the chief executive officer of the Galleons dynasty, compensated him with a veritable warehouse filled with his soul research diaries, which also occupied a significant portion of the royal treasury. According to Thresh, these comprised all the soul research diaries he had amassed throughout his life. It was likely that the content extended beyond mere records of soul growth of living beings on the Rune continent. Perhaps, within the span of Nicholas Flamel's lifetime, a new beacon of alchemy could emerge. However, the expression on his face, coupled with Hermione's bewilderment, seemed to have led Nicholas Flamel to some minor misunderstandings. "Do not be perplexed, children. You are merely 11 years old," Nicholas Flamel reassured them. "Many wizards at your age have yet to even touch the threshold of material transmutation. We can begin our exploration of alchemy with the most fundamental ancient magical texts. Follow me." Harry and Hermione followed Nicholas Flamel as they traversed numerous chambers, ultimately arriving at a doorway. Beyond this door lay a repository comparable in size to the Library of Hogwarts, but the shelves were somewhat shorter. The books were arranged in a more compact manner. A cursory glance revealed an overwhelming array of stacked shelves that left Harry feeling slightly dizzy. At the entrance stood a stone tablet, intricately engraved with numerous incomprehensible patterns, the purpose of which remained a mystery. This was a device for organizing and searching through books. By simply pressing their wand against the stone tablet and uttering the name or category of the desired book, one could activate the magic that would select the sought-after volumes. Nicholas Flamel gestured towards the stone tablet at the entrance and provided an introduction. "Is it truly that convenient?" Harry was taken aback. Previously, while in the Hogwarts library, he had lamented the overwhelming abundance of books that made searching for information a daunting task. To his astonishment, Nicholas Flamel had already resolved this issue. At that moment, Flamel produced his wand and pointed it at the stone tablet, demonstrating for Harry and Hermione as he slowly uttered introductory ancient runes. As his words resonated, the entire room began to tremble. Before long, Harry witnessed hundreds of books erupting in radiant white light, streaking towards them with luminous tails, and finally landing in an orderly manner on the ground before the stone tablet, producing a series of muffled thuds. Among them were titles such as An Introduction to Ancient Runes, A Dictionary of Ancient Runes, Magical Symbols Compendium, and Phonetics of Magical Scripts, alongside a beginner's guide to ancient rune translation. Harry glanced around, noting that most of the book titles were rather simplistic, nearly inscribing the words Ancient Magical Literature Education upon them. Nicholas Flamel, with a discerning eye, selected a few, leaving behind the Elementary Ancient Runic and Elementary Ancient Runic Dictionary. Before handing them to Harry and waving his wand, the books soared back. Except for the 3 volumes in Harry's grasp, the others floated back to the shelves, trembling momentarily before succumbing to silence. "Mr. Flamel, this appears to be a fusion of a summoning charm and a retrieval charm?" Hermione inquired, then added with a hint of uncertainty, "If I am not mistaken." "Hermione, you are quite astute," Nicholas Flamel commended, "but in addition to these 2 spells, there exists a recording charm. I replicated these 3 spells using an array of ancient runes, inscribing them upon the stone tablet. Given that this castle is perpetually supplied with magical energy, it is able to function. Albus once contemplated establishing one in the Hogwarts library, but his alchemical skills were rather poor, and I had no desire to risk a fracture by venturing to Hogwarts," Nicholas Flamel remarked. "He merely wished for me to labor without compensation, assisting him in repairing Ravenclaw's diadem." Harry touched his nose and said, "Mr. LeMay, in fact, that crown belongs to me." "Oh, so it is yours. It seems I must repair it sooner," Nicholas LeMay replied with a smile. Harry also recalled that when Dumbledore departed, Nicholas Flamel merely shifted in his seat, indicating a lack of desire to see him off. He inquired, "Your relationship with Professor Dumbledore seems rather intriguing." "I have a favorable impression of him, though I am not particularly welcoming of his visits," Nicholas Flamel responded with remarkable candor. stating that Dumbledore invariably brought a multitude of troubles, albeit this time he had, on rare occasion, done a commendable deed. Let us set that aside. Have you both remembered the method for utilizing the tablet? Nicholas Flamel asked. Observing Harry and Hermione nodding in affirmation, he deftly shifted the conversation, keenly assessing their alchemical prowess. He was aware of Harry's prodigious talent and Hermione's keen intellect, yet he sought to ascertain their specific capabilities firsthand, as their mentor. In response to Nicholas Flamel's queries, Harry articulately conveyed his extensive research into alchemy and his comprehension of alchemical formations, sharing a wealth of knowledge. However, as Flamel continued his inquiries, Hermione struggled to keep pace, prompting Flamel to adopt a more focused demeanor. He soon recognized that Harry's grasp of alchemy far surpassed his expectations. The Harry before him seemed akin to a diligent scholar who had toiled for many years yet found himself stymied by certain misconceptions, leading him down an unorthodox path. How could this be? In less than a year, how have you learned so much? Flamel, taken aback, began to elucidate. No, Harry, there are some issues with your reasoning. The magical inscriptions are both disassemblable and interchangeable. With a flourish of his wand, he conjured 6 ancient runes, forming a magical array capable of generating a fireball. In a similar manner, he waved his wand again, removing 3 of the ancient runes from the array. The resulting configuration still produced a fireball, with the sole distinction being the intensity of the fireball's energy. Do not fret about the unforeseen consequences of disassembling the magical array. The removed ancient runes can be reassembled at any time. With another flick of his wand, the 3 runes seamlessly slipped back into place, significantly amplifying the energy of the fireball produced by the magical array. Harry pondered deeply. If the magical array could be dismantled and fused, what about the runic formations? In the past, he had always regarded runic formations as the most fundamental structure, determining the overlay nodes of the runic formation through elemental invocation, constructing a stable composite formation, and subsequently carving individual runic arrays to achieve overall integration. The alchemical reactive system that communicated with the treasury of the king also employed this method, with the sole distinction being that this highly complex composite runic formation required formidable materials as its foundation. If runic formations could indeed be dismantled, perhaps with just a single piece of gilded metal, he might be able to initiate a weakened version of the treasury of the king, akin to how Nicholas Flamel created a diminished fireball array. Although the alchemical reactive system consisted of countless runic formations, the absence of even a few runes could render it inoperable. But what if? Furthermore, even if it truly did not work, he could always, like Nicholas Flamel, gather the materials and refine the runes within. He resolved to give it a try. Chapter 61. An Unforeseen Path. In the following 2 days, Hermione diligently immersed herself in the study of ancient runes, while Harry diverged slightly from his path, utilizing the methods guided by Nicholas Flamel. He employed the magical ordering of ancient runic arrays to dissect the runic formations, thereby achieving the invocation of the split runic formation elements and seeking a stable composite approach. After 2 days, Harry successfully constructed a complete version of the composite split runic formation group, essentially a truncated version of the alchemical reactive system. Theoretically, this truncated alchemical reactive system posed no issues. It merely required a piece of gilded metal as its foundation to support it. Longing for the treasury of the king, Harry retrieved the sole piece of gilded metal, waved his wand, and channeled his magical energy, inscribing the alchemical reactive system upon the metal. The gilded piece began to vaporize gradually, a rainbow of colors swirling above it, gradually filling the entire room. Harry's brilliant golden eyes pierced through the colorful mist, fixated on the gilded metal, reflecting the intricate runes etched upon it. From morning to noon, and from noon to dusk, after thousands of sketches, the gilded metal nearly vanished, and the room was engulfed in a kaleidoscope of colors, while in Harry's palm lay a transparent, spherical array of multicolored runes. Harry's fingers trembled slightly as he traced the final rune upon the surface. A low hum resonated, and the vibrant, multicolored spherical array suddenly expanded, enveloping Harry completely. A tempest swirled within the confines of the closed chamber, the kaleidoscopic energies howling as they surged toward Harry's form, merging with him through his pores. With a thunderous roar, a resounding boom echoed throughout the room as a golden void materialized before Harry's eyes. From this aperture, a cerulean blade, reminiscent of a firearm, emerged slowly, ultimately resting in Harry's grasp. A hextech blade, perhaps? Harry gazed at the firearm resting in his palm, momentarily taken aback, a mixture of amusement and bewilderment washing over him. Unsurprisingly, the truncated alchemical reaction mechanism had successfully unlocked the treasury of the king. although the instantaneous opening of myriad teleportation nodes had been reduced to a solitary one. It was still an acceptable outcome. It marked a promising beginning. The sole aspect that left Harry somewhat disconcerted was that this teleportation node connected him to the Hextech gunblade. It was not that the Hextech gunblade was inferior. Rather, when compared to unparalleled treasures such as the Hat of the Doomsayer, the Book of Morello, or the Staff of Time, it fell somewhat short. Were it not for his current lack of hex crystals, he could have fashioned a Hextech gunblade on the spot. Nevertheless, he decided to give it a try. Harry contemplated as he fastened the Hextech gunblade to his waist and exited the room. "Harry, what have you been occupied with today?" Hermione inquired with curiosity from the living room, where she was engrossed in a book. Professor Nicholas was worried you might be hungry and even knocked on the door. Before Harry could respond, Hermione set her book down, hurried over, and thrust a piece of strawberry pudding into his mouth. "First, have something to eat. We can discuss matters tomorrow morning. You haven't been waiting for me this whole time, have you?" As Harry munched, he asked, recalling that Hermione usually was asleep at this hour. "No," she replied, her gaze drifting. "I'm a bit concerned about Professor Nicholas. His health is deteriorating, and this body has become a torment for him. Don't worry, the professor will be fine," Harry reassured, ruffling Hermione's hair. "Get some rest. I must head back now." "Hey, did you just smudge pudding in my hair?" Hermione exclaimed, feeling the sticky mess on her head. Gritting her teeth, she chased after him, but Harry had already shut the door behind him. Upon entering the room, the joy on Harry's face, stemming from his successful unlocking of the Vault of Kings, had completely dissipated. Although he had spent barely more than 2 days with Nicholas, the impressions left on him were profound, rivaling those made by Renata. Both had become individuals of utmost significance in Harry's heart. He contemplated pausing the development of alchemical elixirs and potions to instead organize the knowledge of Hextech and mechanical ascension, aiming to assist his mentor in transcending his frail corporeal form and alleviating his suffering. The following morning, Harry, stifling yawns, took his seat at the dining table. Lucifer was serving them, while Nicholas gazed thoughtfully at him. "Did you not rest well last night, Harry?" Nicholas inquired, subsequently suggesting, "If you are fatigued, perhaps you should take a day to recuperate and not overexert yourself." "No, Master Nicholas, I spent last night organizing some knowledge," Harry replied, retrieving his notes from the Gringotts pouch and handing them to Nicholas. "I wonder if you might find this useful." Nicholas paused momentarily but accepted the notes for a glance. That brief glance captivated him, leading him to unknowingly leaf through to the final page. "Indeed, this is a path that has never been conceived before," Nicholas remarked slowly. "Mysticism places great importance on the 5 bodies, asserting that the unity of the spiritual, astral, mental, ethereal, and physical forms constitutes material life. The wizard who conceived this path was a genius, choosing to transform his body into machinery to achieve the goal of immortality, although he neglected the aspect of the soul. Perhaps it was precisely this oversight that fortuitously allowed him to realize this step. This proposal could effectively address my physical ailments, but, Harry, please permit me to decline your kindness," Nicholas sighed, offering his response. "But Master Nicholas, your body," Hermione interjected anxiously, only to be silenced by Nicholas's gentle wave of his hand. "I have never feared the pain of the body," Nicholas asserted. "On the contrary, it is through these sufferings that I have come to recognize my own existence. Immortality is not a blessing but a curse. I have lived far too long. Master Nicholas, do you not wish to witness the day when the waters of the soul cascade down?" Harry confessed. "You must sense that a significant portion of my knowledge does not stem from the Potter lineage. Perhaps, one day, I could grasp the mysteries of the soul? Do you truly not desire to see alchemy illuminate a new beacon?" Nicholas gazed intently at Harry, his eyes lingering. "I shall await that day, my child," Nicholas said kindly, extending his hand to ruffle the hair of both Harry and Hermione. "If you reach that day in your future, perhaps you may indeed assist me." "You mean?" Harry's thoughts began to crystallize. "Indeed, the physical form is a reflection of the soul. The magical realm is replete with potions that nourish the body. Centuries ago, your ancestor Linfred devised the bone regrowth potion, capable of regenerating even bones, let alone mending flesh," Nicholas elucidated. "My soul has been corroded by the elixir of immortality, metamorphosing into something monstrous. In no more than a decade, I shall completely lose both my spirit and my wisdom." Harry fell into silence, comprehending that if the day truly approached, with Nicholas Flamel's pride, he would undoubtedly refuse to endure any longer. "Do not feel pressured, my child, nor grieve for me." Nicholas continued to stroke his head. For one with a clear mind, this was merely another grand adventure. Chapter 62. Devotion of wisdom and spirit, we all hope that before you embark on your journey, you may reach the longed-for lighthouse. The voice of Lucifer emanated from the fireplace. It is time for us to bestow our strength upon you. We ask that you endure for a few more years. Lucifer erupted from the flames of the hearth, transforming midair into human form, and gracefully lifted the teapot upon landing, though it was still morning. I suggest we commence afternoon tea early. Lucifer snapped his fingers, scattering a few sparks. Today, we have Duke's red tea, its hue vibrant and bright, with a rich and lasting fragrance, yielding a sweet and refreshing taste. The entire room transformed, as if the air itself became far more elegant and comfortable. A lavish spread replaced breakfast. The teapot, filter, tea tray, teaspoons, tiered dessert stand, cookie tongs, fruit platter, and lemon slicer all gleamed with silvery brilliance, crystal clear. Hermione remained sorrowful. It was Miss Otter's first encounter with the anguish of an elder's impending demise. That sense of helplessness dug deep into the heart. As if to pierce it with a gaping wound, Harry turned his gaze towards Lucifer. Under the influence of Thresh, he had gained a modicum of understanding regarding matters of the soul. When Lucifer uttered the phrase dedicate power, his tone was remarkably light. However, given the current forms of existence that Lucifer and Daisy inhabited, the only assistance they could provide to Nico lay in the spiritual fire and the winds of wisdom that they ignited. To dedicate wisdom and spirit, is it not, Harry? Nico's aged voice interrupted Harry's reverie, prompting him to turn and face Nico. Were you listening? Nico inquired. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment as he pondered the issues surrounding Lucifer and Daisy. Hermione, with a furrowed brow, reminded him. The professor mentioned that this path is exceptionally beneficial. While it may not be of use to him, it serves as a lifeline for those muggles yearning for magical prowess. Hermione's observation held merit. Nicholas responded with a gentle tone. Indeed, it is not only for muggles. It represents an innovative therapeutic approach for the treatment of magical ailments. I hope you can devote more time to producing tangible results amidst your studies, he continued. This endeavor will revolutionize the magical realm and etch a significant mark in the annals of magical history. I will, Harry nodded, eagerly sharing his preparations. Before enrolling at Hogwarts, I contacted a mechanical manufacturing company associated with muggles to explore the possibility of utilizing electricity and steam to address energy issues. My initial target market was the physically challenged muggles. Nicholas nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention back to Harry's notes, meticulously analyzing the details of glorious evolution to prevent Harry from straying off course in the early stages of execution. Unlike Dumbledore, he recognized Harry's aspirations for wealth and chose to understand and respect them rather than attempt to alter his perspective. Not only Harry, but the vast majority of early alchemists could have their experiences encapsulated as a pursuit of Galleons. Alchemy is a costly endeavor. Harry's ability to earn funds while considering the plight of physically challenged muggles was indeed commendable. What you have organized is already quite comprehensive, Nicholas remarked. The remaining energy issues can be easily resolved. I shall write to an old friend to ensure that you receive Thunderbird feathers regularly. Thunderbird feathers? Harry furrowed his brow in contemplation. These feathers are rich in electrical energy and serve as ample energy reserves. However, the volatile nature of electrical energy is far from the tranquility of pure electricity. To address this, I will need to create a safe energy storage device and an energy induction apparatus. Nicholas, wearing a benevolent smile, listened attentively to Harry's thoughts until he concluded. Harry, your reasoning is impeccable. I trust that with your and Hermione's intellect, you will undoubtedly resolve this issue. Am I correct? Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione, sensing that their teacher held an unusually high regard for their capabilities. However, both devices could not be resolved through rune arrays, as maintaining a rune array long-term requires a foundational base, which his alchemical reaction apparatus lacked. Consequently, they could not afford to squander resources on this matter. The only viable solution remained the array of magical texts. They would need to memorize and comprehend a vast array of ancient magical scripts, traversing countless trials and errors to forge a stable magical array before ultimately completing the entire engraving. Oh, I almost forgot, Nicholas interjected suddenly, his eyes gleaming. If you wish to earn Muggle currency, you must tread carefully. Ancient magical texts cannot be applied to products sold to Muggles. Otherwise, you would find yourself pursued by the entire magical community. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Nick was relishing the challenge he posed to the exceptional students, deriving a certain morbid pleasure from witnessing their struggles. Noticing Harry's expression, Nick chuckled softly, then cleared his throat awkwardly to shift the conversation. Lucifer, this cup of Earl Grey is quite delightful. I find myself rather fatigued. The elderly often require a midday nap, he continued, in addition to your studies of ancient runes. You might also explore the realms of magical materials and wizarding lineage. These avenues should prove beneficial. With that, Nick gracefully retreated to his chambers, his legs resembling delicate biscuits as he walked away. Harry glanced up at the magical calendar, noting that only a few days remained until the Christmas holiday came to an end. He turned and dove into the library. Hermione, though not as eager for the knowledge of ancient runes, also immersed herself in her studies to assist their teacher. In the following days, the two of them resided within the library, and soon enough, the last day of the Christmas break arrived. "Oh, Hermione," she lamented, biting down on her worn quill, her face a mask of despair. "It's the last day, and I've only managed to memorize 1 book. 2 books. Harry twisted his stiff neck, the dark circles under his eyes glaringly apparent. "You've memorized 2 books?" Hermione exclaimed, her despair deepening as she lay atop a pile of books, resembling a defeated, dreamless otter. "Indeed, I should have sacrificed a few hours of sleep. Let us take another look. We can bid farewell to Professor Flammel at noon," Harry suggested, diving back into the sea of texts. His interest in ancient runes had only intensified. It was akin to an unexploited gold mine. The essence of ancient runes bore striking similarity to that of glyphs. In comparing the two, he not only absorbed the knowledge of ancient runes swiftly, but also deepened his understanding of glyphs. As they continued to read, time slipped away until Daisy pulled them from their literary refuge, revealing 6 servings of cold food before them. "Harry and Miss Granger," Dumbledore said with a resigned expression, "though I am reluctant to disturb you, it is now evening, and the Christmas holiday has concluded. I must escort you back to Hogwarts." "What about Professor Flammel?" Harry and Hermione inquired simultaneously. "He has been preoccupied with the creation of the Philosopher's Stone," Dumbledore replied, his tone calm yet tinged with exasperation. "How long have you been confined to this room?" "Other than to use the restroom, we've been here," Harry answered candidly. "May we bid farewell to Professor Flammel?" "Regrettably. He cannot be disturbed during the Stone's creation," Dumbledore said, "but he has prepared a gift for you." Chapter 63. Harry's vision darkened momentarily as Dumbledore produced a thick roll of parchment, which, when unfurled, could be expected to extend at least 10 meters. After handing the parchment to Harry, he retrieved a small, exquisitely crafted box, inlaid with dozens of precious materials known to Harry, though its contents remained a mystery. "Professor Flammel has also left you 2 letters," Dumbledore added, "but he instructed me to deliver them to you at Hogwarts, lest you be unable to enjoy your dinner." "Very well. I believe I can endure," Harry shrugged. "Shall we depart now?" Dumbledore led Harry and Hermione out of the library, beckoning for Fawkes the Phoenix, who appeared amidst a burst of flames. "Take my hand." As soon as Dumbledore spoke, Harry deftly grasped his hand, and Hermione quickly took hold of Harry's. In a flash of fire, the 3 vanished from Flammel's castle. When the flames dissipated, they found themselves before the familiar sight of Hogwarts Castle, their feet resting upon a snow-covered lawn. "Let us go. After dinner, you will find the letters Professor Flammel has left for you on your beds." As they entered the great hall, the feast had already commenced, with the tables of the 4 houses bustling with life. They immediately spotted Ron, who was scanning the Gryffindor table. Upon seeing them, Ron's eyes lit up, but his expression soon twisted in dismay as he turned away, chewing on a pumpkin pasty. His face contorted as if he were a forlorn spouse witnessing her husband returning home with another woman. Harry smiled faintly, pulling Hermione to sit beside Ron. "They even left a strawberry pudding. I recall this is meant to be the dessert after dinner. Isn't it?" Harry said, draping an arm around Ron's shoulders. "Come now. Don't be upset. I have a gift for you that I shall show you when we return home tonight." Ron remained unmoved, chewing heartily on his pumpkin pasty. Neville sat nearby, his mouth moving silently. "Ron, I too have prepared a gift for you," Hermione ventured cautiously. "But Harry, that's not," Ron glared at her. "The box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans you sent me for Christmas wasn't a Christmas gift. It was merely compensation for stealing Harry away from me." "Ron." "Hermione," Harry began, but Ron interrupted. "It's the very first day of the holiday, and you didn't even leave me a letter before running off to find Hermione. Have you ever thought about me? You don't consider me a friend at all." Ron felt utterly wronged. He was saddened by Hermione's clearly preferential gift, for he understood that she was closer to Harry. He didn't feel dejected when he learned that Harry would be leaving during the Christmas holiday to visit Nicholas Flamel. He supported Harry in that endeavor. Yet, he could not accept the fact that his 2 friends had gallivanted away to celebrate Christmas without him, leaving him alone at Hogwarts. It made him feel like an outsider. Hermione stammered. Her gift to Ron was not an act of favoritism, as she had given Neville merely a box of chocolate frogs as well. However, she had indeed chosen to overlook Ron. for she wished to indulge in a delightful Christmas gaming experience with Harry, rather than watch him and Ron play together. "I'm sorry, Ron," Harry said, patting Ron on the shoulder. "I didn't consider your feelings, but you are an incredibly important friend to me." "I don't believe that," Ron replied, crossing his arms and turning away. Harry turned Ron's head towards him and quickly exclaimed, "Chudley Cannon's poster, the commemorative badge of the Chudley Cannon's former Quidditch championship, and the championship ring of the Cannon's goalkeeper." Ron, bewildered, took a moment before his eyes widened in astonishment. "The commemorative badge? The championship ring? How on earth did you acquire them?" "Lucifer gifted them to me," Harry replied. "He has a fondness for Quidditch. When the Chudley Cannons claimed victory that year, he purchased these items. However, in recent years, the Cannons have faced a series of defeats. Knowing that my best friend is an ardent supporter of the Chudley Cannons, he decided to pass them on to me." "Disgusting champion's dust," Ron remarked. Harry interrupted Ron. "Then I shall write him a letter to inform him that he can retrieve it." Wait. Ron hurriedly grasped Harry's hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed to take it back. "Lucifer is truly a noble enthusiast of Quidditch, but might this be too extravagant? Do you believe that the legendary alchemist's assistant lacks galleons?" Harry posed a profound inquiry. "Well, just promise you won't abandon me next time," Ron remarked, fiddling with the coins in his pocket. Had it not been for the significant deal he made with Harry, his meager allowance over the past few months would scarcely amount to a single galleon. Rest assured, Harry reassured Ron with a pat on the shoulder, while Hermione chimed in, promising not to take Harry away alone in the future, having gone a day without food. Both Harry and Hermione felt a pang of hunger as they gazed at the strawberry pudding before them, their mouths beginning to water. As Harry was about to snatch the strawberry pudding, a delicate hand reached out from the left. Following the finger, arm, and shoulder, he found himself gazing at Hermione. He stared intently at her, and she returned his gaze with equal fervor. "You promised me 3 servings of strawberry pudding every single day." Harry then realized that there were only 3 servings of strawberry pudding on the table. He glanced at Ron, who shrugged and suggested, "Perhaps you can have some after dessert." With that, Ron resumed his task of dealing with the pumpkin pie. Once the main course had concluded, not a single serving of strawberry pudding remained for dessert. Reluctantly, Harry relinquished his pudding due to his promise to Hermione, although she ultimately shared a few bites with him. Even though he barely savored his beloved strawberry pudding, Harry still felt quite satisfied, having sampled a bit of nearly everything. As he and Ron, along with Neville, strolled back to their dormitory with their arms around each other's shoulders, they noticed a letter placed on the bed. He approached and opened the letter, with Ron and Neville leaning in to see. "Harry, by the time you receive this letter, you should have returned to Hogwarts. The parchment contains the complete process for the preparation of the Philosopher's Stone, including a series of ancient magical sigils that encompass both energy storage and energy induction effects, which may well inspire you. However, considering the intricate nature of that ancient array, it may be more prudent for you to rely on your own ingenuity. As for the materials required to create the Philosopher's Stone, the professors will not offer assistance beyond the knowledge imparted in class. It is imperative for us alchemists to master the art of accumulating wealth, and I have faith that you possess this talent as well. Strive diligently, my child. I am confident that you will soon amass the funds necessary for the preparation of the Philosopher's Stone, amounting to 900,000 galleons. 1, 2, 5 zeros. Ron exclaimed, astounded by the staggering cost of the materials. If you fail, you will still owe 90,000. Neville gasped, covering his mouth in shock. Harry felt a wave of darkness envelop him, nearly causing him to faint. He had surmised that the materials required for creating the Philosopher's Stone would be exceedingly expensive, as it was the legendary treasure capable of concocting the elixir of life, granting immortality. However, he had not anticipated such exorbitance. Glancing at his pouch of coins, he noted that his total wealth amounted to 131 galleons, 13 sickles, and 20 nuts. This sum was the result of half a year's efforts, selling troll corpses and miscellaneous items from the Room of Requirement, along with some extortion from Malfoy. He realized he urgently needed to earn more money. Chapter 64. The plan in motion on the first day back at school. The schedule included History of Magic in the morning and Defense Against the Dark Arts in the afternoon. During History of Magic, Professor Binns recounted the life and times of Linfred of Stinchcombe, occasionally interjecting his own views and discussing the potions publicly attributed to Linfred. Most students were on the verge of slumber, save for Harry and Hermione, who were deeply engaged. Hermione was focused on accumulating points in class, aiming for an outstanding in the upcoming end-of-year examination. Meanwhile, the financially desperate Harry was inquiring about the potion recipes attributed to Linfred. wondering if anyone still paid for their use. However, Professor Binns, in his characteristic ghostly, hoarse, and indifferent tone, informed Harry that no one did. 2 centuries prior, the protective period for those recipes had lapsed, and thus, no one was willing to pay for them anymore. Consequently, after your grandfather's retirement, he sold the company. The drowsy students turned their attention to Harry, as if just realizing that he was an invisible millionaire. Harry felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This meant that since his grandfather's passing, the family's wealth had ceased to grow, at least until he embarked on his entrepreneurial ventures. The family's galleons would not continue to increase. Additionally, from his conversations with Hagrid, he learned that his father not only failed to generate income but was also quite extravagant. Harry rubbed his forehead, feeling that the path to creating the Philosopher's Stone was fraught with difficulties. After the morning classes concluded, he and Hermione ventured into the library in search of books pertaining to ancient magical texts. As they wandered, they inadvertently found themselves in the restricted section, where they were discovered by Madame Pants, the librarian. With a swift motion of her feather duster, she expelled them from the library, leaving the 2 of them to meander into the Great Hall. Harry and Hermione hesitated, and Hermione pushed a strawberry pudding towards Harry, suggesting perhaps there was no need for undue haste. The gift from Professor Flammel was some properties in Diagon Alley. Maybe I could sell them, she mused, though her thoughts trailed off. Wait, sell the properties? Harry exclaimed incredulously, before suddenly recalling something. What about the letter from Professor Flammel? Let me see it. Hermione handed the letter to Harry, who glanced over it and once again felt the peculiar humor of Professor Flammel. Hermione, by the time you read this letter, you should have returned to Hogwarts. The gift given to Harry is the entire process of making the Philosopher's Stone. As for the materials required for its creation, the professor will not offer any assistance beyond the knowledge he has imparted. This is a test for his chief apprentice. Of course, you may consult him at any time, or you can rely on selling those properties to create the stone yourself. Should there come a day when Harry truly cannot gather the 900,000 galleons necessary for the materials, the professor hopes you will help him through this difficult time. Tell him that giving up is not a disgrace. Many chief apprentices in history have made that choice. Harry slammed the letter onto the table, the veins on his forehead pulsating with agitation. Who, after all, perpetuated this tradition? This was clearly a bait left for the chief disciple, designed to lure one into relinquishing their resolve. Once one had acquired a modest sum from the second seat to forge the Philosopher's Stone, it was likely that the chief would find themselves firmly affixed to a pillar of shame for posterity to scrutinize. Otherwise, how could Nicholas Flamel, with only Hermione and himself as students, be aware of the many chief disciples who had surrendered throughout history? He could already envision Nicholas, with malicious glee, inscribing in the Tome of Inheritance that Harry Potter had succumbed in a contest against Hermione Jean Granger. Hermione, Harry stated, this is a gift from our professor to you. I cannot accept it. Have a little faith in me. I can still earn the 900,000 galleons. Hermione felt a twinge of regret. Once lunch had concluded, Harry and Hermione entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. No sooner had they stepped inside than Hermione produced her cauldron, herbs, and water, preparing to brew potions under the watchful eye of Professor Quirrell. Her greatest concern was her potion class grades. Snape was notoriously harsh on Gryffindor students, and he was particularly exacting with her and Harry. She sensed that in order to achieve an outstanding on the potion exam, she would need to make 0 mistakes, compelling her to seize every moment to hone her skills. In contrast to Hermione's diligent efforts, Harry exhibited a hint of lethargy as he scrutinized Quirrell, scanning from the top of his head to his shoes and back again for over 10 minutes, causing Quirrell's lecturing to become increasingly disjointed. Were it not for the brilliance of Harry's golden eyes, which seemed to emit a greenish glow, one could almost overlook his distraction. The plan must continue, Harry mused. After making up his mind, Harry took out a piece of parchment and meticulously sketched the design for a magical item capable of accommodating a dual magical script array, one that could also contain Thunderbird feathers. It was not until the end of class that Harry completed the drawings. He hastily stuffed his disorganized tools back into his bag and intercepted Quirrell, who was about to leave. Mr. Potter, is there something you need? Quirrell stammered. I would like to request a loan authorization from you, Professor, as I need to borrow books related to ancient magical scripts from the restricted section, Harry stated directly. Ancient magical scripts? Quirrell shrank back, nervously reminding Harry that there were books on ancient magical scripts outside the restricted area. That is of little importance. What matters is that I require the loan authorization from you, Professor, Harry insisted, fixating his gaze on Quirrell. Very well, Quirrell conceded, reluctantly writing Harry a loan authorization. After seizing the opportunity, Harry deftly crafted a rune array for detection, confirming its efficacy before stowing it away in his bag. He harbored hopes of borrowing potent potions from the restricted section, having heard whispers of a polyjuice potion capable of altering one's appearance. Harry's murmurs reached Quirrell's ears, prompting him to evade Dumbledore and make his way to Hogsmeade. Fortuitously, he had been informed of a secret passage, rendering the journey to Hogsmeade unproblematic. It was also time to devise a means to earn some pocket money, as he had been rather short on funds lately, with Dumbledore withholding his family's inheritance. Harry walked away, and Quirrell could no longer hear the words spoken behind him. Quirrell stroked his chin as he made his way to the office. Yet his mind was consumed with the information he had just overheard. Recently, Harry found himself in dire financial straits and harbored some discontent towards Dumbledore. Most importantly, he had been involved in the arrangement of the protective enchantments for the Philosopher's Stone. Perhaps Harry presented an excellent opportunity? Contemplating this, Quirrell quickened his pace, entered his office, seized a bag, and turned to leave the castle, heading towards Hogsmeade. When Quirrell appeared on the streets of Hogsmeade, he had donned a careful disguise. The bag had vanished. His attire had been entirely changed, and his face was obscured not only by makeup but also by the shadow of a hood. He wandered about, waiting for Harry to arrive. As dusk approached, he finally spotted 3 furtive figures near the Shrieking Shack and decided to follow. Hear that hushed voice? Is it not rather conspicuous? He thought, overhearing Harry's words. Do not fret. Our heads are covered. No one shall recognize us. Harry continued. We are merely here to see what these people wish to purchase. Let us collect a few strands of hair. I've heard they are essential for brewing Polyjuice Potion. Chapter 65. Hogsmeade, where shall we go now? Ron inquired of Harry. Before accompanying Harry, he had been informed of the dangers of this venture. Yet he willingly chose to join him, stating, Neville's acting is simply abysmal. I cannot let you go alone, so let us go together. You seem to be shivering, Hermione remarked, casting a glance at Ron's trembling legs. You haven't gone out without a sweater, have you? All right, Hermione, I am wearing one, yet I am still quite cold. Ron replied, visibly shaking. Shall we head that way? No, that is the post office, Harry replied, pointing to the sign. Ron reminded him, Zonko's joke shop is up ahead. We shall not go there. I have items to sell, which they likely would not accept, Harry stated. Then where shall we go? Ron asked again. 3 broomsticks or the Hog's Head. I lean towards the Hog's Head as it is said to be a good spot for gathering information. We should exit the post office. Take a turn into the adjacent alley, and we shall find it. They quickened their pace, heading toward the post office, and after a turn before the post office, they stopped at the entrance of a pub. Harry gazed upon the scene before him, the corners of his mouth twitching at the sight of a tattered wooden sign hanging from a rusted bracket above the door. It depicted a severed pig's head, its blood seeping through the white cloth that enveloped it. Was this truly the safest place in Hogsmeade, as Dumbledore had claimed? If not for the hexagon blade strapped to his waist, Harry would undoubtedly have turned back towards the 3 broomsticks. As he pushed the door open, a pungent aroma of mutton assaulted his senses, and although the room was illuminated by flickering candles, it remained dim and cramped, with thick layers of grime accumulating on the few protruding windows. Ron lifted his foot, finding it coated in fetid wastewater. He had assumed the ground was merely compacted earth. But upon stepping, he discovered the stones beneath the snowmelt. Hogwarts students, sneaking away from their dormitories after class to visit Hogsmeade. I ought to drag you back and let the professors whip you soundly. Suddenly, the bar owner materialized from the shadows, tall and thin. His long hair and beard had turned a shade of gray. His speech carried an eccentric tone, marked by an odd temperament. When Harry laid eyes on the pub owner, a sense of relief washed over him. The proprietor bore a striking resemblance to Dumbledore, and even if he were not a close relative, their blood ties could not be too distant. Thus, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore would prefer to draw upon us with woolen socks. The pub owner's expression shifted, and with a huff, he chose to disregard them henceforth. Harry grasped Hermione with his left hand and Ron with his right, seeking a secluded corner to observe his surroundings. Most patrons in the establishment, much like themselves, had their faces heavily concealed, whispering discreetly amongst one another. Before long, the door swung open once more, and Harry glanced toward it, a flicker of amusement igniting within him. His golden eyes, obscured by sunglasses, discerned beneath the layers of disguise the unmistakable figure of Quirrell. The foul stench, though significantly diminished, was nonetheless detectable to his keen senses, both olfactory and visual. He produced 3 cups, which he had only brought after repeated insistence from Dumbledore. Barkeep, 3 glasses of fire whiskey, and I have my own cups, Harry bellowed, simultaneously discreetly casting an amplification charm with his wand aimed at his throat. Dust cascaded from the bay window, causing Quirrell at the entrance to flinch. The other patrons in the hogs had appeared equally averse to exposure, shuddering in unison and directing their ireful gazes toward Harry. Harry appeared oblivious as he forcefully struck the cup several times. The bar owner, veins bulging on his forehead, approached, lifting 3 cups to pour their drinks. However, upon receiving them back, Harry discovered that they had been diluted significantly with water. 3 galleons, the bar owner declared. Diluted fire whiskey, 3 galleons? Harry was no fool. He feigned ignorance, lowering his head to draw open a corner of his scarf and take a sip. The bar owner was vexed. Yet he remained oblivious to the intentions of the 3 students who invoked Dumbledore's name, concerned about jeopardizing something significant. He could only pretend to retrieve some money from the table and hurriedly depart. "Listen to me, everyone," Harry began. "I come here with no ulterior motive. Merely to sell some potions at a reasonable price, with commendable efficacy. You may examine the quality first." After Harry finished speaking, he recited the incantation and waved his wand. About 20 bottles of antidote potions, left over from treating the mermaid's diarrhea, soared toward the patrons at other tables. Antidote potions? One of the guests recognized them and chuckled mockingly. "Little brat, nobody wants that. Perhaps if you could concoct something more intriguing, someone might show interest. For now, why not return home and weep in your mother's embrace?" Harry grasped the alchemical projectile in his hand and aimed it at the man, twisting his wrist as the projectile struck, sending both the man and the table crashing against the wall. "This is a transaction. Though I am merely a student, my strength should not be underestimated. I suggest you all maintain a respectful demeanor." Harry's gaze swept over the patrons. "Now, please inform me of your requirements." All the guests turned their eyes towards the pub owner, who let out a peculiar chuckle. "He is a student from Hogwarts. Do you expect me to take action against him? Do not mistake me for a fool. Anyone who dares to provoke him is likely to find themselves in dire straits." And rightly so. He spat disdainfully at the wizard lying on the floor and continued to observe with keen interest. It was clear to him that this young man was intentionally asserting his authority, perhaps in a bid to establish his reputation. Though his manner of speaking might come off as somewhat juvenile, it was uncertain whether this was genuine immaturity or a calculated fade. The wizards present, most of whom were seasoned in the ways of the world, refrained from making any further remarks, casually listing the items they required as a means of appeasement. Harry took note of everything, then yawned, finished his drink, and departed with Ron and Hermione. As they exited the alley and strolled down the main avenue, nearing the Shrieking Shack, Harry called out over his shoulder, "Come out." He had sensed someone trailing behind him for quite some time, and it was not Quirrell. Quirrell should have returned to school by now. Fishing requires patience, especially when setting traps for those of sound mind. In his scheme, he merely intended to bolster Quirrell's confidence with some bait. He had not anticipated that Quirrell would take the hook immediately, as the odds were slim. When he had emerged, he had not expected any delightful surprises after causing a ruckus at the Hog's Head Inn. He drew forth his hextech blade, discreetly concealed within his sleeve. "You little rascal. You have some nerve." Harry noticed a scarfed head emerging from behind a tree. He recognized this individual, who had been staring at him with an unsettling gaze at the Hog's Head Inn. Not a good person. He raised his hand, aimed the gun, and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. Bang! The hextech gun blade fired a sapphire bullet that pierced the trunk, targeting the heart. Chapter 66. The feather of the Thunderbird. In the dark of night, a bloom of blood erupted, and the body fell silently amidst the snow-laden woods of Hogsmeade. The scent of blood began to permeate the air as Harry indifferently stowed his weapon and called for Hermione and Ron, making their way along the gray path to the Shrieking Shack. Though the dark currents of the magical world had never ceased, outwardly, at least, peace and stability reigned. The notion of a young wizard committing murder in the streets was too abstract and horrifying. He wished to avoid receiving an expulsion notice by mornings, followed by a manhunt by the Ministry of Magic. They rushed into the Shrieking Shack, shutting the peeling wooden door behind them. Ron leaned against his knees, gasping heavily, parched and breathless. "What was that?" he asked hoarsely. "That was a gun," Hermione stammered, her lips pale. "Is that wizard dead? You killed him, didn't you, Harry?" "Yes, I killed him," Harry admitted without hesitation. "We prepared for this before coming to Hogsmeade, didn't we?" Hermione faltered. But he hadn't harmed us. He wasn't Quirrell. I fired when he had already drawn his wand and uttered the first syllable of a spell." Harry's expression grew serious. He was reciting the Intralic-spelling curse. He almost extracted someone's intestines. Hermione's face drained of color instantly. She recognized the curse from Lucifer's teachings. She vividly recalled the moment when Lucifer found her and Harry, both dizzy from poring over ancient texts. During a brief breakfast, he had pulled out an album. using its illustrations to instruct them on how to counter various dark magical injuries. The animated image of the Interlick-spelling curse had caused Hermione to retch throughout the night. The Interlick-spelling curse? Ron's face mirrored Hermione's pallor. They could all envision the agony and revulsion of having one's intestines extracted, their stomachs beginning to churn at the grotesque thought. Clinging to the battered bed, they retched, nearly expelling their stomach contents onto the mattress. Harry patted the backs of the two individuals, waiting until they had purged their stomachs sufficiently. With a flourish of his wand, he softly uttered the incantation, "Cleanse anew." The filth swirled away and vanished, leaving the shrieking shack seemingly untouched, save for the pale faces of the two. It was as if nothing had ever transpired. Harry, Hermione, and Ron made their way back to Hogwarts along the secret passage. After bidding farewell to Hermione in the common room, Harry and Ron proceeded into the dormitory. Harry watched as Ron collapsed onto the bed, enveloped in the covers, rendering him silent. He profoundly empathized with this sentiment when he first encountered such feelings. His heart was burdened, as if life had been shrouded in a veil of gray. This state could only be escaped through one's own efforts. For any external advice or assistance would only serve to exacerbate the situation. Harry sighed and rubbed his forehead. This was an unfortunate incident. He had prepared Ron and Hermione for the worst, but he never anticipated that a wizard would be slain in Hogsmeade. Given Quirrell's cautious nature, it was certain that he would opt to resolve any issues with money. If he pursued them, it would likely only be an attempt at negotiation while masked. Harry had taken Hermione and Ron out merely to arrive early in Hogsmeade and indulge in the chaotic atmosphere of the Three Broomsticks. He truly had not expected that a wizard would attack Hogwarts students over 20 vials of antidote and some trivial disputes. It was utterly insane. Harry, now equipped with newfound insights into the magical realm, approached his bed and unexpectedly discovered an exquisite little box atop the nightstand, accompanied by a letter. Both the letter and the box were sent by Professor Nicholas, who appeared to be exceedingly busy lately, resulting in a rather brief note indicating that the Thunderbird's feather had arrived, courtesy of Newt Scamander. Before delving into the study of the Thunderbird's feather and ancient runes, Harry took a moment to respond to Professor Nicholas, inquiring about the care of magical creatures, specifically the preparation methods for a magical creature suitcase. This object had suddenly come to mind from his studies, and Harry felt it might prove useful someday. Upon opening the box, he found not only the Thunderbird feather but also a small roll of parchment that meticulously detailed the complete preparation method for the magical creature suitcase. Overall, Professor Nicholas was a remarkably considerate and wise instructor, albeit with the peculiar quirks typical of their lineage of alchemists. In the following days, Harry dedicated most of his spare time to studying energy devices, a challenge that proved formidable. He had to master a plethora of ancient runes, discerning which might be applicable, and weaving them into a rune array to engrave upon the shell of a magical item capable of accommodating the Thunderbird's feather, all the while testing its magical flow for stability and potential explosive risks. This endeavor consumed a considerable amount of time and frequently led Harry to the infirmary, causing concern among the Gryffindor Lions regarding his condition for the upcoming match. The Quidditch game against Hufflepuff was imminent, and should they triumph, Gryffindor would finally surpass Slytherin in the House Cup for the first time in 7 years. Wood's expectations for the team were more stringent than ever, especially with Snape officiating the match, raising fears of biased calls. Even amidst the relentless rain following heavy snowfall, his enthusiasm remained undeterred. Professor McGonagall discreetly supplied the team with restorative potions, urging them to take care of their health and avoid fatigue. No one complained. Harry seized moments to join the team's practice, understanding the weight of Gryffindor's long-standing rivalry with Slytherin, which had rendered even the most seasoned of witches hesitant to greet Professor Snape. However, the outcome of the match exceeded all expectations. When Snape inexplicably awarded Hufflepuff a penalty, Harry witnessed a golden object zip past his ear, mere inches away. A gust of wind tousled his hair as he soared on his Firebolt 2000, his pant leg brushing against his skin as he sped by. By the time he comprehended the situation, Harry had already captured the golden snitch amidst the cheers of his fellow Gryffindors, triumphantly raising his arm in victory. Remarkably, only 5 minutes had elapsed since the match began. In the days that followed, Snape's face was perpetually contorted with irritation. The worst part was enduring potions class, where Harry, while brewing potions, would tilt his head to observe Snape's disgruntled expression, all the while receiving begrudging performance points. In stark contrast to Snape's foul mood, Ron and Hermione were in high spirits. Ron was eagerly learning new spells, relishing every moment, while Hermione, too preoccupied to reflect on the events of that night in Hogsmeade, was busy formulating a revision plan. Meticulously marking her notes with a spectrum of colors, Harry and Ron were initially indifferent, yet she incessantly nagged them to pay attention to their upcoming examinations. Hermione. We have several hundred years before the exams, Ron yawned, setting aside his intermediate transfiguration book. 10 weeks, Hermione countered, is not several hundred years, for Professor Flitwick. It's merely the blink of an eye. But we are not 600 years old, Ron reminded her. And besides, why do you need to review? You already know everything. Why should I review? Are you out of your mind? Don't you realize that we must pass these exams to advance to the second year? They are crucial. I should have started studying a month ago. I truly don't understand what was going through my mind at that time. Harry and Ron were unable to dissuade Hermione, resorting instead to the occasional game of wizard's chess. Fortunately, perhaps due to the change in pieces, Harry's chess skills had advanced remarkably, allowing him to match Ron move for move. Unfortunately, the teacher's sentiments appeared to align with Hermione's, as they assigned an abundance of homework, rendering the Easter holiday far less enjoyable than the Christmas season. Consequently, they spent the majority of their after-class hours in the library. While completing his assignments, Harry, in pursuit of creating a Thunderbird feather energy storage device, has developed dark circles around his eyes reminiscent of a diminutive. Hermione, leaning beside him, recites the 12 uses of dragon's blood or practices wand movements. Ron has borrowed the ingredients for the animagus potion that Neville prepared for Harry, mixed in some saliva, sealed it in a bottle, and buried it underground, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a thunderstorm. I shall never see a stormy day. One afternoon, Ron could no longer endure the wait. He cast aside his quill and gazed longingly out of the library window. For months, rainy days had been fleeting, and they often encountered such splendid weather. The sky was clear and pristine, a blue reminiscent of forget-me-not blooms, and the air was imbued with the essence of summer's arrival. Harry was engrossed in the translation of numerous common terms into ancient texts, particularly searching for energy storage and guidance, when he suddenly heard Ron exclaim, Hagrid, what brings you to the library? Hagrid clomped over, concealing something behind his back, clad in a rather inappropriate moleskin coat. His evasive gaze and hesitant voice piqued their curiosity. Oh, Hagrid, you aren't still conducting experiments on hybrid magical creatures, are you? Ron asked, scratching his head. Hagrid instantly flushed, glancing around nervously before responding, I'm not. Don't spread rumors. I must be going. He clomped away once more. What was he hiding behind his back? Hermione pondered aloud. Do you think it's related to his hybrid creature experiments? Perhaps, Harry replied uncertainly. He certainly has a knack for it. I even believe he could author a book and become a scholarly wizard. Yet, he always doubted his own abilities. Hermione sighed and added, moreover, I can't help but feel that the idea of a sphinx hybridizing with a swarm of fire crabs is rather too. Hermione trailed off, struggling to find the precise words to articulate her thoughts. I'll go see what book he was looking for, Ron declared as he rose to his feet. A minute later, he returned, laden with a hefty stack of books, which he dropped heavily onto the table. Madame Pants glared at Ron with disapproval, brandishing a feather duster. Ron shrank back, muttering, dragons. Hagrid is researching dragons. He gestured at the books, types of dragons in Britain and Ireland, from hatching to rebirth, a guide to dragon care. He can't possibly be considering crossbreeding dragons with sphinxes, can he? Hermione gasped, covering her mouth, unable to fathom the brutal scene that such an experiment would entail. But raising dragons is illegal, Hermione asserted. The prohibition was formally enacted at the Wizarding Conference of 1709. Are you still studying law? Ron scrutinized Hermione, who blushed and handed him a box of chocolate frogs. Captivated by the treat, Ron opened one, glanced at the card, pocketed it, and popped the chocolate into his mouth. Aside from the legal issues, dragons are notoriously difficult to tame and extremely dangerous. Charlie has numerous burns from wild dragons in Romania. Considering Hagrid's experiments with magical creatures, Harry reflected that Hagrid likely viewed dragons as endearing rather than perilous. I suspect he might already be raising dragons, he said with resignation. Perhaps we should investigate. The consequences of privately raising dragons could be dire, Hermione stated with a serious expression. Harry nodded in agreement. Regardless of his profound friendship with Hagrid or their long-standing dealings in potions and herbs, he felt compelled to ascertain the situation. An hour later, they arrived outside Hagrid's hut. The sight of all the curtains drawn tightly sent a chill down their spines. Knock, knock, knock. Harry rapped on the oak door. Who is it? Came the voice. It's Harry, he replied, prompting Hagrid to open the door wide, ushering them inside before hastily shutting it behind them. The interior of the hut was stifling, despite the warm and sunny day outside, with a roaring fire crackling in the hearth. Hagrid brewed them tea and offered white ferret sandwiches, which they politely declined. Hagrid, I wholeheartedly support your experiments in magical creature crossbreeding, but I must advise against considering dragons and sphinxes. Raising dragons is illegal, Harry candidly stated. Hagrid fidgeted nervously with his beard. You are quite perceptive, and about that egg. Harry pointed towards the hearth. At the center of the flames, beneath the kettle, lay a large, dark egg. Well, Hagrid said, growing increasingly uneasy, but Harry, I never intended to mix dragons with. I just want to raise a dragon. That's beside the point, Ron interjected, crouching by the fire to examine the egg more closely. It appears to be a Norwegian ridgeback egg, quite rare, and not inexpensive. Where did you acquire it? I won it, Hagrid replied. Last night, I was at the Hog's Head Inn, playing cards with a stranger. To be honest, the fellow was eager to be rid of it. But what do you plan to do once it hatches? Hermione inquired. Oh, about that, Hagrid said, pulling out a notebook. His finger traced the scrawled handwriting within. Here it is. After it hatches, feed it a mixture of brandy and chicken blood every half hour. Hagrid rambled on about his plans for dragon keeping, looking rather pleased with himself, while Hermione remained skeptical. Hagrid, don't forget you live in a wooden house, she cautioned. However, Hagrid seemed oblivious, contentedly poking the fire and humming a cheerful tune. Harry furrowed his brow and said, Hagrid, consider this. What would happen if someone discovered that you were illegally raising a dragon? Moreover, dragons are exceedingly perilous. While it may seem safe for you, what if one day, while you are patrolling the Forbidden Forest, it ventures into the castle? Before Hagrid, Harry exhibited a rare seriousness, rendering Hagrid's expression somewhat rigid. I do not know, Hagrid stammered. Precisely because you are unaware, I felt compelled to remind you, Harry replied. You may not realize that dragon eggs can be used to brew potions and create magical artifacts. The applications of a dragon egg are so numerous that I could scarcely enumerate them. You can acquire a dragon egg, yet you find yourself unable to part with it. Almost eager to relinquish it to me? Consider your position in managing the hunting grounds. Think of the precious materials you could procure and the multitude of wizards who covet your role. Contemplate the chaos that would ensue if a fire dragon were to appear at Hogwarts, affecting students, professors, and even Headmaster Dumbledore. Hagrid became flustered. His thought process was straightforward but not foolish. As Harry connected a series of clues, Hagrid comprehended that he had fallen into a trap. Clarify the specific circumstances of that time, Harry urged, and I shall devise a way to assist you. Chapter 68, Quirrell, Beautiful Dreams Shattered a Dragon Egg. A trivial matter to resolve. Even a dragon itself would not pose a significant challenge. He had mastered all the techniques required to construct a magical creature suitcase, particularly while experimenting with a Thunderbird feather energy storage device, although lacking mastery over weather charms and the non-detectable extension charm. Harry had to resort to Professor Flamel's alternative enchantment array, resulting in a creation far inferior to Scamander's. Nevertheless, concealing a dragon and providing for its needs posed no issues whatsoever. That night, although I had consumed considerable amounts of alcohol, I remember distinctly that I never gazed upon his face. He wore a hood, shrouding his features in shadow, Hagrid recounted, scratching his head in recollection. That fellow might have been a dragon dealer. He claimed we had a delightful conversation and treated me to over 100 glasses of fire whiskey. Hermione, Ron, and Harry regarded Hagrid, each lost in their own thoughts. Over 100 glasses of fire whiskey? Wait, you drank 100 galleons worth in one night. Impressive indeed. What else did you discuss? Harry inquired. Hagrid scratched his head again. Oh, just casual chatter about our favorite magical creatures, various beverages. I meant work and school. He clarified. Oh, there was plenty, he continued. He asked about my occupation, and I informed him I was the gamekeeper here. We subsequently spoke of dragons. He mentioned having a dragon egg and proposed a wager over a game of cards. However, he needed to ascertain whether I could handle the dragon. So he inquired about the largest pet I had ever cared for. I mentioned Fluffy, the three-headed dog, and then, wait, Hermione interrupted, you mean the three-headed dog? She and Harry exchanged glances, while Ron's eyes darted between their faces several times. Indeed, he seemed quite intrigued, doubting my ability to subdue a three-headed dog. I assured him that Fluffy was easily manageable. Just play some music, and he would fall right asleep. Hagrid's earlier confusion morphed into sheer terror. By Merlin, I cannot believe I divulged all of this to him. Harry continued to inquire, I understand your urgency. But please hold your horses and carefully consider what he was wearing that day. Hagrid pondered deeply for a long while, recounting each item of clothing one by one. In Harry's mind, the facade he had constructed began to merge with the image of Quirrell from that fateful night in Hogsmeade. Indeed, it was Quirrell. This fellow was still attempting to extract information from Hagrid, his caution bordering on paranoia. Harry surmised that unless he employed some serious tactics, Quirrell would have difficulty taking the bait. What a fool I am, Hagrid lamented, covering his face with his hands, panic etched across his features. Professor Dumbledore trusted me implicitly. Yet I divulged everything for the sake of a dragon egg. Now, Hagrid, Harry said, standing atop a chair and placing a reassuring hand on Hagrid's shoulder. This will have no repercussions. Just leave it to me. As for the dragon egg, you can rest assured that you may continue to care for it. And in the future, you can nurture other magical creatures. I shall never touch a drop of alcohol again. Hagrid continued to shield his face, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. Hagrid. Harry pressed a bit harder, gently prying Hagrid's hands away from his face. Look at me. Did you hear what I just said? I said, leave it all to me. You won't jeopardize Professor Dumbledore's plans, and you can keep the dragon. Really? Hagrid gazed at Harry, the glow of the hearth casting a fiery silhouette around him. But how is that possible? There are no impossibilities, Hagrid. I can create a magical creature carrying case for you, provided that you gather the necessary materials and promise to supervise it diligently, ensuring no magical beings escape the confines of the case. A magical creature carrying case. Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment. You mean like Mr. Scamander's? No. Harry shook his head. At present, it will be somewhat inferior to Mr. Scamander's version, probably half the size, with a more limited atmospheric composition. However, once I master the undetectable extinction charm and the atmospheric charm, it may even surpass Mr. Scamander's design. This endeavor involves some theoretical expansions on hex-based technology and runic fusion magic arrays, concepts that Harry found feasible in his mind. Yet, to genuinely initiate the development, he needed to ensure that his theories were devoid of any logical fallacies. However, for the time being, Harry found himself lacking in sufficient energy unless he could somehow stretch a day of 24 hours into 72. Oh, that would be more than adequate. Hagrid interjected quickly. Of course, I will supply the materials, but isn't this rather inappropriate? You seem quite busy lately. Just as the words were about to slip from his mouth, the allure of the magical creature carrying case seemed to grant him a sudden surge of emotional intelligence, prompting him to retract his statement. Moreover, if you're studying this, you ought to create one for yourself as well. I'll prepare a set for you. The salaries of the Hogwarts staff were decent, and Hagrid's rough lifestyle was largely due to his fondness for drink and personal habits. Gritting his teeth, he felt confident that he could gather the requisite materials. However, upon receiving the list Harry provided, his hands trembled slightly. All right, Hagrid muttered, his gums aching. Rest assured, I will have the materials ready before it hatches. Can it truly be done? Harry asked earnestly. My need for the magical creature carrying case is not pressing. Hagrid nodded vigorously, his teeth clenched. Very well, it's getting late. We need to attend to another matter, Harry said, pushing the rock cakes aside. We shall take our leave now. Hagrid understood that Harry intended to assist him in resolving the leak issue, and he quickly stood, stuffing some assorted Forbidden Forest treasures into Harry's hands, escorting the trio to the door. Ultimately, it was Harry who insisted that Hagrid need not accompany them any further, leaving Hagrid to watch as they departed. Harry, Hermione, and Ron conversed about Quirrell as they made their way to the entrance hall, where they ceased their discussion. Ascending the staircase, they passed by the Office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Harry knocked on the door. Quirrell opened it, revealing his head. Professor Quirrell, I hope you could kindly write me another book loan request, preferably for the restricted section, and if you happen to forget the title, that would be even better. Quirrell's lips twitched, yet he picked up a pen and wrote a note, handing it to Harry. Did not Professor Dumbledore already provide you with a loan request? Why see Quirrell again? Ron's voice caught Quirrell's attention, prompting him to listen further. That was for modifying the challenge. I cannot possibly consult the book on curses while adjusting the fluffy challenge, can I? Dumbledore would not. The sound of their conversation faded, leaving Quirrell unable to catch the latter part of Harry's words. However, he could distinctly hear the sound of his own heart shattering. The dragon egg he had painstakingly acquired had been given away for free, and there were also 153 galleons worth of wine. Chapter 69, Becoming Grindelwald? The following day, Quirrell encountered Harry in the lavatory. Harry, what are you doing? Quirrell inquired with a hint of curiosity. What business is it of yours? Move aside. Harry replied as he clutched a cauldron and dashed out of the lavatory, only to return shortly, glaring at Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, I warn you, do not speak carelessly. If I hear anyone discussing my potion brewing in the lavatory, you will deeply regret it. Harry fled. Quirrell remained stationary for a while, adjusting his attire before stepping outside. Throughout the day, he frequently encountered Harry, or more accurately, he discreetly trailed him, From this, he gleaned vital intelligence. Harry had concocted 3 potions in the lavatory, and they planned to visit Hogsmeade on Friday afternoon, taking advantage of the absence of classes to procure snacks and enjoy themselves until evening. This information was exceedingly crucial for Quirrell, who eagerly anticipated Friday. In such anticipation, time swiftly passed until the day arrived. After teaching upperclassmen, he trudged back to his office. Burdened by fatigue, fetched a small package, and departed from Hogwarts. He changed his attire amidst the underbrush in Hogsmeade and made his way to Honeyduke's, a shop beloved by Hogwarts students, confident that Harry would arrive, lying in wait. On this day, Honeyduke's was particularly desolate, devoid of any Hogwarts students, as they were only permitted to visit on weekends. He noticed a woman bustling about the store. She was the proprietress of Honeyduke's. Ambrosius, fetch another box of jelly slugs. My dear, we must prepare adequately. Come morning, those delightful little ones will arrive and deplete our stocks, she exclaimed. Behind her, a stout, bald man was hauling boxes from the cellar. Suddenly, with a thud, the man dropped a box to the floor, rolled up his wizarding robes to reveal his muscular arms, dashed out of the shop, and seized Quirrell by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Keep your filthy gaze to yourself, you repugnant wretch. Ambrosius bellowed at Quirrell, spittle flying into his eyes. Should I catch you leering at my wife again, I shall gouge out your eyes and stuff them down your throat, making you regret ever entering this world. And no, I merely wish to purchase some chocolate, Quirrell stammered in a hoarse voice, his protest sounding feeble. He had wandered near the entrance, as one often does when bored, unconsciously fixating on moving objects. Oh, you've been staring for quite some time. Surely you've found something to your liking. Allow me to give you an introduction, Ambrosius sneered, dragging Quirrell into the shop, where, under his duress, Quirrell reluctantly purchased a hefty assortment of chocolate. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Harry, who couldn't suppress a chuckle as he approached. Hermione and Ron trailed behind Harry, appearing somewhat awkward in their ill-fitting robes. Boss, Harry said, I'd like to buy some sweets, just these. Harry handed the meticulously prepared list to Ambrosius. Ambrosius first glanced at the slightly immature handwriting on the pristine parchment before raising his gaze thoughtfully to Ron, whose limbs were awkwardly positioned, and Hermione, whose ill-fitting attire was in disarray. Follow me, he beckoned. Over here are the ordinary sweets, while that wall displays candies with special effects. And those floating in the air are the delightful fruit-flavored drinks. As Ambrosius led the trio deeper into the shop, he sought out the confections listed while introducing them to the myriad delights around. Unbeknownst to them, they explored the majority of the shop's offerings: large slabs of creamy peanut brittle, glimmering pink coconut ice, an orderly array of countless chocolates, a vast tub of jelly beans, a generous container of honeycomb sweets, bubblegum that filled the room with bluebell-colored bubbles, and mischievous black pepper candies that would set one's nose ablaze. They purchased a substantial assortment, instructing Ambrosius to send it to Hogwarts as treats for the children. Ambrosius presented them with 3 tasting cards. These are tasting cards, which we often provide to customers who buy a considerable amount of sweets. You can attach these cards when you order candies, enabling us to mail new candy samples according to your address. This way, you need not visit the shop to discover the flavors of our latest confections. These tasting cards are anonymous and can be given to children or their friends. Furthermore, when venturing out, one must be cautious of those with ill intentions lurking in the shadows. The Duke of Honey will always assist wizards in need, as long as you call out for Ambrosius and Hogsmeade. After imparting this information, Ambrosius patted Harry on the shoulder and proceeded to gather the items, leaving only his broad silhouette behind. Harry, Ron, and Hermione left Honeyduke's and promptly returned to the Shrieking Shack. When they emerged once more, night had fallen, their garments fitting them seamlessly, and their movements became fluid. They made their way to the Hogshead Inn, but upon entering, the innkeeper approached them. Follow me, he said to Harry. I have matters to discuss with you. They entered a small private room within the inn, and the innkeeper closed the door behind them. Harry, I am Aberforth Dumbledore, he stated bluntly. Though I am loath to admit it, I am the younger brother of Albus Dumbledore. How did you recognize me? Harry asked, posing a crucial question. Hermione and Ron were equally astonished. That afternoon, they had exposed their identities as young wizards at Honeyduke's, returning to the shack to acclimate before venturing out at night. All a ruse for Quirrell's benefit. Prior to arriving in Hogsmeade, their endeavors extended beyond merely brewing Polyjuice Potion. They had spent several nights overcoming the various discomforts associated with its use, achieving a flawless assimilation into their transformed bodies. That is of little consequence. You may inquire with your guardian. Aberforth's expression grew markedly more serious. What matters is that you have killed a wizard. Yes, I am aware you were present that day. Harry replied with composure, but he was a dark wizard. A dark wizard is still a wizard, Aberforth retorted with agitation. What concerns me is not his demise, but you. I understand now. You fear I might become the next Voldemort, Harry remarked. Aberforth interrupted him with a rough voice. Listen, I have no worries about you becoming Voldemort. He was far more lost at your age, devoid of understanding love. You will not become Voldemort, but will you become Grindelwald? Harry uttered that name. Chapter 70. A fair price. Aberforth fixed his gaze on Harry, his eyes suddenly aflame with rage. How do you know that name? He demanded, his voice growing increasingly harsh, his demeanor bordering on madness. Of course, I might know even more, Harry replied. My teacher is Nicholas Flamel. Hermione maintained her composure. Though a flicker of doubt stirred within her, she distinctly recalled that Nicholas had never mentioned Grindelwald to them. Harry suddenly mentioned Professor Nichol. Every time I leave Hogwarts, I write a letter to my teachers, he continued. You cannot imagine the fury of an elder upon hearing that a student has suffered certain misfortunes. Hermione vaguely sensed Harry's thoughts. It seemed that the brother of Headmaster Dumbledore had once engaged in some peculiar dealings with goats. I was prosecuted by the Ministry of Magic for my reckless use of magic on goats, yet I have never encountered Aberforth with such bulging veins on his neck. Listen. The goats are inconsequential. What truly matters is that you have killed a wizard. Indeed, I have slain a wizard. Which leads you to believe I bear a resemblance to Mr. Grindelwald, Harry replied. My guardian once remarked that I remind him of a dear friend. But what of it? Harry fixed Aberforth with a steady gaze. I am simply myself, Harry Potter. I have no interest in your chaotic affairs. I shot that dark wizard because he uttered entrails. He was about to cast the entrail expelling curse upon us. What are you afraid of? Casually, Harry pulled up a chair, inquiring. Are you frightened that I might replicate Grindelwald's burning of Paris and ignite London anew? Or are you concerned that I will unearth every Death Eater and send their families to kneel before Merlin? Aberforth fell silent. I completely understand your wariness and aversion towards me, Harry said with a light tone, and I appreciate your potential cleanup efforts that night. I never intended to incite war for any ideology, as it would bring nothing but calamity and anguish. My sole aim is to bring the participants of that past to justice, sending them to Azkaban and the embrace of the Dementors. Aberforth's lips twitched. He could envision that scene. And what if someone intervenes? He could not help but ask. Then they are allies. No one has the right to forgive the perpetrators on behalf of those who perished in that war, or the suffering families, Harry thought to himself, sensing Harry's silence. Aberforth likely grasped his sentiments. After a tumultuous emotional struggle, Aberforth's demeanor shifted to an unusual calm. Well, I suppose it is a bit premature for me to ask you these questions, he said. That night, I assisted you in handling the aftermath. I wielded a wand made from a troll's nose hair, incinerating the body to ashes, then conjured a wind to carry those ashes skyward. How fortunate for him, Harry shrugged. So you simply wish to inform me of your significant assistance, seeking some intelligence in return? Aberforth nodded. Since you have completed your inquiries, let us discuss today's matters. Harry stated. You summoned me suddenly, which could potentially impact an important plan. I need you to feign anger, as if you discovered that the goat was a counterfeit. Merely a Siberian husky clad in goat skin. Aberforth's eyes visibly reddened, veins in his neck swelling. Yes, splendid. That is the emotion, Harry remarked. Additionally, I require compensation. I heard you recently sold over 100 cups of fire whiskey. That is extortion. Aberforth slammed the table. Do not forget. I assisted you in the cleanup to prevent your imprisonment in Azkaban. Your mood has improved, Harry praised, then calmly added, but those are two separate matters. You aided me in the cleanup, and I owe you a favor for the future. Conversely, you wasted my precious time, introducing variables into the plan, and I require recompense. With gritted teeth, Aberforth retrieved a galleon from his drawer and tossed it onto the table. Harry cheerfully picked it up and stuffed it into his pocket. Remember the emotion. We are leaving, he declared, summoning Ron and Hermione as they exited. Aberforth followed behind, his expression dark enough to draw rain. Inside the Hogshead Inn, many patrons noticed the scene. Quirrell huddled in a corner, thinking it entirely normal for the innkeeper to appear dour. Anyone discovering that the goods they sought were fakes would be furious. He waited until Harry and his friends settled down, downed the remainder of his drink, and approached to sit at their empty chair. I've seen you. I want everything you have. 20 bottles of antidote potions purchased from those earlier rascals, Harry replied. Quirrell sensed Harry's mirth. After all these days, it seemed he had not sold a single bottle. However, he soon realized he was the source of amusement. 3 galleons a bottle, Harry stated. He claims this is the first public sale of an antidote by a future master of potions. Thus it holds collectible value and is reasonably priced. Quirrell's mouth twitched. Even Snape, A master of potions would not dare sell antidote potions for 3 galleons a bottle. Where do you derive such confidence? Furthermore, do not think I am unaware. Snape has repeatedly asserted that your potions are subpar. You intend to sell me inferior antidotes for 3 galleons each? Clearing his throat, Quirrell rasped, I believe he possesses the potential to become a master of potions. But is not the price a tad excessive? Harry shook his head, his thoughts clear. When I purchased the goods, he sold me 2 gallons for 16 sickles. It would be reasonable for me to sell it on and earn 1 sickle. Otherwise, should I simply wait for the value to appreciate? I hope that when he becomes a master of potions, he will disclose the details of today's transaction, lest I regret it. Quirrell gritted his teeth. His voice hoarse yet amused, as he produced 60 golden galleons and handed them to Harry. Rest assured, I have conversed with him extensively. He is quite trustworthy. Harry passed over 20 bottles of inferior antidote and inquired, What goods do you possess? I have no goods, just money, Quirrell replied. But I am in need of some information. Speak, Harry said succinctly. First, let us drink, Quirrell said cheerfully. You have sold me a treasure with such potential for appreciation. I must treat you to a few drinks. What will you have? We shall only drink the finest, Harry declared as he produced 3 cups, tapping them on the table. Barkeep, bring forth the finest wine. This gentleman is treating us. Aberforth and Harry exchanged a knowing glance, instantly realizing that this fellow intended to take a cut. Wait a moment, I shall fetch it from the back, Aberforth said before disappearing into the storeroom, emerging with barrels of wine that had not been used in years. These barrels contained a variety of wines. By pressing the buttons atop them, one could dispense the desired drink. He filled one barrel with the most expensive wine to avoid any mishaps, and in the other, he prepared a delightful yet non-intoxicating sweet beverage for Harry. Emerging from the storeroom, he placed the barrel on Harry's table with a thud. Christmas fire vodka, 5 galleons a cup. Ah, but for your cup. It shall be 5 galleons and 1 sickle. 5 galleons and 1 sickle. Quirrell's throat dried at the memory of Hagrid drinking away 153 galleons. And he began to protest. Isn't it priced by the barrel? Quirrell tentatively inquired, pointing at the barrel. Are you insulting the finest wine at the hogshead? Aberforth retorted, his irritation palpable. Quirrell defended himself. I was merely asking, what are you asking for? Aberforth interrupted brusquely. The price tags have been set. Do you intend to coerce me into changing them? Aberforth brandished his wand, clearly indicating a willingness to duel should the situation escalate. Calm down, boss. He may not have brought enough money, Harry interjected, diffusing the tense atmosphere. He then turned to Quirrell, saying, I shall not let you overspend. Let us conclude today's transaction here. For the time being, I wish to enjoy the finest wine at the hogshead with my friends. Harry spoke, gesturing towards an empty table not far away, the very spot where Quirrell had previously sat. Quirrell gritted his teeth and slammed his purse onto the table. Yet his tone remained light. I merely heard that the Christmas flame vodka here is exquisite. I wish to purchase a few barrels, even if I cannot finish them. I can take some home and enjoy a few glasses before bed. Aberforth snorted, no longer angered by Quirrell's words. Having subtly hinted to Harry the location of the secret and confirmed that Harry understood, he retrieved a cup, placed it on the table. And with a flick of his wand at the rim, golden numbers floated into view, engaging in repetitive incantation. He performed the same spell 3 more times on the cup Harry had brought. I warn you, do not attempt to disrupt this enchantment, or I shall make you taste the soles of my shoes. He glared at Quirrell before turning away and departing. Harry discovered a mechanism on the barrel and brought his cup closer, filling it with the drink. After consuming it, the golden number on the cup transformed into a 2. He favored the non-intoxicating sweet beverage inside, which possessed a subtle strawberry flavor accompanied by a tingling effervescence, significantly better than the bitter Christmas fire whiskey. It tastes delightful. You should both try it, he urged Ron and Hermione. However, they both hinted that they preferred the Christmas fire whiskey. Quirrell poured himself a glass and began to sip slowly, keeping a watchful eye on Harry's demeanor. Soon, as Hermione and Ron pretended to slump over the table after their numbers changed to 6 and 8 respectively, only Harry and Quirrell remained drinking. Unbeknownst to him, Harry's cup number escalated to 54, and a noticeable flush spread across his face as he exclaimed his gratitude to Quirrell for the drink. Though Quirrell felt a pang of regret, he ultimately breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the moment had arrived. He began to lament, as long as you enjoy it, this may be the last time I drink. Eh? Harry inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. What has happened? One of my elders has set me certain trials to ascertain my capability to inherit the family estate before relinquishing it to me. However, the challenges he devised are far beyond what an ordinary wizard could accomplish. He aims to usurp my inheritance in broad daylight, Quirrell replied. Sighing, Harry lamented. My parents' legacy also lies in the hands of others. In my childhood, I was cast into a dreadful family. How can there be such despicable individuals in this world? From a distance, Aberforth listened intently, a smirk playing on his lips as he quietly took note. Indeed, Quirrell dragged out in a drunken tone, taking another sip. Seizing the opportunity while Harry fetched him more drink, he scrutinized Harry's expression, growing increasingly wary, pondering whether this young man had discerned something that could jeopardize his finances. What are these trials? Harry inquired. Perhaps I could assist you. We cannot allow these vile people to seize your inheritance. Quirrell felt a surge of comfort as Harry grasped the bait he had laid, while internally chastising himself for being overly suspicious. An 11-year-old child. What depth of thought could he possess? Surely he was merely inebriated and still adjusting to the effects of the potion. He instructed me to seek out Nicholas Flamel to borrow the Philosopher's Stone, but by the time I arrived, Flamel had already lent it to Dumbledore, Quirrell recounted. My friend, you cannot imagine the depths of my despair. I later approached Dumbledore, hoping to borrow the stone from him, but he would not lend it, claiming he was safeguarding it for Nicholas Flamel. Yet, I suspect they are merely passing the proverbial hot potato. They desire more galleons. They wish to drain me dry. Quirrell lamented. In truth, I do not care about the cost. I would give away every galleon I possess if I could secure the stone. Because if I fail to borrow it, those galleons will be reclaimed. But I dare not do so. I fear that even if I offer them my galleons, they may refuse to lend me the stone. I can only hope to find a more trustworthy individual to assist me. You live in Hogsmeade. You could aid me. Do you know how to obtain the Philosopher's Stone? Harry listened to Quirrell's statements, which were riddled with inconsistencies, yet possessed a certain twisted logic. If he had truly spent 11 years living with the Dursleys and had suddenly entered the magical world, he might have believed him. However, the current narrative presented by Quirrell was simply unconvincing. Harry forced a strained and contorted expression, saying, I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't dare to tell you easily, for it concerns Dumbledore. Even if you knew? Quirrell echoed Harry's words, his voice lowering further. Surely, you cannot truly know anything. Can you? Harry's gaze darted awkwardly. Indeed, my friend, you possess some insider knowledge. Quirrell's voice, tinged with excitement, suggested, we could steal the Philosopher's Stone. The galleons I have in hand could be yours. Once I reclaim my inheritance, I shall gladly share half of it with you. Harry glanced at the pouch of coins on the table, his expression torn. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Going to Hogwarts is too perilous. I understand. Chillois replied. I shall not let you take any risks. I know a student from Hogwarts who will assist us in retrieving it. A student? Harry pondered over the term, contemplating whether it was a feeble excuse conjured by Quirrell or if he had genuinely duped some student into assisting him. I possess certain information, Harry stated. But trust is a reciprocal matter. An essential piece of intelligence is worth 3,000 galleons, Quirrell interjected, finishing his drink. You may take this bag of money as a deposit. Once I ascertain the validity of the information, I shall provide you with the remainder. Harry's expression was one of deep emotion as he belched, imparting crucial information to Quirrell. After consuming 3 barrels of ale, Harry, with a pouch containing merely 1 galleon, draped one arm around Hermione and the other around Ron, staggering away. Meanwhile, Quirrell muttered the vital intelligence that Harry had just shared with him. Chapter 72, The Vanishing Flavor. Harry informed that the Devil's Snare is a perilous vine-like plant with a relatively low danger rating. When fully matured, the Devil's Snare can extend its serpent-like tendrils to ensnare those who venture too close, potentially resulting in injury or death. This plant flourishes in dark, damp environments, with light and warmth serving as its natural adversaries. Consequently, when confronted by an attack from the Devil's Snare, both the Incendio and Lumos spells prove to be highly effective countermeasures. Intriguingly, if one ceases to struggle, the Devil's Snare may voluntarily release its grip. However, there are instances where the Devil's Snare employs camouflage, mimicking the appearance of a crabapple plant, which can be misleading and may lead to a wizard's demise. Nevertheless, the Devil's Snare is insufficient to serve as a guardian for the Philosopher's Stone. Even a first-year wizard with a passing grade in herbology could competently handle it. When Quirrell first heard this information, he believed Harry was jesting. It was only when Harry slowly elucidated the matter that Quirrell recognized the true terrors of this obstacle. Breaking into a cold sweat, while feeling fortunate that his earlier deception of Harry had only been a ruse, as the Devil's Snare merely dulled the intruder's vigilance. Coated with a carnivorous fungus, a terrifying organism that thrives in symbiosis with plants yet consumes meat, the devil's snare posed a genuine threat. To further ensure the intruder's demise, they had laid a layer of traps and sharp stakes beneath the devil's snare. This challenge would surely exact a toll, even if it cost him his life. And this was merely the second trial. Who knew what other traps lay ahead? Quirrell hastily left the hogshead inn, preparing to risk being bitten by the monstrous dog, Fluffy, just for a glimpse inside. He vowed that if Harry's information held even a modicum of truth, he would do whatever it took to extract the remaining details from Harry. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions ventured into the shrieking shack. Is what you said truly accurate? Hermione inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. I genuinely wish to know how Professor Dumbledore acquiesced to you. That is a carnivorous fungus. If it were to spread throughout the castle, it could claim the lives of everyone. In truth, it functions as a disinfectant, Harry clarified. Due to its poor quality, it is so corrosive that it can harm the body, though it does not reproduce, rendering it effectively indistinguishable from the carnivorous fungus. And what about the traps and sharp stakes? Hermione pressed further. Why not substitute them with, say, gunpowder? I believe that would yield superior results. In the Middle Ages, there were witches who reveled in revealing their identities before being bound to a pyre, one which was reportedly burned 47 times. The text suggested that such a sensation was pleasurable, and perhaps Quirrell harbored a similar penchant, having mastered the spell to freeze flames. Moreover, the Acromantula had a penchant for the sharp stakes, as they wove their webs upon them, with the traps being a later addition. Wait, Acromantula. Ron shivered at the thought of spiders crawling. We can't simply allow Quirrell to breeze through this challenge on his broomstick. Casting Lumos, Harry shrugged, and with the disinfectant present, the Acromantula won't escape the room. But why? Ron questioned, perplexed. Are you not concerned about losing his trust by withholding the truth about the Acromantula? This is where Harry's cleverness shines, Hermione interjected on his behalf. Given Quirrell's understanding, he and Harry have only just met. If Harry divulged everything, Quirrell would surely become suspicious. Ron scratched his head, feeling an odd itch, as if something were growing inside. Harry grasped Hermione's hand and said, Hermione, I require your assistance with a matter. Hermione, her cheeks slightly flushed, replied, What is it? On the first day of Christmas, I noticed that the foul odor emanating from Quirrell had diminished somewhat. I also spoke with my guardian, who reassured me not to worry, suggesting that it might be due to Quirrell residing in the infirmary, thus lacking the opportunity to meet Voldemort, Harry explained. Hermione nodded, faintly recalling that Quirrell's visit to the infirmary had something to do with her as well. She had inadvertently placed the cauldron atop Quirrell's head. However, on our first trip to Hogsmeade, the stench from Quirrell was even less pronounced than on Christmas Day. Today, that odor has completely vanished. Miss Otter's expression grew considerably grave. Are you implying that Voldemort has likely not been in contact with Quirrell during this period? Or even that he has forsaken Quirrell altogether? Harry nodded. It is quite possible. If only these were discovered, I would find it challenging to deduce anything further. Hermione spoke, suddenly pausing, her eyes widening. Wait, Quirrell mentioned students today? Yet, I did not detect that foul odor on any of the students. Harry reminded her. Miss Otter pondered. As time slowly elapsed, her furrowed brow began to relax, as if she had grasped a clue. Did his scent diminish around Halloween? Hermione inquired. Harry shook his head in negation. But what about the time before Christmas when Fred and George chased Quirrell with snowballs and hit him on the head? Hermione inquired. Are you suggesting that perhaps beneath Quirrell's turban lies Voldemort himself? Hermione articulated a hypothesis that sent shivers down her spine, proposing that he had somehow merged with Quirrell's body through a form of magic unknown to us. That is preposterous. Your reasoning is utterly absurd, Ron interjected. Harry nodded, sensing that there was a missing element in the chain of logic. The potion I brewed that day was a hair growth elixir. Chilo should have sprouted a profusion of hair, stretching his headscarf, Hermione noted. Yet, there was no discernible change in Chilo. Initially, I assumed that the inadequate brewing time rendered it a failed concoction. It was only later that I discovered that insufficient brewing of the hair growth elixir would merely result in newly grown hair being dry and split. Thus, Chilo's condition was undoubtedly abnormal. Quite likely, Ron mused, stroking his chin, offering a suggestion. Perhaps we should investigate the admission records of the infirmary during the Christmas period. It is most probable that the mysterious figure departed from Chilo during that time and sought a replacement. Harry nodded in agreement. Yes. We shall pay a visit to Madame Pomfrey in a few days and take the opportunity to examine the patient register. No, Harry, Hermione countered his suggestion. Voldemort has instilled fear in the wizarding world for so long. and it is certainly not solely through dark magic. He would not leave such an overt clue. Hermione elucidated. At the very least, he would alter the register to mislead you. What then shall we do? Ron inquired, scratching his head. Harry, with his shoulders hunched, found himself in the realm of the Gorlisk dynasty, where his responsibilities were rather limited. His mentor, the astute Professor Renata, dictated his actions, allowing him to unleash the might of the royal treasury at will. Leave this matter to me, Hermione declared, her curiosity piqued regarding Voldemort's intellect, wondering if it truly matched his notorious reputation as the Dark Lord. What about Harry and me? Ron inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Hermione replied, Could you assist Harry and me in acquiring some strawberry pudding? Without further jest, Hermione turned to Harry with utmost seriousness. Harry, I urge you to have a conversation with Professor Dumbledore. Harry hesitated, sensing his deep-seated reluctance. He felt an undeniable grip on Hogwarts. During that fateful Halloween, when he sought my help to devise a plan, it was not merely to resolve an issue. He was offering me the chance to confront Voldemort directly. I still recommend you consider adding a layer of precaution, Hermione insisted. He is merely an elderly man, and everyone is susceptible to making mistakes, as we often do. Even if not for the sake of precaution, Professor Dumbledore has the right to be informed of these matters. Chapter 73. Let it be done, Harry, Dumbledore said. Lifting his gaze from the desk, would you care for a bit of cockroach cluster? Harry approached, pulled out a chair, and sat down, crunching on the pile of cockroaches. The scent emanating from Quirrell dissipated, leading me to suspect that Voldemort had departed from him. Dumbledore set down his quill, inquiring about the hospital wing admission form, suggesting I should seek Madame Pomfrey. You indeed possess a wealth of knowledge. It appears everything is within manageable limits, which brings me some solace. Harry noticed the letter Dumbledore was composing and asked, What are you writing? A letter to some old friends, Dumbledore replied, rubbing his forehead. As you know, locating Voldemort's Horcruxes is quite a challenge. Just a challenge? Harry sensed a hint of melancholy in Dumbledore's demeanor. Upon closer inspection, he observed the faint lines etched at the corners of Dumbledore's eyes, and his cheekbones seemed more pronounced, as though he had aged a decade in just a few days. This was a striking transformation for Dumbledore, who was typically animated, with a flowing hairstyle and a penchant for obscure words and British dry humor. It was a reflection of an uncontrollable and gruesome future. Once Voldemort's Horcruxes awaken, based on my understanding of him, he will undoubtedly stop at nothing to regain his power, resulting in the loss of many innocent lives at his hands. Harry discarded the pile of cockroaches, allowing them to scuttle about freely. He leaned casually against the chair, gazing out the window. So, you ventured to the Gaunt Manor? He inquired. Upon discovering this, Dumbledore tossed a ring onto the table, the heirloom of the Gaunt family, adorned with the Resurrection Stone. I could not resist the temptation to wear it. Harry turned his head and scrutinized the magnificent gold ring adorned with jewels on the table. Then he lifted his gaze to Dumbledore, whose sleeves covered his hands. Did you cut your finger? Harry inquired. Dumbledore extended his left hand, revealing his ring finger, which appeared charred and blackened, emanating an ominous aura. It seems to be a curse, Harry sighed. How much longer do you have? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Dumbledore replied, A year, if I rely on Severus's potions. Harry did not exhibit the sorrowful expression one might expect. His brow and eyes were serene, as if he had long accepted death as a commonplace occurrence. It appears that Professor Snape's reputation as a master of potions is somewhat exaggerated. Return my inheritance today. I intend to retrieve all my funds from Gringotts and reach out to all your acquaintances to assist me in gathering some materials. Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly. Are you suggesting that? Harry raised his hand, and golden threads swiftly wove through the air, transforming in the blink of an eye into an intricately complex golden rune array. A cerulean firearm discharged with a resounding bang, shattering the table and embedding itself into the floor. Dumbledore's mouth fell open in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Harry. You have only been studying for less than a week, and you have already mastered such a complex magical array? No, this is my greatest secret, the treasury of the king, Harry replied. It contains an entire compendium of soul research. If fortune favors us, before your demise, I might unlock that realm, and perhaps we could break this curse. Are you willing to wager your inheritance? Dumbledore inquired. Please, do not say it that way. I never gamble, Harry interjected. I simply believe that having invested so much, it is only right to reclaim my inheritance in advance. Harry reclined in the chair, gazing up at the ceiling of the headmaster's office. Why are you in such a rush for your inheritance? Dumbledore inquired, somewhat perplexed. Given your current academic performance and Gryffindor's standing, You need only to wait a few months to reclaim your fortune. Moreover, as far as I am aware, you possess a considerable amount of money at present, and Coral will also be sending you funds. Why the haste? Because I need the Philosopher's Stone to unlock the treasury of the king, Harry sighed. Do you think it's free to have a legendary alchemist craft the stone for you? Remember to write to my teacher and inform him that he need not remove the curse from Ravenclaw's diadem. Instead, he should expedite the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, and after a lengthy pause, he responded somewhat awkwardly. It seems Nicholas has never asked me for money. That is precisely why he doesn't welcome you to his home. Harry rolled his eyes. I intend to pay my teacher to ensure that I can at least have a cup of tea when I visit. You are his student. He should have offered you some support, at the very least, Dumbledore remarked, puzzled, as he believed Nicholas Flamel was not the type to neglect his students. It pertains to the legacy of our lineage and the dignity of my generation as chief, Harry elucidated. I need not be in such a rush. I could conserve my funds and gradually experiment with Hextech and Glorious Evolution, developing results that I could sell in Diagon Alley for a substantial profit. Then, I could use that money to purchase materials and attempt to create the Philosopher's Stone, which would save a great deal of expense. However, for now, I must have my teacher craft it for me. The cost of having a legendary alchemist produce the stone is enough to induce a stomachache just thinking about it. It certainly does not come cheaper than the materials. Dumbledore sensed Harry's yearning for gold galleons. To prevent any rift in their relationship, he offered, I can provide you with some assistance. Harry shook his head and remarked, while I wouldn't mind a little compensation if you wish to reward me, I advise you to save some. I am not relaying this information merely to treat you for free. To be frank, I hold a strong dislike for you, Guardian. You cast me into that dreadful home, gifting me a childhood that is irreparably scarred. Therefore, I will cover my teacher's fees, and you shall pay my consultation fees. Even if the fees are steep, do not expect me to show sympathy for your foolishness and disregarding advice and grant you a discount. Dumbledore remained silent, contemplating whether his finances could bridge this gap. Unbeknownst to him, after conversing with Harry for a while, the negative emotions wrought by death dissipated. Even his concerns over Voldemort's resurgence fading into oblivion. He did not even doubt Harry's potential luck in soul research. His current emotions were entirely consumed by worries about his estate. It had been ages since he felt so financially constrained. He lowered his gaze to the ground where a Hextech gun lay, once the location of his desk, now reduced to dust, beyond the reach of any repair spell. Equally irretrievable were his expensive quills, a stack of exquisite stationery, and an entire cabinet filled with honeydew sweets. His heart clenched painfully. He reached down, retrieving the Hextech gun, pulled out the Gunther family heirloom ring from the floor's crevice, dusted it off, pocketed it, and glanced at Harry. Is there anything besides Coral's scent? No, Harry replied, taking the Hextech gun and inserting it into the treasure vault. I have no mind for those puzzling games right now. I need to earn money. As for Voldemort's whereabouts, you can have Hermione guess. Let her exercise her intellect. I prefer not to think. All I need is for her to tell me whom to shoot. Chapter 74. Perhaps Filch would agree. Dumbledore handed Harry the key to Gringotts, granting him a full day off. Tomorrow, Harry could skip classes, draped in an invisibility cloak, and venture to Gringotts to retrieve his inheritance. This pleased Harry immensely, lightening his step as he departed. Dumbledore watched Harry leave, ensuring he was far enough away before leisurely exiting the headmaster's office. He arrived outside the room of requirement, a place he frequently visited. As one ages, it is not uncommon to wake in the night needing relief. He was accustomed to donning his night clothes and wandering to the tapestry depicting the giant beating the foolish Barnabas, murmuring a few times for the lavatory before slipping in for a quick respite and returning to the headmaster's office for sleep. However, today was different. He was not there for a restroom visit, but rather to save money. Moments later, stroking his beard with one hand and raising his wand with the other, he hurried away, a floating desk trailing behind him. In the past, he had been indifferent to Galleons, but now he found himself compelled to care. He could not afford to be unable to pay after a student healed him. Yet, he must hide the act of moving the desk from Harry. Despite feeling that his image before Harry had shattered like the portraits in the headmaster's office, he remained a genuine person who wished to maintain some dignity in front of his students. Harry was unaware of the extent of his fortune in the Gringotts vault. The goblins had informed him they did not count the assets for customers. This was the customer's responsibility. Consequently, when Harry returned to Hogwarts, he only recalled having a mountain of galleons, and he imagined it would be arduous to transport them using the small mine carts from Gringotts. The initial capital should suffice. Harry mused, but the more, the better. Hermione listened intently while Ron drooled with envy. I plan to officially open a shop in Diagon Alley during the holidays, Harry announced. I need your help. Opening a shop during the holidays? Hermione exclaimed, surprised. I recall you haven't quite figured out the magical array yet. I've had enough trial and error. I've nearly found a pattern. The energy source should be ready before the holidays. And the other items? Ron inquired. You can't just sell energy, can you? The other items are not a concern, Hermione interjected. The entire manufacturing plan is proposed by Harry. He only lacks the energy source. Ron shook his head. You're oversimplifying things. My father works in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Office for the Regulation of Magical Muggle Artifacts. He has discussed many product issues with me. What you're developing, aside from energy, can be considered somewhat akin to Muggle techniques. To sell them, you must at least pass inspection from the Office for the Regulation of Magical Muggle Artifacts. Before that, you'll need approval from the Department of Magical Goods. This approval is far more tedious than the other. You must first prepare a detailed paper including principles, usage effects, and other data to submit. The principles are manageable. But what about the usage effects? Who are you planning to maim? Hermione fell silent, realizing that the wizards at Hogwarts were generally whole and healthy. Normal people were unlikely to consent to losing limbs or organs. Unless you leave Hogwarts, but then the complications multiply. This involves the Department of Education. Young wizards cannot use magic off school grounds, let alone perform surgery. Perhaps Filch would agree, Harry suggested uncertainly. It might actually work, Ron nodded. That day, I saw an invitation in his office, much like a scam. Ron recounted his discovery of Filch's participation in a rapid spellcasting correspondence course to Harry and Hermione. Once the product is developed, I'll ask Filch. If he refuses, I can consult the Guardian. He always has a way. Harry said, and Hermione and Ron nodded, realizing this was the only feasible solution. Yet, the issues did not end there. Ron remarked, I'll think of a solution for the remaining matters. I'll ask my dad for advice. Fred and George have always wanted to open a joke shop. I'll consult them as well. What about the shop? Hermione inquired. I have a shop in Diagon Alley, Harry replied. No need to expend energy on that. We just need to clean the space and find someone to renovate it. What about supplies? Hermione raised the crucial question. I mean, we can't rely on Mr. Scamander to provide Thunderbird feathers. Professor Flammel mentioned that your line of work could assist many wizards. Mr. Scamander has plucked his Thunderbirds bare. He cannot possibly supply our required inventory. Perhaps we can approach Hagrid, Harry suggested. I can create a few magical creature suitcases, and through Ron S. father's connections, we can legally procure some Thunderbirds for Hagrid to raise. We could even have Hagrid think of something. Harry hesitated. Think of what? Hermione asked, suddenly realizing something. Covering her mouth. You don't intend for Hagrid to crossbreed Thunderbirds with a creature that produces feathers rapidly, do you? Harry nodded and continued. We also need some metal, which I can purchase from my teacher. You are utterly mad, Harry. Hermione gazed at him. I'm not referring to the metal. I mean the Thunderbird. What magical creature can be compared to a Thunderbird? I don't know, but Hagrid should have some ideas. I trust him, Harry replied, clearing his throat. Moreover, there's no rush. We cannot expand our industry too quickly. Even if we develop the energy source, I am the only one available during the holidays for production. Even if I abstained from food, drink, and sleep, it would be impossible for me to produce thousands in just one holiday. Hermione nodded slightly. What about Eileen? What are your plans? I mean, you had previously promised her that you would visit the Groning Company during the holidays to utilize their factory for prosthetic manufacturing. That is not an issue. I have already prepared the proposal for them, Harry quickly interjected. Furthermore, if Ron can persuade his father for some assistance, we could save on the cost of procuring metal by using the iron from Groning's drilling machines for the wizards. You wouldn't want to use iron as a substitute for silver, would you? Hermione inquired, hesitating. That would be too. I am not a heartless merchant. Harry shook his head. That silver plan was a last resort. Not every wizard in the magical realm can afford to buy silver with galleons. Moreover, if we can use iron, we can manufacture most components in the factory. According to Professor Nicholas, we must consider the benefit to a greater number of wizards, which should be our focal point. My father must have much to discuss with you, Ron remarked, glancing at the time. By the way, you're still going to Hogsmeade today, right? Hogsmeade. Hermione tilted her head towards Harry. I haven't miscalculated the time, have I? I am not going to the Three Broomsticks, Harry explained. I need to visit the Owl Post Office. Don't you have Hedwig? Hermione said. I recall that the Owl Post Office doesn't have an owl faster than Hedwig. He can't bear to part with her, Ron clarified for Harry. Hedwig is his own, while the owls from the owl post office are merely rented. Harry cleared his throat, his face slightly flushed, and said, I need to procure some seeds. The herbs I previously provided Neville with were of too low a value. I must acquire some more precious ones, lest I squander Neville's extraordinary talent in herbology. I certainly cannot send Hedwig to fly to Abergavenny, the Angel Isles, Godric's Hollow, Sardinia, and Transylvania, and then back again. Oh, it seems we ought to rinse him instead. Hermione, merely contemplating the map, felt a headache coming on. What about Quirrell? When do you plan to encounter him again at the Hog's Head? Sunday, Harry mused, quickly arriving at a conclusion. I should first create the magical creature's suitcase. Hagrid's dragon egg is on the verge of hatching. Hermione, with a hint of sympathy, remarked. It appears those poor owls will have to assist you in gathering materials for the magical creature's suitcase. Hasn't Hagrid managed to gather his materials yet? Ron inquired, somewhat puzzled. He was deceived, Hermione sighed. He encountered a fraudulent vendor at the Hog's Head, drank a few Alesh, and ended up giving away all his money. Ron fell silent, and after considerable thought, finally said, Hagrid is simply too naive. Actually, it's somewhat understandable, Harry replied. During last week's astronomy class, I observed the conjunction of the cultivation constellation and the expectation constellation. Saturn and Mars were overlapping. Ron looked perplexed. What does that mean? After a brief contemplation, Hermione elucidated on Harry's behalf. The cultivation constellation embodies themes of renewal, eagerness, adventure, while the expectation constellation signifies self-expression and generosity. Saturn represents acceptance and change, whereas Mars symbolizes impulsiveness and urgency. Therefore, according to the mystical astrological interpretations, it is quite reasonable for Hagrid to act in such a manner. Ron remained silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts, and eventually stammered, Is this what you learned from Professor LeMay? No, this is from Daisy, Harry clarified. She has been writing to us frequently. She is a sweet osmanthus tree, and her greatest joy is gazing at the starry sky. In fact, this month is rather favorable. The conjunction of the cultivation and expectation constellations is a good omen, but come June, our troubles may intensify. Ron scratched his head, bewildered. What is wrong with the constellations in June? According to the current celestial movements, in June, the Thunder constellation, the initial harvest constellation, and the cultivation constellation will align. Harry explained. The Thunder constellation. Ron latched onto the term, excitedly asking, Are you suggesting that stormy weather is approaching? Can I attempt to become an animagus? Not quite. Hermione quashed Ron's hopes. The constellations suggest that Voldemort may cause significant turmoil in June. Ron was incredulous. But Professor Dumbledore is here. Didn't Harry say he knows a great deal? The constellations have conveyed this to us, Hermione replied. According to mystical beliefs, this is a sign from the astral spirits, linked to the movements of the other world. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore is human, and humans are prone to errors. Most importantly, you should exercise caution. If our astrological interpretations prove correct, it may not be very friendly for you, a Pisces. Of course, you need not be overly anxious, Hermione added soothingly. Predictions from prophecies, divinations, and astrology can yield wildly varying results due to a single data deviation or mere chance. Our understanding may not be as profound as Daisy's, and we could simply be misinterpreting. Ron sighed. In the following weeks, Ron was troubled, for during astronomy classes, he observed that the movements of the constellations aligned almost perfectly with Harry and Hermione's predictions. I am truly becoming increasingly unfortunate. One evening, Ron lamented while sipping whiskey. Harry, surely I won't face calamity in June, will I? Do not worry too much, Ron, Harry replied, stacking the suitcases. While astrology is indeed more scientific than tea leaf reading or crystal ball gazing, there can always be peculiar circumstances. Besides, we have yet to reach June. The astral chart may not unfold as we anticipate. Live in the moment and find joy. I am not joyful, Ron said, resting his head on the bedside table, the whiskey bottle clattering to the floor. The centaurs in the Forbidden Forest claim your predictions are accurate, asserting that you are born astrologers. Are you still venturing into the Forbidden Forest? Harry asked. Of course. I cannot spend every detention gnawing on rock cakes at Hagrid's hut. Unlike you, I am not wealthy. I must gather materials from the Forbidden Forest to sell and sustain myself. Ron burped, complaining, suddenly realizing he had misspoken. He refrained from mentioning his family wealth, knowing it might remind Harry of his parents. No, that is not what I meant. I understand, Harry interjected, placing down the suitcase and patting Ron's shoulder. Tomorrow, let us visit Hagrid. We should have a chat with him, and I will invite Professor Lupin as well. The two of them together always provide excellent counsel. I intended to go as well, Ron said. I cannot let you move all those suitcases by yourself. I truly did not anticipate that you would create 5 magical creature suitcases in just a few weeks. If sold, you would certainly make a handsome profit. The market for magical creature suitcases in the English wizarding world is rather poor. Harry shook his head. This item requires approval for export. And you know how the ministry operates. They might even incur losses. Well then, how is Quirrell faring? Ron inquired. Having been preoccupied with his own worries about June's potential misfortunes, hardly focusing on Quirrell's affairs, Harry pondered for a moment and said, I sold him information about the 3rd challenge and earned 3,000 galleons. He had no suspicions, merely hoping that the intelligence I provide in the future will be more reliable. However, there are only 7 challenges in total, so if we calculate, you can only earn 21,000 galleons from Quirrell. Ron counted on his fingers. At 3,000 per challenge, I can only receive 15,000, Harry remarked. Dumbledore designed the 5th challenge, and he doesn't need the information from the 1st challenge. That's not acceptable, Ron replied. He's aiding Voldemort. You mustn't be soft-hearted and settle for such a paltry sum. I never stated that I would only sell information once per challenge, Harry retorted, snatching Ron's whiskey. Now, enough of that. Get some rest. Tomorrow, we shall visit Hagrid. Chapter 76. The Order of the Phoenix. The following day was Saturday, and a hungover Ron lay curled up in his blanket, drooling onto the pillow. With a sudden tug, Harry yanked the blanket away, allowing the warm sunlight to stream through the window and illuminate Ron's pink pajamas. It's noon. We must seek out Hagrid, Harry declared, shoving a pumpkin pasty into Ron's mouth. If you wish to avoid gnawing on rock cakes for sustenance, you had better eat quickly. There is hot milk on the bedside table. Ron munched on the pumpkin pasty, chasing it with hot milk, gradually shaking off the discomfort of his hangover. He observed Harry bustling about the dormitory, bent over as he dismantled a telescope, then rising to rummage through various books on the shelf, carelessly sweeping bottles and jars into his Gringotts bag. Ron noticed that Harry's black wizarding robe appeared almost ethereal and abstract, as if he had encountered some joyful tidings. What could it be? He inadvertently caught sight of the silver badge gleaming in the sunlight at the center of Harry's robe. What is that? Ron inquired. You mean this? Harry pointed to the badge on his chest with a hint of pride. This is the Order of Merlin badge. What on earth do you need that for? Ron asked, somewhat bemused. I have joined the Post-War Foundation, Harry recounted, explaining that he had written a letter to Diggory recently, inquiring about how many wizards he had contacted, particularly those suffering from disabilities. The Post-War Foundation? Diggory? Ron's expression was one of confusion. It is an organization dedicated to improving the lives of wizarding families affected by the First Wizarding War. Diggory is its founder. I intend to provide all products from my future enterprise, Order of Merlin, free of charge to the Foundation, ensuring that all disabled wizards can obtain new bodies. This badge serves as proof that they can redeem components from Order of Merlin at no cost. Ron halted his chewing, staring blankly at Harry in astonishment. Harry found Ron to be inexplicably dull, devoid of any desire to boast. He turned away and resumed his tasks. After some time, he heard Ron's voice from behind. Why? Harry turned his head, perplexed. What do you mean, why? Ron straightened his posture, carefully choosing his words. You are quite avaricious, exceedingly so. It seems you would strip the skin from Quirrell and tuck it into your purse. I am acutely aware of your financial struggles. You require a substantial amount of galleons to procure the materials for the Philosopher's Stone, which amounts to a staggering 900,000 galleons. Providing so many wizards with the components for the glorious evolution, even if we merely consider the cost of materials, would amount to astronomical figures that could lead to your ruin. I am not suggesting that your idea lacks merit. On the contrary, I wholeheartedly support it and find it rather grand. But my friend, do you feel I am being irrational? Harry chuckled, answering his own inquiry. I assure you, I am not being irrational. Allowing them to utilize the glorious evolution components can be perceived as a form of extensive advertising. While these advertisements may not yield a return on investment, indeed, I will incur losses, and substantial ones at that, after careful calculation. I am certain they will not lead to my downfall. As for my motivations, it may be attributed to Mr. Diggory, who gifted me a shop in Diagon Alley when I first entered the magical realm. Ron shrugged. Well then, my friend, since you are already prepared, I have nothing further to say. Consider this my contribution. Though I am quite impoverished, I can still manage to scrape together a little something. If I toiled diligently before the holiday, I should be able to gather 1,000 galleons. Honestly, it is hard to fathom that just a year ago, I had no more than 10 nuts in my pocket, and now I am beginning to accumulate galleons, collaborating with you to transform the magical world. Ron's musings lingered in the dormitory as they met Hermione in the common room and departed the castle. White clouds glided slowly above the castle, with beams of sunlight filtering through the gaps, illuminating the overgrown highlands. In the distance, 3 figures could be discerned making their way to a small cabin at the edge of the forest, with 5 large trunks floating behind them, spinning in midair. "What cheerful news have you encountered?" Hermione inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity as her gaze drifted to the badges on Harry and Ron's chests. "Ah, this is Harry once again showcasing his badge. You are actually preparing for such a grand endeavor," Miss Otter exclaimed, covering her mouth. "Count me in as well. Professor Flammel has bestowed upon me numerous properties in Diagon Alley. I can utilize the rent from them each year." Harry pulled a badge from his pocket and handed it to Hermione, who joyfully adorned herself with it, her chest puffing up slightly. It is hard to fathom that they are merely 11 years old. What were you doing at that age? In the headmaster's office, Nicholas Flammel, Digger, and Dumbledore sat drinking tea. "I was studying potions with Stinchcombe, and that was also the year I first delved into alchemy," Nicholas remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he glanced at Digger. "I must say, you have managed the post-war foundation well for these 3 children." "Of course, that was my intention," Digger replied without hesitation. "When I received Harry's letter, I was bewildered. I thought he intended to use his inheritance to assist those wizards." "So, you stumbled into Hogwarts as if searching for a lavatory," Dumbledore noted, his eyes crinkling beneath half-moon spectacles. "Decades ago, you were much the same." Indeed, I could hardly believe that Harry had already achieved so much at the age of 11. To be honest, he astonished me. This complete set of magical artifacts represents a significant innovation for the wizarding world. Straying from the topic, Nicholas tapped the table. "Although I occasionally find Albus vexing, I must admit that gaining fame too early is not a blessing. Especially during perilous times in the magical realm, he will find himself in the crosshairs, targeted by dark wizards. I do not wish for my students to suffer even the slightest harm. The Voldemort lurking within the school allows my students to train and grow. Yet, the other Horcruxes must be dealt with by us old-timers, along with those ancient dark wizards and the fence-sitters intertwined with them. Should they dare to show their faces again, we will eliminate them one and all." In that moment, the venerable elder, frail as a biscuit yet possessing an imposing presence, radiated authority. Of course, Dumbledore coughed lightly, urging him not to become overly agitated. While I was indeed affected, Harry and Hermione remained quite safe. "It is best that way," Nicholas huffed. "They are my only 2 students. If they cannot find peace under your tutelage, I shall take them away. In my domain. Should Voldemort dare to approach, I shall ensure his demise." Seeing Nicholas's temper flare again, Digger quickly shifted the conversation, inquiring about the revival of the Order of the Phoenix. Chapter 77, Thunderbird and Sheep. "Quite smoothly," Dumbledore replied. "Moody, Fudge, Snape, McGonagall, Hagrid, Lupin, Flitwick, Tonks, Jones, and Podmore have all chosen to return to the Order. Besides them, the Weasley family is also involved." "The Weasley family?" Digger furrowed his brow. "How did they become entangled?" Dumbledore sighed. "It is due to Ron Weasley, their youngest son. Upon learning from Harry that Voldemort was still alive, he wrote a letter to his family at Hermione's urging, prompting Arthur and Molly to seek me out." "Because of the Pruitts?" Digger asked. "Yes, they do not wish for tragedy to strike their children again. Molly does not want her daughter's future to mirror her own, having lost a brother." "But you just mentioned a family," Digger reminded him. "Their children are already involved?" "Ah yes, Molly's 2 eldest sons, Bill and Charlie. It was also Ron's letter that warned them not to return to England. However, upon receiving it, they wrote to me, disregarding everything to resign from their positions." Digger fell silent. "The Weasley couple may participate, but let us not risk the children," Nicholas interjected. "Tell me where they work, and I shall leverage my connections to reject their resignation requests." "Bill is a curse breaker for Gringotts in Egypt, and Charlie works with dragons in Romania," Dumbledore stated. "Leave this matter to me," Digger replied. "I know a seasoned curse breaker who can assist Gringotts in unearthing more mummies. As for Romania, I can arrange for the mother dragons to breed more." Dumbledore and Nicholas turned their attention to him. Digger rubbed his nose. "What about the location?" He redirected the topic. "For now, it will be at the Hogshead Inn," Dumbledore replied. "Likely next year, We will move to Nicholas's alchemical castle. Next year? Digger looked toward Nicholas Flamel. Yes. By the time I finish crafting the Philosopher's Stone, Lucifer and Daisy will be able to open portals in Hogwarts, London, Paris, and Azkaban, facilitating cross-border support for our members. Wait a moment, Digger interjected. You mean Azkaban? As a precaution, if any issues arise within the organization, I will instruct Lucifer to cast them into Azkaban to experience the kiss of the Dementor. Ahem, Dumbledore coughed lightly. Rest assured, no one will act recklessly. You can trust the wizards who join the Order of the Phoenix. Nicholas disregarded Dumbledore, silently gazing out the window. The white clouds continued to drift, and the three youngsters had vanished from sight on the breezy highlands. They're about to emerge. Hagrid ushered them into the small hut. The egg lay on the table, already bearing a deep crack. Something inside was stirring, producing a delightful clicking sound. Whether Harry, Hermione, or Ron, it was their first time witnessing a dragon hatching. They all shifted their chairs closer to the table, holding their breath, keenly observing. Hermione was curious about the appearance of the dragon. Ron was intrigued by its actions post-hatching, while Harry pondered whether the little dragon emerging would possess the aesthetic appeal of a Savannah dragon. Suddenly, with a sharp scraping sound, the egg cracked open. The little dragon wobbled on the table, flapping its wings. Harry felt a twinge of disappointment. It was not particularly beautiful. He thought its appearance resembled that of a crumpled black umbrella. Its spiky wings appeared disproportionately large compared to its slender, dark body. Its nose was notably elongated, with white nostrils, and it sported horn-like bumps on its head, while its orange-red eyes protruded outward. When it sneezed, sparks flew from its nose. Isn't it beautiful? Hagrid murmured as he reached out to stroke the little dragon's head. The dragon bit down on his finger, revealing sharp teeth and grinning mischievously. It said it loves me. Hagrid chuckled. First of all, it's rather ugly. Harry interrupted Hagrid's reverie, to which Ron added, secondly, it's hungry. All right. Every half hour it needs a mixture of brandy and chicken blood. I'll get it. Hagrid hurriedly pulled out a bottle of brandy from beneath the bed, pouring it into a bowl, and then dashed outside to catch a chicken, swiftly slitting its throat to let it bleed. This amount is sufficient. Too much chicken blood will be overly rich, Ron cautioned. Hagrid promptly discarded the chicken, and Hermione waved her wand, casting a healing spell on it. The chicken scurried away, while the little dragon crawled eagerly to the bowl, stretching its neck to drink the mixture of chicken blood and brandy. Goodness, it can certainly eat, Hagrid remarked tenderly. It will surely grow into a handsome young fellow. She's a girl, Hagrid, Ron replied. I suspect you haven't even glanced at the Dragon Care Manual. And she is indeed quite ugly, truly one of the ugliest dragons I've seen. The pictures Charlie sent me, each one is more appealing than her. Hagrid was unconvinced. And Harry pulled out a piece of parchment, skillfully sketching the form of a Hebridean black dragon. Ron was captivated, and Hagrid felt a twinge of guilt as he too was enchanted. Where did you see that? Hermione questioned Harry intently. This is the most beautiful dragon I've ever seen. Ron interjected, perhaps we should nurture her in that direction. I'll ask my brother for some dragon care notes tomorrow, to prepare a suitable exercise regimen and nutritional plan for her. Hagrid nodded in agreement, suddenly recalling something and rubbing his hands together. Oh, by the way, those 5 crates outside are for you. 5? Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment. 5 magical creature trunks? Indeed, these magical creature trunks are quite spacious. They should suffice for the time being. But wouldn't that be inappropriate? They are rather valuable. Hagrid hesitated. It's not a gift. I need your help to raise a Thunderbird. I require regular collections of Thunderbird feathers, Harry clarified. If you could assist me in breeding a variety that sheds its feathers like a sheep, that would be even better. Thunderbirds and sheep. Let me think. Hagrid mused. Perhaps I could consult Dumbledore's brother, Aberforth. He has great knowledge of goats. Of course, I believe you have the capability, Harry smiled. And it's not without compensation. Consider it a partnership, and you will receive a share of the profits at the end of each year. Partnership? Hagrid inquired. As the wizarding world stabilizes, the population of wizards will grow exponentially, leading to an increased demand for various magical materials. To preemptively address this, I intend to establish a magical creature conservation society at Hogwarts, dedicated to fostering sustainable collection of materials from magical creatures. Harry spoke for an entire afternoon. Yet Ron could not shake the feeling that his friend had conjured up the idea on the spur of the moment, perhaps to avert a future predicament where Hexdeck might find itself lacking in resources. After all, whenever Harry conceived a new notion, he would invariably share it with Ron in their dormitory. Unbeknownst to Hermione, who was unaware of the little tale between Harry and Ron, Her eyes sparkled with interest, and she was on the verge of requesting membership when a noise at the door interrupted her. Chapter 78. The Hogwarts Magical Creatures Protection Society. The Hogwarts Magical Creatures Protection Society. A splendid concept indeed. Professor Dumbledore and Hagrid promptly rose, Hagrid stammering, "Please, come in." "Don't be anxious. Calm yourself, Hagrid," Dumbledore replied in a gentle tone, his expression warm. "I am here to see Harry." "Ah, Mr. Guardian," Harry said. "Is there something you need?" What initially appeared to be a fortuitous occurrence now seemed tinged with complications, as Dumbledore remarked. "Diggory wishes to bequeath the post-war foundation to you." "To me?" Harry exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Has something happened?" "No," Dumbledore clarified, gesturing towards the badge on Harry's chest, the badge of glorious evolution. "He believes that despite your youth, you possess remarkable capabilities. The post-war foundation represents an excellent opportunity for growth." Hearing that Diggory was unharmed, Harry felt a sense of relief and remarked, "However, I am quite busy and not particularly fond of exerting my mind in this regard. To be honest, the matters of business alone have overwhelmed me." "But you have yet to embark on any business ventures," Dumbledore interjected. "You merely extorted Malfoy, sought assistance in dealing with the troll. And those few wands you sold," Harry interrupted Dumbledore with a cough, "that was merely a fluke. Fortune shall favor me." He held a steadfast belief in the deity of wealth, who transcends time, and regarded business as a realm steeped in magic. Although on the surface those enterprises appeared to be his, they were, in truth, meticulously managed by his mentor, Renata. During this period, he genuinely felt overwhelmed, and he harbored a lingering suspicion that without the support of Ron and Hermione, his shop might have faced closure on the very first day of its glorious inception due to violations of ministry regulations. "So, are you prepared to take over the post-war foundation?" Dumbledore inquired, then casually added, "Diggory will be quite occupied in the coming days, as he has significant matters demanding his attention." Dumbledore did not elaborate further, but everyone in the small room, save for Hagrid, could surmise the nature of Diggory's endeavors. It was undoubtedly related to Voldemort and the Horcruxes. "All right," Harry shrugged. "Perhaps we should implore Hermione. She possesses a remarkable aptitude for this sort of thing." "Huh," Hermione replied, bewildered. "Dumbledore did not mention who would manage the affairs once the inheritance is passed to you." Dumbledore nodded. "Miss Granger has always been exceedingly dependable. Perhaps you could discuss it privately." Ron nodded in agreement, while Hagrid grinned foolishly. "Huh?" Hermione appeared even more perplexed. It seemed to be the consensus, so the responsibility for the post-war foundation was entrusted to her. Harry placed a hand on Hermione's shoulder, his brilliant golden eyes fixed upon her. "We can rely on you, can't we?" "Wait, what?" Hermione suddenly realized that this task had inadvertently become her obligation. Well, she hadn't actually intended to refuse. Who could turn down the chance to be recognized and to shine while aiding others? Dumbledore said, "Now that it is settled, let me elucidate the situation regarding the post-war foundation. Currently, the list of affected wizards contains the information of 248 individuals. There are no specific aid measures in place, and they would not be inclined to accept assistance without justification. You must devise your own solutions. You have 500,000 galleons at your disposal, along with 3 shops in Diagon Alley and 5 in Nocturne Alley. 2 of the Diagon Alley shops already have owners and are projected to provide you with around 50,000 galleons this year. The last shop in Diagon Alley is under Harry's control and has yet to open. The 5 Nocturne Alley shops have fallen into disrepair. The area is quite hazardous, and I do not advise you to address it this year." Once Dumbledore had imparted the remaining details and handed over the property deeds and Gringotts vault keys to Harry, he departed, leaving the 4 of them in the small room, exchanging bewildered glances. "I never expected that before completing your first year, you would be handling such matters," Hagrid remarked, admiration and envy gleaming in his eyes. "When I was in first year, I was still playing with spiders. But there is plenty to do," Ron added, fortunately. "We have Hermione." Harry nodded in agreement, then turned to Hermione and inquired, "Hermione, do you have any plans?" Hermione took a deep breath and replied, "They do not accept funding. The only means to transform their lives is to provide them with stable employment. However, nearly 3,500 wizards, that is a daunting number. I cannot fathom how to secure jobs for so many people when we only possess 500,000 galleons." Hagrid was eager to interject that 500,000 galleons was a considerable sum, yet the words lingered on his lips. Indeed, it was a substantial amount. But when divided among over 3,000 wizards, how much would remain? Harry rubbed his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "I recall that the deepest part of Nocturne Alley is an expanse of barren land. Ron and Hagrid exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what Harry was insinuating. How do you know there is a wasteland in Knockturn Alley? Hagrid pondered, shaken by the alarming inquiry. He had been there before. Ron attempted to clarify for Harry, but I failed to grasp your meaning. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hermione inquired, are you suggesting we build a factory there? Indeed. The processes at Hextech intertwine technology with the arcane. Even those meant for muggles are fundamentally shrouded in magical secrecy. Manufacturing alone, I cannot satiate the market's demands. Initially, I envisioned employing the Philosopher's Stone to create a foundational base, thereby constructing a grand runic array that replicates the mechanisms of the Artificer to rectify this dilemma. However, such Hextech products would no longer be the unique artisanal treasures they once were. Perhaps these 3,000 wizards could serve as a valuable asset to us. Hermione nodded slightly, contemplating the feasibility of the idea. No, that's too perilous. Knockturn Alley is fraught with danger, Hagrid interjected, disrupting their audacious thoughts. It is rife with dark wizards, and even the Ministry of Magic struggles to maintain order there. What are you afraid of? Ron retorted. We have over 3,000 wizards on our side. But Harry, did you just say that even those meant for muggles utilize some form of magic? Harry nodded. Ron inhaled sharply, exclaiming, you truly disregard the secrecy law. Are you certain you can keep this from the Ministry of Magic and the muggles? There's a silent self-destruct mechanism, Harry replied. They cannot dismantle it. Initially, I intended to submit a theoretical paper to the Ministry, all based on ancient magical texts and some mechanical constructs. Impressive. My father would certainly resonate with your insights. Ron praised, giving Harry a thumbs up. They conversed with Hagrid for quite some time, until darkness enveloped them, returning to the dormitory with a wealth of discoveries. The collaborative development plan of Hex Technology, the Post-War Foundation, and the Hogwarts Magical Creatures Protection Society was solidified that afternoon. In the second week of May, as dawn broke, Harry, sporting dark circles under his eyes and brimming with excitement, threw back Ron's covers and shook him awake by the shoulders. Look, Ron. Chapter 79. Heart of the Thunderbird against the glass window, rain poured in torrents. Ron, now fully awake, shoved aside the bothersome blankets, leaped from the bed, and rushed to the window, pressing his face against the glass, his eyes fixated on the gray sky through the rain. Thunder rumbled. Jagged lightning split the heavens. Silver arcs like serpents, intermittently unleashing a deafening roar upon the world. A storm. Harry, the storm is here, Ron exclaimed, elated. He had grown weary of waiting for the tempest, tired of pointing the tip of his wand at his heart with each sunrise and sunset, while reciting incantations. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. He hurried back to his bed, grasped his wand, donned his robes, kicked aside his obstructive shoes, and flung open the window, leaping forth. His wizarding robes billowed in the gusts. Just before he would have landed in the muddy ground, Ron waved his wand and shouted, Wingardium Leviosa. Suddenly, his body felt as light as a feather, and he landed gracefully on the ground, his pristine feet sinking into the earth, sending ripples of mud splashing around him. He sprinted into the distance, each step causing bursts of mud to bloom beneath his feet. Harry caught up and inquired, Where did you bury it? Under the Whomping Willow. Ron replied, What a coincidence, Harry said. The two, drenched in the torrential rain, retrieved a stone and struck it against the gnarled roots of the Whomping Willow, then crawled beneath its branches to begin digging. Soon, they unearthed 2 shallow graves, revealing a crimson potion that caught their eyes. They simultaneously lifted the lids and poured the potion into their mouths, pointing their wands at their hearts. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. In that instant, a wave of intense pain surged through them, accompanied by the rapid beating of their hearts. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, devoid of panic. They had anticipated this moment, and visions of their impending transformations began to materialize in their minds. Shortly thereafter, their figures vanished, replaced by a stag and a hound. Wow, you're quite large, exclaimed the hound, its voice unmistakably Ron's, surprisingly transformed into a stag. Indeed, Harry replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he recalled the image of a majestic stag, which felt somewhat unsuitable. Don't say that, my friend, Ron jested, mimicking a playful gesture with his canine head. While you may have difficulty sprinting through the streets, your sudden transformation into a stag will surely be quite effective. You could even impale an adversary on your antlers. What are you? Harry asked, dismissing his earlier concerns as he trotted around Ron. A shepherd dog? No, not quite, Ron clarified. I'm a Jack Russell Terrier, renowned for hunting otters. Hunting otters? Harry sensed something extraordinary about this revelation. Indeed, hunting otters, Ron nodded, shaking his dog head, inadvertently recalling the image of a Jack Russell chasing after Hermione, who always carried herself with such pride. Upon their return to Gryffindor Tower, the storm continued to rage outside. After clearing the water from the windowsill, Ron settled at the foot of Harry's bed, watching him with interest. Are you saying you summoned me today not because of the storm, but because of this? Ron mused, fiddling with a deep blue hexagonal object, his fingers gliding over the magical inscriptions adorning its surface. Harry explained, well, the energy storage magical array is complete. Now we just need the energy channeling array. He grasped his quill, meticulously inscribing intricate symbols onto the parchment. Ron leaned closer, scrutinizing the work. Although he found it somewhat perplexing, he sensed that Harry was finalizing something significant. Is the energy channeling array nearly ready as well? Ron inquired. Harry set down his quill and stretched, murmuring, in just a couple of days, I should be nearly finished. There are a few incantations I still need to decipher, but after a few more attempts, I should have no trouble. That's splendid, Ron exclaimed, and resumed fiddling with the dodecahedron. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, did you not leave an opening to replace the Thunderbird feather? Harry explained that the energy of Thunderbird feathers is exceedingly unstable. Even the slightest breach could potentially cause the heart of the Thunderbird to explode. The heart of the Thunderbird? Ron inquired. Its name, Harry responded. In fact, the energy storage enchantment could have been completed by the end of April, but due to the retained function of replacing the Thunderbird feathers, the energy eroded the enchantment, resulting in an explosion. Ron recalled that during that period, Harry had prominent dark circles under his eyes, often staying up late, and his mood was somewhat anxious. As if he were caught in a conundrum. He asked Harry, but Harry remained silent. Now it became clear it was due to this matter. Speaking of stability, have you considered the issues that might arise from a collision? Ron asked, shrugging his shoulders. You know how some wizards are always seeking thrills. No need to worry. When the damage reaches a certain threshold, the heart of the Thunderbird will self-destruct. Harry took the Thunderbird heart from Ron's hands and pointed at the inscriptions etched upon it. Continuing, these are self-destruction incantations. When certain predetermined conditions are met, they will obliterate the surrounding inscriptions. This was a serendipitous discovery during my research on magical inscriptions, and it has come in handy. We can salvage these shells and assist our buyers in recharging them by dismantling the components, inserting Thunderbird feathers, and using magic to ensure a flawless fit. We can then re-engrave the inscriptions that the self-destruction mechanism has obliterated, eliminating any potential hazards. This will spare us the trouble of manufacturing new shells, especially since our manpower is limited. The shells require mithril, which is conspicuously valuable and cannot be sourced from Muggle factories without significant risk. Unlike shells crafted from steel, which could conceal self-destructing cores within, falsely presenting them as technology. By covertly acquiring certain items from Muggle factories and bringing them to the back alleys. Don't pretend you Haven Tea entertained that idea, Ron suggested. Of course, I've been contemplating this for quite some time, Harry replied with an open-handed gesture. However, the assembly line process cannot be scaled up too much or too conspicuously. Meeting market demands is quite challenging. We are still short-staffed, Ron sighed, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. After a considerable pause, Ron suddenly had an idea and asked, Harry, what if we delegate the tasks of maintenance and recharging the energy to others? Admittedly, this would mean we would earn less from energy sales in the future, but we could expedite the sale of our equipment. Harry began to ponder the gains and losses. Although the energy sector proved lucrative, entrusting others with maintenance and recharging would inevitably result in a portion of the market being relinquished. However, he had merely surrendered a few detachable magical runes, while the most vital manufacturing techniques remained with him. Even though the Thunderbird's heart was crafted from mithril, it would require replacement after several decades. Thus the losses would not be excessively burdensome. Most importantly, he was in dire need of funds, and Ron's suggestion had a high feasibility. Do you know any shopkeepers in your vicinity? Chapter 80, Glorious Evolution, Legs. No, Ron replied, but there is a Dervish and Banges in Hogsmeade. Weasley's Banges? Harry recognized the establishment. Ron nodded. Percy once had something repaired there. It seems that Dervish and Banges not only sells magical items like spyglasses, but also provides repair services for such enchanted objects. Harry kept in mind his plan to visit Weasley's Wizard Wheezes once more during the holidays. Prior to officially opening his shop, However, events unfolded at a pace far swifter than he had anticipated. On the night of the 13th, which marked the Monday of the third week in May, he finally completed the engraving of the energy array, allowing the heart of the Thunderbird to truly serve as a substitute for Hex Crystal. After a brief celebration with Hermione and Ron, he received a letter from Aberforth, informing him that Quirrell had been frequenting the Hogshead Inn, likely seeking to trade information with Harry. Consequently, the following morning, after attending his classes, Harry stealthily made his way through the secret passage to Hogsmeade, where he earned 3,000 galleons from Quirrell at the Hogshead. Since he was already there, Harry did not rush to depart. He strolled along the main street of Hogsmeade until he reached its end, pausing at the entrance of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. He entered the shop under the pretext of shopping and repairs, engaging in conversation with the two proprietors well into the evening. Although he made no purchases, he was quite pleased with the two owners. Upon returning to school, he sought out Dumbledore, leveraging Dumbledore's connections to ensure that he and his brother served as guarantors for their collaboration. After attending to these matters, Harry found himself utterly exhausted. Dark circles were forming under his eyes, and his bones cried out in protest. His 11-year-old body was issuing warnings of overload, a signal that he was at a crucial stage of growth, and he dared not expend any more energy. Thus, on the 14th, Harry took a day to rest. By the 15th, which was the Wednesday of the third week in May, he hurriedly slipped into the room of requirement after class. Harry's wand emitted a brilliant crimson light, deftly and precisely fusing one piece of metal to another, while beyond the metal, a complex and enigmatic blue glow radiated. The craftsmanship of Hextech is a closely guarded secret, ensuring that no two artisans employ identical techniques in their work. Consequently, each Hextech creation stands as a unique masterpiece, possessing a rare and exquisite beauty. Harry, influenced by the traditional Hextech craftsmanship and the illustrious Piltover family, harbors a preference for the aesthetic reminiscent of Camille's pursuits, gravitating towards the mysteries born of the fusion of arcane arts and technology, rather than the gruesome amalgamation of flesh and machinery. Even in instances where Hextech might supplant corporeal form, he favors the rare beauty inherent in the preservation of Hextech traditions. He meticulously crafts exquisite mechanical augmentations, adorning mannequins with these creations, presenting them as complete Hextech products within his establishment. When patrons enter his shop, he instructs his assistants to facilitate the replacements, contrasting sharply with Victor's utilitarian approach, which lacks any semblance of compassion, performing surgeries without anesthesia, welding metal into flesh before the eyes of the clients, as they endure the acrid scent of seared human tissue. Victor, with an unsettling calmness, observes the melding of veins and tendons with mechanical enhancements, ultimately delivering the cold, emotionless proclamation: embrace evolution, forsake this wretched flesh, steel can mend all your flaws. Although the process executed by Harry's assistants is no less gruesome than Victor's, it is softened by the exquisite mechanical augmentations on display, alongside the provision of medical care and anesthesia, rendering it more palatable to clients. Were it not for dire financial straits, the majority would undoubtedly choose his establishment over Victor's. Victor has often lamented these matters to Harry, acknowledging the lingering issues from Zahn and Piltover. Yet with the unification achieved under the Gallas dynasty and the guidance of Master Renata, these challenges remain manageable. Harry shook his head, casting aside those peculiar thoughts, and focused his energy on creation. Radiant blue lines intertwined, nearly filling the contours, which appeared to form a singular leg. Just before dawn, as the crimson glow at the tip of Harry's wand extinguished and the metallic sparks dissipated, a mechanical enhancement of rare beauty lay upon the table, shimmering with resplendent metallic luster. Essentially, it was a Hextech battle leg, capable not only of restoring a missing limb but also of unleashing capabilities akin to a tactical sweep, effortlessly slicing through steel plates. Harry retrieved the heart of the Thunderbird and inserted it into the recess at the back of his thigh, sealing the lid. A hum resonated as a blue radiance flickered from the cross-section of his thigh, and an arcane light appeared on the front, tracing a diamond-shaped emblem at the knee before cascading down the calf, ultimately dividing into 5 luminous strands that extended to the tips of his toes. Harry extended his hand, allowing the arcane threads to connect to the base of his thigh. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the 5 mechanical toes of the Hextech battle leg began to move rhythmically, rising upright and bounding across the table. Quite impressive, Harry thought as he retracted the arcane threads, nodding in satisfaction. All that remained were dynamic photographs of the performance and some user experience papers, which he hoped would persuade Felch. After pondering about Felch for a moment, he tucked the Hextech battle leg into his Gringotts pouch and departed from the room of requirement. By the time he returned to his dormitory, the day had fully dawned, and Ron had just come back, bringing with him strawberry pudding. "Did you venture into the Forbidden Forest again tonight?" Harry inquired. "Yawn," Ron replied, stifling a yawn. "I brought back some unicorn tail hair, a half-rotted venom sac from a giant eight-eyed spider, and a few pieces of protein stone, along with some herbs. That should fetch a fair price, especially the venom sac from the eight-eyed spider," Ron added. "You actually ventured into the territory of the eight-eyed spider? Unbelievable. What choice did I have?" Ron sighed. "Unlike Hermione, I lack her brilliant mind. Learning magic doesn't lead to quick profits, so I have to resort to some clumsy methods. By the way, Neville's herbs should be ready for harvest soon. In a few days, I'll brew some potions and sell them under Snape's name. Honestly, you don't need to work so hard," Harry advised. "Everything is going well for now." "Yes, quite well," Ron shrugged, stuffing a pumpkin pasty into his mouth. "But you must understand that friends cannot always alleviate your troubles. At least I can still be of some use, don't you think?" Harry ceased his attempts at persuasion, realizing that further insistence might only wound the heart. "Enough about me. How have you fared?" Ron inquired. "I am referring to the inaugural product of Glorious Evolution. It has been completed." Harry produced the Hextech battle leg and handed it to Ron. "Cool," Ron exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. "This is stunning. If Filch objects, I'll just use it. Honestly, I feel it would be a waste to give it to him." Chapter 81 Filch. "Are you proposing to take one of my legs?" "Don't even think about it," Harry jested. "I can't very well turn into a hound and drag around a Hextech battle leg, can I? Its colors are too flamboyant. It's quite possible someone would take notice and snatch you up, carting you off in a cage. Moreover," he continued, "have you considered what your mother would say if she found out I had sawed off one of your legs?" A vivid image flashed through Ron's mind, as if Mrs. Weasley's wrath was imminent, filling the air with her presence. He instinctively recoiled. "When do you plan to approach Filch?" "I'll go right after flying class," Harry replied. "Aren't you taking a break today?" Ron expressed his concern. "You were up all night yesterday." "I already rested the day before," Harry reassured him, giving Ron a pat on the shoulder. "Don't forget, we still have 2 essays to submit to the Ministry of Magic before the holiday. Navigate through the review process concerning Voldemort, and we must also prepare for our exams. Time is of the essence. We need to carve out some free moments. This is all thanks to Hermione. She has taken on so much. If the Hogwarts Magical Creatures Protection Society and the Post-War Foundation require our attention as well, we would surely be overwhelmed." "All right," Ron conceded. "The Thunderbird is also expected to arrive from Arizona soon. During my detention, I'll chat with Hagrid about the possibility of crossbreeding Thunderbirds with goats. The Thunderbird is a large avian species native to North America, most commonly found in the southwestern region of Arizona, closely related to the phoenix." Harry and Ron incessantly muttered about the feathers of the Thunderbird, specifically its tail feathers. Just as various organs serve distinct purposes within the human body, so too do certain parts of magical creatures harbor profound mystical energy. The tail feathers of the Thunderbird are particularly rich in this energy, and their quality is intricately linked to the creature's habitat, with those originating from Arizona being the most exquisite. After the afternoon flying lesson concluded, as others made their way to the Great Hall for dinner, Harry proceeded along the corridor towards Filch's office. Knock, knock, knock. Harry knocked on the door, and after a series of clattering sounds, the wooden door's hinges emitted an excruciating creak. A head emerged. It was Filch, cradling his cat, appearing to be in a rather good mood, at least for that fleeting moment when he opened the door. However, upon catching sight of Harry, Filch's good humor froze on his face, swiftly replaced by a countenance darker than the bottom of a cauldron after brewing potions. "Harry Potter." Filch's expression grew increasingly grim in the flickering candlelight. "What are you doing here? You should be in detention with Hagrid. You wretched boy. You deserve to perish in the Forbidden Forest." Harry felt a sharp pain in his ears, prompting him to swiftly draw his wand and, with fervent urgency, utter the incantations, Silencio, Immobilis, Incarcerus. Filch became utterly still, his tongue pressed firmly against the roof of his mouth, refusing to produce even the slightest sound. "Now listen closely," Harry began, his voice stiff yet resolute. "I am aware that you are attempting to enroll in a rapid spellcasting correspondence course, but I assure you, it is futile. I can guide you towards a path that will bestow upon you unique magical abilities. Do you comprehend? If you understand, nod your head." Filch pondered to himself. wondering if Harry was merely trying to swindle him. A rapid spellcasting correspondence course that does not guarantee the mastery of magical abilities for all its students. What audacity! Does he presume his status as the Chosen One grants him such authority? And yet, what does being the Chosen One matter if he is still but a novice? However, he found himself rendered mute. Despite Harry being a newcomer, he had acquired considerable magical knowledge. At least for the moment, Filch had no means to resist. Thus, in frustration, he reluctantly nodded his head. Harry had no inclination to speculate on what Filch was thinking. He simply needed Filch to listen, since he could comprehend. There was no need for shouting. Otherwise, he would seal his mouth once more. After reminding him, Harry waved his wand, casting a charm that allowed Filch's tongue to move freely. He had discovered this incantation in a sophisticated potion-making book related to his mother, which Snape had returned to him. It was quite effective and easy to learn, so he committed it to memory. Filch shrieked, "Harry! What?" Harry fixed his gaze on him. Filch continued, "What you just said is true." "Indeed," Harry replied, "but there is a price to pay." "What price?" Filch inquired. "I shall sever one of your legs." "What? Harry, you can't be serious. You intend to cut off my leg?" Filch exclaimed in astonishment. Harry had no time to engage in idle chatter with him. He retrieved the Hextech battle leg and activated its arcane capabilities, performing a remarkably agile backflip. "Damn it! You dare to mock me with magical artifacts!" Filch bellowed. "Do not let me catch sight of you, or else." The squib was unable to utilize magical items, despite the potential ability to wield such artifacts. Their incapacity to cast spells rendered these items virtually ineffective for them. Do not overestimate your own cleverness. If it weren't for the urgency of compiling the documents to submit to the Ministry of Magic, do you truly believe such fortune would fall into your lap? With a snap of his fingers, Harry unleashed the Hextech war leg, executing a spinning kick that sent a crescent of light slicing through the air, severing Filch's door in two. He longed to return home and rest rather than endure a sleepless night. Filch acquiesced, agreeing to expedite the surgery. However, if he opposed, he would hasten to seek assistance elsewhere. For an extended period in the Rune continent, he had relied on assistance for surgeries, having not performed such tasks himself in quite some time. Furthermore, his untrained body lacked the precision necessary for deft finger control. To complete the entire procedure, at least half a day would be required. Is it truly feasible? Filch's tone softened considerably, revealing a mixture of intent and inner turmoil. Harry turned on his heel and began to walk away, prompting Filch to urgently call out, "Harry, Harry!" Despite harboring 1,000 doubts within him, a flicker of hope remained. For far too long, he had yearned for the ability to wield magic, yet to this day, his desires remained unfulfilled. He regarded Harry as a lifeline, akin to a solitary straw by the riverbank. Even if it lacked a firm foundation, he longed to grasp it in the hopes of survival. Filch sensed that Harry's intentions were not merely to amuse himself at his expense, but rather something significant. His mind began to ponder. Could this little rascal have indeed conjured something remarkable? "I will heed your words, whatever you propose. Just don't walk away, Harry." Harry turned around and remarked, "You speak too late, Filch. Initially, I could have offered this service to you free of charge, but now, you must pay. Tell me the extent of your savings. Should it please me, I may consider granting it to you." Filch, realizing he could not afford to linger on the matter any longer, replied, "I have a house left to me and my monthly wages from Hogwarts." "Is that all?" Harry fixed him with a penetrating gaze. Chapter 82. Strive to earn. Filch, seeing Harry prepare to depart once more, Filch hastily added, "I also have the tuition for a fast-paced spellcasting correspondence course." "That is insufficient." Harry dismissed him. His words plunged Filch into despair. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. It was supposed to be free. Filch quickly exclaimed, "I will agree to anything you desire, provided I am truly able to utilize that leg." Harry scrutinized Filch, and just as Filch anticipated another rejection, Harry spoke up. "You are indeed somewhat useful," he remarked. From his Gringotts pouch, he extracted a piece of parchment, affixed it to the wall, and produced a quill to inscribe 4 lines upon it before handing it to Filch. "What is this?" Filch instinctively accepted the document, oblivious to the fact that the magic binding him had been lifted. "A legally binding agreement within the wizarding world," Harry elucidated. "You have taken this leg. For the next 2 centuries, you are obliged to pay me 2,000 galleons annually. Only after 200 years will it fully belong to you. And what if I am unable to pay you for a year?" Filch inquired cautiously. "That would constitute a breach of contract, Mr. Filch," Harry replied in a matter-of-fact tone. "I would reclaim the leg." But my entire year's salary doesn't amount to 2,000 galleons, Filch protested. I would have to liquidate my assets. Oh, Mr. Filch. I must remind you to heed the last two stipulations, Harry interjected, cutting off Filch. The house you reside in, along with the monthly wages from Hogwarts, are obligations you previously agreed upon. The 2,000 galleons are supplementary. I simply cannot afford this. You will inevitably reclaim it, Filch exclaimed, his eyes widening. You may choose to decline. I am not coercing you, Harry chuckled. However, should you accept this agreement, I would be more than willing to compensate you for any assistance you provide. You are nothing short of a thief. Filch cried out. No, you are a devil. You wish for me to work for you for 200 years. It was you who asserted that anything could be agreed upon, Mr. Filch. This contract merely serves as a guarantee, Harry stated. Filch appeared resigned. What if I do not live to see the end of 200 years? I am already 76. No, Mr. Filch, Harry shook his head. You could live until 2 centuries hence, or even 300 years, as long as you harbor the intention of repaying your debt. I shall ensure your survival. I possess numerous mechanical enhancements, and once your body is fully transformed, you will achieve immortality. Additionally, my mentor is Nicholas Flamel. I know the secrets to concocting the elixir of life. Your mentor is Flamel. Filch gasped in astonishment. Harry spoke in a neutral tone. You may inquire with Professor Dumbledore. This is no secret. Filch was utterly convinced, for with Dumbledore's character, he would never assist Harry in deceiving anyone. Thus it must be true that Nicholas Flamel was indeed Harry's mentor. If Harry was a student of Flamel, it would surely grant him the ability to wield magic. Where are you going? Are you about to dismantle my legs? I am available at any moment. Could it be now? Filch inquired with enthusiasm. I assure you. I will cooperate fully, rest assured. Your office, Harry replied. I have heard you possess an array of tools. Filch's mouth twitched, yet upon remembering Harry's connection to Nicholas Flamel, he nodded in agreement. He led Harry into his office, where the pungent aroma of roasted fish assailed Harry's nostrils. The cleanliness of the environment left much to be desired. Yet Harry dismissed it as inconsequential. With a wave of his wand, and under Filch's envious gaze, he restored the room to pristine condition. The chaotic scents, dust, and even microorganisms swirled away in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry waved his wand once more, causing the clutter on Filch's desk to lift and accumulate in a corner. Lie down, Harry commanded, then removed his trousers. Without a moment's hesitation, Filch disrobed and climbed onto the desk. Harry once again waved his wand, causing the table, under the influence of transfiguration, to spontaneously sprout 5 shackles that bound Filch's head and limbs. Filch, in a state of mild panic, inquired, Wait, what are you planning to do? To sever your legs? To prevent any erratic movements, came the reply. After Harry's explanation, he began to rummage through the room and selected a hacksaw. I still need some healing potions and a bit of ghouling, he murmured to himself, retrieving 2 inferior potions from his Gringotts pouch. He then dislocated Filch's jaw and poured the potions into his mouth. Silencing spell, he then sealed Filch's mouth to prevent him from biting off his own tongue due to the excruciating pain. Here we go, bear with it. Harry donned his sunglasses, grasped the hacksaw firmly, and swung it forcefully at Filch's leg, moving it up and down. Blood splattered forth, scattering in all directions, painting the surroundings in a crimson hue. Harry wiped the blood from his sunglasses and opened a vial of blood-replenishing potion, pouring it into Filch's mouth as he continued to pull the saw. After sawing for over 10 minutes, Filch could endure no longer, his body convulsing in response. Even with the blood-replenishing potion and the ancient vitality elixir, Filch remained uncooperative, resulting in unevenly severed bones. He felt a twinge of regret for not having mastered the precise techniques from that book beforehand, yet it mattered little at that moment. He retrieved a vial of sedative and administered it to Filch. The sedative, if improperly concocted, could plunge the user into a state of deep slumber, possibly irreversible. Crafting this potion was notoriously challenging and labor-intensive, which is why it frequently appeared in OWL's examinations. Harry's concoction of soothing elixir, a failed version with an excess of moonstone powder and a deficiency of sneeze root syrup, was fortuitously suited for the current state of Filch. Half an hour later, Filch peacefully lost a leg, while Harry, amidst a radiant blue arcane glow, replaced it for him. Unbeknownst to them, the sky grew increasingly dim, and Filch awoke to a profound sensation of itching and pain, only to be greeted by the surreal spectacle of a room adorned with intricate blue luminescent patterns. Harry was unaware of when he had removed the magical mirror. Within his dazzling golden eyes, devoid of pupils. Countless circular formations were in motion. A mere glance was enough to leave one feeling dizzy. "It's a timely awakening," Harry remarked, taking a couple of steps without a hint of limping, already prepared for what lay ahead. As his words echoed, the arcane radiance that filled the room dissipated, and the alchemical symbols in his gaze gradually faded away. "Huh." Filch paused, "But my leg still hurts." "This is a normal occurrence," Harry interjected. "The surgery was highly successful." Recognizing Harry as a pupil of Nicholas Flamel, Filch refrained from protesting. He rose, taking a few steps within the office. Although his leg still bore some discomfort, it was undeniable that this new limb functioned as well as the old one. "You may now entertain the thought of kicking your desk," Harry suggested. Nodding, Filch swung his hextech leg, a flash of blue light illuminating the room as his leg executed a perfect split in midair. Chapter 83. The curtain rises with a sharp crack. The desk split into two smooth halves. An hour later, after Filch had severed everything within the office into pieces, Harry retrieved a battered boggart from the cabinet. Filch, still unsatisfied, smacked his lips in contemplation. "Why do I still feel a bit of pain?" he inquired. "It's both painful and itchy." "Still in pain?" Harry sensed something was amiss and gestured for Filch to lower his trousers once more so he could assess the situation. Moments later, a blue light flickered from Harry's hand, alleviating Filch's pain and itch. It was an unexpected turn of events. Clearing his throat, Harry declared that, since there were no further issues, he would take his leave. He turned on his heel, dismissing any notion of Filch inviting him for a late-night meal. He had made a misstep. Previously, this task had been handled by his assistant, who would administer anesthetics to the guests, a step he had overlooked. The primary reason was that potions akin to anesthetics in the magical realm were prohibitively expensive, and the process was cumbersome, requiring the rare and precious essence of ivory. Adhering to a principle of frugality, he had opted not to use it for Filch, leading to a minor nerve misalignment that required slight adjustments. Of course, his inexperience might have played a role, but it was inconsequential. Everything unfolded smoothly. Filch was fitted with a new leg, and Harry secured the experimental data along with Filch's estate, salary, and a work contract extending over 2 centuries, a win-win scenario. Upon returning to his dormitory, Harry commenced drafting the remaining half of the theoretical experiment document. As dawn approached, stifling a yawn, he handed the meticulously organized files to Hedwig, who soared off with them towards the Ministry of Magic. In the days that followed, he found himself frequently cursing the ministry for its sluggish execution. In his view, their speed resembled a pile of dragon dung. By the 3rd Sunday of May, he had yet to receive a response from the ministry. That evening, he decided not to wait any longer. He needed to venture to the Hog's Head Inn to sell the crucial false information regarding Kiro. Harry consumed the polyjuice potion, traversed the secret passage, and arrived in Hogsmeade, entering the Three Broomsticks. Within the establishment, the aroma of mutton was notably more pronounced than usual, perhaps due to it being Sunday, as the tavern was particularly bustling today. "Ah, my friend, you have finally arrived." Harry felt a light tap on his shoulder. Turning his head, he discovered it was Quirrell, disguised. "You seem to have arrived earlier than usual today," Harry remarked, gesturing towards a table tucked away in the corner. "Perhaps we could indulge in a few drinks?" Quirrell cleared his throat twice, replying, "I shall refrain from drinking today. I am rather pressed for time." Harry refrained from urging Quirrell to treat him, wary that Quirrell might succumb to despair in his current state of frenzy, jeopardizing their plans. He was acutely aware that Quirrell's gold had been thoroughly depleted. Upon visiting Quirrell's office to request a loan slip, he discovered the stark poverty that permeated the space. Stripped of anything of value, it was only logical, after deducting the funds he and Aberforth had jointly siphoned for their drinks. He had amassed a staggering sum of 13,000 galleons. If Quirrell possessed any remaining wealth, it would indeed be a peculiar circumstance. Today marked the final piece of intelligence. Should Quirrell be unable to provide the requisite funds, there was a distinct possibility he might act impulsively, risking everything to seize the treasure. Make a beeline for the hiding place, procure the Philosopher's Stone, and then flee from Hogwarts. Contemplating this, he smiled and declared, "Very well, let us discuss the intelligence. I must return early, as there is a small gathering this evening." Quirrell nodded in understanding, well aware of the nature of Harry's small gathering. Recently, Gryffindor House had been reveling in frequent celebrations, many gatherings every 3 days and grander festivities each week, anticipating the imminent acquisition of the House Cup. Harry, having laid a solid foundation for Gryffindor's triumph, enjoyed immense popularity among his fellow lions. His stature had even eclipsed that of their prefect, a remarkable feat for a mere first-year wizard. The adulation he received at such a tender age was bound to elicit excitement and concern. Moreover, it served to alleviate the burden of treating Harry to the extravagant Christmas fire whiskey, which was a considerable relief. Half an hour later, Harry relayed the intricate details of the final obstacle to Quirrell, securing the last 3,000 galleons. "That is all," he remarked. "I wish you success in reclaiming your inheritance. I shall take my leave now, for the gathering cannot proceed without my presence." "Allow me to see you off," Quirrell responded warmly, expressing gratitude for Harry's assistance during this time. Harry tightened his grip on the hextech blade at his waist, shaking his head with a smile. "No need." After uttering these words, he quickened his pace and departed from the Hogshead Inn. Quirrell, with a furtive gaze, glanced at Aberforth, then at the direction in which Harry had vanished, before lowering his head and leisurely sipping his drink. After a considerable pause, he sighed and exited the tavern. Unbeknownst to him, as he left the Hogshead, Harry had leaned out from the shadows not far away. It should be within the next few days. Harry murmured to himself, "Will Voldemort truly emerge?" He resolved to return and inquire with Hermione for further information. At 8 in the evening, Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room, where the young lions were reveling. When they invited him to join, he graciously declined, instructing Brown to summon Hermione while he made his way back to the dormitory, accompanied by Ron and Neville. They convened just outside the common room and walked together until they reached the tapestry of the troll being thrashed by the bumbling Barnabas. "I require a meeting room." Harry pondered this as he circled the tapestry thrice, and a door materialized, through which they entered. "Harry, I feel a sense of unease. June is fast approaching, and you ought to have noticed that the current celestial alignments mirror precisely what you have been told." As soon as they took their seats, Ron exclaimed eagerly, "It must signify something. Do you think it could mean that Voldemort is about to cause trouble?" Harry raised his hand to signal Ron to remain calm and turned his gaze towards Hermione. "Hermione, do you have any leads?" "No, none at all," Hermione replied. Her spirits dampened. "It's as if he has vanished completely. I even suspect he may have left Hogwarts." "That's not possible, Hermione. He needs the elixir of life." "Yes, I know," Hermione interjected anxiously. "If he cannot obtain the elixir, he may very well target the unicorns. However, Ron and Hagrid have reported that the Forbidden Forest has been unusually tranquil during their recent explorations. Except for those centaurs," Ron added. "They seem rather restless." "That's precisely why I am worried," Hermione continued. "He is still at Hogwarts and has likely secured a wealthy and powerful ally who can assist him in acquiring a significant quantity of unicorn blood." "Malfoy," Ron declared. "It must be him." "No, I have investigated all the well-off young wizards, and they have shown no signs of trouble, including Malfoy," Hermione countered. "Or rather, I have found nothing." "Wait," Harry interrupted Hermione. "Quirrell encountered the trap I set. He has entered." Harry pulled out a copper canute, gleaming with a crimson light. Chapter 84. If I Were Younger. The air settled into an eerie silence, and the ancient brass clock shone with a dark metallic luster. "I must take my leave," Harry thought, as he tucked away the crimson canute, resolute that, regardless of whether Voldemort was dealt with beforehand, Quirrell was destined to perish at his hands. Hermione looked at Harry with a face full of concern. "Do not worry," he reassured her. Harry's expression remained serene, as if he were about to embark not on a battlefield fraught with peril, but rather to a leisurely afternoon tea at a neighbor's house. "I shall accompany you," Ron declared, wielding his wand, "for we are indeed the finest of partners." "Harry," Neville murmured, lowering his gaze, "though my magical abilities are rather lacking, I can shield you from lethal spells. My grandmother once said that even those who possess nothing will sacrifice their lives for that which they hold dear. You are my most cherished friend. I cannot remain ensconced in warmth while you face danger alone." "Wait, you all wait," Hermione interjected hastily. "Although this is the plan, why not involve Professor Dumbledore? He should be informed." "All right, my friends, trust me," Harry reassured, tousling their hair in turn. "Even our guardian possesses such wisdom. He is aware of my situation. He would not allow me to face a life-threatening crisis alone. I am safe." Hermione wished to voice her concerns, yet Harry firmly ruffled her hair, signaling her to refrain from further protest. In truth, as long as Hermione could not locate Voldemort, it was Dumbledore's duty to keep watch over him. The battle between Harry and Quirrell unfolds without intervention from Dumbledore, even when Harry confronts the peril of life and death. Dumbledore's support amounts to naught, but a single tear from a phoenix. From the day the existence of Horcruxes was confirmed, Harry's future became irrevocably stained with blood and death. Pedantic admonitions prove futile. Only the shattered bones serve as the most profound textbooks. Dumbledore embodies kindness, yet he does not indulge. He will not allow his guardianship to shatter the wings of the eagle. The path to enlightenment is a solitary one. Harry bid farewell to his friends and made his way to the corridor on the 4th floor, where a low, ominous growl echoed incessantly. He pushed open the deep brown oak door at the end, and with the creaking sound of the door, 3 giant heads, resembling windows, fixated on him. "It's me, Harry," he whispered. "Have a few people just entered?" Lu Wei cautiously growled in response, revealing the wound beneath his belly and the trapdoor leading downward. Harry did not rush to depart. Instead, he first retrieved an exquisite crystal vial, dispensing the premium healing potion within onto the abdomen of Ruby. "You shall recover in 2 or 3 days," Harry assured Ruby, "and starting tomorrow, seek out Hagrid, who will guide you towards a new life." Ruvy's 3 heads nodded in gratitude, yearning to give Harry a lick, but Harry evaded the gesture and instead leapt into the trapdoor. The scene beneath the trapdoor was harrowing. The devil's snare lay in ashes, hundreds of acromantulas lay eviscerated, and traps and pillars were askew, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Harry continued forward. Stepping into the next chamber, he beheld stones embedded in the walls, oil fiercely ablaze upon the ground, arrows scattered haphazardly, and shattered flying keys reduced to dust. The oak door opposite stood wide open. Treading upon the flames, he traversed the room and passed through the oak door into the next chamber. The scene within remained one of devastation, with the wizard's chest set, carelessly arranged by an aged Catwoman, lying in disarray, and the walls splattered with the gruesome remnants of various perilous creatures. Beyond lay the chamber arranged by Quirrell, untouched and as it should be, where a troll was expected to lurk. Whether Quirrell had slain it or merely circumvented it remained a mystery. As he entered, a fetid stench reminiscent of fermented socks assaulted his senses. A troll lay sprawled in a pool of blood. He hastily crossed the room, imbibing a potion concocted by Snape, and, passing through the fiery portal, entered the final chamber. "You have finally arrived," Quirrell chuckled, his face devoid of any twitching. "I was just contemplating your presence, Potter. You are considerably stronger than I had anticipated. When did you first sense something was amiss, Quirrell? Yesterday? The day before? A month ago?" After a moment's reflection, Quirrell provided an answer, but that is of no consequence, truly irrelevant. "I desired to eliminate you in Hogsmeade, yet Aberforth was ever vigilant, leaving me no opportunity. I was compelled to feign ignorance and pitifulness, deceived by you, seeking the chance to strike when I could sever the passage. You have left me with no retreat. Should I perish here, Dumbledore shall never find his master again. By killing you here, I would ensure my master has no further concerns. My master has finally relinquished the notion of personally slaying you. I owe you my gratitude for dissuading his obsession in this matter. Is Voldemort truly worth such devotion?" Harry inquired. "If I were a tad younger, undoubtedly not," Quirrell replied with a nonchalant tone. "But, Potter, life is merely an illusion. From the moment you draw breath, you are gradually succumbing to death. We require great pioneers to unravel the mysteries of mortality. Otherwise, our existence is profoundly lamentable." "So, you have chosen Voldemort?" Harry questioned. Quirrell nodded earnestly. "Indeed, he is a formidable revolutionary. The old ways have decayed, and Dumbledore has lingered far too long. He is nowhere near as magnificent as my master." "Thank you for your insights, Quirrell." Harry shook his head. "And for your Galleons. Go pray in the other realm that your master may evade the grasp of the Keeper." Harry drew forth the Hextech gunblade, and just as Chilo's eyes widened in astonishment, he fired a shot. Bang! Blood erupted from Chilo's chest as he collapsed to the ground. Clap, clap, clap. Applause resounded behind Harry. Harry turned, raised his gun, and squeezed the trigger, releasing a burst of azure bullets. Bang! A grotesque serpent-faced creature collapsed under a single shot. Bang! 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 After Harry fired 3 more shots, he swiftly approached, drew his wand, and fired a few additional rounds before crouching down to explore the corpse, meticulously confirming something. After a considerable time, he furrowed his brow and incinerated the snake-faced abomination with a burst of flames. It bore a striking resemblance to the essence of Voldemort's soul, yet something felt amiss. Horcrux? He murmured to himself, but it doesn't quite fit. Was it a manifestation of the magical realm's duplicating abilities, or something else entirely. Indeed, one ought not to become too accustomed to delivering lethal blows. Harry felt a pang of regret. He should have inquired more, much like he had with Quirrell. This was a habit he needed to amend. He must seek counsel from his guardian. Having made up his mind, Harry turned around and fired several more shots at Quirrell's lifeless body, before setting it ablaze until it was reduced to ashes. He then hoisted the mirror that stood in the center of the room and departed. This was the mirror of Ariste, a birthday gift promised to him by his guardian. Although his birthday had yet to arrive, both he and his guardian were not sticklers for such trivialities. If necessary, he could simply ask his guardian for an additional gift later. Chapter 85. The shadow of final exams. Harry ascended to the 8th floor, bearing the mirror of Ariste, and entered the small meeting room of the Room of Requirement. Hermione, Ron, and Neville, who had been waiting anxiously, hurried over to examine Harry's robes for any potential injuries. Ultimately, they discovered that Harry was unscathed, which relieved them, yet felt somewhat absurd. What happened? Did Quirrell die? Ron inquired. Yes, Harry nodded. He was defeated after I navigated all the obstacles. When I found him, we conversed briefly before I ended him with a single shot. And Voldemort? Hermione asked. Harry furrowed his brow. I can't quite ascertain what that entity I encountered was. He merely clapped, and then I shot him. Tomorrow, could you help me inquire with Mr. Granger? He should possess some knowledge. Sure, I'll seek out Professor Dumbledore after class tomorrow, Hermione replied. At that moment, they noticed the imposing mirror of Ariste that Harry had brought back, reaching all the way to the ceiling, framed in gold and supported by 2 claw-like feet. Aristra eru oit ube kaferoidon woes. Neville read aloud the inscription etched at the top. This is a birthday gift promised to me by Mr. Granger. Harry explained. I brought it back early. You must read the inscription backward. It does not reflect your face, but rather your innermost desires. You may try it, but be cautious not to become entranced. Ron stepped forward first, glancing into the mirror before scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What did you see? Harry asked. Best not to ask. It's akin to inquiring about someone's birthday wish. Quite mortifying, Ron protested. Hermione leaned in with curiosity, and after a few glances, she blinked and flushed slightly, refusing to divulge anything. The only one to voice his desire was Neville. I saw my parents standing beside me, tying my tie. And I also saw Harry and Hermione dining at my home, accompanied by a girl. Wait, a girl? Ron exclaimed in surprise, quickly adding, and where am I? Clearing his throat, Neville responded, the girl is named Ron. Ron was taken aback, grabbing Neville by the collar and demanding he change his wish until Neville mentioned that the girl resembled Harry, and he became the child's godfather, which finally satisfied Ron. After a lively exchange, time rushed by, and as the end of term approached, a shadow loomed over them. Harry was preoccupied with correspondence from the Ministry of Magic. His paper had been returned 7 times. Only after Ron reminded him to include some galleons and rare materials did his paper finally pass, notifying him that the Daily Prophet would interview him before the holiday. After consulting with Dumbledore, Hermione found no clues. Dumbledore hoped they would untangle the mystery themselves. Consequently, during that period, Hermione's thoughts were consumed with both the upcoming exams and unraveling this enigma. Meanwhile, Ron busied himself gathering money, and his visits to the Forbidden Forest became increasingly frequent, encountering centaurs more often. Their grumpy faces and cryptic riddles constantly reminded him of the potentially dreadful experiences he might face in June. Neville's herbology greenhouse in the Room of Requirement continued to expand, as he needed to cultivate a batch of self-sustaining herbs to prevent the greenhouse from deteriorating in their absence during the holidays. Additionally, Seamus joined their ranks. His explosive abilities were remarkable. Harry invited him to help renovate the land in Nocturne Alley, preparing the foundation for a new factory over the break. When the 5 of them gathered, Snape seemed to recall some unpleasant experience, grabbing Malfoy and instructing him to defeat the 5 of them. He even uttered a perplexing statement that left everyone bewildered. Love and ideals are merely words unless you fight for them. He subtly attempted to persuade Malfoy and Hermione to brew a potion together, but Malfoy, terrified, declined, wishing instead to brew with Harry. Finally, the end-of-term examinations arrived. The day was oppressively hot, and the classroom where they took their exams was stifling. The teachers provided them with new quills enchanted against cheating. In the History of Magic exam, they were asked to identify which peculiar old wizards invented the self-stirring cauldron. The herbology exam was filled with intricate details about a myriad of magical plants. The astronomy and defense against the dark arts exams were comparatively easier. The former required them to draw the star chart for June, while the latter involved answering self-defense questions from the guidebook. Furthermore, there was a practical exam where Professor Flitwick instructed them to each enter the classroom and see if they could make a pineapple dance across a table. The older cat lady observed as they transformed a mouse into a snuff box. The more exquisite the box, the higher the score. However, if the box retained any whiskers or tails from the mouse, points would be deducted. During potions class, Harry glared at Snape while brewing a potion for forgetfulness, nearly causing Snape to stumble into Neville's cauldron. Once they completed the forgetfulness potion, they would be free to enjoy an entire week of leisure until the exam results were announced. When Snape instructed them to line up and bring their cauldrons forward, the majority of young witches and wizards erupted in cheers. Only Harry and his companions were exceptions. Hermione still intended to investigate Voldemort and planned to keep a close watch on all her classmates, a daunting task that would require considerable stamina. Neville and Seamus retreated to the room of requirement to tend to the herbs. Meanwhile, Ron, aiming to save more money, chose not to rest during exam week and instead ventured into the Forbidden Forest to seek treasures, planning to spend every day of that rare week camping there. Harry accompanied him, but he had received a correspondence from the Ministry of Magic stating that a representative from the Daily Prophet would be visiting for an interview the following week. He was required to memorize the script prepared by the ministry or compose one of his own. Thus he remained at Hagrid's hut, engrossed in crafting his interview notes. Ron, left with no other choice, ventured into the Forbidden Forest alone. The forest in June was unusually dark, the paths overshadowed by ancient trees, lending an air of eerie foreboding. Earning money is a challenge, Ron lamented, glancing down at his feet. Isn't that right, Fong? Fong barked a few times, wagging his tail as he trailed behind. The deeper they ventured, the more valuable materials they could gather, based on Ron's months of exploration in the forest. Last time, he had journeyed 10 kilometers. This time he carried the magical creature suitcase that Harry had prepared for him, filled with ample survival supplies and space for more materials. He intended to delve further and spend a week within the forest. Chapter 86. Shadows of the Forbidden Forest holding the brass oil lamp high. He guided Fong along a sheep path that gradually disappeared into the inky depths of the forest. A gentle breeze tousled his hair as he gazed into the forest's heart. Occasionally, a beam of moonlight filtered through the branches above, illuminating a patch of dark filth on the fallen leaves. Ron approached, pinching a leaf between his fingers, and a hint of red revealed itself alongside the sweat on his palm. The forest felt restless. He needed to be more cautious in June. If only Harry were here, he mused, passing a moss-covered tree stump, where the sound of trickling water could be heard. He grew increasingly wary. Areas near water sources in the Forbidden Forest often harbored numerous magical creatures, with dangerous predators lurking nearby. Ron's ears perked up, and he concealed himself behind a tree, raising his wand to listen intently for the faintest sounds. Something was sliding through the leaves nearby, a sound reminiscent of a cloak dragging across the ground. Narrowing his eyes, Ron scrutinized the dark path ahead. Moments later, the sound faded away. A werewolf. He pondered, glancing at Fong, who showed no signs of aggression or alarm, indicating that no dangerous creatures were nearby. Ron cautiously stepped out, moving even more slowly than before, ears alert and eyes darting around. Suddenly, he distinctly perceived movement among the shadows. Ron brandished his wand and muttered, "Stupefy." Having navigated the forest for so long, he was wise enough not to reveal his position. Last month, a foolish action had led him to be sprayed with venom by an 8-eyed giant spider. Had he not carried the antidote Harry provided, he would have faced dire consequences. A flash of red light struck the ground behind the tree, and something emerged. It had red hair and a red beard, while its lower half was the gleaming brown body of a horse, trailed by a long red tail. "Ah, it's you, Ronan," Ron sighed in relief. "How have you been?" "I am not well, Ron," Ronan replied, his voice low and sorrowful. "You just attacked me. I must remain vigilant." "Ronan," Ron sighed, "it is June, and I must be on guard. Speaking of which, shouldn't you be stargazing with your tribe at this hour? You promised to take me to meet Mr. Potter after the exams." Ronan glanced over Ron's shoulder. "Where is he?" "Apologies, Ronan. He is busy writing the interview script for the Daily Prophet and cannot make it." "That is truly unfortunate," Ronan sighed, tilting his head to gaze at the sky. "Mars is particularly bright tonight." "Indeed, impulsiveness and eagerness," Ron remarked. "It seems you are quite eager to meet him." Ronan did not respond immediately. His gaze fixed upward, and he sighed again. There are always innocent victims, he stated. It was so centuries ago, and it remains so today. Huh. Ron was taken aback. What do you mean? Tonight, Mars is exceptionally bright, Ronan reiterated, remarkably bright. Ron grew anxious. I understand. I never intended to deceive you, nor to harm you. I know you are desperate to meet Harry, but he truly cannot come. You could visit Hagrid's hut to find him. The constellation of resurrection is also very bright, Ronan remarked, adaptation, evasion, and the emotional water sign. You should converse more with Harry. I am serious. I do not grasp these matters well, Ron admitted. Could you clarify? Ronan shook his head. There are many secrets in the Forbidden Forest. You must be cautious, my friend. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the thicket behind Ronan, and he raised his wand once more, only to find it was another centaur, with black hair and a robust build, appearing somewhat more boorish than Ronan. Hello, Bane. Ron greeted. How have you been lately? Good evening, Ron. I hope all is well. Not bad, Ron replied. If you are also here to see Harry, I regret to inform you that he cannot come. Bane looked taken aback, his expression dimming. Mars is exceptionally bright tonight. Ron remained silent, and after a long pause, he said, You can accompany Ronan to Hagrid's hut. Harry is inside working on his interview script. I must take my leave now. If possible, I hope you can provide me with more insights. Oh. Bane pulled out a stack of parchment. Here are the locations I prepared for you. Do take a look. The Forbidden Forest was not safe in June, especially for you. You must be cautious. Ron accepted the parchment, turning to venture deeper into the forest with Fong. After only a few steps, he observed Ronan and Bane hastily making their way towards Hagrid's hut. Sighing, Ron lamented. I can never get straightforward answers from centaurs. He looked down at Fong, exasperated. They are always gazing at the stars. They show little interest in anything beyond the moon. Never mind. Harry should be able to extract quite a bit of information from them. They know much. Isn't that right, Fong? Woof. Fong barked twice, wagging his tail as they continued ahead. Ron sighed, increasingly nostalgic for the time spent exploring the Forbidden Forest with Harry. He followed the path until it ended in a thicket, drawing out a sickle as he had done before, cutting his way forward. Bane and the others are not so bad. At least this map is quite good, Ron thought, looking at the parchment with a sense of optimism. This journey should yield a bountiful harvest. But what did adaptation, evasion, and perception mean? The constellation of resurrection seemed to be a water sign, while the cultivation constellation was a fire sign, and Mars was particularly bright. Ron pondered for some time, tugging at his hair in frustration. He despised these complex, mysterious concepts. Without talent for foresight, even interpreting them was a challenge. Having cleared an indeterminate amount of underbrush and traversed an uncertain distance, he discerned, under the faint luminescence of the moon, a serpentine collapse of grass not far ahead, as if some creature had recently slithered through. Ron cautiously shifted his body, raising his leg high, and stealthily maneuvered into the nearby, undisturbed thicket. A rustling sound emerged, and he noticed the grass tremble beyond the fallen foliage. Suddenly, a hooded figure emerged from the shadows, crawling slowly along the ground like a beast drawing near. Come out, Weasley, I know you are there, rasped a voice that sent a shiver down Ron's spine. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Chapter 87. Do you think you can kill me? Ron remained motionless, stifling even his breath, yet the figure continued its slow advance toward him. He drew his wand, swinging it in a semicircle above his head, as a murky yellow light emanated from its tip, growing ever more intense. As the brightness peaked, Ron growled, sandstorm. Dust and debris erupted, obscuring his form while hurtling toward the cloaked figure. Good spell. It seems you have learned quite a bit at Hogwarts, the voice intoned, unhurried, but you cannot escape, Weasley. Ignoring the taunt, Ron swiftly took off, sensing the terror radiating from this foe. With his current abilities, he was certain he could not prevail. The jungle seemed increasingly perilous, as the grass beneath his feet and the surrounding trees twisted and contorted, extending their branches to ensnare him. A thought of transfiguration crossed his mind. At the rate of the vegetation's mutation, he knew he would soon be ensnared high above, like an insect caught in a spider's web, awaiting its demise. He ceased his flight, kicking the rear of his companion, urging it to relay the information to Harry. Not wishing to perish like a coward, he resolved to fight like a hero. He met the cloaked figure's gaze, raised his wand, and prepared for confrontation. Freeze. Flock of birds. Flames blazing. Petrify. Shatter. Though Ron lacked the abstract swiftness of spellcasting that Harry possessed, his time spent with Harry had imparted some essence of mastery. While navigating through the dense terrain, he skillfully avoided branches and thickets, casting spells with remarkable speed. Within moments, 6 incantations were accurately unleashed, targeting the shadowy figure. Quite impressive for a first year. To have learned so much magic, it appears your professors have done well by you. Weasley, the voice echoed, ever present. But Ron felt no fear. He had been prepared for the possibility of death since a month prior, although he had only just celebrated his 12th birthday in March. Upon learning of the impending doom in June, he recognized that to seek peace, one must prepare for war, and to survive, one must first confront the specter of death. The orange flames danced in the air, illuminating Ron's resolute face and casting a glow upon his distinctive Weasley hair. A phoenix spiraled upwards, and a hat fell from the sky. By some instinct, Ron reached out, retrieving a sword encrusted with jewels that shimmered with a chilling light. The sword of Gryffindor. Without time for elation, he grasped both wand and sword, stamping the ground fiercely, sending dust into the air as he charged toward the cloaked figure. Do you think you can kill me? The long sword swung in a crescent arc, aimed at the figure. In that fleeting moment, even the cloaked figure had to admire this boy. Faced with mortal peril, Ron's first response was not fear, but a calm, yet frenzied resolve to retaliate. A product of Hogwarts, indeed. Pierced to the core, the figure rasped. Ron twisted mid-air, narrowly evading a delayed, dark green beam, as his sword, imbued with determination, struck toward the figure's neck. Upon glimpsing the serpent-like visage, Ron recognized his enemy's identity. Voldemort. Die. In a moment of distortion, Voldemort's form vanished, and Ron's sword cleaved the air. Voldemort reappeared behind him, startled, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In that instant, he perceived Ron's unwavering resolve to perish alongside him. Even if he cast a killing curse, Ron's sword would assuredly find its way to his heart. He understood that capturing Ron and using him to coerce Harry into surrendering the Philosopher's Stone had now become an untenable plan. Avada Kedavra! The sword of Gryffindor clashed against his wand, shattering it, a troll's hair flying forth. Come, fight me, Ron roared, his wand pointed at Voldemort's face. As the sword lunged toward his heart, Voldemort had yet to utter a word of reproach to the wand maker, as he had not even employed his wand. He could only retreat at an alarming pace, resorting to ineffective wandless magic. Avada Kedavra! The Phoenix, Fawkes, swooped in to shield Ron from a lethal strike, allowing Ron to plunge his sword into Voldemort's chest. The sensation was wrong. Ron quickly withdrew, as Voldemort's serpent-like face contorted, dark green energy swirling in his hand. Launching an assault on Ron, Ron dodged, swinging Gryffindor's sword toward Voldemort's face. After a moment of distortion, Voldemort vanished once more. Ron swung overhead, yet felt no substantial resistance. Ron realized that Voldemort's mastery of apparition was formidable. He lacked such magic, and in close combat, he would gain no advantage. He opted to retreat, rolling away from several of Voldemort's attacks, heading toward the discarded magical creature suitcase. He severed the suitcase with his sword, scattering its contents across the ground. As Ron waved his wand at the debris, ready to cast a spell, Voldemort exclaimed, "Wait." Ignoring him, Ron shouted, "Shatter." A kaleidoscope of magical potions and herbs erupted into a fine powder, wafting into the air and into both their nostrils. "Are you mad?" Voldemort gasped. According to Gobbledygook's third law, the antidote for a mixed poison exceeds the total of each individual component's antidote, a fact he had gleaned from Slughorn. Ron likely had no notion of how many potions this concoction contained. The chances of an antidote were virtually non-existent. This little rascal intended to take him down with him. Damn it! Voldemort cursed inwardly, calculating and recalculating, having been outmaneuvered by a first-year student. Should he allow Ron to escape, all his plans would be thwarted, and he would face dire consequences. Fiendfire. Crimson flames surged before Voldemort, transforming into 3 fiery serpents that lunged at Ron. He rolled on the ground, quickly recovering. Faced with the choice of dying in fear or achieving bloody victory, Ron chose the latter. Bearing the side effects of the mixed poison, he circumvented the flames and charged at Voldemort once more, aiming his sword at the Dark Wizard's throat. Predictably, it proved ineffective, but that was inconsequential. He merely needed to delay Voldemort, preventing his escape, and ensuring they both succumbed to the poison together. After all, he had numerous siblings. His absence would not be missed. To slay Voldemort at the tender age of 12 would immortalize his name in the annals of magical history and protect his friends. Far better to leave a legacy than to live a life of obscurity. But the searing heat in his chest interrupted his fervor. It was a gold galleon gifted to him by Harry. He took a moment to glance at it, where a brief inscription read, "Wait for me." Chapter 88. A Grand Escape Under the Moonlight. Was it Yaya? No, it could not be. He had ventured far too deep into the forbidden forest. Even if Yaya were to exhaust herself, she could not possibly escape in such a short time. He recalled the portkey. Ron could scarcely remember the last time he had missed Harry, but he was certain that Harry was on his way. Was he riding a thunderbird or a dragon? Yet, such details paled in significance. What mattered was that he did not wish to die. He must flee. He had to endure until Harry arrived. This was not an act of cowardice. True valor lies not in recklessness, but in the wisdom to preserve one's strength until dawn's arrival. A potent will to survive surged through him, igniting his adrenaline. Every organ in his youthful body worked in unison, momentarily suppressing the weakness brought on by the mingled toxins. Ron's feet flew as he took advantage of Voldemort's momentary weakness, striking fiercely with his sword. Blood blossomed forth. The exhilaration was sweet, yet the chaotic bursts of dark green light compelled him to swallow hard, solidifying his resolve to flee. "Ah, Weasley, you shall perish." Voldemort's hoarse roar echoed behind him, the dark green curse pursuing him relentlessly. Ron sidestepped and leapt onto a tree trunk, darting away with the nimbleness of a Capra Hercus. Voldemort's gaze was somewhat dazed. In his sight, several Rons were scrambling in every direction. A hallucinogenic toxin. "Voldemort, Harry will kill you. Twist off your head, and use it as a chamber pot." Ron's voice rang out from all directions. "If I were you, I would run swiftly." "Run, you say?" Voldemort's voice rasped, "Granting you a chance to grow? Weasley, I shall not allow you to survive." In the shadowy woods, a chase ensued. The flora twisted and tore apart. Ron retreated swiftly along the path he had cleared, dodging left and right, sprinting toward the distance, continuously using levitation and summoning spells to conjure soil and stones to shield himself from Voldemort's killing curses. Fleeing out of the forbidden forest. Gradually, he found himself panting, his vision starting to blur. Adrenaline is not the angelic arrival from ancient myths. It merely bestows a fleeting farewell to the soul and body. Ron had endured this long solely due to his youthful vigor, relying on the surging beats of his heart and the supreme will to welcome the dawn. The final memories of a person often reside in the ephemeral, akin to how one remembers another not for their beauty. Years later, one may forget their visage, yet upon catching a whiff of their signature perfume in a bustling street, one might involuntarily turn around, only to see the backs of countless strangers. It is then one remembers, even if the person who just brushed past was indeed her. One may not recognize her present form. Deep within Ron's final memories lay the scent of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, cat litter flavor, that day of splendid sunshine. As he indulged in snacks Harry had provided, while Harry cradled a plethora of ferns and fungi, when Hermione abruptly pushed the door open, inquiring if they had seen Neville's toad. Bang! With a sound reminiscent of a door being thrust open violently, strength surged within Ron once more, propelling him forward. Voldemort quickened his pace, no longer desiring the accursed Philosopher's Stone. This new generation of wizards was terrifying. Even if his main soul perished here, he had to eliminate Ron. Should this fellow mature, it would spell disaster for his future. Fiery flames roared. The enormous three-headed serpent hissed as it crawled under the moonlight, pursuing Ron ahead. Ron heard the sound of crashing and breaking branches, glancing back, his scalp prickling. Fiery flames erupted, scattering everywhere, as birds and beasts fled in terror. He even saw a werewolf with its rear end scorched by the flames, tugging at the flesh on its backside with its claws. Ron recited incantations, waving his wand, as magical light cut arcs through the air, obstructing the ever-encroaching flames and Voldemort. A series of raspy voices trailed him like a grim reaper. Bang! A dark green beam shattered a stone nearby, sharp fragments slicing through Ron's flesh, blood oozing from his robe. He was injured. Clutching his bloodied waist, Ron gritted his teeth, sharply veering in another direction. The beacon of friendship lay ahead, yet the flames behind him loomed like a demon. He could not flee toward the beacon. The flames had grown too strong. He could not be certain that his cherished companions could withstand the relentless throngs surrounding Voldemort. He had to run farther, waiting for Yaya to find Hagrid, for Hagrid to alert Professor Dumbledore. Clutching Gryffindor's sword and shielding his wounded body, he made a grand escape under the moonlight. In this moment, His flight was as swift as lightning, aimless yet instinctual, reminiscent of his childhood, when he had stirred up trouble outside. Too afraid to lead the adults back home, further burdening his already impoverished family. He pondered how many more times in his life he would experience such moments. As all else was cast aside by the chilling winds, set against the backdrop of crimson flames and the shadowy forest, a lone figure with a sword and a wand, akin to a fugitive, yet also an adventurer. He had heard tales of Godric Gryffindor, who centuries ago led wizards to the Highlands, establishing Hogwarts within an ancient castle. He was not as great as Godric Gryffindor, yet he too wished to forever run in the sunlight, leaving the line between light and dark behind. Whenever darkness threatened to catch up with him, he would once again take flight. Come, Voldemort, come and kill me. If you find yourself lost in the darkness, there is no choice but to move forward. Ron could not fathom where this strength came from. He ran faster and faster. Even if Voldemort materialized before him, he would strike with his sword and leave him behind once more. He accelerated, doubting whether he had surpassed the speed of a Firebolt 2000. The darkness truly seemed to be left behind, with only the moonlight illuminating his path. The sound of the waves surged into his ears, whether it was the rush of blood or the roar of a mighty river. Run! Voldemort rasped, his lungs filled with sulfur. Weasley, you are quite impressive, but fate demands you die today. Ron took several steps forward, the fragments of stone cascading down the sheer cliff hundreds of feet below him. He turned to face Voldemort. Behind him a torrent of rushing water, before him Voldemort and the endless flames. Suddenly, he laughed. June, the conjunction of Mars and the constellation of Resurrection. Mars symbolizes conflict, while the constellation of Resurrection signifies evasion. One is a fire element, masculine planet, the other, a water element. This was fate's choice for him, to choose to evade to the lighthouse of friendship, watching his companions brave the risks, or to seize his weapons and confront the formidable foe. He had long made his choice. Only a coward would fear his destiny. If a desperate man finds no retreat, he shall, like the ancient knights, embrace his fate, willing to fight to the bitter end. Chapter 89, The Will from Antiquity. Voldemort, come, duel with me. Ron roared as he brandished his sword and wand, resembling a silver unicorn whose brilliance illuminated the moonlit night. The Weasley family stands as one of the few remaining pure-blood families in the wizarding world, yet they harbor a sense of discontent and regret for being part of the Sacred 28, as they have long held a fascination for the Muggle world. Their protests have incited the ire of other families listed in the annals, who regard each member of the Weasley clan as a traitor to their pure-blood lineage. Nonetheless, the noble wizarding spirit flows through their veins, a legacy from ancient times. Once, their hearts brimmed with happiness and tranquility, perhaps even complacency, as they pursued fleeting joys and the well-being of their kin. They may have been mischievous, indistinguishable from the crowd, or troubled by their financial woes, but they would awaken. Their bloodline, steeped in millennia, yearned to roar into the world, wielding unparalleled force to obliterate their foes. The coldness on Voldemort's serpentine visage revealed that this noble will was something he had never possessed, something he envied, resented, and loathed, yet could never comprehend since birth. For he was a mere product of a love potion. He thought of the wizards standing in his way, obstructing his dominion over the magical realm. Such a repugnant aura. Voldemort rasped, but I shall grant you an opportunity to perish in remorse and agony. I will ensure you die in obscurity, your friends unable to even locate your remains, until you are forgotten by all. Voldemort straightened, placing his hand upon his chest, as if still gripping a wand. 3, 2, 1. Shattered. In the face of Voldemort's incredulity, Ron swiftly wielded his wand, casting a spell. The air warped, and Voldemort sidestepped, glancing at the shattered rocks beneath, his lips twitching. The earth froze, and the heavens chilled. Sand and stone flew. Bones shattered. Bind swiftly. Ron spoke rapidly, conjuring spells with a flourish. Voldemort couldn't help but ponder whether his former teacher had concealed some knowledge. Otherwise, how could he have fared so poorly compared to Ron in his first year? Yet Ron's incantations were futile against Voldemort. A mere disapparation was sufficient to evade Ron's spells. For Ron had not mastered any expansive magic. Heart-piercing. He intoned the curse, green light blossoming in his palm, striking Ron. Voldemort inhaled deeply, stating in a flat tone, "It is all over. There is no need for you to prolong this. I am far stronger than you can imagine. Once I have slain you and disapparated away, I may yet have a chance to survive." Everything you have done is meaningless, and through your own foolishness. In your attempt to protect your friends, you have led me far from Hogwarts. You do not understand, Voldemort. Ron gritted his teeth against the agony, wielding his sword. You do not grasp what friendship is. You do not comprehend what it means to protect. You are a disappointing dark wizard, belittling that which you do not understand. You will never attain true happiness. Our battle is not yet concluded. Ron, enduring the pain of the piercing curse, charged forth with his sword. A man may evade all the demons of the world, but there is one he can never escape, his own cowardice. He was grateful that just days prior, he had ceased to fear the sight of spiders. Having transcended the roots of his fear, he no longer flinched at pain. The magic tore at his robes and rent his flesh. Yet he merely furrowed his brow, the energy within him rendering him immune to much of the excruciating torment, enabling him to sever his enemy's neck and witness the blood spurt forth. In the final moment, Voldemort interrupted the piercing curse, disapparating to the side, refraining from continuing the fight with Ron. Despite having been pursued relentlessly, Voldemort's magical power was nearly depleted, yet he dared not grant Ron any opportunity. The sword of Gryffindor in Ron's grasp erupted with a resplendent glow, a silvery blade of light emanating from its tip, cleaving through a 10-meter expanse, dissipating into nothingness. Ron stood, sword in hand, facing the cloaked figure of Voldemort against the backdrop of the tumultuous waters, his gaze growing ever dimmer. Once he had been a disappointing, melancholic lad, bitterly lamenting life's injustices, resenting the fact that his family bestowed more upon his siblings than upon him, until he encountered Harry, a beacon of light, akin to a moth drawn to a flame it had never known. Thankfully, he had followed that light for a time, retaining his reason. In the final moment, he did not allow himself to become a moth, burning in the process of extinguishing that flame. You are truly resilient, Ron sighed. But Harry will one day take my place on the battlefield. He will avenge me and slay you. Voldemort disregarded Ron, sensing that Ron was nearing death. He merely needed to regain his magical strength and disapparate away later. As for erasing all traces, he preferred to conserve his magic. He did not wish to create any disturbances while awaiting its restoration. Hogwarts was no longer the institution he once understood. He simply desired to leave swiftly, seeking other means to regain his power. Having regained some strength, Voldemort was about to disapparate when Ron surprisingly rose once more, sword in hand, striking towards him. Voldemort evaded. The strike was slow, so slow that he merely needed to shift slightly to avoid it. Yet as Voldemort attempted to disapparate again, another strike came forth, and in desperation, he began to chant the incantation, ready to end Ron's life, when he noticed dark clouds beginning to gather. Time rewinds to half an hour earlier. Harry was engaged in a conversation about astrology with Bane and Ronan when he suddenly felt the call of the Lumos. Since June, he had been fixated on the Lumos. Yet the myriad of responsibilities weighed heavily upon him, and amidst the chaos, Ron encountered misfortune. With no time for farewells, he brandished his wand to unlock all the magical creature suitcases, yanked forth a Norwegian Ridgeback, mounted it swiftly, and with a flick of his wand, sent Hagrid's roof flying, soaring into the sky accompanied by hundreds of thunderbirds. Noble, hurry. Hold on tight. Beneath the moonlight, the young dragon ascended, its distinctly defined wings beating as it traversed the forest, heading deep into the Forbidden Forest, while behind him, hundreds of thunderbirds surged forth, heralding the storm as they ventured into the shadows of the Forbidden Forest. Harry was already in a hurry, his face etched with anxiety. Ron was his first friend in the magical realm and his most cherished companion. After more than 10 minutes, he discovered traces of battle in the Forbidden Forest, but curiously, the signs of conflict took an unexpected turn. He could somewhat fathom Ron's intentions. While he felt a surge of emotion, a greater sense of helplessness enveloped him. He had no choice but to pursue with the Thunderbird and the Fire Dragon. As he continued his relentless chase, he found himself in the present moment, witnessing Voldemort poised to strike Ron down. Chapter 90. The Wrath of Heaven descends. The Thunderbirds surged forward, resonating with the thunder of midsummer. Beneath the ominous clouds, transcending the divide between earth and sky, he beheld Ron's eyes, dull yet magnificent. You came after all, Ron croaked, his voice hoarse, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Ron was soaring through the air. Harry waved his wand, and Ron ascended into the sky, held tightly in his embrace, crimson staining his collar, tainting his pupils. The once brilliant golden eyes now tinged with blood. Poison corroded his being, bones fractured, pulse weak, life flickering, teetering on the brink of death. He extracted several vials of potion and administered them to Ron, desperately clinging to his last breath, yearning to save him, yet his powers fell short. Indeed, had he arrived even a second later, without Voldemort's intervention, Ron would have perished. A torrent of fiery wrath surged within him, the black cloak billowing in the wind. Rustling ominously, a murderous intent soared to the heavens. With one arm extended, wand in hand, he seemed to wield the spear of Longinus, poised to shatter destiny itself. Golden threads wove through the air, a mysterious and magnificent alchemical reaction instantaneously crystallized, a resplendent radiance tearing through the storm clouds, erupting amidst the thunderous roar. The golden blade, imbued with an eternally burning crimson flame, surged forth from the alchemical reaction, brushing past the vault of Gringotts, where 372 Thunderbird hearts transformed into shimmering light. Merging with the blade, energy surged through the weapon, as the blazing flames transmuted into a sacred liquid, ripping apart the dark clouds, divine light cascading down, illuminating the panic on Voldemort's grotesque serpentine visage. The one endowed with the power to conquer the Dark Lord approached. Born into a lineage that had triumphed over him thrice, arriving at the end of the 7th month, marked by Voldemort as his formidable adversary. Yet, he possessed a strength unknown to the Dark Lord, a force that demanded one must perish at the hands of the other, for both could not coexist. Only one could emerge victorious. Voldemort attempted to apparate, but his magic was disrupted by the surging energy, rendering him unable to escape as he turned to flee. Harry gazed at him, his blood-stained golden eyes shimmering with an unparalleled flame. With a profound understanding, he awakened the angelic power buried deep within his veins. Eternal wings of fire unfurled from behind him. A golden liquid coalesced into a shimmering sword, descending into his grasp. Judgment. Starlight pierced through the clouds, cascading downwards as Voldemort's malevolence was extracted and weighed upon the celestial scales. The defiant were engulfed in flames, and the fallen were condemned to death. A thunderous roar erupted. The sword of destiny, carrying the light of the stars, traversed the vast expanse, arriving with a resounding impact. Voldemort's form shattered explosively, flesh vaporizing silently, as pale shock waves surged forth, akin to a colossal whale crashing into the ocean, stirring up immense tides. Rivers ran dry, swirling in reverse, as hurricanes howled ferociously, and cliffs crumbled, rising to the heavens. The wind howled fiercely, rustling the black cloak and tousling the golden strands of hair illuminated by the sacred light. Harry glanced at the crater, flapped his wings, and, clutching Ron, hurriedly soared towards Hogwarts. The Hextech gunblade and 372 Thunderbird hearts had become expendable items. Yet Harry harbored no regrets. With this strike, Voldemort had no chance of survival. It was the judgmental force capable of severing fate itself. He did not even ponder how to reactivate the waning angelic power. His sole thought was a desperate plea for survival. At the top window of Hogwarts Castle, Dumbledore fixed his gaze towards the Forbidden Forest, flanked by Snape and McGonagall, who were equally transfixed. "Are you truly willing to let the children take such significant risks?" Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, having just sensed the energy of the castle's stone pillars being drained by Dumbledore. She rushed to the headmaster's office and was aghast at what Dumbledore had undertaken. "No, Minerva," Dumbledore replied, turning towards his chair. "They are quite safe. You may interpret this as a trial." Following Dumbledore's gaze, McGonagall and Snape beheld the vanishing Sorting Hat and the elusive Fawkes. Snape's expression darkened. Although he wished to seize Dumbledore by the collar and question him about allowing Lily's son to face peril, he refrained from displaying too much emotion in McGonagall's presence. "We are all aging. The future belongs to the children. They should not have their wings clipped, confined to a greenhouse, only to be thrust into battle unprepared, wielding swords." McGonagall pursed her lips, while Snape felt as though he had consumed a bucket of slugs. Suddenly, a burst of flame erupted, and a wrinkled, featherless phoenix tumbled onto the table. "Oh, Fawkes, we must impose upon you to guide us to the Forbidden Forest," Dumbledore said. "Although we shall not intervene, we ought to witness the children's bravery." Fawkes rolled his eyes in exasperation, gesturing to himself as if to question Dumbledore's inhumane demands. Yet, Dumbledore feigned ignorance, motioning for Snape and McGonagall to follow. With a mournful cry, Fawkes, weary yet resolute, transported them to the Forbidden Forest. "Disillusionment charm," Dumbledore intoned. his form vanishing as if erased from the environment. Snape and McGonagall quickly followed suit, casting the spell with haste. "Let us proceed. They are just ahead. And we are the last to arrive," Dumbledore declared as he moved forward. Before long, they seemed to pass through a veil, standing before a throng of individuals. Nicholas held a circular stone that propped up an invisibility cloak, surrounded by Moody, Lupin, Diggle, Flitwick, Dodgy, Vance, Jones, and Podmore. The members of the Order of the Phoenix had nearly gathered in full, their mouths agape. They were on the verge of rushing forward to rescue Ron and vanquish Voldemort as Ron shattered the mixed toxins. However, Nicholas held them back, assuring them that with him present, this trial posed no danger. Yet, they were unprepared for the overwhelming surprise, or rather, shock, these two children would deliver. Ron activating the ancient will within his bloodline was astonishing. Harry invoking angelic power was purely terrifying. What has transpired? Dumbledore gazed at the massive crater, as if the very earth had been washed away by meteorites. Was this Harry's doing? He tugged at his beard in contemplation. Take a look for yourself. Nicholas tossed a blue stone to Dumbledore. We ought to consider retirement. Dumbledore accepted the blue stone, memories flooding his mind, a vision of resplendent stars in motion. The constellation of Libra weighing Voldemort's sins, summoning ancient divine retribution to obliterate him. Is this the epitome of lawful intent? He murmured, pondering the interplay of mental construction and the influence of power. His final concerns for Harry dissipated. He discerned the ancient chant resonating from Harry's strength. Eternally burning wings. Lift me from earthly despair. I am both the guiding lighthouse and the source of purification. Their actions must be weighed upon the scales of stardust. Their yearning for justice soaring to the heavens. Those who are vile shall be consumed by flames. The despicable deserve death. The unjust shall be engulfed in fire. The fallen shall find no mercy. The greedy shall be undone. The deceitful shall burn. The sacred fire will cleanse you. I am here. My perfection will instill dread. In the light, there is salvation. With a blade in hand, I shall dispense justice. Chapter 91. The warrior's return is a mother's chiding. The summer sun poured down, illuminating the pristine linens of the bed, as the afternoon cicadas disturbed Ron's slumber. He furrowed his brow, the scent of roses wafting into his nostrils. As his lungs expanded, he blinked, gradually revealing Harry's sleeping visage before him. "Harry, wake up, Harry!" He called out twice, but Harry remained deeply asleep. He attempted to reach out and shake Harry awake, but a sharp pain shot through him, causing him to grimace and withdraw his hand. "Good afternoon, Mr. Weasley," came Hermione's voice from the doorway. Ron turned to see Hermione entering, a bowl of sliced fruit in her hands. With a gentle thud, Hermione placed the fruit bowl on the bedside table and prodded Harry lightly. Harry awoke and glanced at Ron. "Oh, you're awake," he remarked. Ron was taken aback, sensing something peculiar in Harry's demeanor. "Yes, I am," he said, offering a shy smile as he turned to Hermione. "Thank you for the fruit you prepared. Could you serve it to me? My hands are not very mobile." "Don't mention it," Hermione replied curtly. "It wasn't meant for you." Ron was left bewildered. "Do you not realize where you went wrong?" Neville's somber voice came from behind him. He turned to find Neville's expression dark. "Do you think you're brave, noble? If I were not your friend, I would commend you for your heroism, claiming you are the true heir of Gryffindor. But I am your friend, Mr. Weasley." Ron attempted to retort, but found himself at a loss, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Don't be angry with Ron. This is my fault," Harry interjected. "Had I accompanied you to the Forbidden Forest, none of this would have happened." Ron still felt that Harry's tone was oddly off, as if he himself could not articulate it. He also noticed Hermione glaring at both him and Harry with fierce intensity. "Your injuries are not severe," Harry reassured. "Rest well. You should not get out of bed for a while." "Wait, where are we?" Ron finally observed that the surroundings were unfamiliar. This was certainly not the Hogwarts infirmary. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies. Hermione took a deep breath and said, "You nearly died. Your mother wrote you a letter. Be sure to read it." She placed a crimson envelope by Ron's bedside, her expression heavy with concern as she led Harry out of the room. Through the doorway, Ron noticed them ascending the stairs. Cautiously setting the red letter aside, he inquired of Neville, "Where are they going?" "To the 5th floor, the Department of Curses," Neville replied, a hint of sorrow in his voice. "The Department of Curses?" Ron exclaimed, feeling a jolt of pain as he moved. "What happened? Is Harry hurt?" "Worse than being hurt," Neville explained. "He utilized a power called Starfall Grace to heal you, and then it went awry." "Awry?" Ron furrowed his brow. "You mean his emotional state?" Indeed, Neville confirmed. His emotions are like a stagnant pool. He's indifferent to everything, yet seething with rage against evil. It's uncertain whether he can be healed. Ron sighed. No wonder you all are upset. No, our anger is not solely due to that, Neville corrected him. Do you understand what it means to be a friend? My grandmother once said that everyone has their reasons to risk their lives. You cling to life while awaiting the day you can risk it. A friend is that reason. You should not abandon us, leaving us without the chance to protect you. Hermione and I did not wish to hide in the warmth of our dormitory while we heard of your injuries. Ron fell silent, understanding that feeling all too well. When Harry faced Quirrell alone, his heart had been a tumult of chaos, longing to rush into that room and stand beside Harry in battle. It seems you comprehend this feeling. Now, read the letter. It is from your mother, and you should open it. Wait, stay with me a moment, Ron insisted. Stay with you? Neville shook his head. That is a howler. My grandmother sent me one once. Enjoy it on your own. With that, Neville turned and departed. Left alone in the room, Ron watched as the corners of the red envelope began to smoke. Gritting his teeth, he leaned closer and tore it open with his teeth. A thunderous noise filled the room, shaking dust from the ceiling. Going on an adventure in the Forbidden Forest, if you return missing limbs, I would not be surprised. Just wait until I deal with you. You probably never considered how your father and I felt when we heard you were in St. Mungo's. It was Mrs. Weasley's voice, amplified 100-fold, causing the fruit bowl to rattle. Ron shrank back under the covers, leaving only his flushed forehead exposed. Last night, after receiving Dumbledore's letter, your father and I nearly had a heart attack. After all our efforts to raise you, we never expected you to be so reckless. You nearly lost your life. If it weren't for Harry. The doctor, having reached the doorway, heard the commotion inside and smiled knowingly before closing the door, humming a tune as he stood outside. They all knew the young lad inside was not in any real danger. He had nearly been healed upon arrival, suffering only minor discomfort that could be remedied in a blink. But why cure him? At such a young age, treating life so carelessly could lead to dire consequences later. Pain should serve as a reminder, lest he meet a mysterious end like his daughter. The doctor's gaze dimmed as he looked towards the stairs, uncertain of the fate of another troubled youth. Ailments of the soul are never easy to mend. 3 days later, they returned to school. Ron's aching bones were not treated at St. Mungo's. They had forced him to leave, hoping he would learn a lesson. As for Harry, sigh. Hermione exhaled heavily. The doctor said Harry's condition resembles the side effects of emotional magic. It cannot be treated externally and requires him to rest. The Gryffindor Common Room held a celebration in their honor, having earned an additional 250 points, solidifying Gryffindor's claim to the House Cup. However, none of them felt inclined to linger in merriment. Their troubles were far from over. 2 days prior, a reporter from the Daily Prophet had come to interview Harry. In a fit of rage, Harry had drawn the sword of Gryffindor, shouting, "The unrepentant shall not be spared, the greedy shall face divine retribution, and let the vile voyeur burn," as he chased after the journalist with the sword raised. Had Dumbledore not intervened, he might have harmed the reporter. They were unaware of the term public relations, yet that was precisely what needed to be done, for once the farewell party concluded, they would board the Hogwarts Express and embark on the next phase of their lives. At this critical juncture, Harry nearly struck down a journalist, an event that, regardless of perspective, would undoubtedly impact the sales of the illustrious Evolution series, a matter that concerns the livelihoods of nearly 3,500 wizards. Not to mention Harry's decisive blow against Voldemort, which reverberated through the land, expending the pre-prepared heart of a Thunderbird and leaving the feathers of the celestial Thunderbird in tatters. And then there was Knockturn Alley, a realm entirely frequented by dark wizards. Chapter 92. The year-end feast of Ascendant Flames in the midst of her bustling schedule. Hermione took a moment to visit the headmaster's office. "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore looked up from his desk. "Ah, Hermione, what brings you here?" Standing before Dumbledore, Hermione did not take a seat. Her hands were clasped tightly together, and her gaze was lowered. "I'm terribly sorry I haven't yet located Voldemort's accomplice. I have failed." Dumbledore set down the newspaper he had been reading, his bright azure eyes reflecting Hermione's shame and self-reproach. For a wizard, opportunities to engage in a battle of wits against a dark lord such as Voldemort are rare indeed. You have shown commendable prowess. You were on the verge of unearthing him, nearly thwarting his plans. Please, have a seat. With a flick of his wand, a chair floated over. Hermione sat stiffly, as though the cushion beneath her were the maw of a fire-breathing dragon. "But I still failed. It was my fault that Harry's soul was compromised. And I nearly endangered Ron as well. Oh, it is not as you think, Hermione. Dumbledore offered her a cup of dragon milk. Failure is a constant thread woven through the tapestry of life. Regret is an inevitable companion. The sun sets, and the moon rises, with the fall of moonlight. The dawn shall surely follow. Light will always find its way to you. This is the essence of life. Your journey has only just begun. One setback is trivial. Do not allow a momentary failure to diminish your youthful vigor. Drink this dragon milk, then return and rest well. I have faith in your intellect. You will surely find clarity, will you not? Dumbledore's bright, shimmering blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, regarded Hermione with kindness and warmth. A sense of calm washed over Hermione. She fluttered her eyelashes and sipped the dragon milk, her earlier trepidation dissipating like mist in the sunlight. That evening, she sought out Harry and Ron, who were descending the stairs to attend the year-end feast. Just prior, Madame Pomfrey had dramatically intercepted them, insisting on conducting a thorough examination of Harry's health. Consequently, by the time they arrived in the Great Hall, it was already filled to capacity. The hall was adorned in the emerald green and silver of Slytherin, celebrating their remarkable achievement of winning the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. A massive banner emblazoned with the Slytherin serpent hung regally on the wall behind the guest of honor's table. As Harry stepped inside, an abrupt silence enveloped the hall, only to be followed by a cacophony of voices erupting once more. He trailed behind Hermione and Ron to the Gryffindor table, and though the hall soon settled into a hush, curious glances were still cast in his direction. Moments later, Dumbledore arrived, and the clamor gradually subsided. Another year has passed. Dumbledore exclaimed with exuberance. Before we indulge in these delightful repasts, I must trouble you to lend an ear to the musings of an old man. What a remarkable year it has been. Surely, your minds have expanded beyond the confines of the past. A summer awaits you, a time to digest all that knowledge and clear space for what lies ahead. Now, as I understand it, we shall commence with the awarding of the House Cup. The scores are as follows. In 4th place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. In 3rd place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. In 2nd place, Slytherin with 472 points. And in 1st place, Gryffindor with 521 points. Silence reigned at the Slytherin table. Harry sensed the gaze upon him and turned his head to see Malfoy, whose eyes were imbued with shame and remorse. Shame? Remorse? Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who met his gaze with a knowing look, conveying an unspoken understanding. Dumbledore was an elder devoted to safeguarding his students, guiding them towards the righteous path. In contrast, Malfoy was a despicable figure steeped in moral decay. He had once allied himself with Voldemort, serving as a breeding ground for malevolence. The heart of the newly initiated Harry, born amidst the searing flames of the damned, draws forth the sword of Gryffindor, directing it towards Malfoy. His golden eyes ignite with fervor, blazing wings unfurling as he propels himself forward, feet striking the ground, charging towards the Slytherin table. Fallenness is a putrid affliction. You shall be cleansed by the sacred fire. The dazzling golden radiance of Harry illuminated the pale face of Malfoy beneath his platinum hair, penetrating the depths of his soul and revealing the pettiness and malevolence within. Malfoy, in a state of panic and fear, did not flinch. He too was gazing at Harry, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The Grand Hall, aglow with countless candle flames, reflected the intertwining of their fates upon the golden and silver platters. He was the fallen pure blood, while he was the chosen savior. Light pierced through darkness, severing the heavy, decaying shackles, and for the first time, Malfoy embraced the light. Crimson blossomed into a flower of the night. Suddenly, a rose-gold goblet fell. The gears of fate, previously stuck, broke free and spun rapidly. Malfoy placed a hand upon his chest, the hem of his black robe trailing on the ground, as he bowed his head and knelt upon one knee in reverence to the light. The sword of Gryffindor lightly touched Malfoy's shoulder, and the dark energies dissipated into ash amidst the golden mist. Purified waters surged within his heart, cleansing his spirit. At last, Malfoy lifted his head, his visage now devoid of gloom and wickedness. His eyes resembled a winter lake, clear and profound, containing the fierce longing of winter for light and warmth. Drip. Blood fell, and Malfoy gasped softly as Snape helped him up. Snape cast a complex gaze at Harry, devoid of mockery, as he hurriedly led Malfoy away from the hall, their departure marked by solitude and sorrow. Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I have a final few points to award. Let us see. The first item, Mr. Malfoy, but Malfoy was no longer present, yet Dumbledore's words continued to resonate. His fear and his bravery have always coexisted. Amidst fear and temptation, at the last moment, he provided crucial information. He is the guardian in the shadows. For this, I award Slytherin 50 points. The Slytherins seemed to forget the injured Malfoy, their cheers nearly uprooting the enchanted ceiling, the stars above trembling slightly in response. The Gryffindors remained silent, heads bowed and lips pursed, contemplating their house cup. It took a while for everyone to regain their composure. Second item, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore continued. His bravery is such that even I tremble. In a duel against dark wizards, he risked his life to step forward. For this, Gryffindor receives 50 points. The atmosphere turned tumultuous as Gryffindors erupted into deafening applause. One could hear Percy loudly proclaiming to the other prefects, "It's my brother, you know, my youngest brother. He fought against dark wizards in the Forbidden Forest." Third item, Miss Granger, Dumbledore stated. When her friends charged into battle, she upheld all their efforts, ensuring that everything functioned smoothly. I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. Fourth item, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore announced. The hall fell into an unusual silence. Courage comes in many forms. He smiled. To confront an enemy requires extraordinary bravery. Yet, when adversity strikes, the willingness to sacrifice everything to save those dear to us demands an even greater courage. Thus, I award Harry 60 points. The uproar was deafening. Over there, some students, their voices hoarse from shouting, were still calculating points in their minds. Realizing that Gryffindor now stood at 681 points, surpassing Slytherin by 151 points. It was a resounding victory, dispelling 7 years of gloom. Professor McGonagall, with a smile, raised the rose-gold goblet to her lips, her eyes reflecting youthful figures, her heart alight with joy. If anyone were to stand outside the hall at that moment, they might have thought an explosion had occurred. As the jubilant cheers from the Gryffindor table surged higher and higher, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were suddenly engulfed by a throng of jubilant supporters. Ron, in his exuberance, elbowed Harry while raising his arms and performing a playful scorpion dance. This necessitated Dumbledore to raise his voice in order to be heard above the thunderous applause. As even the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined in the celebration of Slytherin's dismal defeat. "We ought to make a few minor alterations to the decorations here," he proclaimed. With a clap of his hands, the green streamers transformed into a vibrant red, while the silver ones turned to gold. The formidable Slytherin serpent vanished, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. At that moment, Snape returned with Malfoy, inadvertently encountering Professor McGonagall, who extended her hand with a strained smile, greeting him. Harry smiled faintly, sipping from his cup. After purifying Malfoy, an unknown force surged through his body, enhancing his physical strength while completely dispelling the side effects of the Starfall blessing. Amidst the throng, he swayed to the eccentric tunes of the Twins' Dinner March, tapping his polished shoes and shaking his head. This was an exquisite night, a rarity in many lives. They laughed heartily and danced with abandon, their splendid rose-gold goblets clinking in the vibrant ambience until the candlelight dimmed and the plates lay empty. They would forever cherish that night, almost forgetting that exam results had yet to be announced. The awaited day finally arrived, and both he and Ron had passed their exams with remarkably high scores, only losing a point or two due to minor details in the written tests, which brought them great solace. Hermione achieved the highest mark in their year with a perfect score, dedicating most of her time to revision, meticulously avoiding any pitfalls and ensuring her handwriting was impeccably uniform. Neville also narrowly scraped through, his commendable herbology score significantly compensating for the points lost in potions. Initially, they thought Malfoy's two lackeys were as dim-witted as pigs, selfish and cruel, and would likely face expulsion. To their surprise, they too had passed. While this felt somewhat disappointing, as Ron remarked, life rarely unfolds as one wishes. Suddenly, it seemed that their wardrobe was empty, all belongings packed into suitcases. Ron tugged at his leg, retrieving a toad hidden in the corner of the washroom and handing it to Neville. Notifications were distributed to every student, warning them against the use of magic during the holiday. Hagrid was in charge of leading them to the boats that would cross the lake. Now, they found themselves aboard the Hogwarts Express, laughing and chatting, watching the countryside outside grow increasingly lush and tidy. The train passed by various Muggle towns as they enjoyed Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, shedding their wizard robes in favor of jackets and short tops. At last, the train came to a stop at Platform 9 at King's Cross Station, the whistle blaring. It took them quite some time to disembark. A gaunt old guard stood at the ticket barrier, allowing only 2 or 3 people to pass at a time. ensuring that a throng did not emerge simultaneously from the sturdy wall, drawing the Muggle's attention. "Harry, I won't be able to join you for a while," Ron said. "I nearly gave my mom a heart attack. I need to go home for a few days to calm her down. I'll send you an owl. So do wait for me." "Of course," Harry replied, gesturing to a distance. "Your family is over there. You should hurry." After Ron departed, Hermione handed her trolley to Harry and dashed off to borrow a cart from Mr. Granger. Neville scratched his head, pointing to a stern-looking elderly woman nearby. "My grandmother is here. I need to speak with her, especially since it's the holidays." Harry nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he patted Neville on the shoulder. "Go on. Be confident. You are remarkable." With some reluctance, Neville straightened his posture and, navigating through the throng, made his way to his grandmother's side. Harry could not discern their conversation, yet from the smile that danced upon the elderly woman's serious visage, he understood that Neville's transformation had utterly astonished her. They continued to converse as they made their way towards him. Beside Harry remained only Seamus, whose father was a Muggle and mother a witch. He had long made arrangements with his mother, and his father was also quite supportive, merely hoping that Seamus would write home weekly to assure them of his well-being. "How wonderful," Seamus remarked. "I never expected you all would want to include me." "You possess a remarkable talent for explosions," Harry replied. "It is not merely our choice to have you along, but rather your desire to join us." Seamus said nothing further, but Harry's words were as refreshing as a lemon mint candy. This year had been dismal. His potion-making and spellcasting had devolved into bizarre explosions, rendering him a complete outcast. With only Dean Thomas as his solitary friend, he had never imagined that the legendary savior, after repeatedly rebuffing Malfoy, would choose to befriend him. The hand extended that afternoon was akin to a ray of light piercing through a darkened room, stirring the heartstrings of a forlorn child. "Thank you, Mr. Potter." Neville's grandmother articulated the words Seamus had longed to voice. "I have raised him in place of his parents and never anticipated he would achieve such excellence." "Madam Longbottom, Neville possesses immense potential," Harry earnestly asserted. "It simply remains undiscovered, but I truly believe he will become a renowned herbalist in the future." "Oh, thank you, Potter." Neville's grandmother inquired. "I heard he will assist you in your shop during the holidays?" "Certainly. I hope you might lend me Neville for a while. He is an invaluable assistant to me, and we shall ensure to write to you daily with updates." "Daily reports are unnecessary," Neville's grandmother chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. "I have complete faith in you, Mr. Potter. Please do keep a good eye on this child during the holiday." "It's hardly about keeping an eye," Harry began. But Neville's grandmother interrupted. "Excessive modesty can often verge on laziness. How do you plan to travel? Perhaps I could offer you a ride." "Madam Longbottom, we are already prepared." Harry waved towards the distance. "Hermione, over here." Hermione, holding her parents' hands and with her hair flowing, ran towards them. Chapter 94, Summary of the Volume. The first volume, comprising 200,000 words, has indeed progressed at a somewhat leisurely pace, as mentioned by readers. However, there is no need for concern. The narrative will quicken henceforth. Key elements such as the Treasure of the Kings, the Philosopher's Stone, Kyle's power, hex technology, and alchemical secret potions have already been intricately woven into the story, unveiling the grand and tumultuous future that lies ahead. I am exceedingly grateful that amidst these developments, I have successfully shaped Ron's character and partially crafted Hermione's persona. After undergoing extensive revisions, 13 significant modifications to the first 60 chapters, I have managed to capture some semblance of the original portrayal of Dumbledore's benevolence, agility, and ethereality. Yet, there remains much to be desired. The image of the wise sage is still far from complete, and the distance to the portrayal of the elderly Dumbledore in the original text remains substantial. He should possess a physique capable of swiftly ensnaring a room full of Death Eaters with a single, fluid movement. He ought to be the one sneaking from the headmaster's office to the room of requirement in the dead of night, urgently seeking a restroom. He should also be a fashion icon, with an extensive wardrobe that showcases a different outfit for every season, never repeating. More importantly, he must be a masterful orator, frequently employing obscure vocabulary and a plethora of British humor that may baffle others, all while exuding an air of comforting wisdom. Continued enhancement of these aspects is imperative. Having concluded my lengthy discourse, I shall take a moment to reflect. I am not entirely satisfied with the first volume. While the pacing has been adequately managed, certain subtleties in rhythm have been slightly miscalibrated. The scene in the Great Hall where Draco is confronted felt rather abrupt, lacking the necessary build-up for a satisfying climax. Though I acknowledge this is part of Hermione's character arc that I must preserve, the emotional thread between Hermione and Harry is gradually being laid out. Yet the emotional explosion during Hermione's home visit was not as impactful as it could have been. In terms of language, the flavor still requires refinement, as noted by readers. Harry's aggressiveness is overly pronounced, evoking a rather one-dimensional dragon overlord vibe, which I shall strive to rectify. Presently, I feel my writing is steadily improving. I would grant myself a passing grade for the confrontation between Ron and Voldemort. Although my current performance may be lacking, perhaps requiring me to run barefoot to publication. This stems from substantial revisions of chapters and a complete overhaul of the synopsis, which is manageable. I shall take my time. The Quidditch storyline has received minimal feedback, suggesting it may not resonate well, and I plan to excise that segment from the outline entirely. Allow me to make a promise. On the day of publication, I shall release an additional 20,000 words. Chapter 95, Madame Longbottom's eyes curve. Some individuals possess an innate visibility, even amidst the bustling streets, where the throngs might obscure them, merely casting a glance in their direction. The hem of their garment can become a guiding beacon. Hermione, her face flushed, pushed through the crowd to reach Harry's side. "Good afternoon, Mr. Granger and Mrs. Granger." Harry greeted. "I may need to borrow Hermione for a time. I hope this does not disrupt your plans." "Ha ha ha. What plans could there possibly be?" Mr. Granger chuckled in response to Harry's jest. "Before the holidays, Hermione mentioned she would be accompanying you." Mrs. Granger stifled a smile, watching the exchange between the two men. Her gaze occasionally drifting to Hermione and Harry, her amusement deepening. "The vehicles are all prepared. How many of you are there?" "We're all here," Harry replied. "Is that convenient for you?" "Harry, do not underestimate adults. I have made ample preparations. 3 vehicles, 1 small truck for the luggage. Let us be off." With a grand gesture, Mr. Granger led the way, while Harry called for Madame Longbottom's grandson and Seamus as they exited the King's Cross station. The sunlight illuminated their shadows as they navigated through the crowd, casting a warm glow upon the 3 vehicles, highlighting their polished surfaces. Bang! Harry snapped off the iron rod and secured the truck's rear door. The sheer strength he displayed was quite astonishing, prompting Mr. Granger to inquire softly. "Did you employ a spell to enhance your strength?" "No," Harry replied. "The school forbids students from using magic off-campus during the holidays, at least not in crowded places." "Then what do you attribute this to?" Mr. Granger asked, somewhat perplexed. "I'm not entirely certain," Harry continued as he walked, "but it might be connected to one's lineage." Harry did not conceal from Mr. Granger that he had only recently tapped into the powers of Kyle and had yet to find the time to comprehend the essence of those powers. This revelation left Mr. Granger with a tinge of regret. Harry pondered for a moment before adding, "However, magic is inherently subjective. There must certainly exist spells and potions capable of augmenting one's strength, though I have yet to master them." "You seem quite intrigued by the notion of power?" "Ah, indeed," Mr. Granger sighed. "When it comes to tooth extraction, one must employ forceps. Possessing sufficient strength can help avert numerous secondary injuries." "How fortuitous," Harry chuckled. "You could bring back an additional gift upon your return." "A gift?" "A product, anticipated to be co-produced with the Galleons Company this holiday season," Harry elucidated. "I have 2 prototypes here, and one is destined for you." "Is it related to magic?" Mr. Granger inquired, pausing at the doorknob, his interest piqued. "On the surface, it may appear unrelated," Harry replied, "but in essence, it is profoundly connected. I am engaged in the business of the outlawed." Mr. Granger was momentarily taken aback by Harry's candor. "But there is nothing to be concerned about. A century's worth of technology is indistinguishable from magic in the eyes of the public. I have equipped the core technological components related to magic with self-destruct mechanisms. Should anyone attempt to dismantle them, what remains will merely be a heap of worthless metal, and moreover, they operate on electricity." Mr. Granger still harbored some apprehension. Yet the car window had already been rolled down, and Mrs. Granger gazed at them with wide, hopeful eyes, inquiring whether they would board. The 2 men, one large and one small, took their respective places, one in the driver's seat and the other in the back. "This is my first time riding in one of these," Grandma Lombard remarked. "It is quite comfortable, akin to sitting on a sofa at home." Harry nodded with a smile, as Mr. Granger offered a brief explanation. They all sensed that the elderly gentleman had little interest in the automobile, merely exchanging pleasantries. Amidst the roar of the engines, 3 cars set off towards Charing Cross. A journey not too far, lasting nearly 2 hours before they came to a halt at their destination. Seamus and Neville disembarked from the rear of the vehicle, assisting Harry with the luggage. Before long, the baggage was all unloaded. After handing cigars to the 2 drivers, Harry offered one to Mr. Granger as well. Mrs. Granger, with a cheerful smile, confiscated the cigar, while Mr. Granger casually took the box from Harry's hands. "Children should steer clear of such things," he remarked, clearing his throat. Seizing the moment while Mrs. Granger looked away, he added in a hushed tone, "She is quite worried about your oral health. I know you wizards are not concerned about this, but I shall provide you with one later." Harry chuckled and shook his head, fully aware of Mrs. Granger's goodwill. He had hardly indulged in cigars. Most of those sent by Eileen had been gifted to the Weasley twins. Speaking of Eileen, he recalled something he had forgotten. Glancing around, he spotted the blue and pink spray-painted car parked at the end of the alley. Eileen was perched on the hood, chin resting on her hands, watching him with keen interest. "Eileen," Harry waved, pulling Hermione along towards her. "This is Hermione Granger, the partner I often mention in my letters," Harry introduced. "And this is Eileen, the lady of Groaning Company, our collaborator." Eileen raised an eyebrow. "Just a collaborator?" "Also, my sister." Harry's face flushed for a brief moment. "You remember I'm your sister, huh?" Eileen teased, playfully pinching Harry's ear. "And you didn't even inform me beforehand to pick you up, you little rascal." "I was worried I might get lost and waited here all day. I've been rather busy lately," Harry replied awkwardly. Hermione added, "There have been quite a few happenings at school recently." "I see," Eileen mused, deducing that Harry might have encountered some danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have withheld the details of his recent escapades, especially from someone with whom he shared his Christmas gifts. However, she wisely chose not to press further, lest it cause Harry embarrassment in front of his female companion. "The materials I've prepared for you have all arrived. Over at that shop," Eileen diverted the topic. "Let's go check it out first. I've prepared the renovation plan for you. By the way, do you really not need me to find some hands to help?" "Having the materials is sufficient," Harry assured. "Magic makes things quite convenient." Eileen nodded slightly, having merely asked to confirm, to ensure Harry wasn't left unprepared now that he was on holiday. "Over there are Hermione's parents, along with Granny Longbottom and Seamus Finnegan," Harry introduced again, leading Eileen over. "This is Eileen, my sister." Granny Longbottom raised an eyebrow, realizing that the Potter family had only this one child left, wondering where this sister had come from. After a moment of thought, she surmised that this so-called sister must be someone Harry had recognized while living in the Muggle world. Having sensed her curiosity with a glance, she felt reassured. The girl bore no ill intent. Harry had endured a difficult childhood, and it was indeed a great fortune for him to have found a good sister. After a brief introduction, they all entered the Leaky Cauldron. Surprisingly, Eileen paid little attention to the establishment itself, directing her focus entirely on the Grangers. It felt somewhat like a mutual probing between the parents of a couple post-engagement. Granny Longbottom's eyes crinkled with a smile, despite her usual stern demeanor. Age often brings an interest in the trivialities of life, and she sensed this visit was not in vain, anticipating further entertaining revelations ahead. Chapter 96. Shadows will always chase the light this way. This way. Still a bit askew, Eileen commanded, hands on her hips, directing Harry to properly hang the sign. The sign measured 7 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 20 inches thick, crafted from tarnished pure silver, with a row of pure gold lettering stating Potter's magical supplies painstakingly engraved into it. It was undeniably beautiful, exceptionally rare, and indeed heavy, making Harry feel as though he were lifting 3 Nivilles. Finally, with a resounding thud, the sign was positioned correctly. Harry leaned against his waist, deeply concerned that it might fall and injure a customer. "Now that's impressive. The shatterproof glass is all in your bag, right?" Eileen observed as Harry retrieved the glass, satisfied, and then summoned Neville and Seamus to assist with the levitation charm to replace the glass. Once the glass was swapped out, there remained ceilings, floors, and walls to attend to, a great deal of work to be done, with the acquisition of furniture becoming the simplest task in comparison. Even Granny Longbottom joined in, exhausted and breathless, as they labored late into the night to complete the shop's decoration. They were indeed tired, but after their industrious efforts, a group of them sat on the alligator skin sofa, enjoying refreshments and sipping fine jazz red tea, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. The entire shop had been transformed. The display cases showcased several rows of exquisitely rare Hextech battle legs, illuminated by the radiant lights of Thunderbird energy, casting a brilliant glow that penetrated the shop's glass, brightening the throngs of wizards outside. They pressed their noses against the window, drooling in anticipation. "When is the grand opening?" Harry overheard a limping wizard inquire, referring to the Hextech Glorious Evolution series of battle legs that had been perfectly reported by the Daily Prophet. Finally catching her breath, Granny Longbottom sighed, feeling somewhat defeated. She had anticipated a delightful spectacle, but had found herself laboring instead. Though the children had not allowed her to overexert herself, she reasoned that since she was there, she couldn't merely watch them toil. Those 3 muggles had helped without magic, and Eileen, with her delicate hands, had sustained cuts from the bricks. It was neither fitting nor dignified in her eyes. The prying eyes from outside made her uncomfortable, and with the upstairs already cleaned out to reveal 5 rooms. The children had ample space to stay, with Diagon Alley being quite safe. She cleared her throat. I must head back. You all should rest well tonight. I'll take my leave. Without waiting for Harry to rise and see her off, Granny Longbottom waved her wand and vanished in an instant. Eileen felt it was a sheer waste. With such powers, what was the use of shatterproof glass? If a wizard truly harbored malicious intent, they could easily use such magic to break in and steal away. Do not worry, Sister Eileen, Hermione reassured the disheartened Eileen. Professor Flammel has prepared us with anti-disapparition charms. And Diagon Alley is quite secure. The Ministry has oversight measures in place. No one will come to rob us. Eileen's spirits lifted slightly as she engaged Hermione in idle chatter, and after consuming a few cookies, Mrs. Granger also joined the conversation. Neville and Seamus, worn out, crawled upstairs and did not return. Seizing the opportunity, Mr. Granger took Harry aside into the parlor, broaching a topic that had been weighing on his mind. What you implied earlier was that the technology you are collaborating on with Groaning Company violates the laws of the magical community. Wizarding products cannot be used by muggles, let alone be produced on a large scale. Harry replied earnestly. He had a good relationship with Mr. Granger and felt no need to conceal the truth. Asserting that muggle technology should not be applied in the magical realm, and the Ministry enforced strict regulations in this regard. Mr. Granger's concern deepened. So, for the sake of profit? Harry pondered for a moment before continuing. My mentor is Nicholas Flamel, and Dumbledore supports me. The Potter family still holds some influence at the Wisengamot. As long as they lack sufficient evidence, even Minister Fudge cannot do anything to me. Profit? Mr. Granger shook his head. In the eyes of the goblins at Gringotts, pounds are akin to toilet paper. It's merely a charitable assistance offered to students. For wizards, acquiring pounds is remarkably simple. Aspiring to change the world is commendable, but one must act within their means. Do not take unnecessary risks. You are only 11. Initially, I didn't want to earn money. I had no idea the magical laws were so convoluted, Harry confessed, retrieving 2 bottles of vodka from somewhere. Then I met Eileen, who has treated me well. The first new clothes I received upon arriving in this world were gifted by her. I don't want her year-long efforts to go to waste. She worked tirelessly, persuading the Groaning Board with a betting agreement. I cannot let her down. After all, she is my sister. Mr. Granger remained somewhat reticent. If it were merely a matter of altering the world, he would advise Harry to exercise patience. To wait until the years had passed and he had established a significant standing within the magical realm, capable of toppling the Minister for Magic, before embarking on a quest for his ideals. However, when it came to matters of emotional entanglement, he found himself at a loss for counsel. From his understanding of Harry, despite his tender years, he had developed a certain acumen in navigating the complexities of life, ensuring he would not descend into an irretrievable abyss. Rest assured, Mr. Granger, Harry said, even if I were to be imprisoned in Azkaban, it would not be a problem. My mentor would rescue me. The worst possible outcome would merely be to remain in the shadows of the future. Azkaban? The prison of the magical world? Harry nodded, stating that Lucifer had opened a door in Azkaban, and he was captured inside, seeking Lucifer's assistance to return to his mentor's home. You truly are amusing, Mr. Granger, he remarked, twisting open a bottle of vodka and taking a sip. Since that is the case, I have nothing to worry about. This was a magnificent creation that could alter the world. In the future, you would be immortalized in history, revered by generations to come. It matters not. Those future generations are not mine, Harry chuckled, shaking his head. Fame is but the most confining of cages, and I care little for the judgments of the world. Of course, if I could make the world a better place, that would indeed be a fortunate endeavor. Mr. Granger found himself increasingly fond of this young lad. Conversing with him was invigorating, even soul-cleansing. It was evident that Harry was undertaking such considerable risks for reasons beyond merely helping Eileen. Wizards possess myriad means to ensure Eileen's well-being while profiting, without necessitating the imposition of a glorious evolution shackled to the mundane world. This boy was inherently imbued with a compassion for humanity, akin to his willingness to exhaust himself for the sake of a post-war foundation. Shadows will invariably pursue the light. The unfortunate, benevolent child, when sheltered by an umbrella, thinks of providing refuge to those caught in the rain. If only there were less duplicity in their hearts. What are you discussing? Miss Otter's small head peeked through the door of the reception room, with Mrs. Granger's head perched atop hers. "Nothing of consequence," Mr. Granger replied, snatching the bottle of liquor from Harry's grasp, vigorously shaking it before uncorking 2 bottles to celebrate the store's opening. Mrs. Granger rolled her eyes, stating, "Drinking is merely drinking. It is not champagne. So where do you intend to spray it? It's getting late. I must escort him back." "We have patients scheduled for tomorrow," Mrs. Granger interjected, snatching the vodka and playfully dousing Mr. Granger with it like champagne, cheerfully wishing them a prosperous opening the following morning. Chapter 97, Potter's Magical Supplies Store. "To great success," Hermione exclaimed, raising her arms and playfully showering invisible petals. Mr. Granger and Harry linked arms, sharing a knowing smile. As long as cherished companions are by one's side, even winter roses shall bloom, and the once quiet streets will bustle with life. The fervor of existence will elevate the most ordinary days. As the moon set and the sun rose, at 6 o'clock the next morning, Harry knocked on each door in turn. Seamus rubbed his tousled hair, Neville yawned widely, Eileen shouted for her makeup, and Hermione, clad in an apron, presented a platter of bread. Magically toasted bread that failed on Christmas, Hermione said with a twinkle in her eye. "Would you care to try some?" "It seems there are no other breakfast options," Harry shrugged, taking a slice. "I would prefer strawberry pudding, to be honest." As he spoke, he stuffed the magical toast into his mouth. After a few chews, the rich butter mingled with the creamy essence of milk surged down his throat. His fingers moved eagerly. And just as he reached for another piece, Hermione protectively shielded the platter, denying him. "Go have your strawberry pudding. You shan't have any. Not even to feed a dog." Miss Otter noticed Neville and Seamus approaching the door. With one slice in each hand, she fiercely stuffed them into their mouths. Although Neville and Seamus felt something was amiss. The aroma of the magical toast was too enticing, causing them to forget Hermione's words entirely as they inhaled the bread. The plate held only 7 pieces of magical toast, hardly sufficient for the 3 hungry souls in desperate need of breakfast after a long day. As Harry was about to summon everyone for breakfast at the Leaky Cauldron, a persistent and urgent knocking echoed from downstairs, descending the deep brown lacquered oak staircase. He had barely reached the halfway point when he spotted a throng of wizards gathered around the glass door. The Daily Prophet had indeed reported the establishment's opening today, hadn't it? The foremost among them, a limping wizard, inquired loudly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the hextech prosthetic leg displayed within the window. "I might have to wait a bit longer for my meal." Harry shrugged at Hermione. "You all go ahead to the Leaky Cauldron and bring me back a takeout." "I'm coming with you." Hermione shook her head in refusal. "You won't manage well on your own." "What's so difficult about it?" Harry retorted. "Professor Flitwick provided us with magical items to guard the store and also gave us devices to prevent apparition. I can handle it myself." Neville and Seamus glanced at the crowd of eager patrons, scratching their heads, while Aaron and Hermione, seemingly oblivious to Harry's words, moved to open the door. Customers streamed in, nearly overwhelming the shop. Hermione quickly pointed her wand at her throat. "Sonorous." She coughed twice, her amplified voice capturing the attention of the patrons. "Listen to me, please. Prices are clearly marked beneath the display, and any inquiries can be directed towards the window. It will respond to your questions. If further assistance is needed, do not hesitate to call upon the staff. Once you have confirmed your purchase, proceed to the counter for payment, and Mr. Potter will escort you to the operating room for installation." Hermione's parents ran a dental practice, so she was quite familiar with such bustling scenes, where customers selected from an array of porcelain, silver, or gold dental replacements. After her announcement, the impatient customers craned their necks towards the display, eager to touch the hextech prosthetic legs, but the crackling electricity and the twitching of unfortunate souls deterred most from such impulses. After checking the price tags and feeling their wallets, many patrons opted to retreat, and the shop gradually grew quieter. With only about 20 wizards approaching the counter after reviewing the features and precautions, due to production constraints, Potter's magical item shop was limited to selling only 10 mechanical enhancements each day, requiring customers to take a number and queue. Standing behind the counter, Aaron, wearing a professional smile, accepted the galleons and handed out Harry's custom number tags. "More waiting?" grumbled an elderly limping wizard who had received number 14, his displeasure evident. "I'm terribly sorry, sir, but you are number 14 and will need to return tomorrow," Aaron explained. "It would be best to come back at 1 in the afternoon as the procedure requires time." "Tomorrow afternoon? Can it be done today?" "I'm available tonight as well." "Apologies, sir, but Mr. Potter also requires rest. This is to conserve energy and ensure precision for each procedure," Aaron replied with a smile, unwilling to relent. Her brother needed rest too. Once the floodgates opened, Harry would be busy day and night, and she couldn't bear that. Very well. The elderly limping wizard ultimately chose not to request a refund and hurriedly took his number tag and departed. However, in contrast to the elder's understanding, some wizards with numbers in the 20s expressed their dissatisfaction loudly, ready to confront Aaron about their desire for immediate leg replacements. Harry lifted his wand and uttered a few incantations. As the wand emanated an ominous glow, he managed to quell the chaos. They toiled until evening, and by the time the shop closed, the number of visiting wizards had significantly diminished, with queues extending beyond 246,000 galleons. Exclaimed Simon as he closed the vault door beneath the shop. This was merely the first day's sales. We are already approaching the cost price, Hermione noted, reminding him that there were 231 orders, each priced at merely 200 galleons. We still need to procure mithril, thunderbird feathers, and rain crystal. Hermione paused her writing and looked up at Harry, inquiring whether the Owl Post Office and material suppliers had been contacted. Harry nodded in agreement, stating that they only needed to urge Hagrid to produce the thunderbird feathers. The other suppliers would dispatch their materials to Slagward Magical Supplies, located at 234 Diagon Alley. Hermione calculated the galleon requirements for the distribution of mithril, rain crystal, and other materials, jotting them down in her notebook before turning her gaze to Eileen. The factory had already begun producing components after receiving the blueprints last night, with the first batch of 100 handcrafted units expected to be completed by tonight. However, a fully operational assembly line might take up to a week. Moreover, how do you intend to transport them? Will it still rely on Gringotts moneybags? For now, we shall depend on Gringotts moneybags, Harry replied. The assembly line is not urgent. A week from now will be just right. The door given to me by the professor cannot be moved once opened. We must wait until we establish the factory in Nocturne Alley before we can activate it. This week presents a perfect opportunity for us to set up the factory in Nocturne Alley. As Harry's words lingered in the air, they turned their gaze towards Simon, the prodigy they relied upon for breaking ground and cultivating the land. Clearing his throat, Simon sheepishly scratched his head, expressing his confidence in demolition. By the way, when can we expect the wizards from the Post-War Foundation to arrive? Chapter 98, The Glorious Evolution, Absolutely Explosive. We must await Mr. Digger's response, Harry replied. In the meantime, we must devise every possible strategy to make our shop thrive. Neville hesitated, scratching his head. Isn't it already thriving? The Daily Prophet reported us as the headline news, and I've heard that several foreign magical newspapers have also covered the Glorious Evolution series, receiving great acclaim. How did you come by this information, Neville? Hermione inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. My grandmother, Neville explained. This afternoon, I received a letter from her. She was attending a wizarding banquet at the time, and they were all discussing Harry and Hextech. Many wizards' friends and relatives are traveling from around the world to England. My grandmother mentioned that we are doing exceptionally well. She remarked that she has never seen such accomplished wizards at the age of 11 or 12. Even Dumbledore, Voldemort, or Grindelwald did not achieve such feats at that age. She takes pride in us. Simon couldn't help but straighten his back with pride. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, each perceiving the other's concern. What is the matter? Neville asked, looking from Hermione to Harry. This should be good news, so why the gloom? Neville. Our production capacity is insufficient, Harry sighed. Insufficient capacity? Neville was puzzled. Haven't we contacted the Groening Company? Miss Groening is already working on the assembly line. I thought with that in place, we could quickly obtain the shells and just need to etch some magical elements inside. It's not that simple, Neville. Hermione rubbed her forehead. The most crucial material for the Thunderbird's heart is the tail feathers of the Thunderbird. Until Hagrid breeds a new species of Thunderbird that produces a large quantity of tail feathers, our production capacity will remain a significant obstacle. Harry had already manufactured all the prosthetic samples from Hextech's Glorious Evolution series, including limbs, kidneys, digestive tracts, and even skulls and hearts. Every bodily component could be replaced with the Glorious Evolution series, but due to production capacity issues, these samples had yet to be displayed in the showcase. We must wait for Groening Company to produce the supporting assembly line, and for Hagrid's new species of Thunderbird. Neville's mouth fell open. He had realized Harry had accomplished so much with the entire Glorious Evolution series. If this news were to spread, it would completely ignite the magical community. Especially among the werewolves, they would be ecstatic, finally freed from their despised status and truly integrated into the magical realm. But that is not all, Eileen interjected. Currently, only Harry can perform the mechanical enhancement surgeries, and that is the greatest limitation. If Harry cannot train a batch of apprentices, he will be bound to the operating table for the rest of his life. This differs from the prosthetic replacements in the non-magical world. It involves something called the arcane. Or whatever it is, Hermione said, her curiosity piqued. Why don't the prosthetics in the non-magical world require your personal intervention for replacement? Arcane, Harry clarified. The products your factory produces for non-magical people. I created a disposable connection core, using ancient magical scripts as a substitute for arcane guidance. However, wizards cannot utilize ancient scripts as a replacement. Why not? Eileen inquired, puzzled. The issue is somewhat akin to Goblet's third law, Harry explained. To substitute arcane guidance with an ancient magical script array suitable for all bodily constitutions, one must encompass the entirety of ancient magical script arrays tailored for individual constitutions. But the base number of non-magical people is larger, Eileen coughed lightly. Surely it's more diverse than the pure bloodlines of a few families intermarrying over centuries in the magical realm. No, Eileen, it's not due to bloodlines. Harry shook his head. It's about magical power. Non-magical people lack magical power. So I only need a set of ancient magical script arrays for connection that is unrelated to magical power. However, the magical characteristics of wizards are exceedingly diverse. Even the slightest difference necessitates a different set of ancient magical script arrays. To fully encompass all wizarding constitutions would require an unfathomably vast array of ancient magical scripts. Even if I carved them smaller than ants, the cumulative size would exceed that of a football field, making it impossible to inscribe in the glorious series. This is an insurmountable challenge. That truly is unfortunate. Eileen felt Harry's distress. Is there truly no way? Perhaps there is, Harry mused. But it would likely require only my mentor to accomplish it. He alone possesses knowledge of so many ancient magical scripts. Only he, a legendary alchemist, could inscribe an array of magical scripts within a minuscule core expanded by a seamless extension spell. However, the energy and time consumed would be immense. Just this small core would likely demand more effort than installing 100,000 Hex-Tech battle legs. Although Eileen was not a wizard, she sensed the difficulty in this task and sighed for Harry. Let us put off the damned work until tomorrow, Eileen said. We should enjoy life. Relish in our post-work routine. Shall we go to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink? Speaking of the Leaky Cauldron, a rumble filled the air. They had been busy since morning and hadn't tea eaten yet. Let us go to the Leaky Cauldron for a proper meal. No need to be polite. We made a small profit today, so I'll treat, Harry said with a smile. Also, I need to have a chat with Tom about the morning delivery service. Tom? Eileen recalled something. You mean that walnut-brained owner of the Leaky Cauldron? Harry nodded, and Neville felt that Aaron's description was exceedingly apparent. If you share a good rapport with him, perhaps I have a lucrative opportunity, Aaron said. What do you think? Can he be trusted? Harry shook his head, suggesting that after work, they should indulge in the joys of daily life. The burdens of work could be postponed until tomorrow. If not for the concern that they would have to endure hunger for another day, he would have refrained from discussing the delivery business with Tom. How wonderful it would be to have a house elf, Neville mused, acknowledging the exquisite meals prepared by these creatures, whose domestic skills were unparalleled. Wait, such beings still exist? Aaron exclaimed, eagerly turning to Harry. Harry, we have the means now. Shouldn't we consider acquiring one? Let's wait, Harry replied, glancing at Hermione. First, we should have our meal. Hermione remained silent, well aware of the plight of house elves, who had been oppressed for countless years, much like the unfortunate classes within the wizarding world. She yearned to rescue these pitiful beings and had even participated in a hunger strike at Hogwarts to protest their treatment. However, at present, she preferred to keep those thoughts buried and devote herself entirely to Harry's endeavors. The opportunity for salvation did not have to follow a particular order. Her abilities were limited. And currently, she could only aid the over 3,000 suffering wizards. Chapter 99, The Hounds of the Peveril Family in July. With less than 2 months remaining until the school year commenced, Potter's magical supply store thrived, invigorating most industries within Diagon Alley. The radiant sunlight bathed the cobbled streets of Diagon Alley, bustling with activity. Strangely, no wizards entered the establishment at 275 Diagon Alley. As if it had been subjected to a wizard-repelling charm, disappearing from the sight of wizards much like the Leaky Cauldron from Muggleview. Madame Panier's beauty potion shop was the place in question. A middle-aged wizard sporting a black top hat gazed up at the sign, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. Welcome. Are you dealing with pockmarks or acne? A gentle voice resonated within the shop, tinged with a hint of joy. Madame Panier, I apologize for the intrusion. The middle-aged man said, I hope not to take up too much of your time. Florin? Florin Fox? Madame Panier's ample bosom quivered with disappointment, her tone growing noticeably colder. Your ice cream shop has been bustling. What brings you here unexpectedly? Indeed, It has been years since it was this lively, Florin replied with a smile. The crowds have multiplied, and my ice cream shop's business has skyrocketed, leaving me quite overwhelmed. Then why aren't you attending to your shop? Why come here to mock me in this poor establishment? Even with Mr. Potter's influx of customers, we won't make a single galleon? Certainly not, Florin shook his head. It's related to Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter? Madame Pannier inquired, puzzled. Then please, come in. I am not worried about time. She led Florin to a waiting room at the back, and they sat across from each other. Butterbeer, Slug Club red tea, or honey hot cocoa? Just butterbeer will suffice, Florin said. Madame Pannier waved her wand, swiftly filling 2 cups with butterbeer and honey hot cocoa. Industry attracts customers, customers drive transactions, and transactions generate the flow of wealth, which in turn creates greater value, Florin remarked, taking a sip of butterbeer and squinting his eyes in appreciation. Ah, Mr. Potter's original words, truly remarkable. At his age, I was still clamoring for my parents to buy me toys from the bouncing baby magical joke shop, while he has already embarked on a business venture. Indeed, Mr. Potter possesses an air of a savior, Madame Pannier praised, sipping her hot cocoa. I suspect he could purchase the bouncing baby magical joke shop without relying on his inheritance. So, Mr. Fox, your visit today is connected to Mr. Potter's business? Surely, my beauty products cannot be sold in Mr. Potter's store? I believe Mr. Potter's aspirations extend beyond merely owning a shop, Florin replied. We should anticipate his future with great expectation. Oh? Madame Pannier blinked, not responding further. I mean, extending a helping hand at a crucial moment, Florin hinted. If this child were an ordinary wizard, that would be one thing, but he is anything but ordinary. He surpasses even his grandfather. You did not assist James, but you ought to help this child. Madame Pannier's expression momentarily froze, then she waved her hand with a smile. What assistance is needed? We are all ordinary wizards. If he were to come to my shop for beauty treatments, I would certainly attend to him with care. Florin placed his cup down with a clatter, interrupting Madame Pannier's words. Madame Pannier, let me speak plainly. We are the hounds raised by the Peveril family. Supporting Voldemort is to support the heir of the Peveril family. Supporting Potter is the same, at least in my view. This generation of Potter is far superior to the other heirs of the Peveril family. Madame Pannier set down her honey-hot cocoa. You seem to have misunderstood something. Misunderstood? Florin shook his head. I have observed you for quite some time. If I am not mistaken, you are a descendant of Ignatius Peveril's followers. You have secluded yourselves for too long. Having witnessed James Potter's demise, must you remain indifferent to Harry Potter as well? Madame Pannier narrowed her eyes at his words. I am not a descendant of Ignatius's followers, but I do have ties to the Peveril family. However, before discussing this, you must at least reveal your identity. Oh, certainly. Florin replied, rummaging through his pocket to produce a badge. My ancestor was a follower of Cadmus Peveril. Madame Pannier took the badge, examining it closely before her expression shifted from confusion to shock, and finally to anger. You are one of those bastards who assisted the Gaunt family, damn it. She drew her wand, but Florin was quicker. Calm down. Although my father assisted the Gaunt family and aided Voldemort, I was not involved. I secretly provided significant help to Evans. Madame Pannier's expression flickered. She was aware that Lily Evans had acquired powerful ancient magic, and her family even believed her grandfather had funded Lily. However, they were well aware that this ancient magic had nothing to do with them. It came from a mysterious organization. To her astonishment, this mysterious organization was entangled with those wizards who assisted the Gaunt family. Her expression grew serious as she lowered her wand. We can discuss this, she said. Your ancestor's choice to continue supporting the Gaunt family was a mistake. Had he aligned with my ancestor to support the Potter family, the situation now would be entirely different. Wait, are you implying? Florin's expression shifted. Your ancestor was also a follower of Cadmus Peveril. Madame Pannier nodded. There is nothing to deny, and in my view, it forms a solid basis for cooperation. Coincidentally, her lineage had dwindled significantly due to the First Wizarding War, leading to a severe decline in influence. They yearned to assist the young Mr. Potter, but found themselves lacking the means. It is you. Florin's expression turned to disappointment as he began to gather his belongings. What do you mean? Madame Pannier grasped Florin's arm. You wish to discuss cooperation, yet you want to leave now? Florin sneered, shaking her off. I fear being made a fool by you lot. We fools? Madame Pannier reached out to grab Florin's collar, but he swatted her hand away. Florin looked down at Madame Pannier with disdain, gritting his teeth as he said, If you weren't fools, would the wizarding world have arrived at this state? You may still be perplexed as to why Mr. Dumbledore insisted on placing Mr. Potter within the Muggle community. It seems he need not worry any longer. There is no cause for concern that you simpletons will continue to coddle him. Just as you did with James. Do you have any idea of the extent of my efforts behind the scenes? Damn it, all of it has been ruined by you. James Potter is the scion of both the Potter and Peveril families, with proper upbringing and the clandestine assistance I provided to Lily. How could they possibly have evaded their fate? After Florence spoke, he discreetly waved his wand while Mrs. Pignell gaped in shock, obliviate. He erased the traces of his presence, turned, and departed, gazing at the harsh sunlight of Diagon Alley, a dull ache forming in his head. It was not a wasted trip. At least he had confirmed that those individuals were no longer capable of indulging the descendants of the Potter family. Yet, he had no time to pursue the current dealings of Mr. Potter, the descendant of Ignatius Peveril, who was evidently heading towards Knockturn Alley, a perilous place. One must plan accordingly. Infiltrating the post-war Foundation was indeed a prudent strategy, he mused. The members of the Order of the Phoenix were likely nearing the end of their first round of screenings. And in the coming days, Diggory should approach young Potter regarding the Foundation's subsequent developments, while the comrades remaining within the Foundation should also be mobilizing. Chapter 100. The rebel among Guardians' intelligence work is not a task for the ordinary, at least, not for a mere drunkard. Florin held no expectations for his comrades, who were drowning in spirits like fish suffocating on land. Florin merely hoped he could enlist their aid in gaining entry to the post-war Foundation. Given the Foundation's stringent requirements and his own meticulously prepared qualifications, such a straightforward task should be achievable even for the dullest of wizards. Alas, this fish, fully submerged in alcohol, was even less capable than a low-witted wizard. Damn it, does he spend all day drinking by the toilet? Florin was uncharacteristically irritable. His mind clouded with thoughts of wizardly excrement, and he could not even manage this simple task. The loyal hounds of the Peveril family had truly become wild dogs feasting on filth. He swept the bottles and jars from the table, collapsing back into his chair, his gaze lost in the dandelion seeds drifting by outside. In truth, he had perused the ancestral records, reading of Antioch's assassination and the violent history of the Elder Wand. And he understood all too well that as a former follower of the eldest Peveril brother, the notion of magic as power had reduced this loyal hound to mere thoughts of gambling and veins coursing with alcohol. These wizards only seemed to possess brains when engaged in duels, wielding their wands as if their muscles could conjure intellect. At all other times, they lived lives worse than the most wretched muggles. He should not have harbored fantasies of relying on them. Yet the other two factions of loyal hounds remained. Those who followed Ignatius, who revered seclusion, had vanished entirely after Aolandi Peveril wed Hadwin Potter, as if they had donned invisibility cloaks to live their lives in utter obscurity. The followers of the second brother, Cadmus, were filled with pride, yet the twisted mindset of the Cadmus descendants, the Gaunts, led to a complete schism, self-identifying as the Elders, Redeemers, and Guardians. The Elders dreamed of reclaiming the Elder Wand and restoring the Peveril family's glory. They guided Grindelwald, instigated war, and following their failed attempt to incinerate Paris, not only failed to seize the Elder Wand, but were also betrayed by Grindelwald, landing themselves in Azkaban, and should now be extinct. The Redeemers aligned with the Potter family, nurturing generations of Potters, propelling Ralston Potter to the Wisingamot, and creating the shampoo empire of Flammelman Potter. They operated in secrecy during Voldemort's rise, establishing the Order of the Phoenix through intermediaries. However, due to the foolishness of contemporary decision-makers, they molded James Potter into a foolish, arrogant lion, and before reaping the rewards, they were nearly all slaughtered by Voldemort. The Guardians remained staunchly supportive of the Gaunt family, tirelessly connecting with pure blood families during Voldemort's era, binding them to a common cause through the ideology of blood purity, and during the First Wizarding War, they too found themselves in Azkaban, likely nearing extinction. Florin's father was among the Guardians, yet he was a rebel among them. He did not assist Voldemort, but rather clandestinely contacted some of the eldest brother's loyal hounds and a few Redeemers, providing support to Lily in hopes of achieving peace within the magical realm. Unfortunately, all had been ruined by the Redeemers, and his early life had been significantly compromised by their machinations. In his later years, he planned to distance himself from the Redeemers, relying on the martial virtues of the eldest brother's loyal hounds to covertly assist young Potter. However, just as his plans began to unfold, he discovered that this generation of loyal hounds had devolved into drunken fools, and worse yet, had mistakenly conflated the descendants of the Redeemers with those of Ignatius's loyal followers. Florin pounded his fist on the table, resolutely making up his mind. I shall go it alone. That evening, Florin hastily sold his shop at a bargain, subtly allowing Harry to take advantage of the deal, and hurriedly packed his belongings, setting off for the headquarters of the post-war Foundation. At dawn the next day, Upon the foundation's opening, Florin entered, retrieving a pouch of parchment to submit. Esteemed lady, I wish to submit my application to join the post-war foundation. I participated in the First Wizarding War and possess ample experience in post-war reconstruction. Moreover, my family perished in that conflict. And I wish to contribute in any way I can. Salary is of no concern, as I simply wish to lend my efforts. Oh. The plump witch received Florin's application and documents, scrutinizing them closely before looking up. Mr. Fosco, your qualifications are indeed impressive. And I should approve your entry into the post-war foundation, but what? Florin inquired. Currently, all procedures of the post-war foundation no longer pass through Mr. Diggory, and I am not authorized to provide you with a response. I must send your application to the Potter's Magical Supply Store in Diagon Alley, where Mr. Potter and Miss Granger will assess your qualifications. Upon hearing this, Florin sighed in relief. I see. Please submit it. I trust that, given their kindness, they will surely agree. You may not be aware, the plump witch continued, Mr. Potter has developed a comprehensive range of glorious evolutions. All wizards who suffered during the war will be granted new forms, thereby becoming our most esteemed talents. That accounts for 248 exceptional wizards, and with our inclusion, we shall total 251. Even with the intellect of Mr. Potter and Miss Granger, they will still face challenges in arranging new positions. You are physically capable. And there are better prospects for you, she remarked, and your qualifications are. Florin fell silent, aware of young Potter's glorious evolution badge. This was precisely why he was determined to wade through murky waters to assist young Potter. He also knew that among the 248 disabled wizards, only a few were truly crippled, firmly believing that in their need for personnel, the post-war foundation would undoubtedly require the kind of talent listed on his resume. Yet, he had not anticipated that so little time had passed, with newspapers still reporting on Hextech's battle legs, while internal communications already spoke of a comprehensive range of glorious evolutions. With that, it would be a miracle for his Ursum to be accepted. Damn this fish suffocating on land. Why was such critical information not communicated clearly in a letter? Fortunately, he had prepared himself. This is my other Ursum, Florin stated. I apologize for concealing the fact that I opened a cold drink shop in Diagon Alley and made a considerable profit to facilitate my joining the post-war foundation. I understand that you may be hesitant to have a wizard from a well-to-do background abandon everything to assist, but with Mr. Potter currently establishing a shop, I believe you would certainly require an experienced manager to lend a hand. Oh, so you are actually a shopkeeper, the plump witch mused while stroking her chin. In the past, such a wizard would not have been permitted to join, as it would disrupt your life. However, now that I have sold the shop, Florin remarked, I would not act presumptuously by secretly funneling family assets into the post-war foundation's records. Congratulations, Mr. Fosco, you have passed the review. Next, we shall collaboratively manage overseas enterprises. And once Mr. Diggo returns, we will formally venture to Diagon Alley in search of our young Lion King. Chapter 101. The place where hope grows. As Florin enthusiastically commenced his work with the post-war foundation, Harry had just finished a surgical procedure. Neville, write to Hagrid and inform him that we are running low on anesthetic herbs. Ask him to gather some from the herbology greenhouse at the All-Needs house. And be sure to remind him of the proper harvesting methods to avoid him carelessly damaging the carefully tended herbs. Understood, Neville replied. But the arcane arts remain exceedingly difficult for me. It has been nearly a month, and I still have not mastered them. Perhaps we could have Seamus assist instead? That is quite normal, Neville. It has only been a month. If one could learn swiftly, the arcane arts would cease to be arcane, Harry said, removing his lambskin gloves. As for Seamus, if you are not concerned about him turning our patrons into a bloody mess, perhaps he could indeed give it a try. Neville's lips twitched. He had become accustomed to Harry's devilish humor, yet the thought was still chilling. An image involuntarily surfaced in his mind of a wizard from an ancient eastern kingdom who had purchased a gourd-shaped pressure cooker. In his attempt to steam a chicken, it had exploded into a gruesome pulp. One could only imagine the patrons would suffer a similar fate should Seamus err. Perhaps not, Neville shivered. Ron should be arriving soon. He would make the most suitable assistant for you. You are quite capable as well, Neville, Harry remarked, shedding his white doctor's robe. Both you and Ron must be involved. Life rarely grants perfection. Every wizard is prone to error. Do not refrain from action out of fear of making mistakes. Persist until you achieve success. With me by your side, you have nothing to worry about. Now, help me pry open his mouth. It is time to administer the awakening potion. Neville approached, grasping the old wizard's nose and jaw, and with a swift motion akin to prying open a crocodile's mouth, he pulled. Crack. See, that was rather well done, Harry praised. Though with elderly wizards, it is prudent to be gentle. Their bones are quite fragile, and we need not lose an entire cauldron of bone essence unnecessarily. He lifted the cauldron, pouring the potion while directing Neville to stir slowly within the old wizard's mouth using his wand. 10 minutes later, having administered the potion and efficiently tidied the bloody surgical site, the old wizard began to awaken. Oh dear. Why does my chin feel as though it has been struck with a heavy fist? The old wizard rubbed his chin, his throat dry, as if something had jabbed him forcefully. Do not worry, this is a normal reaction. Your symptoms outweigh your anxiety, and you should recover by this afternoon, Harry stated calmly. Now, you should get out of bed and feel your new legs. That is of utmost importance. Oh, yes, my legs, the old wizard murmured. Getting out of bed feels wonderful, as if they were always my legs. No, they are even younger and stronger than they ought to be. Perhaps I should consider joining a Quidditch team. These new legs are simply marvelous. Harry observed for a moment, then gently shook his head and remarked. Though it may not be the appropriate time to dampen your spirits, I must remind you, sir, having been without your legs for an extended period, your subconscious still perceives you as legless. Therefore, in the forthcoming month, it would be prudent for you to engage in rehabilitation training. Otherwise, you risk a rather abrupt collision with reality. Furthermore, Quidditch is not primarily reliant on one's legs. Even with two perfectly functional limbs, victory in Quidditch is not guaranteed. The old wizard cleared his throat twice and added, I shall also offer you a piece of advice. The manner in which you express yourself ought to be refined, or else you may find it challenging to attract repeat clientele. That is precisely my intention, Harry replied with a calm smile. It is time for me to take my leave, sir. I sincerely hope you and your loved ones will never have the opportunity to seek out assistance for mending your broken body. Thank you for your kind wishes. The old wizard remarked, surveying Harry with a discerning gaze. Your personality presents quite a contrast. Your initial words left me rather irked, yet your subsequent sentiments touched me profoundly, even evoking a sense of respect. That bears no relevance to me. It is merely a matter of your preferences, Harry said, patting the old wizard on the shoulder. Remember to change your energy source in a year, relocating to the village of Hogsmeade, at the establishment known as the Three Broomsticks. Now, if you would kindly see yourself out, Seymour, the next guest awaits. After Harry spoke, Seamus pushed open the door to the operating room, dragging away the elderly wizard who wished to continue chatting, while assisting a limping girl onto the operating table. What am I supposed to do now? The girl blinked, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Will it hurt? It won't hurt. Just drink this, and when you awaken, you will possess a fine leg. Neville shyly offered her a vial of potion. What is this? The girl recoiled slightly. It is the juice of crushed herbs with anesthetic properties. This room is soundproof. Your family cannot hear the sounds from here, so there is no need to worry about danger. If you remain anxious, we also provide fire whiskey free of charge. As Harry meticulously sterilized his surroundings, he retrieved a pristine white coat from the cabinet and donned it, followed by a fresh mask and a pair of fine gloves. Thank you, but I do not partake in alcohol. It simply feels somewhat surreal, akin to a dream, to suddenly be able to run and jump again. If you grasp my meaning. Indeed, a sound body is a desire cherished by all. Harry nodded. Very well, there are others awaiting the replacement of their Hex-Tech battle legs. I cannot linger in conversation with you for too long. You may write to Eileen. She has always enjoyed responding to various letters and engaging in casual discourse with others. Harry cast a glance at Neville, who, with practiced ease, delivered a swift strike to the girl's neck, administering the anesthetic into her mouth. His technique was commendable. Yet he ought to remember to act more swiftly. The time squandered could accumulate to the point where an additional patient might be healed each day. Harry was entirely unconcerned about being overheard by those outside. He consistently expressed this sentiment, rather than being preoccupied with the discontent of his guests' families. He prioritized the opportunity to treat as many patients as possible within the limited time available to him. After all, his tenure in this position was fleeting. With a swift motion, he sawed off a leg, the arcane luminescence shimmering, and proceeded to replace it with a Hex-Tech prosthetic, administering a wakefulness potion. The young woman regained consciousness. Excellent. It seems you have adapted well to your new leg. Young individuals often possess unexpected talents in this regard. Harry remarked with a nod of approval. Simo, see the next guest in. As the door swung open, it was not Simo who entered, but Hermione. In today's correspondence, there is a reply from Mr. Diggory. Would you like to read it now? Let us postpone that until work concludes, Harry replied. If it pertains to the post-war foundation, I trust you to make the decision on my behalf. Next, Hermione, grasping the bewildered young woman, ushered her out, swiftly bringing in the next guest. As the sun set and the moon ascended, Potter's Magical Supplies closed its doors, having attended to 17 patients who received new legs, tallying 60 ticket numbers and an impressive sum of 12,000 galleons. This is Mr. Diggory's response. Hermione handed the letter to Harry. I have addressed the issue, but you ought to peruse Mr. Diggory's concerns. You need to rest. If this continues, your health will deteriorate. Chapter 102, Miss Otter's Foxtail. Harry nodded, yet refrained from providing a definitive response, merely feigning interest as he took the letter from Hermione's hands. Harry, I sincerely apologize for my preoccupation with that matter these days, which has hindered my ability to respond to your letter. I have had to delegate the remaining tasks to others. Fortunately, Dumbledore and I discovered one of the items in a cavern, albeit a counterfeit, yet it provided us insight into the remarkable past of a like-minded companion. We have meticulously documented his extraordinary experiences, and once we thwart the individual plans, we shall present our findings to the press. You should not emulate Dumbledore. His foolishness in contemplating drinking poison is beyond comprehension. I conjured a goat and administered all the potions into its belly, thereby resolving the issue perfectly. Dumbledore ought to be grateful for my friendship, for otherwise he would have succumbed to the poison. Tomorrow, I will lead the members of the Post-War Foundation along with over 3,000 beneficiaries to Diagon Alley to meet you, after which we shall proceed to Nocturne Alley to locate our base. I hope that during your time away from school, you have not been too hard on yourself, as that is the last thing anyone wishes for. You are already exceptional. Do not bear all the pressure alone. You are merely 11, not yet 12. Harry shuddered at the plethora of sentimental remarks that followed, enduring the tremors in his teeth until he abruptly closed the letter. You ought not to have shown me this. It is nothing short of torment. Mr. Diggory merely cares for you, Hermione interjected with a furrowed brow. My father often writes in a similar tone, and you should learn to embrace the concern of others rather than resist it. I am genuinely worried about your emotional expression. I know, Hermione, Harry replied. I am no longer affected by those eyes. That is a matter of the past. It is Mr. Diggory's tone that I find intolerable, not his concern. Will you be resting any time soon? Miss Otter revealed her sly demeanor. Of course not, Harry retorted, unaffected by Hermione's influence. I shall rest only after the first batch of mechanical augmentation technicians has been dispatched. Well, you are indeed just as my father described, equally exasperating, Hermione scoffed. Both of you become so engrossed in work that you neglect your own well-being. The new clothes he bought for you have arrived. Please sign for them over there. As Harry followed Hermione's gaze, he noticed 3 large boxes in the corner and hurried over to open them. 2 boxes contained doctor's ropes, while the third held masks, beneath which lay sterile gloves. He advised her to use the sterile gloves sparingly, as they were difficult to procure. The Ministry of Magic had prohibited certain individuals from the Muggle Artifacts Office from misusing them, and they had persistently sought to undermine the justification for utilizing sterile gloves, despite Mr. Weasley's assistance proving futile. They often lamented that these items incorporated too much Muggle technology. Miss Otter had once again become irate. The more she learned about the wizarding world, the more she perceived the corruption of those swine, while upright wizards like Mr. Weasley were systematically marginalized. Let us disregard them. If they provoke us, we can have Professor Nick confront them. Perhaps we should request more supplies from Mr. Granger. Those swine might very well intercept the owls. Once the Post-War Foundation arrives, I shall personally pay them a visit. That would be optimal, Hermione concurred. My mother wishes to take you shopping for new clothes, as most of yours are rather old, save for those doctor's ropes. Very well, I shall take the opportunity to relax for a day, Harry acknowledged, recognizing Hermione's true intent. However, we ought to eat. Where is the meal sent by Tom? It is upstairs. I fear it has grown cold. I have kept it warm with magical flames, so you can eat as soon as you ascend. Harry nodded, leading Neville upstairs, where in the quaint dining area, Eileen was devouring her meal with great fervor. Upon noticing the two, she pulled out a chair, gesturing for them to sit. Tomorrow, Diggory and his companions would arrive, seemingly disrupting your plans. As I surmised, he would not allow you to scout the location in Nocturne Alley beforehand. Instead, he would seek you out immediately after responding. Rest early tonight. The site selection tomorrow should not take too long. Eileen and Diggory shared an astonishingly similar perspective, both expressing strong aversion to Harry's independent choice of location. Nocturne Alley was far from Diagon Alley. It was rife with dark wizards, strife, and conspiracies. Nevertheless, this issue seemed of little consequence to Harry, who shrugged, admitting that he merely had a habitual inclination to resolve matters on his own. Their collective presence was, after all, a positive development. Eileen served Harry some food, casting a glance at Neville, and offered him a portion as well. After a hearty dinner, the trio retreated to their respective chambers. The following morning, Potter's magical supplies shop remained closed. Although the entrance was thronged with wizards, there was a notable silence among them. They were all aware of Harry's recent exertions and had learned from Hermione the previous day that the shop would be closed to meet with members of the Post-War Foundation and to seek a new site for the construction of a facility in Knockturn Alley. Forgive my bluntness, you workaholic little wizard, an old wizard approached. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Knockturn Alley is hardly a safe haven. While our relationship is one of commerce, it does not preclude our fondness for you. We insist on escorting you there, so do not decline. Harry glanced around and observed that many were wizards with transformed legs and their families. Stop looking, the old wizard remarked. They are all here to accompany you to Knockturn Alley. Ordinary folks would not queue at this hour. Harry hesitated for a moment before stating, I am off to the Leaky Cauldron to meet some friends for dinner. I'll be covering the expenses today. At that moment, they finally connected the dots between the affluent young wizard set to inherit the Potter family fortune and the industrious little shopkeeper, evoking a complex mix of emotions within them. They followed closely behind Harry, making their way to the Leaky Cauldron, which was now bustling with patrons thanks to the use of the undetectable extension charm. Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, upon seeing Harry enter, promptly left his post at the bar to greet him with a broad smile. Thanks to you, Harry, Tom exclaimed. This past month has seen an influx of visitors from all corners of the globe, all drawn here by Potter's magical supplies. I had to employ the undetectable extension charm just to accommodate everyone. The business boom is simply astonishing. Many shopkeepers in Diagon Alley are singing your praises. With a flourish of his hand, Tom continued, Today, Mr. Potter is here at the Leaky Cauldron. I am thrilled to offer complimentary food and drink for the entire day. Tom did not allow Harry the chance to decline. After announcing his generous offer, he returned to his tasks. The establishment erupted in cheers as they feasted until 9 in the morning, at which point the doors swung open to reveal Diggory, adorned in a grand top hat, followed by a throng of people. Harry, it's been ages. You seem to be doing splendidly, Diggory embraced Harry, remarking on the crowded conditions. Let us find a suitable location. Once the base is established, I have an excellent chef ready to prepare our meals. Tom's expression darkened upon seeing Diggory. He preferred that Harry take a moment to rest instead of being perpetually consumed by work. However, Harry arrived with a significant entourage. And Diggory had brought along over 3,000 people, necessitating an expansion of the Leaky Cauldron tenfold to accommodate them. Yet, employing the undetectable extension charm to such an extreme would be both reckless and perilous. Even if Tom were willing to spend substantial sums, the Ministry of Magic would never grant approval. Any miscalculation by the spellcaster could lead to disastrous